who's in the guest box here. It's hard to think when when they're on my lap. Like it's so hard for me to just think and be myself. Like goodness. All right, what's up, Selena? That's what it felt like. Like goodness gracious. Hey, how are you?
Hey, I'm good, love. How are you?
I'm good. That little boy is something else. Oh my god.
I know the feeling. I know the feeling all too well.
When they get that age, they did everything is in their mouth. Like I don't know, it's a lot.
Yep.
Yeah.
I call it
I'm not.
pickpocket.
Yeah. I'm not sure if Lala is going to be able to come on stage tonight. I know she has to be warned the entire fuck out from moving all weekend. I think they finally
Yeah.
made their destination. 20 hours of
Yes.
driving. I
Oh,
honestly would be mad at her
Jesus.
if she even tried to come on stage.
Me too.
Yeah, because she needs to rest. But the guest box is open now. The Discord is getting ready to be open. We are at 107 shares. So if you are a Christian or deconstructing or an atheist and you want to come on stage and discuss one of the topics on the screen, the guest box is open. Look, so you know the video that I did about the lady? What the fuck, Lala?
We just finished talking about you.
We just finished talking about you.
What? What happened?
Like, really figured that you would be taking a break tonight. You're not tired?
Yeah, I was just coming up to tell y'all that I was gonna take a break. And
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
You fussing at you for
I mean, we
nothing?
expected that. Like, I literally said that I would probably go off on you if you tried to come on stage tonight. Like, you need to rest.
I am. I was just
Yeah.
coming up to let y'all know that.
Okay,
And then
twin.
also, you're at $900 now for the
Um,
tickets. What's your
yes.
goal? What's your, how much, like,
Remember it was 15? It was, yeah,
how much?
15?
1,500.
Yes.
Okay. And so we're at 900. And so, and your goal is to buy the tickets on Tuesday,
Yeah.
right? All right. So y'all, we're at $900 of a $1,500 goal to help Lala get home for the holidays for her and her son to see her mom and her brother for the first time. We're doing really, really good. I'm proud of us. Goodness gracious, that's really cool. Thank y'all so much.
Yes.
Yeah, that's awesome. So as much of it as we can help her with, I appreciate y'all. Y'all have done the damn thing. And we are. I think she did go on Cheapo Air. Is that she? I think she is going on one of like the discount ticketed site. So that's the cheapest that she found,
Okay.
the least expensive that she found. So yeah. Did you want to say anything else before we?
No, just I'll be in the comments, y'all. I'm about to go to sleep though, because I'm exhausted. But
I
I
can
Getting all the
appreciate
imagine.
rest,
y'all.
twin.
Thank you, twins. Love y'all.
Love you too. Get some
Have you
rest.
back.
Before I bring up a guest, oh, you know the video that I did where the lady was like, "God was with you raising your kids."
Mm-hmm.
So the Christians are in the comments arguing and fighting with y'all in the comments. Y'all are showing y'all ass on that video, but they in the comments and going back and forth. And one of the Christians, one of the nerds asked, "What about the children at school, right? That ends up losing their lives to shootings." And the guy said, "Oh, you blame the parent or you blame the person." So he was like, he said, he tagged me. He was like, "And thinker, and you know that God was with you. helping you raise your kids because he allowed your kids to wake up every day, and he allowed them to breathe, and he watched them while they was at school and kept them safe. And I said, so when my son got bullied at school, what why did they call me and not God? I said, if God was already there, why did they call me when my son got bullied at school? And then this lady up under it commented, and she said, I could just like hear her voice. I don't know why her voice sounded like this in my head, but she just came in and was like, I dedicated my firstborn son to the Lord, and he's the only one that I dedicated, and he in jail. And then the person underneath, the Christian underneath was like, well, you can't blame that on God. You blame your son for that. But I'm like, how do you say that the kids that are not dedicated to your God, the kids whose mother doesn't believe in the God, that you want to say God raised those kids, but the one that was dedicated to the God that's in jail, God didn't raise that child? How, Sway? I said, y'all just literally just assign credit to this God and this devil whenever y'all fucking want to. Like, there's no rhyme or reason at all to when your God does a thing or when the devil does a thing. It's what you say it is. But how, like,
Exactly. That's
yeah, that was so funny to me because she's like, I dedicated my firstborn son to this God, to God, and he in jail. He's like, you don't blame God for that. You blame God. I could just hear how that conversation is going. Like, I don't know why. Like, reading it, their voices was in my head. Like,
because it's a zero sum game at this point. It's zero sum.
yeah.
It's God or not God, and the good is God, and the bad is not God. And we can't take credit for any good thing that we do ever.
Like, it's so crazy because even if you are a non-believer and they see that you as a non-believer did something good, right, they want to give it to their God. But when there is a believer that does something bad, they're not a true Christian.
Mm-hmm.
That's the devil. Like, what?
Oh, wait a minute.
Like,
Everything
it's
is not God's deal. Quit lying. Please don't say that.
oh my God. So everything is God, even the mold. Even mold is God.
Well, I need to talk to him because I got mold in my basement that needs to be taken care of.
Right. Tapeworms. Was COVID God?
And dang mosquitoes.
Tiara?
I just want to say, jump in on the conversation because I'm not a Christian either. And,
Hold on. How old are you? Can I get an age check?
I'm 22.
Okay, thank you. So to come on stage, even though you're not a Christian, you still have to talk about one of these topics. Which topic did
I
you want to
do.
talk about?
Well, I mean, it says the Old Testament condones slavery. So I think I'm not really sure. I can't even quote no script or, what you call it, no verse. But what's crazy to me is like when Christians say, like, if you are a believer and you go against a rule or something that you're supposed to follow, then automatically you going to hell. And it kind of reminds me of how, like, it's like slavery in a sense, because if you doing something that you're not supposed to be doing by the rules of the book, but it's all love and like it's kind of like love bombing in a way, you know what I'm saying? Like, I
Mm-hmm.
just think that's really crazy to me.
Yeah, they're really good with the love bombing and then taking it away. If as soon
Taking,
as you do
yeah.
something, yeah, and that's the whole part of the mind fuck that comes with this religion, and the people that I don't want to say all of them, because they'll start saying it ain't all Christians, but a vast majority of them have mastered this, and I don't know that they really know that they're doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think
Right,
they
they
think
don't
it's just
know.
a way to be.
Right, they don't see it, but I see it.
Yeah. And but what were your thoughts on the slavery in the Bible? Like, have you uh you're quite young, right, to not be a believer. Did you grow up in Christianity?
Yeah, I did. I grew up in the church, and then I was in a inappropriate relationship with a pastor of a church, and it just drew me away. And I said, you know what? I don't believe in all this. Um, you
Wait,
know,
you were
this
in a
religion.
relationship with a pastor?
Yes, ma'am. I was.
Were
I was
you
How old was
17.
this pastor? Son?
you were a
He,
minor?
yeah, I was a minor. I was 17, turned 18. He was 57. Hmm. Yeah, so that turned me completely off.
Did your parents find out about it?
My dad, he has this weird obsession with this pastor. Even to this day, after I told him everything and whatnot, he still be acting like he's so in love with the pastor. I'm like, he either gay or he say that he helped him out so much before I was even born that you know what he stick with the man of God and he stick with the church. But if I had a child and I was their father, I'm not about to let you sit here and be all up in this old man face and be with him every day in his office and all that shit. Like at the time, I didn't really think anything of it, but you know, as time went on, like this lasted a couple of years, I was like, oh hell no, you know, I can't do this.
So you as the child are the one that came up to the conclusion that this was not good for you.
Yeah, I did.
No adult stood up for you. I'm sorry that that happened, but I'm glad that you fought for yourself and decided that that was wrong to do, and you got away from that. Um, and so, do you have like family or that are not Christian either?
I don't. They're all Christian.
Wow. So you're
But you know what?
alone.
My mom's side, though, she won't happy with it at all. She never was. But at the time, you know, I was kind of fast ever since I was 13. So I never wanted to listen to her, listen to what she had to say or whatever. So she always was kind of like telling other people in the church that, oh, I'm trying to help her. I'm trying to guide her and all this. And I just wasn't listening. So I had the whole church looking at me crazy. My dad over here telling me this is a match made in heaven. And the pastor, he like, oh yeah, like, you know, we have the perfect relationship. Like he would say weird shit. So
Yeah. So
it
you were
was just
being
a lot.
groomed.
I
you,
was grown, yes.
yeah, you were being groomed, and everybody in the chat is noticing it. Where you say that you were being fast, and that's what they teach us when we're young. When they know that they're doing something wrong, like they know that they were grooming you, and they put into your head that it's your fault, right? Because you were fast, you were a
Right.
child, and you were supposed to be
Exactly.
protected, and so this isn't your fault. I'm amazed that you got to the point to where you were like, I'm going to protect myself. If no adult around me is going to stand up to this, I'm going to stand up and I'm going to say this is wrong and get away from it.
Right,
And
like
you,
this is what I'm gonna do because what happened was what got that switch in my head was he was mad one day he came to my house. I had got a new apartment. He was proud of me and whatever, and he said I want to see your new place. So he came over. We talked. I thought we was just talking. He gonna pull down his pants and he like sucked my dick. My penis. And I said no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. And I told him to get out my house. And he got mad and face got all red and everything, slammed my door, left. Then he sitting here texting me, telling me I don't need to mix business with personal things because I told him I'm not working with you no more. You mad because I didn't suck your dick? So first of all, these people in the church, I got something to say to them. I don't like the way they treating me. I don't like the way they looking at me and shit. And he want me to be all ladylike. Then I got him coming into my house And he don't want me to have an attitude with him because I didn't want to do something that he wanted me to do. So I said, you know what, at this point, I'm just not, I just wasn't feeling it. I wasn't feeling none of that. So I'm just glad I got out of that because it was a lot going on.
That motherfucker need to be locked the fuck up.
That's what my mama tried to do. But she was
And
doing too
see,
much. She was talking about something burning the church down and all that shit.
man, fuck that. I'm with it. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Shit. Like, I don't blame your mom. Like, that shit. Like, you're not even my child, and I feel rage. Like, what the fuck?
Mm.
And there's so many children that have gone through that same thing and don't have anybody to stand up for them because they're afraid to speak up against the pastor, because they're afraid to speak up against this guy. And they know that these men and women that are in these positions, they know the level of influence and power they have over the minds of their parishioners, and the fear indoctrinated into them will allow them to take advantage of them financially, emotionally, physically. They know this,
They
and
definitely do.
not too many people are fighting against that.
I've had other
May I
women.
say something really quickly,
Yeah.
sweetheart? I'm sitting here trying to catch my breath because this it hits close to home. There is not a child fast enough to catch an adult. Never in life is there a child fast enough to catch an adult. So you're not fast. They were being predatory.
I
He
like the way you said
deserves
that. Just let me say this. I love the way
jail
you
if
said
there's
that.
a hell. Oh, thank you. Because I had to teach myself that. Because I was the fast one growing up. And it's like, that's the adult. That's the adult. So, yeah, I will say it again. There is not a child fast enough to catch any adult. It's not your fault. And I'm glad you are you seem very mature. And I hate, it's a double-edged sword. Because it's like you had to grow up fast. So that's where I'm seeing a lot of the maturity coming from. But it's good that
Hey,
you're
I'm just glad I'm able to talk about
mature.
it. You know, it's still
And I
hard for
really
me to
want to
talk
kick your
about it.
daddy in the balls.
Yeah, it's something
Respectfully
wrong with
and
him.
disrespectfully all at once.
Something is really wrong with him. It ain't even just that, he just off in general. So I don't even try to reason with him no more. I tried to. He just don't get it.
Do you still have like any type of communication with your dad?
I do. To this day, every day I talk to him. Because he my dad. But he's obsessed with this pastor for some reason. I just don't get, I don't get it. I just don't. But yeah, I talk to him every day, just about normal things. But anything I do at the church, if he try to say, can you please come back? Can you please? No, I'm not coming back.
He tries to invite you back to the church.
Yeah, something wrong with him.
Yeah, that shit. I just don't get that. Like, I
Like,
just
what is
don't.
wrong with you?
Yeah,
I don't
like
know.
there, no accountability, no boundaries at all, no respect at all. Like it's like it just goes out the door. Like there's no expectation at all, and just I'm sorry that happened to you, and I'm glad that you got away from that.
Thank
Is there
you.
anything else you wanna say?
I mean, I just know that other people go through the same thing. I got young minors that come to me about this man, and I don't even talk to them no more. I don't go to that church, but they still talk. They come to me because they know I used to go there. I used to be all up on the media, you know, doing work at the church. I thought that was my calling, and I left. But I got people that come to me and say, "Oh, the pastor, he looked at me a certain way, and he touched me, and this and that." I'm like, "Why are y'all still there? Just leave, like I did." But it's hard to do that because they just, I don't know, they're just not there yet. But he's very sneaky, okay? Like he real charismatic, like he real
What's the name
charming
of
and
the church?
whatnot. The name of the church, Full Gospel Kingdom Church. So if you look
Wait,
him up online on Facebook, you'll see the church.
Is it Full Gospel Kingdom? Is that Jehovah's Witness, or is that what denomination is that?
Non-denominational.
Non-denominational.
it's
Yeah,
always,
Hold
it's a
on.
big
and it's
church.
funny because
I've had other pastors come on to me, and it was just too much. Okay, like what is wrong with y'all? Weird. They just weird. But that's why I'm not a Christian. I'm good on that. I don't even believe Jesus even existed. And this is
Is
me
that
coming
so?
from a hurt place. Okay, like
And that's the thing. Like, yeah, they tend to dismiss, right, what you're saying, because they'll say, "Oh, you just mad," right? "Oh, you just hurt," and then they expect you to turn to the God to heal what you went through, while at the same time that God didn't protect you from that. The God that supposedly is supposed to be in your dad didn't protect you from that. The God
their
that's
God.
supposed to have been in that pastor didn't protect you from that, you
Hmm.
know. But they will expect you to turn to that same God, the same concept, to be healed. And then they will demonize you for not wanting to. They'll demonize you for not believing, um, after what you went through. And then they'll try to tell you God let you go through this for a reason, so that you can help other people. Like, what the fuck?
it's sickening. And I'm literally, I've been gathering research intel because two people asked me to work on their projects, produce and direct their projects. One is called Pray With Me, and it's PREY, about a pastor in a church, and the other one is Cross the Church's Legs. And again, it's about a pastor. This one is about a deacon who is essaying little girls and little boys in the church. So, and both of these are based on stories that happen to the people that are writing them. So when we say it's rampant, it's rampant.
Off like
And
it's normal.
Shut up, Exceptional Joe. You are exactly who I was just talking about. Your God
exactly.
didn't do anything. Your God uses human beings, and therefore, a man who claims to be a man of God did this to a child and is still doing it to children, and your God isn't doing anything. Like, that is the most cold-hearted thing for you to even say after sitting here listening to her speak. You should be outraged, not defending the God, not trying to separate from the God. You should be outraged.
Yeah, I don't even pay them no mind because they'll never understand.
But the crazy thing is people like Exceptional Joe that will tell young kids that's going through what you went through that it's all for a purpose. Don't blame God, blame the man. God was there holding your hand. God was there with you. Like bullshit like that. That and it's stuff like that that allows this shit to go on. It's people who think like that, who say things like that, that allow this shit to grow and grow and grow and grow.
It's like they don't realize it. Why don't you realize that what you're saying is not helping in any type of way? Like, what is you doing? What is your real purpose with this? You know, it just don't make no sense to me.
I think people get so hung up on their need for there to be this big being in the sky watching over them. They feel so important to this being that out of all the ants on the earth, this being knows where the fuck they are 24 hours a day. And whether they get tired of this God here and his evil shit and his people and their evil shit, they go to a different God. They need some God in the sky looking over them. And so they don't think about what humans are going through. All they care about is you need a God. You need a God. God, you need a God. That's all they think about. To the point that you can't focus. You can't even take a couple of seconds and focus on the human that's on stage right now telling you what she's been through.
Sound like my dad. It's either that
I'm
or
not
he just
talking
mad
about
at
you,
me.
exception to Joe. I'm talking about somebody on YouTube. I'm talking about multiple Christians and their responses, including you and yours. You said don't blame God for man's sin, for that man's sin. That literally what you said. And not once did she say God did it. Not once did she say that. She said she don't fool with Christianity. She don't fool with all that shit because of what she went through. Not once did she say this was God's fault. You put that on her.
And let's be clear, I believe in God, just not that God, a funky ass God. I don't know what, I just don't, I really don't. I want to understand, like, what, how do you condone that? Like, the whole damn church just condoned that shit. They acted like it won't, like, the people in there, they was looking at me crazy, but the administrators, they were women. Most of them were women. And when I would come to them about shit, I would hear them talking shit about me. Like, oh, that's his little chocolate drop. Oh, she love that man. Oh, I know God is
They
like,
was
oh, what
saying
the?
that?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm like, what the
I'm
fuck? What
sorry.
is wrong
I'm
with y'all?
sorry.
Yeah.
I haven't laid hands in a long time, and they getting itchy right now.
Mm-hmm.
I
They
don't
getting
know.
real itchy.
I I
I'm
I
at a
don't know. I
loss.
lose respect for believers every goddamn day. Every day. I told y'all like I'm working on empathy towards people who believe in this God. Uh, like it's a very hard thing to do. I can't do that. I can't. I can't even look at it. Like it's a very hard thing to do, to have empathy for people who don't have empathy for others. It's very hard because they're humans. They're humans and they've been indoctrinated. And a lot of them don't even recognize that they a lot of them don't see it. Like they don't see the evil that they've condoned, the evil that they have that they put out. They don't see it. They think it's love. They literally think that they're doing it out of love. And a lot of them are riddled with fear. Ebony, just be glad that I didn't see what the fuck you said. Do that. You already know. Like if Ebony has pissed you the entire fuck off, you can block Ebony's ass. Like I don't even know who she is. I didn't see what she said, but it's completely up to you. Yep, Joshua, do
I
what you
didn't
do.
either.
And the whole
Do
doubling
what you
down.
do.
I
Huh?
said what I said.
Yeah, if you're a super mod, you do what you do. If you need her gone, she do what you do. That's what you got power for.
No, I did what I did.
Thank you, Christopher. I'll come back.
Well, thank you for coming up and sharing your story. I hope you stick around the community, okay?
I will. About to see what y'all talking about.
All right. Just to let you know, I don't believe in any God. I don't believe in the Christian God. I don't believe in any God. So as you stick around, you'll learn that about me.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and I fight hard for victims of SA in here, and I call motherfuckers out. So, just to let you know that too.
Well, do
But
you? Do you?
all right. So I hope you have a good night. Okay.
Good night, Tiara.
That just pissed me off. Thank you, Maven. Thank you. Cause we can. I can talk about whatever the fuck I want to talk about. Why are you here? Like, you know that I don't like your God, right? You know I don't believe in your God. I don't believe in your religion. I don't like it. You know I talk about it in the way that I don't like it. But yet you're here asking me, why do I talk about something that I don't like? And asking, isn't that hypocritical? Is it hypocritical that you are here listening to me talk about something that you don't like, that I talk about that I don't like? Are you being hypocritical? I can't lead nobody to hell. Y'all scary asses. If you're so worried about going to hell, whatever the hell your name is, your God told you where you're gonna go when you die, right? Did he fucking tell you where the fuck you came from before he put you in your mama's womb? Where were you before then? He gave you all this information about where you're gonna go when your life is over. Did he give you information about where you were before it started? Where were you before your life started? Zoe, you are a child. We already established that. You cannot come up in here. You're not 21. Where were you though? Where were you before your life started? If you know that you're either going to go to heaven or hell and have eternal life, where were you before your life started in your mother's womb? If he gave you all the go on mute, please. If he gave you all the information to the world, to the universe, you know every fucking thing, and he passed that
Well,
shit
let me
down.
talk for a
He
second.
passed it down to these superhumans that can understand God speak. Why did he leave that part out? Oh, you were sperm. Oh, that's intelligent. That if I mute you, stay muted. If you unmute yourself, I'm just gonna take you down and move on to the next guest. That's intelligent. So it's not a big secret, right? That everybody starts off as sperm. I mean, in fact, your God didn't even tell them that. A scientist had to figure that shit out. Oh, so you never existed before, although energy cannot be created or be destroyed. So you believe that you were created before, but yet you can't be destroyed afterward. Do you see how illogical that is? It's even more illogical that you
Angry
think,
black woman
okay,
won't let anybody talk.
okay, there you go. You got to say what you wanted to say. Now get the fuck off my stage. You think it's even more illogical that you believe a God would tell you where you're going to end up, but not tell you where you fucking started. Now worry about that shit. Some of y'all don't know how to shit talk. Like honestly, if I wanted to shit talk somebody, like I'd make sure that I could stay on stage as long as possible and talk shit in a way that the person doesn't know that I'm talking shit to them. Like some of y'all are just fucking weird. Karina, how are you? Karina?
Okay.
Justine, are you in the box on purpose? Shinko? Hey, skeptically pissed. Okay, this person's not there. Y'all know what his answer was. He moved from sperm to when I was born I had a soul. That was his response. When I was born I had a soul. sounded like sounded like he narrating the opening of a movie. When I was born I had a soul.
I just wanna take out and prove what a real man supposed to. You ain't gotta say a word, keep getting me, but I'm.
Goodness gracious. We'll find a normal person in a minute.
Is it a full moon tonight? Like,
I don't know. It's Monday night.
oh, it
Monday
is
gets kind
Monday.
of crazy. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Open the box, TikTok. Open the box.
She's back in the box.
For what? So she can come up and play her music all loud? Like, what the
Mm-hmm.
fuck? What do you want? Can you comment? What are you in the box for? Why are you back in the box? Hey, librarian. Mandy. Mandy? All right. Are you able to take her down for me? I got the box open.
Yeah.
Justine, are you in the box on purpose? What do you want, Santiago? Like I brought you on stage and you played your music loud. So I need to know what you want. One and only Zoe, didn't we kick you off stage before because you were underage?
Mm-hmm.
See, you done fucked up already. Don't fucking tell me to calm down.
Why not? Because
Because what the fuck?
you
Because I
said you
like
were
I don't
upset
like
at
I do what
something.
I do. Like
You
you
said
came
you
on
were
stage and
upset
your
at
music.
some.
No,
I'm just here to debate.
listen. No, I'm not here to. I don't fucking debate. If you're looking for a debate, then you need to go find a debate channel. That's not what we do in here. You came on stage and your music was blasting. You asked to come up, I brought you up, and then your music was blasting. And now you're back in the request. I asked you to comment what do you want before I bring you back up. And I was going to bring you back up until you said what you said. Like, you want to argue. Is that what you're here for? To argue?
I sent you an invitation to unmute.
Are you here to argue? Well, since you don't know how to talk. Justine, are you in the box on purpose? Don't request back up. Margaret? Hello, Margaret? One and only Zoe, aren't like we're not bringing you up because you were kicked off stage for being underage before. Paul Cure?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Can I get an age check, please?
I'm 40 years old.
All right. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I'm deconstructing. I give a lot of credit to you. I thank you for everything you do on this live. I like hearing you. Every night you're on, I tune in.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Which topic did you want to discuss?
No, I didn't. I think I actually hit it on accident. I was just
Oh, okay.
listening to you, and you were getting me riled up because you were getting riled up. I think I hit it on accident. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. I'll put you back down in the comments. I hope you have a good night, okay?
Thank you, ma'am. You too.
You're welcome. Now you want to complain in the comments because I don't want to fucking argue with you.
Cry harder.
Exceptional Joe, how are you?
I'm doing great. Can't complain.
What topic did you want to discuss?
The Christian's God nature is contradictory.
Go ahead.
I was honestly, I was curious. What did you find that was contradictory?
There are several things that are contradictory in your God's nature. One with him being
Uh,
all knowing. Is he all
okay.
knowing?
Yes.
And so, an all knowing God doesn't know several things in this book at several different times.
Such as what? Can you name one?
One, he didn't know who told Adam and Eve that they were naked. He didn't know where they were when they were hiding from him in the garden.
Okay.
He didn't know what was going on in Sodom and Gomorrah. He had to come down off of his throne to see about them.
Okay.
He didn't know that Nebuchadnezzar would not actually get the wealth from Tyre or Egypt.
Okay.
Do you need more?
Oh, I was I was hoping you was gonna give them all.
For what? Like, why would I do that? I don't need to give them all to you. The claim is that your God is all knowing. Like, are you going to speak on the ones that I've already brought up?
No, I'm in agreement with those.
So then, is this the end of the conversation?
Well, I was curious about that, and also the other one. The Christian God is the
You
great
only get to
deceiver.
do one topic.
Oh, well, my apologies. I'll step down.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
Well, that was a grand opening and a grand closing, I guess.
But like, it's like there's no like, oh yeah, he is all knowing. Oh yeah, there are times that he didn't know anything. But yeah, he's all knowing. I don't have anything else to say. Like, what? I don't know what the fuck. Mondays be weird.
I don't even
Selena,
understand.
can you look in the chat? This person with the numbers in the chat. What is that a number for the 3Ks? I don't remember. I know they have a number. I don't know what it is.
It's 1389. Let me see something.
Uh Zibe Slame, are you in the box on purpose? Hi, what's your name? Hello, are you there? Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you, Mac.
Yeah, there you go.
No. Big Bad, why'd you block them? Big Bad.
No, they're okay. 1488 is the number.
Hold on. Why? Hold on, Big Bad. Unblock them right quick. They were in the guest request. I was asking her to check. I was asking her to check them out.
Yeah, it's the top thing is a Serbian youth movement, far right youth movement.
A
But it's
far
also
right youth movement.
yeah.
Far right. Well, I mean, any
But it's
far
Serbia.
like that's pretty. Yeah, like I don't think that that's a conversation that I want to have anyway. So Big
Yeah.
Bad can just keep them blocked. Yeah, just keep them blocked. Big Bad's starting to get a reputation like do that.
He don't play.
Yeah, yep.
Yep.
That was a good call. Good call. All right, so they're the only people in the guest request right now are two friendlies, Zibe Islami and Certified Hope Dealer. Can y'all let me know if y'all are in the guest request on purpose? Now, all of the weirdos are gone. If you are a Christian, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist and you want to come on stage to discuss one of the topics on the board, please let us know. And all of the kids, I guess, have gone to bed, and we can have some real conversations now that the playing is over. The weirdos, I meant to say. Hey, Certified Hope Dealer, how are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing good. What you got?
You can call me Kennedy. Um, well, I just have a question. I don't know. I just thought maybe it was could be appropriate since we didn't have many people asking to join. I'm deconstructing. I've been deconstructing for a couple of years now. And I actually moved across the country to go to Bible college and wanted to start my own ministry. And without ever have read the Bible prior. I mean, I was like one of the, would use it as tarot cards basically, or daily mantras, just like a lot of Christians. And I'm just wondering, this is really just like an opinion question, knowing that your father was a preacher, um, or pastor. Do you think, like, I'm in this weird phase right now where I'm really angry at the church and what they're doing to the people, and just like, with one of our last guests. But how many of these pastors do you think are doing it just to be a pimp in the pulpit? Because I just do not understand how you can read that book in its entirety and dismiss all of the atrocities.
I honestly wish I had a number for that. I don't know. I know that there are some pastors who really believe what they read, and then they the indoctrination. You know what I'm saying? Because I know, like with my dad, he never preached about the slavery. He never preached about the genocides in the Bible that way. And so I didn't learn about him until I sat down and read the book myself. So I do believe that there are some pastors out there who really believe that this is the word of God, and they're just cherry picking the scriptures. You know what I'm saying? Um,
Right.
there are, I think, the ones that go to seminary and choose to, they learn it and then they still choose to preach it. Those I bat my eye at. Like
Right.
but yeah, but there's a lot that don't go to seminary, um, and they just preach what they've been taught. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Um, but there are even within that group that don't go to seminary, there are still selfish reasons, selfish motivations, like
Mm-hmm.
the ties, the power, the um, prestige, right? The control, being able to manipulate, all of that is still present. So like I don't discount them to say that they're not there to, like you say, be a pimp in the pulpit, but I also don't say that all of them are there for that. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And I wouldn't assume that they are, but then it's like, if you are there and you have read the Bible in its entirety, how? I mean, is it just, I just don't understand. I just don't understand. I just don't. And I don't understand how night after night after night Christians come up here and hear things that they've never before heard or read, and still defend this fake God. Like, I just don't understand it. And I know
Yeah,
that
like
we've all been there, I'm sure, but it's just so, like, it really makes me mad inside.
I think, like, if we look at the comments that I get, right, like like even with me just reading the text, like this morning I was reading James chapter 2, and all I did was read it, and the Christians in the comments telling me that I was lying and that I was wrong, and I'm like, all I'm doing is reading the text. You don't like what you hear, so in your head, because I'm not saying, but this is what it really means, right? Because I'm not interpreting it to fit the narrative that you've been taught while I'm reading it, then I'm lying on the text. So like they'll read it, they'll not agree with what they read, and then they'll reinterpret it to say, oh, it must mean something else because there's no way this could be God. So I think that's what they're doing too. Like they're negotiating with the text.
Yeah, it's just pure ignorance, really, at the end of the day, with a lot of Christians, me being one of them. I mean, I was ignorantly, or blissfully ignorant, I guess. But it's just, yeah, when you actually read it, and uh, there's just no excuse at that point. There's just no excuse.
I, th-
And
I
I think
think
that
I
this is
think a
one.
lot of them, like, it's like, think about, like, I'm not sure if you have or been in like an abusive relationship, or good night Mac, or if you know someone that has. been in an abusive relationship, but
Oh
people
yes, ma'am.
outside of it can see that you're in an abusive relationship, and
Hmm.
they'll try to tell you, right? Like, you're in an abusive
Hmm.
relationship. What he did isn't right, or he's or she is doing this thing, and you'll make excuses for it because you don't want that to be true, right? And at the same time, you can't see it the way that they see it because you're hoping that it would change. You're hoping or believing that their actions is coming from love, and it's like, oh, he just loves me so much and he gets jealous, or I make him mad and he just wants the best for me, so you see it as the one that's being abused. You see it from a different lens through it, a different story that
Hmm.
you're telling yourself. And because, like, we're looking and reading this text not as like as a formerly abused victim, right? And so we have a different set of eyes as we look at it. We're not telling ourselves that love story anymore to make the abuse seem like love. And that's what a lot of believers do when they hear the truth that's in the Bible or the truth in the history. You know, they end up it clashes with the love story that they've told themselves, and so they end up trying to uh, reconcile um, that truth to make it fit into their love story, or they end up lashing out at the person that's trying to get them to um, see the thing. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And so I think that, and I noticed that a lot of times when we talk to believers who get really mad that we won't let them um, bring in their theology, because theology is that love story.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny you say that because it was I was going and seeing a Christian counselor, and, she did this all the time. She would say, I'm not supposed to bring, you know, she'd pray with me and stuff and say, I know we're not really supposed to do that, even though she was a Christian counselor. And I don't know, something with ethics because of the practice she worked at. Um, but I was speaking of an essay account when I was younger, and she said, she grabbed my hand and she said, before we go any further, I just want to let you know that Jesus was there with you. And it was in that moment that I went, wait a minute, this is an all knowing God. It's, and I started, okay, she's kind of right. If this is true, that's kind of right. Kind of was there. You know what I mean? So at that point, he becomes an accomplice because he did nothing.
Yeah.
And that was the moment that my wheels started turning and I started going, okay. And I was like in like Deuteronomy as far as the start of my Bible readings. And that's what really started it. Because how dare you tell me?
That
Like
she
it
was
was
trying to.
just like that's Jesus was there holding my hand, huh? Was right there with me, just watching it go down. That's consoling. So I understand there's just a lot of trauma. It's just sad that there is a lot of trauma and there's a lot of victims that don't realize that they are victims even, and brainwashing. And it's really sad. It is really sad. And like you nailed it when you said like an abusive relationship, it is exactly that. And until there is something done that betrays them, or they gain some sense and learn to critically think and open that book for themselves, and I guess they just stay in it.
Yeah, and
I
they're choosing that, like, right? They're
Mhm.
choosing to stay in it. And the thing that I remember the most about one of my friends when I was going through it, she said, "I'm not going to tell you that you need to leave that motherfucker." She said, "But I will be here when you decide that you need to leave that motherfucker."
Mhm.
She
And
said,
that's all you
she
can
said,
do.
I'll listen. Yep. She said, I'll listen to everything you need to say. Every time you need to call me and cry. She said, I'm going to sit there and I'm just going to listen. And she said, I will never tell you that you need to leave, but I will be here when you decide that you need to leave. That, her saying that
Mhm.
was like a whoa for me. Like a, and she did just that.
That's good, friends. Better than I could do. That's better than I can do. My best friend right now actually is, before I found your channel, I've been a nerd here for about 6 months now. And before I found your channel and this whole deconstruction community, I was going back and forth with my best friend who actually is literally in a true cult. Her husband passed away, and a Nigerian preacher who's here now, who's like a soccer player and stuff, kind of has a little charm about him because of that. Um, Contacted her, and she was posting a lot about, her grief and all of that, and she was actually getting notified by a whole bunch of prophets and psychics and all of this stuff just preying on her. And this one was able to get in her mind, and the last conversation that I had with her right before finding you was, we were, she was telling me all this ridiculous stuff. She believes that this man is best friends with Jesus and goes to the throne of God nightly. And Jesus comes like in human form and visits him and gives instructions to his followers. And she truly believes this. And he has convinced one of the women to give her children up for adoption because God wants that sacrifice to see how much she really loves God.
Oh my gosh.
A 3 and a 6-year-old. Yeah. And he had my friend fasting. Fasting. She would do like 30-day fast where all she could do was drink juice, and she could only do it for a certain amount of hours per day. And then was having her up for first watch, second watch, third watch. She has 2 babies, one in school, and she was sleeping like 2 hours a night. And I'm just watching this from afar going, he is doing all the tricks. I mean, all the manipulation tactics. He's starting to isolate her. He's keeping her hungry and tired and all of these things. And we had this conversation about, I was going, wait a minute, that's not in, the Bible. What you're saying is not in the Bible. Well, you have to cross-reference. There's 7 different sources or 7 different references, for each item that's in the Bible. And I'm like, okay, no, but that's absolutely nowhere in the Bible. It's absolutely nowhere. And I said, he's making this stuff up. And she was talking about sacrifice, and my children are grown, but she said, if God asked you to give up your children, would you not have? And I said, absolutely not. I said, the God that I thought that I was serving wouldn't have asked me that. And she just could not believe it. And this is when she came out and told me about this woman who did give her children up. And I asked her if she would do the same. And she said, absolutely. And I just lost it. That was like the first time I had seen or heard anything like that, other than people in the news who have, unalived their children, because their God supposedly told them to. And it was just unbelievable and shocking. That was the last conversation I had. And then I found you, and I'm like, this is real. Like, people will like really do this.
We've had several people on stage say that they would take their child's life if this God asked them to. And I can't help but to think that if this lady gave her children up, I'm actually glad, because she could have gone as far as thinking that this God wanted her to take their life, and she would have done it. That's the scary part.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. It really is. If she would go that far, yeah, exactly. Where's the line drawn? But she really did. She really gave her children up. And my friend wants to send her son, who's, I believe he's 5 now, to this man in Florida. She's in Washington State. And he said that he's going to teach him how to be a man. And
Oh
I'm
my
like,
God.
she's never been to this person's house. He doesn't have like a job. I've asked her where are his funds coming from, because when he streams, he looks like he's in a gorgeous home. Well, I don't know. But he doesn't work, right? Well, no. Well, where are his funds coming from? Are you giving him money? She was constantly asking me for money, and I knew that wasn't like her. And I'm, like, is she giving this man money? Like, what's going on? And she would not, it was always criticism. Any question I'd ask to try to get her to critically think, it was like criticism. And she would get so offended that I would ask these questions. And it's like, at that point, I feel like, I've stepped back from the situation, and I just, hope that one day she'll see the truth and walk away from that. But I hope that it's before she does do something like that. because I just feel
How
like
old are
there's
her
no
children?
5 and 7.
And she's sending the. How old is the son that she's sending to him?
5.
Oh my God! To teach
5.
a 5-year-old how to be a
Mm-hmm.
man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I kind of
Are
like
they here
watch
in
them.
the U.S. or
Yeah, they're
are
in
they on the continent?
Washington State.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Have you thought about calling CPS?
You know what? I know that her mom is not a believer and never has been, and just thinks that believing God is absolutely crazy, anyways, and thinks that she's going a little overboard. I've thought about calling her mom. I've struggled with it, but I have thought about calling her mom and saying, I really think you need to keep an eye on this situation because, you know,
I think you should. Like, because when we talk about how believers will turn the blind eye in
hmm
church when we see, children being harmed, we have the same responsibility, right? Like when we hear things that are potentially dangerous, uh, for children. Um, when we learn of those things, we have a responsibility to protect the child.
right.
So I definitely think that you should contact somebody.
Right. It's just, will we know? I mean, I can contact somebody, but until it's happened, what it I mean, what do I do? Call CPS and say she's told me of plans to send
Yeah.
him within one summer, and
Like,
then
let them know what you've heard
hmm
about this person, right?
hmm
And how potentially dangerous this person is, and that she's told you about plans to send the 5-year-old with this person, and you're worried about what that person will do to the
hmm
5-year-old, and that you think that someone just needs to like make contact, to keep
hmm
an eye on the whereabouts of the child,
okay.
or to look into that person. They need to look into that man.
They do need to look into him. That more people need to look into him. And I don't know how he is doing this from the internet. Like, a lot of the people aren't even near him, haven't met him. He has a daily. He makes them get on a daily. I would
Where
love
is
to.
he at? Is he in
He's in
is
Florida. So he moved here from Nigeria, and he's in Florida. I did my own little background. He is, how when you do a background report, you can see who those people are connected to. This
mhm.
man has mostly a woman following, of course, and is connected on his report to 92 women.
Wow. I would definitely raise a red flag with CPS and possibly internet crimes division with the feds. I would put them on his radar.
What's
I
his
would
name?
put
Oh,
I would
his
put
name
him
is
on their radar.
Kofi. I call him Coffee because I just can't. It's Kofi, Kofiayere. And they all call him King Kofi. Nightly, he does a call
Wait,
in.
wait, does he does lives on here?
I don't
That's not the
know.
Kofi that does lives on here, is it?
I don't know if it is. I know he does Zoom meetings like a couple times a week, and then nightly he has a call in where people call in and listen to him. And it's on his Facebook. I only know about his Facebook and YouTube.
I,
He calls his ministry Holy Way Ministries.
there's a King Kofi or a Kofi on here that does lives, and he teaches people how to read hieroglyphs.
I don't. That doesn't sound like him.
Oh, okay.
But that's the name. But yeah, very dangerous, very very dangerous, and it is so hard. When it's just like an abusive relationship, it's the same thing. Like, I'm the bad person. He made her believe that I'm a threat. So she was slowly backing away from me. Anyhow, she's isolated herself from everyone, her family. She believes that everybody is the devil. Um, it's really, really sad. And someone in the comments asked if she's a pick me girl. And I hate to say that about my friend, but she's been through a lot. And then she finally found a man who, he was a pastor, but I can tell you, as normal as he was a good guy, he was a good guy. That's where she learned about this God and all of that. And he died suddenly. And she was just lost. And she just wants to be loved. And she's one of those where, you know how we have the misogynist men that come up here and will interrupt you and not listen to what you have to say, but then Bash comes up and they're listening with open ears. She's like
Yeah.
that with men. I could say something to her and she won't hear it unless it's a man saying it to her. But yeah, it's scary. All of this is
Yeah.
just scary. It's scary. But I really appreciate you bringing me up here. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Let us know. I'm sorry, I have food in my mouth. Give me just
No,
a
you're
second.
good. Internalized misogyny, yeah. So, but yeah,
Let
there's the
us
thing. If
know.
any of you want to go on his nightly talks and just go in there and infiltrate it, go for it. Let me know. I'll go in there with you.
Yeah, and give us an update on what you decide to do if you contact, even if you like just put him on the radar,
Mm-hmm.
um, uh, for CPS to kind of watch her kids, like to just make contact.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the best thing to protect the kids, if anything. Let them know that you've done your own due diligence.
Mm-hmm.
You found that he's connected with 92 women online, that it looks suspicious, and that you're really worried about your friend. And the fact, like, the first step is that he isolated her from you. They'll take that seriously. That they understand what the red flags are.
Okay. See, that was my thing. That's what I'm struggling with. Like, am I just going to look like a lunatic because she hasn't actually sent them there yet? But I just don't want it to get to that point. I think it's definitely going to be too late.
A report is a report. Just even if she had, like, just making a report in case something does transpire.
Okay.
Yeah, it's better that there is something documented.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Good advice. Well, thank you, Thinker.
You're very welcome. Thank you for coming up. Keep us updated, okay?
All right, for sure.
All right. Have a good night, Kendall.
You too.
That this religion is very dangerous, like the mind manipulation and all of that, the control that people can have over you, just simply because you have a belief in a God, like that. I mean, it's dangerous as fuck. And then the desire for love. I think, like, coupling the God with love, and then making people feel like, oh, you ain't nothing if you don't have somebody in the world that's just all in love with you. Like, you don't need somebody madly in love with you to have value in yourself. And honestly, I think that devalues you. If you ask me, I think it devalues you if you feel like you need somebody in this world to love you in order for you to be valuable. Because your value is going to always lie in the hands and in the power of another human being to give you that value and take it away. You'll never own your own value. You'll never control it.
Hello,
Hi, can I get an age check, please?
28.
All right. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm deconstructing.
All right. And which topic did you want to discuss?
Why should we ignore the fact and believe the God?
Okay, go ahead.
So, wait, I just want to get, no, do you believe in God or no?
No.
So, what is the issue with Christianity?
Why are you asking questions?
I'm just asking, like, what's
Why?
your problem? Why can't you just
Why?
not leave them alone?
Why? Why?
I mean, if you don't believe in God, then
I'm
why does it
why?
bother you?
Why?
I'm asking, why does it bother you?
Why?
Why what?
Why are you asking that question?
Because you're not a Christian.
Okay, and neither are you.
Yeah, I know I'm not, so that's why I'm
So,
not
okay,
bothered
so
about it.
then why the fuck are you here?
Because why are you debating
Why?
Christians?
Why?
What? Why are you debating Christians if you're
Why?
not Christian? Why? What? It doesn't make. You're not
Why?
making sense.
Yeah,
Why?
you see
What?
how irritating that is for me to keep asking you why. Like, it's irritating as fuck, right? Like you come up in my space and ask me why I do what I do, and you don't want me asking you why the fuck are you doing what you're doing. Do you see how irritating that is?
Okay, well, why don't you believe in God?
Why are you here?
Because I wanted to talk
Why are
about
you
the.
here?
Let me answer.
Why are you here?
What is wrong with Christianity?
Why are
Why?
you here?
Okay.
Why are you on stage?
Why don't you believe in God?
Why are you on my stage?
Because you're debating
Why
something
are
that
you
doesn't matter
like
to you.
no why are you on my stage, and why did you say that you were deconstructing?
You know,
Go
the
on, tell
quickest
me
way to
what.
get
Why?
questions answered is if you have a conversation. Maybe it will come up in the conversation. But some people aren't smart enough and don't have the bandwidth to realize that that could happen in the
Oh,
middle
he's
of a
not here for
conversation.
he's not here for a conversation though,
Well,
Selena.
can you prove that God doesn't
He's
exist?
not
Then
here for a conversation
Oh,
though,
okay.
are you?
I am
Are
here for
you? No,
conversation.
you're not. Why the fuck did you come up here and say that you were deconstructing?
Okay, you said the Christian God's nature is
Why
compassion.
did you say that you were deconstructing? I'm going to
Show
ask you
you.
one more time or I'm
Okay,
going to take you down. Why did you say you were deconstructing? Why did you lie?
I am deconstructing. I didn't
No, you're
lie.
not. No, you're not.
How did I lie? I just wanted to know.
Why did you lie?
I didn't lie.
Okay, so I'm going to move
But
on.
you put sources on, but you're not proving it.
Okay, all right. Bye, Christian. You couldn't tell he was a Christian, Selena.
Oh, no, I knew he was a Christian. That's why I told him
Oh.
if he wanted to have a conversation. No, I knew he was a Christian as soon as he said it. As soon as
No,
he
he said he was
opened his
deconstructing.
mouth. Yes, I mean, as soon as he opened his mouth. Like, this
No.
dude.
Yeah, he's full of shit.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Agnostic.
Okay, so I don't really have conversations with agnostics. I'm not here to talk about just a God, if that makes sense.
Well, I mean, I guess I could fit into the deconstructing category.
Are you deconstructing from Christianity?
Well, I mean, I used to believe when I was like a kid, then as I was
So
12,
then the
13.
answer is no, you're not deconstructing from Christianity.
So, could you define deconstructing?
It means that you are currently a believer and you are asking yourself the hard questions to decide whether you want to stay a believer. You're not a believer of this God, right? And so I don't have an issue with somebody believing in a God. That's not what this live is about. And so I don't typically have conversations with people who are agnostic because that isn't anything that I'm concerned with.
Because, I do believe a God, but I don't.
Yeah, and I'm all good with that. Like I don't have a problem with that. That was Dudette. That was not me.
Yeah. Well. No, Nosh.
Nope, you should have came up here and been yourself instead of trying to. Whoever sent you in here, Notch, you need to go back to them and tell them that y'all's plan was a stupid ass plan. That's what you need to do. Go make one for us, Ray Crows. Go
That
make
was
one.
also
Go
do
make
that.
one that's better than this one. And then we might see. We might see.
I was on my knees earlier, but it wasn't to pray.
I've only been on my knees for 1 minute my whole entire life. And I ain't doing that shit again. And I threw the fuck up in his $1,500 shoes.
No.
Gag
Oh, no.
reflex like a motherfucker.
So I know how to fix that. I'll teach the ladies one day. And the men, I don't discriminate.
That shit was embarrassing as fuck though, no lie. That was embarrassing.
Hey, Thinker.
Hey, do that.
Hey, I just want to make a few announcements if you don't mind.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, first I have a question. Can I block that 2D person or whatever her name is?
You have the power to block whoever the fuck you want to block. Do that.
Okay, I'll block her because she's getting on my nerves, hollering, "Let me up!" And all of you are making my ass itch, typing in the comments, "Let me up." Please stop making demands in this space. Thinker will let you up when she's ready to let you up. If you ask nicely, then maybe I won't mute you, but don't make demands in this space. Y'all, please get the likes to 100K. Follow Thinker on YouTube. She's streaming live there as well at our Thinker. Please visit her merch store in her bio. And also, please, if you can, donate $1, $5, $10 to help Lala and her son get home for the holidays. Her Cash App is in Thinker's bio and also in her bio. So let's make it happen. We appreciate the donations that she's received so far. But y'all, please tap the screen, keep sharing the live, help Thinker reach her gift goal, and enjoy the conversation. All right, and I'll drop.
Thank you, Dudette. Lala's
Bye,
fine.
do
She was on
that.
here earlier. She's just
Bye
resting tonight.
bye.
She's been driving for 20 hours, moving across state lines. Also, y'all, don't forget, if you want to take Biblical Hebrew with myself and Dr. Bowen, the class starts in January. The link to sign up for the class is in the Thinker Live chat. And PayPal does have an option for you to sign up for the class now and make monthly installments, like, and pay later. The class is $250. If you want to do it, I know several people said that they were getting it as a Christmas gift. So if you want to send the link to the person who's getting it for you as a Christmas gift, they can go ahead and sign up and pay later. But I cannot wait to learn Hebrew with y'all. That's gonna be pretty cool. All right. So the next person. Yeah, it's a 10-week course too, and he said it's a master's level course. So it's not some like course that like you would learn like through an app. It's scholarly level. It's a master's course. And so you will know how to read and speak biblical Hebrew at the end. Yeah, I think you can get college credit for it. Don't quote me on that. I remember him saying something like that, but I'll ask him again when he comes in here. But it is a master's level course.
Well, let me go ahead and click this link.
Naj, get the
Naj,
fuck
you
out
are
of my
about to get
box.
blocked.
Yes, like get the fuck out of my box. Y'all are just weird as fuck. PE Mezzo. I think the only person in the box left is Zbe Islami. Zbe, are you in the box on purpose? Oh, there's somebody named Path of Pain. Zbe, are you in the box on purpose? Okay, this person is not connecting. I guess Zbe is not in there on purpose. I'm gonna take him out. Um, the,
Do you see that other one, Grazioso?
yeah,
What the heck?
I took him out the box. Like it's
Okay.
weird. I just need to understand what possessed y'all to hit request over and over and over again. Like I'm confused. Zbe, are you requesting on purpose? The G guy, like literally you were snatched off stage by Dudette, but you're back in the request box. Like, I don't get it. Like, what makes y'all do that? Like, if somebody tells me, right, but you're talking about agnosticism. Like, I don't discuss that here. Like, I don't have anything to say about that. Are you coming up to talk about, like, to just rag on the Christian God? Like, I don't know. You don't believe in labels of religion. Well, you're not religious. Like, you're not, you just believe in a God, but you don't believe in the God that we're talking about. So I don't understand your need to want to be on stage. You can cross over to atheist. Like, the fact that you're saying I can be whatever I need to be tells me that this is going to be an unfruitful conversation for me. I'm not interested in just hearing you talk just for the sake of hearing you talk. Like, you're trying to make yourself be the thing that you think you need to be on stage.
That is kind of pathetic, bro.
Zibe Sami, love, I removed you from the request, but you're back in there. Are you in there on purpose? Y'all, we have to do something else about the therapist on Discord. Turns out we can't actually have a therapist on Discord. And so we have to, it's against the law. So we have to figure out another way of doing things. So we can't do that. Zibe Slami said he while he was working on getting the disclosures together, like to protect people's information, he was told that it was against the law to have a therapist on Discord. Mezzo, hi, how are you, love bug?
Hello, good to hear from you.
Hey, Mezzo.
Hi, language. You know, earlier you had like a really emotional moment, and it was like a sad, heartbreaking, and beautiful like thing. But like, also your name is language the whole time, so it becomes like I can't think about anything else.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. I wanted to, if I could, just talk a little bit about God's nature being contradictory.
Okay.
I love that you have this up here. The longer that you're doing these lives, it seems like you get like more and more atheist. I know for a while you were like, or not too long ago, you were going like, I'm in my atheist phase or something like that. And
I really am.
Yeah. It takes a while to want to say that because like I remember not wanting to use that word for a while because of like, I don't know, I guess the connotations that go along with it or some, whatever reason, like we know growing up that like feels like still a dirty word for a while. But then once you realize it's like, oh, it just means you don't believe in it. That's fine.
But mine is not because I think it's a bad word. It's because I know why believers want, you know what I'm saying? Like they use it as like a talking point. Like they can't think of anything else other than that word, right? And so they'll focus more so on that label than anything. So that's really also another reason why I don't see the need to label myself. And plus also like I just don't care if people believe in a God. Like I really don't give a damn if they believe in a God. I care more about what they do with those beliefs.
I was just writing down like earlier tonight before I came over here that the stuff about people who are like spiritual and into like gems and these types of things, and it's so like it's pretty harmless. It feels to me like, you know, if you're like, I have a bad back, so I have to do physical therapy and get massage and stuff like that. I don't know if any of it works. You just don't know if it works. But while you're doing the yoga, it's relaxing as hell anyways. So like you might as well keep doing it if it feels good for you, even if there's not really some like substantial healing behind it. And I feel that way about with like a lot of the people who are spiritual. Like, okay, have your gems, dope, that's cool. I don't think there's anything like personally secret behind them. But if you like it, they also just look dope in your house. Like it seems like perfectly harmless, and you know whatever like extra benefits you think you get is totally fine.
Yeah, like my daughters have crystals in their room. They've bought me some. I don't do anything with them because I don't know what they do or the purpose of them, but they are pretty nice to look at. But I also think like with spirituality, like to me, I often say that it's like Vegas because anything goes, because that is the realm where everything is immaterial. Nobody can verify anything, and so it's the easiest place to manipulate a person into coerce or extort a person, and get them to believing anything. And so
Yeah.
to me, the whole concept of spirituality makes a lot of this dangerous. It's the tool that's used to, convince people of
It can
certain
be
things.
like
So,
a gateway religion.
yeah.
Yeah, or like a gateway gullibility kind of thing. And we have a bunch around our house too. Like I just fucking love them. They're so cool looking. It's so weird that the earth makes them. So like I love them for natural reasons. And then all the stuff that's like, and this one gives you money. I'm just like, probably not. But I just like that it's green. It's cool. Anyways, that's not at all the topic I came up to talk about. I don't even remember why we got to that. But you know that the contradictory nature is my shit. Like it's like I talk about it all the time nonstop. I think it's great. And I was just writing a little more about it today. So I just wanted to like put a few other ideas out here regarding it. I think you've been in my live when we've talked about all the omnis, right? And omniscience is a little bit scary, because knowing how some terrible things feel to do. Now in my life, I say some really gross stuff here, but I'll spare the people. But like knowing about like what some horrendous evil acts feel like to do is a knowledge I don't want to have. And if you're omniscient, you got to have it. And I don't think you can like have that thought and know that and still be all good. Like that seems like impossible to me.
I agree. That one was really, really good. I was also thinking about like, can an all-knowing God regret? Can he have feelings of regret if he's all-knowing? Can he truly regret killing all the humans in the flood?
So I've heard this argument, and it's one of the ones that I'm kind of like, maybe, like there's some stuff where like I for sure know this tub of ice cream is going to be bad for me. I'm not ice cream's not really my thing, but like this whole like bag of French fries or something, like it's going to be really bad for me. But I still ate it and still regretted it. So sometimes like just knowing the thing, like any single one of the omnis isn't enough to be contradicting, except omnipotent. Omnipotent.
Yeah, but did you know that you were going to do it, right? Like,
I knew I was going to regret it. Like I know I'm going to regret this, but I'm doing it anyways.
but I'm talking about like to the point of like repenting that he's like, I will never do this again, right? Like to the point of
I say that after every bag of French fries.
Yeah, but I'm saying like he knew that they were gonna sin, right? Like you didn't create the ice cream, right? Like you didn't create your body, like him as being all knowing from beginning to the end, right? There at some point, like with you eating the ice cream, you possibly had a thought of maybe this ice cream will make me feel this way, right? And sometimes you eat ice cream and maybe it doesn't make your stomach, feel a specific way. But so like in that sense, you're not necessarily all knowing. You know what I'm saying? Like you wouldn't have the same level of knowledge as the God, right?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I see what you mean. Yeah, yeah. For me, I just think that, all these things sound made up to me, but omniscience alone you could maybe get away with, or maybe not like not the future, but I can imagine a mind that knows everything from the past and knows like everything that is knowable, like every fact. Obviously, I don't think that is the case, but I'm able to like suspend my disbelief for a minute and like engage with just that thing alone. The moment you bring any other of the three into it, like everything falls apart. It just doesn't work. And I talk about this thing a lot. I don't know if you've heard this before, but when I worked in TV, and like the film industry stuff, if you like pitch a show and they buy it and they're like, yeah, we want to do this, we like it, then like the next thing that comes up is they'll say, all right, how are we going to do this show? Fast, good, cheap, pick two. And you can't have all three, right? And I know like other industries use this too. That's just like where I learned it from, where if it's fast and good, it's not going to be cheap. If it's fast and cheap, it's not going to be good. And if it's good and cheap, it's going to be slow. Like it's going to just take a long time to do it. And I think the omnis have a similar, once you start introducing the other things, they kind of knock the other ones out.
Yeah, I agree. I was thinking more so like in the lines of like in the book, just from like what the things that he does in the book that contradicts his nature. Right. I think you're more so on the lines of like the philosophical concept of the omnis. Yeah, and I agree. Like they all three can't exist in the same being and be true. When that one is more so focused on the fact that he contradicts his own nature even inside the story. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, yeah, and there's lots of that too. I mean, yeah, even like if you don't, like it works both ways. So like if you just kind of like escape the Bible for a bit and look at it philosophically, it all falls apart. If you go back to the Bible, it falls apart even more. Like it makes it even worse, The whole idea of salvation is like, it is contra. Oso had that really good question last night. Was that last night? About like, why is he punishing people in the flood who he hasn't given the laws to, kind of thing. And like because he's so in charge, everything is problematic, right? Like everything that goes bad is like part of his supreme ultimate plan. And so it's like, just makes it so dangerous when you include him in it.
Yeah, because like, how do you say that you regret creating humans, right? But you're all knowing, and you knew that the humans were going to do the thing that made you kill them. Like, so can you really regret creating them? You see what I'm saying? Like, you did it knowing that was going to be the thing. Like, it just, to me, it just doesn't. It's very contradictory.
He saw the future. It was bad. He saw in the future that he was going to have to unalive everybody on Earth except for a few people, and then he was like, yes, let's start this plan into motion. Everything is working perfectly, and he saw us. Oops, sorry, banged my mic. He saw us in here banging our mics, and 10,000 years later, whatever, explaining to people that this doesn't work, none of this makes sense, and he said, yes, let's still put that into motion. All the people who were up earlier today, like having these traumatic, terrible, horrible stories, he saw that and said, yes, let's push the green light on this project. It's like, it's terrible. And then tells us not to, right? And says, and don't do all these things that I just did.
And then says, don't question. Like, somebody in the comments just passed by, I was like, you can't question him. Like, that's the thing, right? Like, love me regardless of the fact that I lie to you, the fact that I create you to kill you, right? And don't question me.
I was like, I'm still just like thrown aback by the don't question thing. It feels so obvious when you say that out loud, like you have to know what's happening to yourself, but I guess you can't question it. And I did that myself a lot. Like I remember like, put that down, hide that, bury that thought. Don't think about that thought so often. I know people who say we can't question are burying their questions that do come up in their head, and they're burying them under like, their church clothes.
Under their church clothes is crazy, Mezzo. It's crazy. But,
all right, I just wanted to say hi and pop up for a little bit. I know there was like kind of a slow guest box tonight. I think, when you have people that are like willing to come out, and God, you had some brave people today and share these stories that happened to them or their friends. That'll shut the Christians right the fuck up, because like
I don't even think it shut them up. I think it made them mad, so they came up here and started acting very childish. Like they turn to childish acts when they can't refute the nature of their God. Like they can't refute the fact that a young woman came up here and said that a pastor essayed her when she was 17. And instead, like after that, how dare they come up here and defend this God? They came up here and acted childish. That's their go-to. Yeah. Until there's enough space, like they try to separate themselves from that. And so until there's enough time, enough space between that conversation and the next, they're going to act like that. And then they'll come up here and be clean again, washed in the blood of Jesus Christ, and have these conversations. That's what they're going to do. They need to separate themselves from that story.
Yeah. All right, I'll make room for other people. Thanks for letting me up as always. I love chatting with you and with language. I can't do it. I can't. Can't take you seriously. When is it gonna? What are you just waiting for the next ridiculous thing to happen?
That I am. Yes.
All right, people, come on up here and say something ridiculous so we can get a new.
I know. My name is getting stale. Come on.
If you want to stay on stage, Mezzo, you can. Unless you're trying to get to bed.
No, I'll stay for a little bit. I'll hang out. Okay. Yeah, like maybe half hour.
Okay.
Thanks.
Let's see who's in here. Riley?
No.
You didn't mean to come up?
Oh, no, ma'am, I didn't. I'm sorry.
Okay. I'll take you down. Have a good night, okay?
You too.
There you go, language. Your username is... You got to try to spell it.
It was just...
Ryder was like, what the fuck? Let's see. The way that it takes forever for this box to open. Are you using Studio?
Hell no. I got Sense. That stuff. It sounds so messy. Also, don't have a PC. I run on Mac anyway, so I couldn't if I tried.
Oh yeah, okay. I had to end up buying a PC just to use it. Nevertheless.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
That's good. Are you Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist? Oh, you're a nerd.
I'm an atheist, yeah.
Okay. What you got?
So, for years I just have not been able to just even read the Bible because it's just nonsense. But you have inspired me to, because I hear you say all the time, you read it every day, you study it, and that's obvious. So I decided today to read or listen to the book of Matthew on YouTube. So the Christian God's nature is contradictory. To me, the God of the Old Testament is the overt, malignant narcissist. And I've had some experience with numerous narcissists in my life. So I listened to Matthew, and yes, it is an attempt to make that God's nature, the gentler, kind God. But if you really, I listened to the entire book of Matthew today, and it's the covert narcissist. There was just so many examples that jumped out at me, like, okay, the disciples are sleeping in the boat and a storm comes up and Jesus is like, oh, well, what are you afraid of, guys? What's the problem here, And he calms the storm. Or Peter can't walk on the water and he's like, oh, what's your problem, ye of little faith? Do you see the covert narcissism in
Uh,
the...
help me see it.
Okay, gaslighting is like when you try to make another person think they're crazy because it's
Like it. So my understanding of gaslighting is trying to make a person believe that they're what they are experiencing they didn't actually experience, right? Trying to like mix up facts to get them to believe. So yeah, that's my understanding of gaslighting. So help me see what you're saying.
yeah. So as I listen, line by line on this, I just downloaded YouTube, play the Bible, whatever. I figured if Thinker can do this, I can do this for 2 hours or whatever. But it's one example. Everything that Jesus is saying is covert narcissistic gaslighting. Okay, Peter can't walk on the water, right? He fails. So it's, oh, you of little faith. I see that as gaslighting. Like, you're just crazy because you can't walk on the water. You're crazy because a storm blew up and you thought you were going to die and I was sleeping. So I had to wake up and deal with this for you, imbeciles, the disciples. It just jumped out at me. Everything that Jesus was saying to me was covert gaslighting.
I think I can see the narcissism in it, but I'm still having a tough time saying the gaslighting part of it. But it is very narcissistic to, like, if he is the expert of it, right? Like he's like, oh, I know how to walk on water. Like first he was gonna walk by them. That's the crazy part. He says that he was like gonna stroll on by them when he saw them in the boat. Like he was gonna walk on by. But the like he's the expert of it, and he tells Peter like come out and meet me. And then when Peter begins to fail, he talks down to him as like, oh, ye of little faith. Yeah, condescending,
Yeah, that's the
narcissistic.
top down part. Like
Yeah.
that to me, that's the gaslighting. So it's kind of it's wrapped up in this neat little package of, okay, this is the new nature of the quote unquote Christian God. Also, but it's still the narcissism. It's just covert in a sense, and also there was just one example after the other that was just like blowing my mind. But over and over, oh, you have little faith. Of course, he has conversations that are recorded with, the devil tempting him, but of course, no one else was around to hear this. I don't
Right.
even know where they got that from, but I mean, he is constantly denying the reality of the disciples, and they're going, "Oh, okay, Master, we did, now we know." I wonder, you wonder if people who wrote these books were narcissists themselves. Narcissism is something that even to this day, I work in the legal system, and that's all I'll say, but you have narcissists walking around everywhere in our society. And they've always existed, right? They have to have always existed. And I just see that. just constantly questioning, oh, you just don't have enough faith. And then he also is starting out in Matthew, he keeps referring himself to the Son of Man. And then over time, I guess it evolves to him saying, well, I'm the Messiah, because he asked Peter, who do people go around saying that I am? Like, if you're God, why would you even ask someone that? Who do people say I am? It's like he's worried about his, what others think of him. But then he turns that around on Peter and says, oh, you're the only one who knows I'm the Messiah. I'll build my church upon you, or whatever. And to me, that just all is just kind of like covert narcissism. But anyway, I'll leave it there.
So the reason that he was asking Peter that is because, like, in the Hebrew history, they were waiting on Enoch and Elijah to come back to life. They were supposed to be reincarnated, right? That was one of the signs of the Messiah. Like, they were supposed to be reincarnated, and so he was asking Peter, "Who do they say that I am?" Like, basically, like, are they saying I'm Enoch, or are they saying I'm Elijah reincarnated? And Peter was saying that I know that you are the Messiah. Like, you're not either one of them. You're the Messiah. Like, if you remember, Pilgrim, John the Baptist, when Jesus first comes to John the Baptist, he's called Elijah as well. And John the Baptist denies being Elijah reincarnated, but then later on, there's one of the Gospels says that John the Baptist claimed to be Elijah reincarnated, and so Jesus was asking Peter, "Who are they saying that I am? Am I one of these?" And Peter goes, "No, you're the Messiah." But the writers of the Gospel would definitely have to be narcissistic in order for that whole personality of narcissism to seep off in the pages. I definitely think that they had narcissism. Did they know it was narcissism? I don't know. Like, and it goes back to, like, when we have the conversations with a lot of believers, a lot of them don't know what narcissism is. A lot of them don't know what gaslighting is, and so they do the things because it's kind of embedded into their belief system, and so they may not know that they're being this narcissistic person, and they may not know that they're using gaslighting as a tactic to defend their belief or to convince someone to become a believer. And so I'm not sure if the writers knew that they were doing that, and they thought, like, think about the fact that Matthew, when the writer of Matthew is writing Matthew, his whole goal is to make Jesus fill the prophecies of the Hebrews. And so he knows that he's manipulating shit. You know what I'm saying? So he knows he has to be somebody who don't care about lying, or who doesn't see it as lying, because sometimes in antiquity they would do things like that and saw it as justifiable, right? So he may not have thought that he was doing anything wrong, but he knew that he was intentionally building upon what the writer of Mark said, and looking for different things in the Hebrew scriptures to match to the Jesus. So he had to be manipulative. So he had to have some of these characteristics. You know what I'm saying? In order,
Yeah.
and it's seeping out in his writing, because that's his personality. And then people over the years have read it, taken it as their identity and their belief system, and they've become that thing. And it's like, it's a thought that I just had. Like, just think about the fact that the people that do believe this, that have taken this as their identity, we could possibly be getting some sort of glimpse of the writer of that book. You know what I'm saying? By how people act, how the believers of it act today.
And no, and that's exactly what I'm saying. And that and that's another thing. It's so listening to it. It's so contrived. Like, yes, he's obviously trying to force, or whoever wrote it, force the prophecies into what is being written. Yes, that's very clear, very clear. It's wow. I mean, like I said, it's been a long time since I made myself just sit down and read it or look at or listen to it, and it was just really just struck me as yeah, the narcissism is definitely there. There was something you said, and then I forgot what it was what I was going to say, but absolutely. I mean, if people understood narcissism, if they understood the mind, I won't say the word, but if they would just look at it through that lens, yeah, we grew up as kids believing this stuff is, quote unquote, the word of God. And then if you step back with some education and life experience and understand these psychological disorders, that's what they are. And you read it through that lens, it's wow, it's mind blowing.
Yeah, like I had asked a question the other day about Jesus having the women financially support him, and then the founder of the Nexium cult had the thank y'all had the Seagram sisters financially supporting his cult, well up to $200 million. They gave him $200 million to like build his compound, build his military to defend the cult, to do his classes, and what's the and I asked, like, what's the difference between that man, right, using the Seagram sisters to financially back his cult that he was building, and Jesus using these women that were traveling with him and his 12 disciples financially supporting the cult that he was building? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the difference?
I love Monty Python. Which show was it? Are there any women here? What was that? Holy Grail. I can't remember which one it was, but okay. Well, yeah, I appreciate you taking my call. I'll drop down and keep listening.
All right, thank you for coming up. Have a good night.
You too. Bye.
Thank you. I was writing down the words. I'm like taking some notes here. I was writing down "O ye of little faith," and I like finished the H when you said it.
Really?
That's why I was like, it's that. I mean, it's the same thing. Like she was spot on with like this sort of. I don't know if like technically it would be gaslighting. I don't know if that's quite the right word for it. Like for what the example she brought, but like it's condescending as hell. It's definitely a type of psychological manipulation. Which is gaslighting is one of those. I'm not sure the technical term for it.
I just feel like I don't know why I'm so well, I do know why, because the gaslighting, all the years that I've been through like gaslighting abuse, I think it's important to like really identify and define gaslighting so that people can recognize it, because if we call everything gaslighting, it loses its
yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, devalues it.
Yeah, and like I know for so long, so many people didn't even know that this word existed, right? They didn't know that verbal abuse was a thing, and or that mental abuse was a thing that they, and so I'm really, really sensitive about identifying, narcissism, gaslighting, mental abuse, and not just using it like for everything.
Well, I think narcissism is spot fucking on.
Yeah.
Like for a lot of stuff with the God character, like one of the symptoms is just having like a just extra super need for like to be admired. And like that's what God's whole thing, that's the whole Bible is like he like needs, or at least desires, to be worshiped and praised by humans and loved by humans. That's why he sent salvation, right? Like that's why he did this whole cross thing, so that some of them could come back to me and I could feel their love. It's why, and obviously free will is bullshit, but like it's why they argue, this side or their side argues for free will, because they're saying, well, God wants him like to know that we really love him so he can feel our love more, and it makes our love stronger in that way. Like that's just what he desires. That's why he gave us free will, so that it's all for him, so we could stay in heaven and praise him more. Oh, he's so great.
And then like the question of why does he need this love? And honestly, it's the loyalty that comes with the love, so that you do whatever the fuck he wants you to do, and you won't question him. Like that's the only need for the love. Because other than that, why would an all-powerful deity need mortals to love it? Yep, for obedience. That's straight narcissism. And when you see, there's a video going around on TikTok right now. There's a young lady who just got finished with chemo and she just had a baby. And her boyfriend is videotaping her, and he's like, tell them how many more kids we're going to have. And she was like, maybe 2 or 3. And you could tell she's tired. She's like, maybe 2 or 3. And he's like, no, I want 10. And she's like, we'll talk about it after the treatment. He goes, what treatment? And she just goes, like, and he's not empathetic at all to the fact that she's fighting cancer, right? He's not empathetic to the fact that, she risked her body, her health to even give him one child. Then he's holding the camera up in her face. He told her to state her name, right? It almost looked like a hostage situation, but you know that it's not. Like, he's her boyfriend, but you can see the narcissism just seeping from him, from behind the screen, and how she's afraid, right? Just from him being this, the way he's presenting it is as if, oh, he loves her. Yeah, that's her name. Bad baby. That's the name. The way that he's presenting it is as if he loves her so much and he just wants so many kids with her, right? And he just wants to show the world. But in him doing that, like, it's very, very, you can almost tell that he's a very dangerous person.
Yeah, there's it sounds very terrible, awful, and disgusting. But it reminds me of like this main character syndrome we were just talking about in I think it was my last live. It came up, this thing about people who use the word NPCs. Like, he somehow made it like my wife or girlfriend survived cancer and had a baby, and this moment's still all about me. Like, fuck you. You didn't do anything. Like, yeah.
Yeah. And that's how Jesus is, right? That's how, when the young lady was on stage and she's talking about what she went through, how she got herself out of it, right? And the believers in the comments are, don't blame this on God, right? You still need God. You still need a God. Like, it's all about it. It's like, you survived this thing, but give credit to the God. Although the God, don't pay attention to the fact that the God wasn't there. The God didn't help you, but give credit to the God for you fighting like hell to get yourself out of it.
Well, the God,
you still need a God.
It's worse that the God was there. That's what the other guest said, that like kind of started to break her out of it. And that like shook me a bit. Is such a great point that she heard, like, and Jesus was there with you during these times. Oh, that makes it bad. Like, that makes this worse than you, like, you're trying to say a good thing. That made him way worse. I hadn't thought about that. And he's there loving the other person equally to me while this is happening. Fuck, no. Like, that is like, oh man, it's so wretched.
Yeah, I agree. And somebody said that before, and they told him, well, he was holding your hand, helping you get through it. Right, like that's where the gaslighting comes in.
Yeah, and holding the guy's hand too,
yeah,
helping him get through it.
That whole gaslighting comes in. It's like, oh, but he's a loving God. He has grace for the sinner, but he was your strength. He helped you get through it. He's holding your hand while he's having grace for the one that's doing that to you. He's a loving God, and he has to give everybody a chance. He wants him to change. He's going to change him, and he's going to heal you. That's the gaslighting. That's why I'm saying that gives room for the gaslighting.
Yeah. Have you heard my joke about the footprints on the sand poem? You know the thing where it's like there's like walking and seeing the footprints on the sand, and then this part there's just one set of footprints, and he's like, Jesus, where were you during this part? Like right here in the sand, there's only one set of footprints, and Jesus is like, that's the part, that's your part of your life I was carrying you during. And then the guy says, on the beach? This is the best fucking time of my life. Why didn't you carry me through the hospital? This was great. I was on vacation. You were carrying me then? I was stuck in the hospital for 4 months before this. Anyways, that's it.
That goes back to when I was talking about how the Christians would be like, God helped you raise your kids, and then as soon as a believer, did you hear the beginning of the show where a believer commented on the post and was like, I dedicated my firstborn son to God and he in jail, and the Christian came and the Christian came up under there and was like, don't blame God, blame your son. And I was like, I said, no. It's like, you can't take credit for me raising my kids good and say that your God did it. And then this woman dedicated her son to your God, and you don't want to blame the God for the son that was dedicated to him.
I missed that.
Tamika?
Oh, no, I don't want to join. Sorry.
That's okay. I'll move you back down. Have a good night, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. But yeah, that footprints joke made me think of that. It's like, you only want to carry me. You only want to take credit for carrying me when I was having the best time of my life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, you talk about this a lot where like every like really good thing or thing that they get through and are heroic for. And fuck, you were with me on the live when the guy who was like an EMT was saying he believed.
Yeah.
We were trying to be like, no, you're doing that. That's you. Like, thank you for that. And then, but like when something bad happens, it's like but humans, that's all, man. This thing, you know.
Yeah, that's why I love having the alarm clock conversation with them. But like, they're all under that post. God was with you, helping you raise your kids. He allowed your kids to wake up in the morning. And then somebody just commented was like, God allowed you to breathe. And somebody under the comment was like, this ain't got nothing to do with the topic of this video. Like, all they know how to say is God woke you up. God allowed you to breathe. But if you're gonna say that your God woke me up every day, right? Then is he also responsible when I wake up late? Is he also responsible when my kids woke up late and missed the bus? Like, did he wake them up late? And then they'll say, no, that's you. No, that's your kid's fault. Then God ain't waking me up every day.
Or every time someone passes away peacefully in their sleep. Like, now he didn't wake them up? Like, was he busy? What was he busy doing?
Exactly. They don't want to give the God credit for any of that. They just want to give him credit for doing good things. And then they're not even recognizing that they are the ones that's assigning the credit. Like, there isn't a God coming out saying, Mystic, I woke you up at 8 a.m. like literally, it's you saying God woke me up this morning. You know? And then they'd be like, you're breathing his air. And they're like, okay, well, I'll stop. Like, if I choose, I did respond to one person. I was like, so she was like, God is helping you breathe every day. I said, oh, is he also helping me smoke? Like, if I am, is he in front of me blowing into my nostrils? Am I blowing smoke every time I vape? Is the smoke going into his face? Like, or is it my lungs helping?
God is giving you mouth
breathe?
to mouth every moment of your life.
All day long. And he's enjoying a vape every now and then.
I don't know if you're supposed to say that.
Hey, they said God is helping me breathe, so he also.
No, I mean on
vape.
TikTok. I don't know if you're supposed to say that word.
Oh, I don't know. I've said it before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got busted recently, so I'm all like hyper cautious again. But
What'd you get busted for? What word?
a guest called me the GAYF slur, if that makes sense.
Oh, and you got in trouble for it?
Yeah, it was
Oh.
weird because they said at first it said I was in trouble for something else, and then when I appealed it, they said no, your appeal for this other thing didn't go through, and it like changed what it was. I don't know, it was weird, but Chicago hooked me up. He got me good. We're straight.
Okay, good. That's crazy how TikTok does that. DJ Lethal, hi, how are you?
Fine, thanks. Think of
That's good. Are you Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
neither.
Okay, so then you can't be
I'm
on
sorry.
stage if you're
I'll
not
drop
either
down.
one of
Sorry
those,
about that.
okay?
Sorry, Supreme.
I'm sorry? Did you join on accident? Okay. It's been weird. It's so weird. It's been so weird. The only normal people that have been on stage have been nerds.
You guys say this every single night. I listen to you every night, and every single night you guys are like, "Is it a full moon? What's going on?" It's the Christians. They're the
No,
common denominator. They're weird.
last night was good.
Oh,
Last
really?
night was good. Like, we had fun last night. It's these accounts. Like, these type of accounts. Yeah, they are very strange people. Michelle, hi, how are you?
I am doing well tonight. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing good.
Good.
Are you Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I am a Christian.
Okay. Which topic did you want to discuss?
So I just wanted to come on first just to, I love being a part of these conversations. I think they are eye-opening regardless of whatever, belief system you fall under. Most importantly, not often for the host or the people that join, but mainly for people that are listening, whether they are trying to decide to go one way or the other, but always beneficial. So thank you guys for, continuing to do these, even if we don't agree on things. I just
I just want to make sure you said not often for the host.
Sometimes not for the host, because I usually feel that when I'm a part of panels and with the host, I think everyone is kind of set into what they believe, if that makes sense, because I don't think sometimes these live sessions are to like, I know I see some that are like, talk me out of Christianity or make me believe that, God exists, versus like a panel like this. I kind of are, and listening to everyone, it definitely feels that everyone is kind of set into whatever their belief system is, if that's what I've taken from it.
Can I just say
and honestly, that's not the case. There are
Okay.
a lot of people in here that are still questioning.
No, I'm not talking about I'm not talking about who's listening. I was making reference to the host, and I said I think these conversations are
I know.
because the people.
I know. I have several hosts. Of the show, and not everybody is dead set on where they are in their beliefs.
Yeah. No, this is my first time being a part of this panel. So this, for me, just chiming in, that's the vibe I got from tonight. I've never been on you guys live before, but I just wanted to make a comment in regards to, I remember.
So I don't allow people to come up and make a comment. The way the show works is that you pick a topic on the board and you start a conversation about one of those topics. So this isn't like a open forum unless you are a member of the community. Only the people with the nerd badge next to their user ID can come up and just conversate about whatever they want to conversate about. Does that make sense?
Oh, it does. So I couldn't comment based off of what you guys, wanted to talk more about what you guys.
No, that was a conversation that I was having with, one of my co-hosts here. But you can pick a topic and start a conversation about one of those topics.
Sure. I go with the Christian God is the great deceiver. I feel like that's an interesting one.
Okay. Do you want me
Um,
to tell you why I say that, or do you want to just
yeah.
give your thoughts on it?
No, I would love to hear your thoughts.
The reason why I say that, one of the main reasons is because there is not necessarily any other deceiver that is a god or an entity, like a deity in this
Mhm.
book, other than the God. I know it's talked about, right? This Satan, this devil, is talked about by of humans in the book, but there really isn't a devil or a Satan in the book doing any deceiving work to humans or on humans, for humans, other than what the God wants the Satan or the Satan to do. The God has admitted in the book that he would deceive if he needed to. Um, he usually blesses or has blessed the Israelites while they were in the acts of deception. He overlooks the deception while overlooking, uh, like while threatening to punish the people who are being deceived and blessing those that are doing the deceiving. Um, I also think that the way the New Testament was orchestrated, the prophecies were orchestrated to say that Jesus fulfilled the prophecies. I think that was very deceptive. And I think when modern scholars found out, when they actually like did the research and they found out the truth about a lot of the stuff, a lot of the doctrine or theology that they created um, to reinterpret things, to make things fit modern audiences is deceptive as well, without telling the believers the truth and then saying, here's what we choose to learn from this. I think it's very deceptive.
Okay, and so with that, I guess because if I heard correctly, you read the Bible, but I guess one of my question is where is the disconnect of Satan actually being in the Bible, or if sometimes people you can look at it as an evil force or an opposite of what God. Why is, in your opinion? My question is, how don't you see that it's a Satan or someone that is doing the opposite work of God in the Bible?
So
Because you,
I said, let me clarify what I said,
okay,
that there is not a Satan in this book doing any of the deceiving outside of what the God has told it to do or allowed it to do. That's what I said.
so in regards to, you don't feel like Satan has free will.
Well, not if the God is telling the Satan to do something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, there isn't a Satan in this book saying, I just want to get humans, right? There, that just doesn't exist outside of some human in the story saying Satan wants to do this or the devil wants to do this, right?
Right.
That there just isn't a devil doing those things. The things that I hear Christians believe that a devil or a demon wants to do, the God in this book is often the one doing it, commanding it, or condoning it.
Okay, so to kind of pinpoint your first, when you say you don't necessarily see Satan do that, are you familiar with the book of Job when God asked him what he was doing and he said, I was going to and fro? So at that point, how do you feel about that scripture and that
That he
conversation?
was walking up and down the earth. What did he say he was doing?
He said that I'm going to and fro to see who I can deceive.
He did
And
not
that,
say that.
so that was in, and I just pull up the correct scripture real quick.
I can pull it up.
Oh, okay.
Job is one I'm really unfamiliar with, so I like that we're going here because I hear it come up a lot, and I kind of I don't really know the whole thing, so yeah, I would love to like see what it actually says here.
It says, one day the heavenly beings came to present themselves before the Lord, and the accuser also came among them. The Lord said to the accuser, where have you come from? The accuser answered the Lord, from going to and fro on the earth, walking up and down on it.
Okay. I'm trying to pull up that part. What scripture are you in? That should be about 8 or 9.
This is verse 7.
7.
What you're thinking about is in Peter, where Peter in the Greco-Roman era said that Satan walks up and down the earth seeking to whom he may devour. But it's not in the book of Job. That's something that Peter said way after Jesus died.
Okay, so if we go with that, that's fine. If we're in the First Peter, couldn't really remember where that one was from. But even if that was said and Jesus was way gone, so I guess my question that I'm asking you is that not into reference of the enemy having a choice to do what it is that he wants to do?
So remember what I said, that there isn't a devil in this book doing anything that the humans say this devil wants to do outside of some human saying, this is what the devil wants to do, right? That's what Peter did, right? Peter said, the devil is walking up and down the earth seeking to whom he may devour. What Peter did was took the book, what he read in Job, and added to it. That's what a human did. A human added to the story of Job, because we can clearly see that that was not the accuser's response to this God, right? And then what I said was, there isn't a devil in the book doing anything that the God does not allow or condone.
Yeah, I think that's where we kind of like disagree, because I do feel that Satan does have a free will to do things. And
I didn't say he doesn't have free will. I said there's not a devil in the book doing anything that Christians believe a devil wants to do to Christians.
Could you give me an example
without the
of that?
God condoning it? How can I give you an example of it if it's not in the book?
Well, you said what Christians usually say, so could you give me an example of that?
Like Christians believe that a devil wants to convince them to be liars or convince them to do wrong, right? A devil is out to make them suffer. A devil is out to possess their bodies, right? To make them evil people, right? A devil wants to convince them to not be Christians. Like, there is no devil in this book doing any of that outside of what a human is telling you that a devil wants to do. The only person or the only entity in this book that is doing that stuff or commanding that stuff is the God.
I think that's where we differ. So if we go back to one of even your points here on the left, where we're talking about what Christians believe, because I do believe that is an enemy that definitely wants to separate us from God and by any means necessary, and cause division for us not to believe in God, or not for us to believe, or most importantly, question his character. And even if we look at some of the things, even one on the board over here, when we talk a little bit more about slavery, I personally
Hold on. I don't want to switch topics. I want to stay on the topic that we're talking about the
So
God.
the topic that we're talking about is that I do feel that Satan is here as a divider to separate us from God. And
well, we're not talking about your feelings, right? The topic that we're talking about right now is there's not a devil in the book doing those things. Like, I know what you feel
and that's
as a
where
Christian.
I wanted to point, when even if we point something in the Bible,
Yeah,
if
can
we
you do
point
that?
to there as slavery, slavery is a divider when we're talking about what does that look like, especially in the Christian community. Slavery has been one of those things, especially in the Black community, that in a religion standpoint, a lot of people feel that it's either a white man's religion or it's not. It was made up by men because of so many things that were done. And slavery was one of those things that I personally feel that the enemy used to divide us.
What do you think the God of the Bible wanted slavery to be a unifier?
You said, I'm sorry, say that again?
Are you saying that the God of the Bible wanted slavery to be the great unifier?
Well, slavery was not intended or is not how we view it today. Slavery was
How
never.
do you view slavery today? Like what's so different about slavery? Defining slavery, the definition of slavery today
Mhm.
versus the definition of slavery back then.
So, slavery in the Bible or the Old Testament had more so to do with it was, and I know a lot of people may not even understand it, it was very common. They were not abused when you had a.
We're not
So,
talking about treatment. What is the definition of slavery today
but it's
versus the no, we're not talking about treatment. First we have to identify. We have to define it first. What is the definition of slavery today versus the definition of slavery back then? The definition.
I think what people view slavery today is for some type of gain. Like it's intended for an individual
You're giving a
or.
why. I need you to define slavery, and this is where the confusion right comes in. And then also, like, I hate when Christians do this. I think people like you guys may not understand this, or most people don't understand. Like, don't assume what people understand, right? Because you may be really surprised that the people in this room have studied the shit out of slavery in the ancient Near East and have compared it with the antebellum
Well, I
South.
said some people. I'm just making
But
it
I'm saying, like,
very,
don't make assumptions like that. Like, it sounds very condescending when you do that.
I think you sound very
I
condescending.
think you
And
think
I'm
I
really
sound
trying to
condescending
have,
because
yeah.
I'm articulating, right? I'm not. What I'm
No, I
saying, when
think,
you say, I'm just letting you know that that sets a very bad tone when you say some people may not understand, like we don't know, right? What slavery is. When
I
you
would have
are,
loved to have
I'm
finished my
sorry,
thought
can I
process,
finish? Can I
but
finish? Can I finish?
I think if you want Christians, I feel like you've
No,
been
I don't
very.
have to allow you to speak over me. I don't. I don't have to allow you to speak over me. You have changed the topic. I've asked you not to. You did it anyway. I asked you to stay on the deception and you changed the topic anyway. Okay. Now, when we're talking about slavery, the confusion comes in because many people want to talk about the treatment of slaves in the antebellum South and not focus on defining what slavery is. Once we define the institution of slavery and what slavery is, we identify those institutions in the book, then we can have a discussion and compare the treatment of slaves within those institutions in ancient Israel and the antebellum South. But first, we need to define slavery on your terms. What is the definition of slavery versus in this Bible versus today? Can you do that for me?
I sent you an invitation to unmute.
Hello?
Yes. Are you able to define slavery? And
Actually,
what
I
definition are
really
you
thought the
using?
energy was going to be completely different. I do think you're a bit rude, and mainly.
Okay, bye.
They get so sing-songy when they're crashing. Like their voice kind of starts to go like ah da 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 da. Like I recognize it because I have 9-year-olds who whine, and I can tell like when they're actually reporting something dangerous happening versus they're tattling to try to get their brother in trouble. You know what I mean? Like when it's this fake, like they're just starting to fall apart, and I don't know what to do, and so like I'm gonna sing this next thing that you're rude to me.
If you want Christians to come up, then you better let Christians do whatever they want. No.
That was a wild pivot that she did too. Like she brought up the whole thing, talked about the like we were in Job. I was still reading Job. I didn't get to
Mm-hmm.
finish that, and then she was suddenly changed topics, and you like very clearly said not to, and she just like bulldozed right through it. I didn't realize the next verse, like what you were showing, like one verse down is God just going, "Hey, you want to fuck with Job?" Right?
Yep.
Like he just
Yep.
brings it right up, and Satan's like, "What, bro?" I mean, I guess, sure, yeah.
A lot of believers think that what Peter said in the New Testament is what is in Job. They don't realize that Peter added to it. And so when their preachers are preaching about the devil wanting to is going up and down the earth seeking to whom he may devour, the preacher inserts that in the story of Job, and they think that this Satan came to God and was like, "Give me Job. I hate that he's faithful to you, and I want to fuck up his life." That's how preachers preach it to people, and they get really shocked when they learn that it was their God that put Job on the table.
There's
And
a
that
lot. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say that, and the Satan wouldn't do nothing but minding his own business. And then they'll say, "Well, what do you think he was walking up and down the earth doing? What do you think he was just walking up and down the earth?" I mean, you don't get to insert that.
He was planting trees. For all we know, like just trying to I just got to make some more. Like I love the tree of knowledge, and those were good, but I just there's not enough redwoods. We have no idea.
And then on top of that, like his job title is to be the accuser, right? So like the gods, like a Satan is a fourth level deity, like he's a fourth level entity, according to the Canaanite pantheon, right? Which this god came from, what most Christians don't realize. The Satan is a fourth level entity that does the bidding of the gods. That's their role. That's why there are multiple Satans in the book. And this Satan's role is to be an accuser, and the gods will bring somebody to the Satan and ask for the Satan to basically list off things that person could be accused of. So like that's the job of the Satan, is to accuse either deities or to accuse mortals. So it's a job title. So even so the Satans in this book wouldn't have a vested interest in humans whatsoever. They don't love humans. They don't hate them, because their job is just to accuse the God, accuse the angel, or accuse a mortal. That's their job title. And they can't do anything unless a God tells them to do it. That's their role in the pantheon.
What is a fourth? What do you mean fourth level entity? That's Dungeons and Dragons. That's not real.
So the pantheon, in the pantheon, and there are levels to the pantheon. So you have the supreme God, which was El Elyon, right? Then you have a second level deity, which would be Yahweh, which would be the sons. Third level deities, which would be the daughters, and then you have the fourth level deities, which would be the angels, the Satans, right? Like the different levels.
The
like
rest
the 70
is that the divine council?
Yeah, the divine council.
Yeah. Okay. That was so nerdy. I loved it. Okay, thank you.
I know, and it's like she's talking about this like this facts, but it just helps you when you're studying. You're like, oh, okay, and then you'll start recognizing other gods in the Bible, and like even Babylon had, their pantheon and their levels, and like yeah.
Do you have are your glasses taped together in the middle?
They used to be. I wear glasses.
Actually, Satan is a fourth level entity.
Did you think that I named this group nerds just like out of the literally I was like, oh my God, we got to be the nerds. And I sat down and I thought about like different things for the acronym to mean, like that deals with what we were doing. And so it stands for Nerds Examining Religious Dogma.
You can't make the N in nerd also be nerd.
Yeah.
I don't know if you could do I don't know if that counts as an acronym. What does that nerd stand for?
Nerd stands for Nerds Examining Religious Dogma. That's what
does that nerd inside of nerd stand for the same thing?
No.
It's a different acronym. Mm-mm. Okay.
No, nerd is not a nerd is a word, right? So I just used the regular word. Yeah. Yeah. What's your name?
It just says user 44 or 47. Some user.
I think she's an AI.
Hey guest, are you real? Yeah, come off mute and prove your existence.
Hello, are you there? Okay, I don't think they're there. I hate that that other person got so butthurt. Like I thought we was going to be have a good conversation finally. Like, goodness gracious.
She started really good.
She did. She started really good. And then
She picked a good topic. It was popping for a minute there.
somebody in the comments was like, "This is your time to shine." And I guess she was just like, "No, it's not."
They said that to her.
Yeah.
Thank you. A really good bottle.
Oh, hell no. Hello? You see why we say weird? You see?
I can't handle that.
That was disgusting.
Et al. Al? Okay. I would have left too.
Whew. Tough one.
That's okay, Al. TikTok be fucking y'all up, throwing y'all on stage. So I see friendlies in the guest request. Maven, are you in the box on purpose, love? Phil, Z-Bay Salami, I don't think you're in this box on purpose. I've asked you several times and you haven't responded. Oh, your phone was in your pocket. Yeah, Joshua, you can come up. Maven, are you in the box on purpose over here? I might have to change the questions, guys, because I don't know, the questions have gotten harder for the Christians. I don't know. I don't know how to like basic them down enough. Y'all know I hate using the word dumb, so I'm not going to say that word. I'm not going to say that. But I don't know how to like make it basic.
Can I say it?
I don't like that word, Mezzo.
Okay.
Like I can't. Like
It's your live.
I'll say something's dumb, but I don't like calling people dumb or referring that a person saying that a person something. Like I don't like that. Yeah, simplify. Thank you. I don't know how to simplify the questions enough. But hey, Joshua.
Hi. It's gonna be quick because I'm not good at.
Is this my first time hearing your voice?
Probably. Like I'm pretty sure, unless I think maybe in the Discord once.
Oh my god.
What's your question? I had two quick questions. One for you and then one for Mezzo because it's like two birds, one stone. One. Did you ever finish watching Preacher?
I won't let myself because I'm mad that there is no. I was told there were 8 series. 8. I haven't. No, I won't let myself. Did you finish it?
Yes, but like only reason I bring it up because like I don't really care for the third season. Like I think I don't know the last season is like where I think I mentioned it in the comment where I said like they kind of pegged the God character right.
They did?
Right? Yeah, and like you don't even
Wait, they made him turn out to be good?
No. Oh,
okay.
But they kind of like got his like if you were to personify
the
deity,
okay.
They got him like point like but yeah, I would say well, if you're not gonna watch it,
go ahead and spoil it for me because like yeah, spoil it for me because once I found out there were no more seasons, I stopped watching it. So go ahead and spoil it for me.
The plot kind of I don't really care for the end of the plot. I just like the character development between like because like the last season is more just like I can't remember his name, but I'm bad with names in general. Who's the preacher? Jesse. Finds God, I don't know. Just watch, like, if you're gonna watch an episode, it would be like just the very last episode, because like I feel like they knew like they had got canceled, so they kind of like tied a nice little bow on it. Like the only character, but I do like how that's one of my favorite analogy, like vampire mixing into the genre of religious, like where they have the comparison between like an everlasting, like I don't know what Christians strive for, and then the vampire character. I feel like I'm rambling. I'm sorry.
So I do see how the vampire character is tied into it, and then we watched the Dracula 2000. Did you watch that with us on Discord?
I came in at like literally the last 10 minutes of it, where
Yeah,
I
and
saw like okay, like he was like hanging from the neon crucifix.
and Judas was the vampire, and that the curse was put on Judas for betraying Jesus to have eternal life on earth, sucking the blood of immortals. Of mortals. I think that was like interesting, but there's always this vampire like story attached to Christianity, because I think because of the blood thing. But yeah, I think it is interesting. Hector said there's a third season coming, but y'all keep telling me stuff like that. Y'all told me there were like eight seasons.
No, not for that show. I feel like that show ended like over a year ago. 'Cause I watched it when it was on Hulu, and then it like switched to. They just took it off of
Oh,
Hulu
okay.
and moved it to Netflix.
Oh, okay. He said he thought you were talking. You said Reacher. No, we're talking about the show Preacher.
Reacher sounds interesting,
Yeah.
Preacher's really
but
good.
but I mean, I do like the show. I feel like my favorite character. Who is your favorite character so far?
The what was his part? The woman's name.
Tulip.
Tulip. Yeah, Tulip was my favorite, and then Humperdew. I just Humperdew just made me laugh. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. I just think it was funny just to see the whole concept of, because we talk about the incest in this book, like down to like Abraham and Sarah, Jacob, Jochebed and Amram, Isaac and Rebecca, Jacob and Leah and Rachel. Like they're all family, right? And so like when you think about the Humperdew character and you get down to Humperdew, like it just makes sense, like trying to keep the bloodline pure, like, and the family just keep sleeping with each other. By this time you get to this type of Jesus, and it's like it's just hilarious to me. And then ever since I've watched that show, sometimes I'll just be thinking to myself when I'm talking to a believer that says like crazy shit, I'll just be thinking to myself like, this is a Humperdew follower.
Yeah. I forget. I was
I
gonna
haven't
say
watched
something.
it.
I think you'd like it. It's irreverent,
I
and
started it, but I need to like watch quiet shows. My house is so loud all the time. When I like get time alone to watch TV, I want like super quiet stuff.
I did have a question, and then this is gonna sound. I don't know how to phrase this. I had a question about your profile picture. That is, I've always wanted to add. Is that you in your profile picture, or is that
Wait, me or Thinker?
you?
Yeah, that's my face. I mean, I like photoshopped it into like a space nebula.
Oh,
That's my face too.
see, now I can't say what. No, I mean, and that because I don't know, something about it is like it makes, now that you say what it is, I completely see that it's just space. Before I was like, this is like some Walking Dead. The eyes haunted me. I was like, where is that from?
No, it's my eyes are just closed. It's like if you see the like larger image of it, you can very clearly see what it is, but it's not very great for like a profile picture. It's just like looks like a weird bleeding
I think it's
line.
cool. I thought your eyes were.
It looks.
I thought it was supposed to look like your eyes were open, but they're just like white.
That's what I
That's
thought, and
yeah.
it was like something about like in how
Oh, I
it's
see that. Like,
highlighted.
yeah, I'm trying to
It
like
looks
no,
like
those
a
are my just like eyelids. My eyes were closed during this picture.
well.
I've been wanting
I
to
was just
change it. Like not like honestly before you said this, I've been thinking about like if as this potential exodus, dare I say, of TikTok happens, if we all have to go somewhere else, then I might like rebrand as I move or something like that, and like keep my. I like the name Mezzo's good, but just like make a more brighter, noticeable like picture than this dark, spooky thing. So that's it is interesting that you brought it up because I've been talking about it. Yeah.
well. That was my only question. I, I I'm gonna hop back down because I now that I'm getting nervous. Just to, how do I?
I'll take you down. Thank you so much for coming up, y'all.
uh,
All right, have a good night.
Yeah, I've been looking through the Twitch stuff again. Twitch is where I like did all my music things. And so I have already got, 2,000 followers over there, which isn't huge, but it's a good like start. And anytime you have to start
Yeah,
at
that's
zero
what's
is
up.
like hard. It's harder to get followers there than here. I've been doing this. I did Twitch for like 3 years and got to 2,000. I did this for, a few months and got to 5,000 or 6,000. So this is way faster. But it's a good start, but it's going to be really weird if I go back over there and start doing this, and all these people who like my music are like, "Why are you yelling at God? Like, what are you doing?" It's going to be like a weird, rude awakening for a lot of them because we didn't get into that stuff over there. So I'm thinking about it.
Hater, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm 19 also.
In the middle, it says 21 plus. So I gotta drop you, and it's not because we're hating on you.
I'm 22. I'm 22. I'm 22.
Too late. You already said 19, bro. What the fuck?
Can I say how much I like that your thing says "I say curse words" with an exclamation point? I think like there's I do not like graffiti. I can't stand graffiti. But there's a few graffitis that you see every now and then that like you're like, all right, that's funny. And there was one in my old neighborhood that my wife and I used to crack up at that just said, "I'm down to crime." That's all it said, just like "down to crime." And it was like, well, you're doing it. You did it. Like you're living your best life right there. You obviously were criming when you wrote this. And it reminds me of that. Like this would be a funny graffiti to not put a curse word, but just to say, "I say curse words," like sign it anonymously.
I figured if I put a curse word up there, TikTok would take me off the FYP.
It's funnier that you don't, because now it's like this mystery. We're like, well, which ones is she gonna say?
But they still cry when I do curse. Like that's what's crazy. It's like, oh my god, I didn't know. Like that. Like today, the guy where I was saying, "Don't bullshit me." He was like, "I'm not BS." He said, "No," he said, "I'm not bull-essing you." Like, just say BS, guy. I'm not bull-essing you.
I got called out on it recently because I was talking about how like people were fucking each other, or like if I fucked you here or something like that to some guest, and they were like, "You just can't, you can't swear." And I was like, "Oh, okay." And so I went through the same thing, but with like really technical, like anatomical terms, and it was just so much grosser. Like it's way more disgusting always to use the like. So if my penis pressed through the anus ring, like it just becomes like so much like more real. Like it makes it
like
visceral.
I'm helping you by saying fuck.
Yeah, because now you don't know how I'm fucking, but if I'm going to list it out. We're getting into positions.
Oh my gosh. Gio, hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing good. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a non-cannibalistic atheist.
That's like the Sadakmak of atheism.
Yeah.
Because real atheists go full into it and eat each other, but not you. You're a lukewarm atheist.
I ran some numbers you might be interested in. I was
What's
thinking
that?
if you take into account all the people who have undid since Christ, and you give them 1 minute per decade of their lives, they'd get about 70 or about 7 minutes to go through the judgment with the Lord. And if you look at that, you find out that the Lord is about 1,000,000 years behind schedule. So anybody who unlives now would have about 1,000,000 year wait before they would come up on the queue.
That's fine with me actually, because like that's just your own time, right? You know, like
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with like a little chill out time after like, gosh, life was hard.
That's why they need eternal life.
Yeah, it makes it easier for us. It makes it easier for us since we're wrong, you know.
I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna use that in one of my discussions.
You got to get a calculator out and have like the kind that you crank and the paper, you know, like the old receipt kind where you go and crank it out. It's like it says here that we only have 7 minutes.
Put on one of those visors they wear at casinos.
Yeah, exactly.
Leave it up to an atheist mind though to come up with some shit like that. It's like, let me crunch these numbers. Like that was so demonic.
Yeah.
God's Accountant is a great like sketch. You know, like that, like it's good. Like they wouldn't do it on SNL, but like some sort of like a YouTube channel would be like, God, we're crunching the numbers, and you've unalived more people than Satan has in the Bible. We have to calm down. He's just like
Right.
a like super wealthy, like privileged God who's like whatever to everything.
Bash calls himself God's Yahweh's math tutor. He said that dude is bad with numbers.
Yeah, Bash could play the accountant. That'd be great. I'll have him play the accountant. Get
That
Oso
would
to
be
be God.
funny. Like the day that he went off and about Jesus giving the Jewish people his first time here fish sandwiches and free healthcare. Did you see that?
I've heard about it. I don't think I wasn't in the room for it, I don't think. But I've heard him talk about it a little bit.
No, he made a video about it, and I took the sound from his video and I pretended that he was talking to me while he was yelling and that I was a Christian. Yeah, it went viral. But everybody was in the comment was like, I agree with it. I need to see his face. I need to see his face.
Imagine if they switched over and having to blockchain to keep track of everybody, and then that server went down and they lost everything.
Someone in chat just said they can like vision Bash calling God handsome, and that's amazing.
Mm-hmm. Handsome. Listen, handsome.
Handsome, we're running out of chairs up here. We like there are too many souls.
You got a bigger body count than the devil does, handsome. Like, and the people are starting to recognize it, and then he'll like placate them and be like, what does 1 plus 0 equal? 1 plus Satan 1, right? Say 1 plus 0 equals 1. Handsome, you in 23 million, handsome.
What's Satan's 1?
Job's the Job story. So not really one person, but there's one story where Satan is responsible for killing Job's family because the God gave Satan the power.
So he did do a few. Yeah, I wasn't sure if like it was actually 0, but he actually like, I mean, in the story, like actually did those particular. Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, it's obviously still like hundreds of millions less than God's, but
yeah, but still, like you would still honestly, I think, give it to the God because it was the God's power that did it, and he's the one who told Satan to do it. He told that it's the time to do it. So like, but there is an article online where they actually like calculate the amount of people that God killed versus Satan, and they only give Satan 10, which he actually killed more than just the Job's offspring, because you got all the servants, the slaves, right, that were in each catastrophe. And so he killed more than just 10, but they're giving 10 to Satan and then all the rest to the God in the calculations. Which is odd, which is crazy as hell. And that anytime I ask a Christian, I bring that topic up and I say, just show me in the Bible where the devil is doing these things. They can't do it.
You know that one that I bring up all the time that I talk to you about, where like in Samuel it says the Lord asked for the census, but then in in Chronicles it was Satan asked for the census. And that one is so great because they change it to Satan. They're like, there, whew, that was close. We fixed that story. But then like 2 paragraphs later, when all the unaliving happens, they don't fix that part. It still says that the Lord God went for the 70,000 people with a pestilence. Like, you were already in there with whiteout. You already were making changes. Why don't you fix this part to be better? Like, you could have really like helped out here, guys.
We learned why the other day in the book. You know the book I'm reading after each live, How to Read the Bible?
I didn't know what it was called. I've like kind of come into a little bit of that, and I've been listening to some of that. It's fucking fascinating. It's really cool.
Yeah. And he basically said that the chronicler, the reason why those stories are basically fables, and he's the chronicler is writing from a stance of what he wished, how he wished things had gone. Yeah, and so he wasn't trying to be factual at all. And he had a specific theological theme that he was trying to put forward. So that would be why he just, changed it from God to Satan.
Well, he still fucked up.
Yeah.
And why not be like, and then next, after that, there was sunshines and rainbows for everybody. And everyone was just super happy and fed, and the earth was beautiful. Like, if you're going to fix it to how you want it, why are you still having all the terrible stuff? They love it. That's why I figured it out. They love that stuff.
It's all-star wrestling, sort of.
Gio, did you have anything else you wanted to add before I try to bring up somebody else?
Not really.
All right. Thank you for coming up. I hope you have a good night, okay?
Yeah. All right. You take care.
Right.
Later, Gio. I'll stay for one more, and then I'm going to head off to bed.
All right. If we get another one, because, I don't know. I think we have out-Christianed them.
I'm really intimidating.
Yeah. You and Dr. B, whenever.
That really long pause before. Yeah.
This happens every time you and Dr. B come
Yo,
up. They get scared. They get scared to come up. How old are you?
I'm 22.
What year were you born?
So I just wanted to I was born in 2003.
2003.
So I wanted to
wait. 2003. You would be 21.
No, what?
You would be 21 in 2003.
No. I was born January 1st, 2003.
You would be 21. You won't be 22
be 22
until next year. No, you won't be 22 until next year. Go ahead. I think you're lying about 22. Your age.
Okay. Well, anyway. So listen.
Happy
wanted
birthday.
to discuss with you.
What did you say, Vessel?
I wanted to discuss.
I just
with you.
wishing him a happy birthday next month. I'm excited for his birthday.
I wanted to discuss with you whether or not God exists.
I don't want to discuss that with you. I don't care about that.
Well, you have written.
I don't. Listen. I don't care whether your God exists or not.
Well, clearly,
I don't care about that. This is the wrong life. I don't give a damn whether the God exists or not.
Well, you have his nature is contradictory.
Do you see any one of those? Do you see either one of those talking about his existence, debating whether he exists or not?
Well, clearly you're saying
I don't give a damn about. I don't care if your God exists or not. If you want to have that type of conversation, go find a life that wants to discuss that. Shut the fuck up. God damn. You can't make me have that conversation with you. I don't give a damn about debating
Sure.
whether the God exists.
Okay,
Shit.
sure. Okay. I want to discuss whether or not his nature is contradictory. So where's going to be the contradiction in his nature?
What God do you serve?
Jesus.
So are you a Muslim?
No.
You are a Christian.
Yeah. You do know Middle Eastern Christians exist, right?
Are you a Christian? That's all I need to know.
Yeah. I literally just said yes.
And you believe in the God of the Hebrew Bible.
Yeah.
I don't know why I think this dude is lying.
Oh, it's because he did.
Because I have an Arabic name?
No, because I just think you're lying. You already lied about your age.
I'm literally okay. I'm literally up
You
here.
if you were born in 2003. Listen, I have children your age. If you were born in 03, then you will be 22. If your birthday is in January, you won't be 22 into January. Like that. Why the fuck are you lying about your age?
Why? Okay, that this doesn't matter in the context of this conversation. It just
does matter because if you're the same little 19-year-old that came up before and then tried to lie and say you were 22, it does fucking matter.
What?
Wait,
yeah.
If you were born in January of what year? 2003? Did you say?
Yeah, 2003.
Yeah, that makes you 20 for 2023.
No, what?
And then 21 for 2024.
Do you know how to calculate, bro?
Yeah, he would have turned 21 in 2000 this year.
Listen.
And then next year he's 22. But he's lying. He's the 19-year-old. He's the 19-year-old that came up here before. Yes, you are. You're fucking lying.
Really, if you're using age as an excuse to not conversate with people, it shows that you lack the intellectual capacity.
Sure, I don't give a fuck about your reverse
So you're gonna have to
psychology.
show the internal contradiction here because I've been waiting for.
Shut the fuck up, 19-year-old kid.
The internal contradiction is that you're a liar.
I think that's that hater guy. Yeah, that's him. That's that 19-year-old who tried to lie and say he was 22. Couldn't even fucking get the math right. Hug nude dude? Huge nude dude?
No, it's I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I my name is offsetting.
I love it.
I made it. I'm an immature person as an adult. I'm sorry. But I do want to say, I agree with you in terms of the Old Testament. It condones a lot of horrible things.
Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm more agnostic.
We're getting a lot of agnostics on stage tonight. I wonder why that is.
So, when you say you're agnostic, I think, and maybe I'm totally wrong about this, but it seems like you have to say to what? Like I'm agnostic to lots of things, but if you just say I'm generally agnostic, it doesn't really mean anything. And I know we're talking about God, so we assume we mean that, but I think you have to say to a specific religion.
I'm sorry if I don't.
So I was just gonna say, you would say, I'm agnostic to the Christian God, or I'm agnostic to the Muslim God, or give us more specific.
No, I'm agnostic to any spiritual nature. What I would say is, I am more of a science boy. I'm 99.9% science and mathematics and the believing of how things go through in nature in terms of any scientific evidence, but in terms
so you're agnostic, meaning that, because people use this word colloquially and philosophically, and it has kind of two slightly different meanings. So the only reason we ask is because you might not be like, this might not be the right conversation for you, and we just want to make sure that you're in the right place so you're not wasting your time, right? So like agnostic can mean philosophically it's like it's an epistemological claim, which is like it's a claim about knowledge. Agnostic means like I don't know if it is possible to know, kind of, really, like that's closer to what it means. But if you're saying so like you can be an agnostic atheist or you can be an agnostic Christian. But if
Well,
you're
I
using
would
it
not.
more colloquially, it just means like I don't know, I'm on the fence.
Well, no, I'm not succumbed to any religiosity or anything like that. What I'm saying is I'm agnostic to any um, s- spirituality or any religiosity out there outside of anything of whatever what everybody thinks. Like what I'm used to is, you got these other ideas, and then I'm outside of that. There's this 0.1 percentage to where I'm just alone in this own little spectrum, and then 99.9% of people believe in whatever. I'm just alone in this spectrum to where, you know, I don't believe in any of that, and can you just leave me alone? Um,
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely leave you. I have no idea what like your like the words that you're putting together aren't making full sense to me. I don't know if maybe
okay.
thinker or language, if you have any idea. Like it seems like you're.
I'm drinking a Diet Coke.
Yeah, I mean that's probably a good move here. I don't know, like the things I know you have a thought, but it's not coming out to us the way that you might think it is. But
You guys
let
believe
me
in
ask more clearly. Do you
people.
believe?
People
Do you
believe in
believe?
stuff,
Do
and
you
I
believe?
don't. People believe in
Hey,
stuff,
huge
and I
nude
don't.
dude.
Okay, that's it.
Do you believe that the Christian God is real?
No,
Okay. Did you ever? Did you used to?
no.
Okay, so atheist is the word. Just say.
Well,
Just say
what
I'm an atheist.
atheist is a complete disbelief in everything. I want to leave my mind open to something. Maybe there's something possible, and that's why I say agnostic.
But to the Christian God, you're an atheist, right? So like if technically, like if someone
You just
believes in
completely
Vishnu, then
defaulted.
they're an atheist to Jesus, but a
You
theist to
completely
Vishnu.
you completely misrepresented what I actually said. No, I said
I'm
okay.
correcting what you're saying. You're using the words a little bit incorrectly. I'm just trying to help you so that we can like clarify where you're at, and then we can get to the point. And like,
Agnostic is literally the definition of I'm there but I'm not there all the way. It's kind of that, you know what I mean?
you're where?
It's one of them things to where, I don't believe in a God per se, but maybe there might be something out there.
Right. I
But a
understand that
small
with like a
percentage.
general kind of God or any other God or something, but like this whole thing is about the Christian God. We're talking about like the Abrahamic gods, specifically the Christian God. So if you don't believe in that one, you can say when it comes to the Christian God, I lack a belief in that God. I'm atheistic to that God. And then we can I'm trying to help you so you can actually do the conversation.
Well, uh, um, I don't know whether that God or this God or other gods exist. I mean, they're all formidable, and they're all somewhat of something that people believe, and I don't know whether I can prove them wrong or right. So
Well,
that's why
yeah,
I'm
it doesn't sound like you're
agnostic.
deconstructing, but you're definitely this viewpoint is under construction. So I don't know, maybe that counts enough. Uh,
But I don't I
How do you
highly
say
doubt
that?
that it would be
I'm
like a
you.
beneficial. I'm sorry, I'm talking now.
I'm
That
sorry.
it would be like beneficial because, like he said, he's already said that he does not believe in the God that we are discussing in this room. Even if he's looking for a God, we wouldn't be the room for him to find that. You know what I'm saying? Like he's already said he has no belief in the Christian God.
Exactly.
So yeah, yeah. So there's no need for you to be on stage. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Like
it's
we're
one of
not
the.
like we're not here to help you find a God, and the conversations in here are not focused on uh, you know, walking you through your questions of agnosticism, helping you get to Gnostic beliefs about a God. You would have to find a live that's focused on that. That's not this live. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I just actually wanted to come in here and kind of understand what you guys are talking about as well.
I think the best place to do that from, though, is the comments and not the stage. The
Okay.
stage is for people who are going to participate in one of the topics on the board, and those people would either be current Christians, people who are considering or are in the process of deconstructing their Christian belief, or people who have deconstructed that belief and they want to they're currently researching and they want to share information. Those are the only three types of people that are allowed to participate in these conversations. Okay.
Okay. Should I leave?
I think you don't have to leave the live. Like, you're more than welcome to stay in the comments and listen. If you ever partake in any research about the Christian God, and there's information that you want to share about your research, you feel free to come back and do that. But like you've already said, you don't believe in the Christian God. You don't necessarily have anything to add of value, right? To the conversation about the Christian God. So you're more than welcome to stay in the comments and listen, see what we're about. And if in the future you have something of value to add, you can come back up, okay?
You know what? Absolutely. I respect that. That is valuable information. And I just wanted to come in and just speak my, consecutive voice over here. But I will, I will go. I will go, and I'm sorry to intrude.
It's okay. No intrusion at all. Chill in the comments with us and see what we're about, okay? Have a good night.
Somebody said put some clothes on.
Don't do that. Please don't do that. Please go down to the chat naked. And people in the chat, like, scoot over, make a little room. There's a naked guy coming. He's just like, let him through the aisles there. I wanted to ask him about if he actually like went to, like, if he was a nudist. If he was
that would have been an interesting conversation right there. I would have let him stay on stage for that.
Yeah, make a fifth topic that also, do you like to be naked? The fifth
Were
thing.
you in the Garden of Eden? Do you prefer the garden? Do you prefer
We need to
the
go
Garden
back.
of Eden?
We need to go back to how it was.
Pre-tree.
Pre-tree. I went to a like nudist resort one time with my wife.
Did?
It was so fun. It's so cool. I think it's one of those things everyone should do. Like, everyone should try to like go on stage and either like, do some sort of talent, karaoke or comedy or something like that. Everyone should try sushi, right? Like, there's like certain things that like everyone should try to do once before you stop existing. And I think that's one of them, because it's so weird. It's so weird how unweird it is. Like, the whole time there, you're like, this is weird. This is going to be strange. And then you see the people that are walking in, you're like, that's going to be weird. It's going to be weird. And then you just take your clothes off and you're like, oh, this is how it probably should be. This is fine. Like, you have no reservations.
For me, I think the only thing that would be weird, I don't know why, but seeing the different sizes of males' penises just weirds me the fuck out. Like, I think it would be weird to just see that. Like, everything else I'm good with seeing, like,
just that they are different.
But the different sizes, yes, that would weird me the fuck out. Like, some of them just look fucking weird.
Oh yeah. But look, penises are weird. Boobs are weird. Like, bellies, butts, like people's hips. Like, everyone has like weird body parts. And when it's all
those don't bother me.
It's just
those don't bother me. It's the different penises.
The balls are fine.
Yeah, the balls are fine. It's the different penises. Like, some of them look like little thumbs. Like, it just looks weird. I don't know. And I would just be staring all day like, why the fuck does it look like that?
you really just get like right past it. It's like people are just like playing, they're out there playing pickleball and going on hikes. And it's like, oh, this is just how it was before clothes were invented, you know, and
And it's just
so fun.
jumping and bouncing all around while they're like
Everywhere.
playing volleyball. Like
Yes.
that is crazy as fuck to me. Like I wouldn't be able to pay attention to anything else. Like my eyes would just be looking at that one bouncing, that one jumping. Like I wouldn't be able to pay attention to anything else.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of it.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you look around. It was
Balls,
like
balls, and more balls.
I was actually really surprised with like how, like, I knew it wasn't going to be like a sexual experience at all, but it was like or schmexual. I don't remember how to say it, but it was like very, very non-schmexual. Like it was very just like, oh hey, we're going to play ukulele over here, and these people are in the pool. And you know what they had there, which is really the funniest part of the whole thing. They had like a cactus garden that you could walk through. And,
shut up, Beto.
And I swear to, like,
walking
I can send you,
cactus
I can
garden
send
butt
you
ass naked.
the website to this place, and like on their map, they're like, and here's our cactus garden. And we were laughing at the map, but then you go there and it's like, yeah, there sure is. And like, there's a path. And like, I use that now sometimes like as an idiot, you know, people say like, I need that. Like I need a hole in the head. I say like, yeah, that's about as sensible as a cactus garden and a nudist resort. Like it sounds like an old Southern, you know, explanation.
Oh my gosh. Dude, can you imagine somebody getting stuck with a cactus in their ass? Oh my gosh.
I don't need to go back. Like I'm not like, now this is me, but it's just one of those things that like I think you should, like, everyone should try once, spend an afternoon, find one like a beach or a resort or something, and just like see kind of a little closer to what it was like before, like, you know, cities came and ruined everything.
I think like going to a strip club is like the closest that I will probably ever get to that type of experience.
That's so different.
Oh no. Oh no. That was some good sleep. You said going to a strip club is
It's
weird.
that's so different. Like no,
I think
it's all dark and people are going there on purpose and people get dressed and there's music and all this stuff. But like when you're at the place where it's like, oh, this person's gardening. They're like bent over this person's doing pottery over here. Like it's so much more enlightening anatomically, I guess.
Really? I don't know.
And also like it helped me a lot with like body confidence stuff. I wasn't never like had like a negative body image really, but it was like when I went was at a time when I had like gained a bunch of weight. The image really, and but it was when I went was at a time when I had like gained a bunch of weight. Getting a big echo from Alan there. I think it's gone. And so it helped like to see other people who were like, this is who I am and I don't care at all. Like a lot of people say that online, like, no, I love me, but these people were like proving it. And so it was like, oh wow, that person over there, they're gross. So if they're doing it, I know that sounds really fucked up, but like it did help me kind of be like, get rid of some of
you up there like judging the bodies, like they're gross and they're doing it. Like,
hey, you over there, you're gross. No, it was more. It was really just like, oh, to see people of all different types, all different like these like different ages and sizes and stuff, just being like, yeah, we don't care. Like, help me like loosen up a bit. It was cool.
I don't know. And then, like, what's the age? Like it's got to be 25 and up. What is the age limit for the new beach?
I don't know. I'd have to look at the thing, but it's like, it's not.
If it's 18 and up, I'm definitely not going.
Place. Like, it's not what it's like. So it doesn't like...
I still don't want to see an 18-year-old's penis.
No,
like,
I know. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, it has to be like 25 and up for me to go.
Oh, yeah. 25-year-olds have great penises. That's what you want to see.
No, I'm just saying.
No, I hear what you're saying. We all hear you. We get it.
No, not like that. I don't know. Alan, hi, how are you? Alan, are you there? I think Alan joined on accident. Alan? PT said, I don't want to see meat sackets
Meat
either.
packets. What the fuck?
I don't think men realize just how weird their penises look to women.
Oh, and I get it's strange. Like it's so protruding. I totally I understand. I totally get it. That's why I draw them so much on my things. Like I know like that it really is like that's because it's so noticeable and different, and it's the strangest part of every body. You know what I mean? Like of every man's body.
Arcadia said, I think they're beautiful.
I mean, I think so too. Like, I think there's beauty in every part of every body. Like, I can find that for sure. But I also get I get it. It's a weird functioning organ that comes out.
It's very weird. That like the fact that I don't think two of them look the same. What's up, Rocksteady? Like when I be watching TV, like, and then some dude will walk across the screen and his penis would be out, and I'd be like, what
shows are you watching?
Like literally Netflix has nudity now. Like
Vampire, are you like what's going on with the like beeping?
Vampire Hunter? Is this another accidental request?
It seems like it is, and there's also like just a strange, a weird echo.
He's out hunting. He's trying to find vampires.
They were checking you.
Unless he thinks we're... Oh, he said it was an accident. Yeah, I was going to say, unless he thinks we're vampires.
That depends. Are you inviting us into your home?
I don't invite anybody into my home.
Do you watch What We Do in the Shadows?
What is that on?
It's on Hulu. It's an FX show.
Is it vampires?
It's a vampire... It's a perfect vampire parody show. Like they took all of the vampire shows and stuff and kind of like did this spoof show, and it's so fucking funny and good. And it's done kind of like it's like The Office style. Like they do testimonials and talk to the camera, and it's they've all been alive for thousands of years, but they're like in New Jersey now, and they're kind of over it, and they're just shitty vampires. It's one of the most enjoyable shows on Hulu.
You know what I am watching right now? Y'all probably gonna laugh at me, but I'm watching Arrow, the Green Arrow. And so I've watched Flash so many times, and I've in watching Flash, I saw where Arrow would show up, like he would,
You mean the show,
star?
like the TV show Flash?
Yeah,
or the movie? Yeah,
the TV show. And this is my first time learning the backstory of the Green Arrow and how all of it actually came together. So now I have to go back and kind of watch the beginning of Flash, right? Because this is my first time seeing the whole entire story.
I haven't watched those, but I do have a little Flash mezzo trivia for you. I think she plays like the main love interest. Her name's Candace Patton in real life, but I don't know what her character
Iris?
name is. Maybe she's like the main, like very pretty young black girl or woman in the show.
Yeah, and her name is Iris on the show.
Yeah, she way long before that. Like I casted her in a show I was working on. Like I casted her and like as like my counterpart in a show, and it was like a decent sized like Warner Brothers web series, and it was like one of her first big gigs. I'm not saying I discovered her, but now she's on the she's been on this show for a million years.
So that's like, so you do that type of casting?
I used to, like, I mean, this was in a different lifetime ago. I was working on shows like this is like when the internet was first kind of like popping off and people were realizing we could do TV shows on the internet. And so I was working with a company that was doing that, and then Warner Brothers, reached out to us and was like, we want to do a show with you guys. So we got to do a Warner Brothers web series. And I got to, like, I was kind of like low rung dude, but I got to do some casting because of some special, like, it's hard to explain, like character type stuff that we were doing that was more like we were going to build MySpace pages for everybody and stuff, and actually like make it look like it was happening live on the internet, like, like post stuff that like related to the shows that got released and stuff, which everyone did later, but we were like groundbreaking this thing, and it was like this whole new metaverse thing that we were calling it and pitched, and they did it, and we bought it, and I got to like cast some people, and she was one of the people I casted. It was sick.
And that's pretty cool. I love Iris's character.
Oh, she's cool as hell too. Like, I mean, I haven't talked to her since then. Like, I don't even know if she would remember me. Like, maybe, but yeah, she was awesome, and she was really good. And I watched a few episodes of it, and she's great in it. It's a good show.
I was sad when it ended. Joyce, hi, how are you? Joyce, are you asleep? Do you see why we be like Monday nights are weird? This is Monday nights, mostly.
By now, I'm usually asleep.
Mm-hmm.
I should be. Maybe I should go. You know what I just realized? I think I requested by mistake.
No, you didn't, man.
I just stayed up for 2 hours.
Like, it's crazy. And I think everybody else in the guest request box are accidental nerds. I mean, accidental requests that are nerds. Vitor? Is it Vitor? Vitor? How do you say your name?
Vito.
Vito. Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing good. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I'm a Christian, but I'm here to talk about penis pride because that man over there has got some issues. He's ashamed of his penis. I wonder what that's all about.
I don't think he said that.
You talking about me?
Yeah, you sounded like you were ashamed.
Oh, I freaking love my lap hog. I'm its biggest fan. I almost like it too much. I'm nearly obsessed. I think it's fantastic.
Well, power to you then.
Wait, you came into a room with questions where you could talk about your God, you could talk about your Jesus, and you chose to talk about the penis?
I've been listening for the last few minutes. So you're talking about penises, so I didn't know what you were talking about.
That is my fault. I brought him up. It's something I bring up a lot, and that's yeah, that's on me. I'm so sorry, Vito. We're talking about someone who hates penises, which is the Christian God, and then there's these topics over here like the Old Testament condones slavery, the rest. So is there one of those that you want to chat about?
But does the God hate
did I hear
penises,
you say the
Mezzo?
Christian
It sounds
God
like
Well, you're going to have to make that a topic question and see who can come up and do it.
Because it sounds like I think he likes them.
No,
Why else would he tell
verse?
them to connect the foreskins?
We'll talk about the
Oh, he wants
Old
to
Testament
see more of it? That's what you have to clip
Yeah.
it.
Like he wants them as souvenirs.
It.
He's proud of himself for making them, right? And he wants the foreskins as a souvenir. Like, why else? Like, he was ready to kill Moses because Moses didn't circumcise his 40-something-year-old son.
But weren't you reading recently that was like an angel of
a wicked angel?
Yeah, wicked and evil angel, maybe the way it was phrased.
But it still has Yahweh's name there, or Jehovah's name there. So essentially the interpreter is interpreting Jehovah to be a evil angel. It's still the God.
You could argue though that like he hates penises and that's why he wants to cut them all. Like when you clip it, it kills off the part of it that like that makes it a full penis. You know what I mean?
Does it take away filling? Like
they say it does, yeah.
So maybe he does hate penises then.
he wants you to have a penis, but not to enjoy it. But
That's
what he
that's
doesn't
not
know is
true.
it just feels great all the way down. There's no problem.
And if he in fact created the human body, the male body, then he wouldn't have to have that cut, right? Like can he regret giving male bodies that much enjoyment in that area of the body to the point to where he commands them to like clip the tip of it off as a punishment because he regretted giving y'all that much enjoyment? Is he all knowing?
Maybe he keeps them all in the Garden of Eden. He's like, this is the part, like,
I am done
these
with you.
need to stay here. Isn't it? There must be like a real. I mean, there might not
garden
be.
of foreskins.
There's got to be a real like explanation as to like what they like for what they thought it was actually doing. Was it like a tiny sacrifice? Was it like?
Well, don't y'all read the Bible? It says why it was done.
I don't read it at all.
Oh,
No,
okay.
it says that it was for a covenant, but what did he do with the foreskin?
Well,
I mean a covenant of what?
A covenant between Abraham and Jehovah.
What did he do with the foreskins?
Who? Abraham? I hope he threw it out. What do you
No,
do
the
with it?
God.
What
Like David sent out. Who did he send to collect? Or David collected like 400 foreskins. What did he do with them?
That's just like an Indian when they collect scalps. They be putting them on there as a point of pride. He killed all those Philistines.
And laid them all down and chopped off the top of their penises and kept the tip of their penises as a souvenir, which is odd because the tip of a penis is also the symbol of a covenant with this God.
It's not the tip of the penis, it's the foreskin surrounded the tip of the penis. There's a big difference.
Well, whatever, the hat,
Mistakes can
whatever.
be made.
It's still a part of the penis.
Well, I'll tell you this, that when you cut the foreskin off a penis, the penis can be less sensitive, and therefore it can cause more pleasure for a woman. A man with foreskin,
It doesn't cause more pleasure for a woman. That's a lie.
yes, it will, because he can last longer.
It does not cause more pleasure for a woman. I'm just telling you from a woman, it doesn't.
And can I just say, like, not that like most women want a minute man, but this thing where like anytime some guy's like, and we're gonna do it all night, the woman, like most women are just like, that's too long. Like, I need a break. Get off of me. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Like they don't think about the fact that there's a body on top of you sweating on you. That's gross.
Well, I think you need to find new men then, if that's the type of men you've been dealing with.
I mean, if you don't sweat while you're having sex, then you ain't having sex right. But to do it for a long time, like that's just a lot. That's too long.
Yeah, I mean, like honestly, it's just like after a while, you beat the up, and everyone needs a little bit of a break, right?
Exactly.
Anyways, Vito, I'm so glad that you came in here to join in on this conversation. It's been weird. Did you have anything about the topics that you wanted to get to? I was thinking about dicks.
I think he's wondering why he doesn't sweat when he has sex. Are you stuck on that?
I've been doing it all wrong.
Vito, are you there? Damn.
Drop of the century.
Oh my gosh. Damn.
Wow. I'm without speech.
Shit. I mean, damn. It's the truth. I wasn't trying to be mean.
Maybe he was a Mormon soaker.
What is a Mormon soaker?
You know about soakers. You know what soaking is.
No, I don't.
Thinker.
What is soaking? Oh my God.
You know about it,
Why
right?
did you call it Mormon soak? Yeah, I know what
Yeah,
soaking
that's what
is.
it's called. Yeah.
That's where it came from?
Mormons that do the soaking, yeah. Like that's the way that they that's their loophole to have premarital intercourse.
Wow. Nope, I didn't know that it had a religious origination.
Oh yeah, that's fully only a Mormon thing. They careful googling it. You might get some. You might
Oh
get in
my
some
God.
trouble. This is a thing that like people will like. You know, you just go in and don't do anything. I'm in, but I'm not moving because I'm not. So it's like we're inside of each other. I guess well, maybe it's more one way than the other. But since we're not moving, we're not fucking basically. And then you have your buddy jump on the bed. And so like
Wait,
the motion happens.
what?
This is not. I didn't make this up. This is not my thing. I think it's weird. I'm surprised you haven't heard about this.
Oh my God.
So you have a soaker, a soakee, and then you have a jumper, and the jumper does the motion for you. And so while you're just like I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything. But like the motion's happening for you.
So
It's like, you
it's
know how
three
like on
people.
Sabbath, like Jewish people will have a goyim. Is that what the word is? Like push the elevator button
Yeah.
for them or something.
Mhm.
It's kind of similar to that.
Oh my gosh. Wow. I knew about the underarm thing that they had got caught doing a couple of years ago that went viral.
Oh, yeah,
I knew about that, but the
no. This
soaking
is
and the jumping on the bed, that's crazy.
that's peen and veen, and it's jump, and you have a jumper, yeah. Because otherwise, you just like what we're saying, you're not sweating, you're not doing anything, but you have to have someone come and help out.
Oh, wow.
Well, I hear a lot of people in the comments knocking it, and none of them have tried it. So maybe I don't know. Maybe it's the best fucking time. Get a trampoline so the jumps go higher. I have no idea. It sounds weird.
Oh my God. It had to be some young person come up with that because I hope grown adults are not doing that shit. Like, that's crazy.
No, the youth. I mean, the future is bright because the youth are creative.
That's crazy. Saint said, would a waterbed work?
I mean, I guess the wetter the better. Yeah. But if you're like, if your buddy's standing and jumping on the waterbed, you might pop it, and then
That is insane.
that's trouble.
A? Why do I have a feeling this is that 19-year-old kid? A?
Oh, maybe it's hey, If they responded, I was gonna. How do we say your name? Is it
Okay. All right. They're not connecting on my end, but I see them connected on the phone.
And they got a black screen on here. So.
Their profile is black though.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know.
Joshua says the A is silent. That's funny. Is your name?
Okay, Uncle Bev, Z-Bay Salami, Phil, y'all have been in the guest request. They in there all night. Let me know if you're in there on purpose. If not, I'm gonna clear it out. And this is the last community member in the guest request. Yupi?
Yuppie.
Did I say it right?
Yuppie.
Yupi?
Yeah.
Yupi?
Yes.
Are you Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Christian, deconstructing, or atheist. I was born a Christian. I've been deconstructed, but I'm not an atheist.
So which one are you?
Well, you see, for the stage that I reached, right, it becomes very, very troubling in this feeling of being alone. because
UB,
human beings would need some kind of a yeah.
do you believe in the God of the Bible?
Oh, I was speaking.
No, UB, do you
Yeah,
believe in the God of the Bible?
believe in the God of the Bible. There isn't even a God of the Bible.
Why does this
You
have to
talking about
be so
Christianity?
hard? UB,
Oh no,
I'm
that's not going
trying
to be
to
hard
see,
right now.
UB, I'm trying to see if
Yeah.
you qualify for the conversation. Okay. I'm
Oh,
trying to
okay,
see.
okay, okay, okay,
Yes.
okay, okay. Let me put in my
Okay.
resume now.
Okay.
Now
UB,
I'm here to speak on
UB.
Christianity.
I'm
Yeah.
like, people like come up here and then say how they don't want to be here.
I don't know why they do it.
Like,
I don't know.
there's just not like, there is free will more than in the Bible. There's free will in this live to not request up. I know TikTok forces some people to, TikTok jumps people up, but like, if you push the button and then come up and say like, I don't want to be up here, then that's just oh yeah, I can't say dumb. What's a better one? Most useless? Is it useless? Is that all right?
Yeah, that's a
Like,
very good term.
you've done nothing and you've brought nothing to the table and you've made everything worse and for everybody. And so like, just move along.
I don't know why they can't just say that
Hey,
they
how are
believe
you?
in their God. Like I don't understand. But
I think
like,
that he would have qualified if he just hadn't
hmm
been a turd too. Like, because he deconstructed. So he used to believe in the Christian God and now he didn't. And he believed in something else now. But if he just said, oh, I'm deconstructing, then like we'd be talking to him right now.
yep.
But they go into this whole like, well, yeah, just say it, and we can get on it.
And then they always got to get smart, like that whole "let me put in my resume" bullshit. Like, you think that I'm gonna I want to have a conversation with you after that? And it's this entitlement that comes with it. Like, they're very entitled, and they don't realize that like you're literally asking someone to have a conversation with you when you hit request. You're asking for someone to hear your thoughts. Like, we're not obligated just because you hit request. We're not obligated to let you talk. We're not obligated to let you stay on stage. And y'all don't think about that. Like, that's the crazy thing.
I wanted to see his resume. I was like, okay, go ahead. You pop out a resume and we'll let you talk. Number one best TikTok. You know what I did? Speaking of printing out jokes, and then I'm gonna get down. I'm gonna use this in my next live. I did 2 printing things I haven't printed. One is I'm gonna print a script, like a 15-page script, so that when they start to like realize that I've gotten them off their script, I can pull it out and be like, wait, what page are we supposed to be on? Like flip through an actual script. That's gonna be fun.
I saw you did that with you be stop requesting. I'm not bringing you on stage. Quit. I saw you did that with Q-Top. That shit was funny.
Yeah, I had already planned the joke, but I hadn't printed it yet, so I kind of did that a little prematurely. But he like just kept coming back and kept coming back and kept coming back. So like, I wanted to just do it a little bit.
And then he tried to turn it around on you, and then you started playing music. That was funny.
He's hilarious. I don't think I don't think he's buying it. I don't think he's buying his own act anymore. I think he's kind of like, yeah, whatever. I don't know.
Did his balls drop or something?
No, I'm a tag whisperer.
You were a tag whisperer?
Yeah, I can like calm down like super angry. You know how like I've won the award for best atheist on TikTok a few times. It's because people go to like Justin's live and get freaking tanked, and they come in here and get whooped, and then they come to mine and I don't really know anything, so they like me more. but then they'll say, "Oh, you're a nice atheist," and then like later I make fun of them and they don't know it. It's great.
That dude is his voice has changed. Like, he used to talk like this.
Oh, so yeah, so that's what I was saying. Sorry. He was doing he was trying to be someone else. He had already been in my live as his own damn self, and then he like I was like, "We're done. You're being annoying now." And I booted him, and he had like come back in his fake account and was like,
okay.
"Are you on?" So he was trying to do like a thing and act like I didn't know it was him, but I knew it was him. Like it was so
How you
obvious.
doing, guys? What's up? What's up?
Is this him?
No.
No.
This is not him. Whoever y'all talking about is not. It's not him at all. No,
For
no,
a second,
no,
I thought this was Bossman 91. That's good. All right. What's your name?
no. My real name is. Well, are we going by?
No, I'm just joking.
Oh, okay. I was
You
like,
can ignore
okay.
me.
What's going on, guys? I mean, I am down with this cause. My dad's a freaking pastor, ordained and everything, and I am his problem child because I do not agree with anything. Because, for example,
So, hey, Bossman, real quick, what's your age?
I'm 33.
Oh, okay, cool. Just making sure. So, are you an atheist, or are you like deconstructing, or what would you say you are?
I think I'm past the deconstructing stage. Just mainly because it's just been too much that couldn't, answer, like, the questions to your answers and all this other crap. It's just so ridiculous. So like I was saying before, I came to I was in church one day and I came to this Bible verse. I think it was something along the lines of, women basically should basically just bow down to men and just do what they say and everything, or whatever the case may be. There's nothing wrong with that. Not just to make it sound away, but I'm just like, no one preaches about this. And I asked the pastor one day, multiple pastors, and they say, hey, it'll be too much controversy in the church if we preach about those things. I said, what? I said, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense at all.
So just to be clear, are you saying that you did want them to teach that?
No, I'm just saying, because after all of the years, let's just say a pastor, right? He should have been through that book front and back. And there's just a lot of things that I found out that they just do not preach in the Bible. And I'm just like, yo, if for you to swear by it, for you to swear by this book, you sure, leave a lot of things out.
Boss, I just want to give you a chance real quick because I like you. I think you're awesome. I'm on your side with a lot of stuff, I think, but I think just the way you phrased that made it seem like, and just to clear it up for people in chat, like you were saying hey, we should preach that women should be submissive. Like you were saying that's what we should preach because it says it in the Bible, and you were upset that they weren't doing it. But
no, I'm not upset. I'm not upset about it. It was just the fact that that I asked
that's what I thought so too. I just want to make sure that you were because women should be less or something like that. I just want to make sure you weren't going that way with it, because people in here, they flip on us sometimes. Things seem really cool and then flip. So. No, you're cool. Okay, I just wanted to give you a chance to
yeah. For sure.
Clear your name before everyone was
sure.
side eyeing
you. It was gonna be a question, but yeah, it was just so much contradictory things. And my dad tried to send me down one day and just go over everything and just no, this is a brick wall. And he's just like, you know what? At the end of it, hey, I don't love you nowhere. No, I don't love you no more, no less than I already do. I'm like, thank you so much, sir, because you weren't getting through to me. It's a wrap. I just rather live to love and be the best person I can.
Do you know what I want to say? And I do gotta go after this, but I was talking to Rocksteady recently, who's another fellow deconstructee here on this app, and we were talking just briefly about how we're you always are deconstructing. That doesn't go away. At least, I mean, this happened to me 20 years ago that I went through this. So I did half my life in religion and about half out now. And I still find little things that I do, or little moments that I have where I realize oh, I'm coming at whatever the situation is from my background. Because it still is part, my history is still part of me. And
Yep.
so like in order to like truly unravel every knot that has been tied by the church just takes for fucking ever,
Yeah.
because I don't know about you. It sounds like since you were like you said you were like a pastor's son. Is that what you said?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So like since birth, right? And you know the thing about like how 2-year-olds and 3-year-olds can learn languages faster than a college student. Have you ever heard about that?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like at that early age, your brain is so much more malleable. Like you just have this like silly putty that you can imprint the newspaper on of a brain. You know what I mean? No one knows about silly putty. Kids, silly putty is this thing where that was like squishy, and you could put it on the newspaper, and it would like make a mirror, would like suck the ink off the. I'm old. It doesn't matter. But newspapers were like it was kind of like Google News, but they like put it on like CVS receipts, basically.
Right.
That's to explain what these old ancient terminologies are. Yeah, but like at that young age, you're so malleable. You're so like easily convinced of everything, and it like just gets locked in. So not only does the belief get locked in, but all of the misogyny that comes along with it, all of the like otherisms that are taught through the Bible come along with it. All of the like all of the morality stuff comes along with it, for better or for worse, because some of them are good and some are bad, you know.
Yeah. Fun fact, I actually got suspended in ninth grade due to something like this. So I I was in, I think it was science class, and we were learning about the Big Bang Theory, right? And here I go, pastor son, hey, no, Jesus created everything in 7 days, 7 days, blah, blah, blah. It was like, no, it was a Big Bang Theory. And unknowingly, I found myself going back and forth with the science teacher, and I got suspended for 3 days. And I'm just like, yo, I'm fucked.
Yeah.
I'm just
For
like,
some
that's
reason,
crazy.
like in my upbringing, we didn't like get into it so much with like the creation story stuff. Like we talked about it and it came up, but I think that like half of my church thought it was real and half of my church thought it was like an allegory. And so
Yeah.
it was like they kind of were like on the fence with some stuff. And I know like later, I found out later, like my parents were like not so sure about evolution or some of those types of
Oh,
things.
man.
And but I don't remember like ever being taught that like the earth was like a certain number of years old, or like it was 10,000 years old by the church or something like that. I'm glad I skipped that, because
Me too.
that's hard
Me
to
too.
unravel too.
It is hard to unravel because who really knows? Like, who really knows? And then they go into like ice rings and tree rings and all of this. I'm just like, yo, what? I don't know. I don't
Well,
know.
we definitely talked about everything else. Like once you're out of Genesis, everything was taught as 100% fact. So like, yeah, from then on, it was like every word of this happened, but we
But that
didn't
was
read every word. We
crazy.
skipped all the bad stuff,
But that was exactly. So and you know what? Even in the first two, I think maybe like Genesis 1 and 2, or the first two verses, they even of the Bible is just like contradict itself, and it's just like, yo, this is wild. And the way they said things happen at different times, and I was like, this guy sat me down and he said, hey, listen, I've been a pastor, I've been a deacon, I've been everything, but here are some things that when I really sat down and thought about and I really went through the Bible, I'm just like, yo, I can't get with this. And I think he said he was a pastor for like 15 years or something. And I'm just like, hey, listen, I'm so glad a lot of people see this, and not to throw shade at the people who actually believe, but it's just like when we are so steady on like, hey, I want to believe in things that I can actually see and know and actually read about, and some guy brought up ancestors, and I'm like, well, technically, if you want to think about it, ancestors were like real living people, and and it was just a whole big discussion. I'm just like, yo, I don't even want to talk about it.
I agree. I don't like to like necessarily just throw shade, as the kids say, at people who believe, but there is a hurt that happens, I think, when like I don't believe in hell. So when my friend passed away, like 10 years ago, I think he just kind of turned off, and it was super sad. And I hated it. I hated every bit of it. It was everything was bad about it. I mean, except that he like introduced me to my wife, so like that part was good.
Okay.
But everything about his undoing was so bad. And so for people, and there were people near him who did believe, and he didn't, and it was known that he didn't, and so they believe that my friend is burning up, right? They think he's in hell, burning up right now.
That's
And
not.
they still pray to the God, saying, "Hey God, you have a good plan going on here." I'm like,
That is
so
not
I don't
good.
think it's real, but if you do think it's real and you think he's burning up, and you're fucking like still praying to the guy who set this plan in motion, then like that does hurt me at that point, you know?
This is ridiculous. And like I give everybody this analogy because it's kind of like, something to go off of and to believe. So they say, what do you believe? I say, for one, I believe to be the best person I can. I live to love and be the best person I can, but I also believe chance, choice, and probability, right? And I put that for everything. And they say, how do you put that? And I say, okay, I just come up with like a random story. The story that I come up with is basically like, you see let's say, neighborhood drug dealer, Michael, or whatever, let's just say. And,
just be careful with like some of those like D words you just used on
okay,
TikTok.
okay.
You might, like, those things get flagged.
Okay, the neighborhood candy seller, right? And everyone come down and says, hey, there he goes. God doesn't like ugly. He's going to take care of him. Okay, boom. So lo and behold, he just so happened to walk down the street. Some guy come out and gun him down, right? And that's where chance, choice, and probability come in. The chances of him actually being a candy dealer, his choice of being a candy dealer have him a high probability of two things. We all know what those are. And by his choices, that happened, and I put that in every scenario because when they say, everything happens for a reason, I'm just like, yeah, sure, but it's not this guy. It's, they're the choices that people actually make, things that we can actually go off of, not something saying like, hey, this guy doesn't like them, so he punished him, and I put that in everything that, when people say that. And when people question about babies, people, kids that haven't even get the chance to experience life, how are they taken, and you can't say that's God's plan. No way, and no way is that God's plan. And I'm just like, yo, it's just common sense about a lot of stuff when you think about it, I feel.
Yeah, or if it is, his plan sucks.
Right.
Right. Then it's like just as bad at that point. I mean, there's no sign of like some God being all good or, out there. It just doesn't seem to be the case because there's like some bad stuff happening. I know when we talk about the problem of evil, usually we talk about like huge, horrible, horrendous, awful things. But like really, like no one should ever stub their toe. And that shouldn't come up. You know what I mean? Like, I get that maybe you could say there's some gain from that, but there's also like a way to get that gain without the broken toenail. So
For sure,
I don't
for
know.
sure.
There's like, it's just so like weird to think that there is that out there. But hey, I got to go to bed. Thinker, do you want to keep talking to this guy? And
Yeah.
I guess thanks for having me up. Mostly, like it's been nice. I love being up here.
Yeah, thank you for chilling with me. It helped fill the time where, the weird Christians are coming in and out. So I appreciate you.
You know what I just noticed, though? There's a whole bunch of people in chat that are starting to say, what do you mean God's nature is contradictory? Like, what part of the Bible are you talking about? All this kind of stuff. So I think as soon as I leave, They'll be less scared that I'm gonna, rip them to shreds. I tend to like rip people's throats out and shred them to pieces, and so you can, you guys all line up now, get in the chat. I'm gonna leave. You'll be fine, and and you're in good hands. Thanks, Thinker.
Thank you. Have a good night, Master.
Yeah, and bye, boss man. Nice chatting with you. And bye,
No problem.
language if you're still awake.
Yeah, right. I'm actually follow you, Thinker.
Good night.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, my dad was a pastor too. Before he passed away, though, he said that he was done with all of this.
Oh man.
Yeah. So I know, but my mom is still heavily in Christianity. She's a evangelist, and my little brother took over the church when my dad passed away. So I know, what it's like to kind of have these, to be a non-believer and have these questions and these thoughts about the belief system that you were indoctrinated into. But I think it's pretty awesome that your dad says that, regardless of the fact that you don't believe in the God that he believes in, he's not going to love you any less or treat you, any different than he always has. I think that's pretty cool of your dad.
Yeah, and I told him that's the best thing he could have said, because unknowingly a lot of Christians do judge, and even if they say they don't, they do, and that's the first thing. And when that they say they can't judge, they're not supposed to judge. It's not what a Christian does, but like they all do, because they'll look down at you like, oh, you're not a Christian. What do you believe in? And this and that, da, 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 da. If it's not this, then, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm going to just stay away from that. I'm okay. I'm all right.
Yeah. Well, kudos to you for that. Did you have anything else that you wanted to discuss?
No. Are you about to end the...
No, I was going to bring up another guest if you...
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Well, no, I only allow one guest on stage at a time.
Oh, one at a time.
Yeah.
Okay. No, go ahead.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming up, and I hope you have a good night, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. It's funny that, Kieran, you say you judge righteously, as if you have the right to judge anybody. Like in order for you to judge righteously, you yourself would have to be righteous, right? Like you would have to be someone who isn't or cannot be judged by that same measure, right? Like you can't say, but we all sin, while you're judging other people. Is it Mary?
Melinda.
Melinda?
Yes.
Merlinda. Oh, okay. Hi, how are you?
Kind of having a hard time, figuring out what's right and what's wrong.
You're having a hard time figuring out what's right and what's wrong, or what's true and what's false?
Yes, that too.
Okay. When you say what's right or what's wrong, are you talking about regarding to the God?
Yeah. And Jesus and the Holy Spirit.
So when are you talking about morals? Like having a hard time figuring out if it was if it was right to enslave or wrong to allow slavery?
Basically, yeah.
So you're okay. Is there a reason why you're fighting your morals?
I don't really. It's because I wasn't trying the first time with God. Now that I'm trying with God, it's a little harder for me because I should have done it a long time ago, but I didn't realize how important it was to do it with God than without God.
Let me ask you this quick question. How old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay. Unfortunately, you have to be 21 to be on the stage. Before I let you go, though, it sounds like you are trying to figure out what's true and what's false, not necessarily what's right and what's wrong. But if you are trying to figure out what's right and what's wrong, that's more a question of morality. Like, should I lie or should I kill right? Is it right or is it wrong to do those things? Or it might help you, right? If you're better able to articulate what it is actually that you're looking for. If the question you're trying to answer is God real, right? Or is Jesus real? Does that make sense?
Kinda. I know it's real because I had my own experience. But it's like, how do I walk the walk and not feel guilty for what I've
Yeah,
been
I
through?
don't know. I don't believe in this God, so I wouldn't be able to answer that. Like I don't think anybody should serve this God, but that's not my place, right? Uh to tell anybody what to do. So like this isn't a Christian live. Yeah. But also I don't talk to people under the age of 21. Okay?
Okay.
All right. I hope you have a good night and I hope you find what you're looking for.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Zibe Slummy, you're back in the guest request. Every time I take you out, it requests right back. I don't even know if you're in the live. Like I have no idea what TikTok is doing.
Live.
Um, Chill Stefan. Chili, is it Chill? Chill Stefan? Chill Steven? Hello, are you there? All right. I don't know. I think if it keeps going like this, y'all, I'm gonna do a restart because this is fucking ridiculous. The amount of accidental requests, and then it seems like we're getting a lot of friendlies, are not, a lot of people that are either deconstructing or wanting to come up and actually talk about the topics, even if you are a friendly. I've been very lax tonight, and I've allowed off topic conversations with people who are not even nerds. But like it's not really going anywhere. So I might end up doing a reset. This Lewis person,
I
I
was
think
just
we
about to
brought
ask
you
that.
up on stage once tonight, huh?
I was just about to ask if it was time for a reset.
Yeah. I don't. This Lewis person, wasn't they on stage earlier tonight already? Luis.
Yeah. Righty back. Hold on. Louis, you've been up here on it already.
I think they were asleep.
Hello? Oh, they might be. Okay.
Yeah. So we're getting a lot of accidental requests. Although I can see plenty of believers in the comments. The hate watchers are here. And so I just want to get rid of the hate watchers. And so I think I'm gonna do a reset. Melanin sister, are you in the guest request box on purpose? Zbe Salami, you keep requesting, friend, but you're not commenting to let me know if you're doing that on purpose or on accident. Can you please let me know? Because I just took you out and you're right back in the guest request. Pedro, hi, how are you?
How you doing? I did request that before. I kind of maybe the first time I got misconstrued like what the point like or what the actual topic was, but I wanted to ask what the actual topic is.
Did you request on accident, you said?
No. I requested on purpose, but I requested before on purpose, and like wanting to know, like I be wanting people to get it off their chest, like what's the topic about?
What do you mean people get it off their chest? Like there's a whole entire post in front of you with
Yeah, and
five topics.
Yeah, love, and I'm saying like that there was different. Like when I spoke on it at first, like there was many
I
different
don't remember
perspectives, and I
talking
ended
to
up
you.
being
I
told.
don't remember talking to you. Was that
Mm-hmm.
today?
Yes.
Yeah, that
That
was today.
I don't remember talking to you. I'm sorry. Like I don't know. Like I don't remember talking
Oh
to you.
yeah.
Which
It
topic?
was today, but
I don't
it was today, but
remember. Okay, that's fine. I
it
don't
don't matter.
remember. Which topic do you
Right?
want
I'm
to
saying
discuss?
I'm trying to tell you like it doesn't matter.
No,
Like the
don't
topic. I'm just trying to make
pick the
sure that I know
topic. You
what the
about to
topic
lose your
is.
turn. You about to lose it again.
I'm asking you like what? I'm asking the question.
Just pick a topic.
Well, my question was about God. That's what you had up here.
There's
That's what I was
5
asking
topics
you.
on the board. It's so easy to pick a topic. Just pick which one do you want to talk about.
Give me a second, okay? Um, honestly, I agree with all of them. So it's kind of hard to, it's kind of hard to like pick one in specific, in particular. But like honestly, I want to know how do people believe in the book without
Pick
proving that the
a
book.
topic. Can you pick a
I am, and
topic?
yeah, I am. I'm asking like what's the like how do
There are
people
5
prove God
topics
without?
there. There are 5 topics there.
Shoot. Sorry, thinker.
Damn, what is wrong with y'all?
That just one and only Zoe. Aren't you underage?
No, you didn't try to pick. Like you tried to create your own topic. Shit. What is wrong with y'all? Melanin sister, are you in the guest request box on purpose? I don't know why Z-Bay Slami's request keeps coming in and he's not even in the live because he's not
That's
responding to me.
wild.
That is very wild. Like it keeps putting him back in the request and he's not even in here. He said, one and only Zoe said he's 21. I can't remember why he got kicked off the live the last time. Why did we kick you off the live the last time you were here?
I accidentally interrupted you.
You got kicked out for interrupting?
Oh, I remember his voice now. He
Yes.
kept doing it.
Nah, I thought she was done talking. That's why. It was an accident, though. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful at all.
Well, let's see. And so you are 21?
Yes, ma'am.
And so we're going to see how the conversation goes because I think like multiple times tonight we've told you no and you've requested over and over and over again, even though we said no. So that to me tells me that you don't respect boundaries, right? Because here you are again, right?
When did I get told no?
Every time you were in my request,
I
I
just got on
say,
the live.
no, so you're going to lie now?
I just got on the live. I said, like, you can scroll up. I'm just now typing in everything. I said, why can't
Okay,
I
so
join? Then the lady said I'm underage. I said, how? I said, I'm 21. I literally
are
just
you
got on.
trying to tell me that at no point tonight have you been in this live? Because we're streaming to YouTube. Every time I've said your name, right, it's on YouTube, and I can replay it. So are you trying to tell me right now that you have not been in this live tonight at all?
If I was on this live, it was probably a couple hours ago, but I didn't say anything. I got on here and got
I didn't
off.
say you said anything, but you did request.
Oh, yeah, I did. I requested and
Okay,
got
so
off.
why did you just lie?
Because I just now got back on the live. That's what I'm referring to.
You said this was your first time tonight. Please don't
Yeah, I
start all
thought it
over.
was.
Don't.
I'm talking about my first time getting back on
I
here.
thought, baby,
I
just.
forgot. I've been doing things.
Oh my God.
Can y'all be patient with me? I'm sorry. I forgot.
This is why you got kicked off the first time.
What did I get kicked for? I'm not doing nothing wrong.
Being
Listen, I asked
dishonest.
you a question. I told you no earlier. You kept requesting. And here you are again. So that tells me that you are someone that does not respect boundaries. Okay? You just lied to me. Right? I don't like that. So that's 2 things already that you have done that I do not respect. Okay? I like against my better judgment, you are on my stage against my better judgment. And only because I thought that the original reason that you got dropped was because you were underage. And when you said that you were 21, I accepted your request. Okay. I don't like people that cross boundaries. If I say no, that's no. That's just it.
Okay, can I
Right.
talk real quick?
And I don't like, I'm still talking. And you said that you were dropped the last time because you were interrupting.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're going to have a conversation, don't lie. Be honest. And don't act like a child. Okay? Other than that, this time I'm not just going to drop you, I'm going to block you.
Understood.
What topic did you want to discuss? Can
The
y'all block
Christian
UP,
God
please?
is the great deceiver.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't agree with that. I don't think God is a deceiver. All his words are true and alive and correct. I don't think he's a deceiver at all. He hasn't deceived nobody. He hasn't lied.
So when your God told Abraham that the Israelites would be in Egypt for 400 years, was that true?
Were they in Egypt? Hold on. Give me a second. What was your question again?
When your God prophesied to Abraham or gave Abraham a prophecy, that promise that his descendants, his offspring would be enslaved in Egypt, would be in Egypt and enslaved and oppressed for 400 years. Was that true?
Somewhat. I mean, if they went against, if the people went against God, then that don't make God a deceiver. If they weren't there, that has nothing to do with God, personally.
So your God is all knowing, is he not?
Yes, he is all knowing.
And your God gave a promise or a prophecy to Abraham. And he spoke these words to Abraham: your offspring will be strangers in a foreign land where they will be enslaved and oppressed for 400 years. Did your God know, as being all knowing, right, that they would either be in Egypt for 400 years or either that humans were going to make him wrong?
No, I don't think he was a deceiver in no way in this situation. I mean,
Did he know that humans were going to make him wrong? You're saying if they didn't stay in Egypt for 400 years and if they left before the 400 years was up, that's not your God's fault. That's what you're saying, correct?
correct.
But your God is all knowing. Let's say that is the case. Let's say the humans decided to leave Egypt before the 400 years was up. If your God is all knowing, did he know that the humans were going to leave before the 400 years were up?
For sure he did. He
So
knew.
then in him knowing that, the humans were going to leave Egypt before the 400 years is up, and he still told Abraham that they would be there for 400 years, all while knowing that they would leave before the 400 years were up.
I mean, he didn't deceive Abraham.
He knew that they wouldn't be there for 400 years, yet he still told Abraham that they would be, all while knowing they wouldn't be, according to you.
God don't tell us everything. We gotta have our faith and God don't tell us everything. He's not gonna tell us the future. It would be no
But
point in
he
that.
did. But what do you call a prophecy? What do you call what he told Abraham? When you say he doesn't tell you the future, what do you think he was doing when he came to Abraham in his sleep and told Abraham what would
He
happen
doesn't.
in the future? Like,
Yeah.
how does that make sense?
He don't fully tell you the future, like everything step by step.
I didn't ask for step by step. He was very specific. Your descendants will be enslaved and oppressed in a foreign land for 400 years.
How
That's a
long were
very
they there?
specific. That's a very specific prophecy. First, we need to deal with you saying that your God doesn't tell you the future, and that's exactly what he was doing.
I mean, he tells you the future, but as I'm saying, in this situation, like God don't, God ain't gonna like give you like a 100% vision on what's gonna go down. He could tell you
But
something like that was supposed to happen. That was
but did
supposed to
he
be
know
there.
that it wasn't? If he knew that it was not going to happen that way, right? He's all knowing. He knew that it wasn't going to happen that way, yet he still communicated it that way to Abraham.
For sure. That don't make God a deceiver though.
Okay, so if you know that something else is going to transpire other than what you tell your mom that you're going to do, did you tell your mom the truth?
So if I tell my mom I'm not gonna miss the bus and I missed the bus, knowing I
No,
was
that's
gonna
not.
miss the bus. Now
No.
this is like this is an
Knowing,
example.
no, no, no. Knowing, if you tell your mom that you're going to school, knowing that you have plans on skipping with your friends, did you tell your mom the truth?
No.
So your God told Abraham that the Israelites would be in Egypt for 100 years while knowing they would not be. Did he
I
tell
don't know.
Abraham the truth?
I don't know what God was referring to when he said this.
Well, let's read it.
Let's read it.
It's very, very specific. On that day, the Lord made a covenant with Abraham. Hold on, let's see. Here we go. Then the Lord said to Abram, know this for certain, that your offspring shall be aliens in a land that is not theirs, and shall be slaves there, and they shall be oppressed for 400 years. But I will bring judgment on the nation that they serve, and afterward they shall come out with great possessions. And he says, for certain.
Yeah, how long were they there?
You tell me, how long were they there?
I gotta look this up, but my computer's not loading. So I'm 100% accurate, but I don't know. Do you know?
Yeah, I know how long they were really there, but I also know how long the Bible says they were there.
How long were they really there in the Bible?
Well, they were never actually there in reality. It's a fable. It's a story of, it's a symbolic story. But according to the Bible, they were there 430 years, according to the Bible. But if you look at the math, right? First off, let's just deal with that your God told Abraham they would be there 400 years. The story in the Bible says, oh, they were actually there 430 years. But when you calculate the time that they actually went into Egypt, they were only there for 259 years based off the math.
If it was 430 years, how did he deceive them? You
Did you
just
not
don't
hear
believe
that?
the
Did you
Bible.
not hear that last part?
Yeah, I did. But
What
that could
was the
have,
last part? What was the last part I said?
you said 250, I think. You said 200 and something.
I said based on the math,
Yeah.
based on the lifespans of the patriarchs that went to Egypt, based on Levi, based on Kohath, based on Amram, and based on Moses. Now, if you add all of their total lifespans together, you get 430 years. But the problem is you can't add the lifespans together because the son's life is already counted in the father's life. You can't add them together. You have to subtract the overlapping time. And when you do the math, it's only 259 years according to the math. Now, did your God know that they would actually only be in Egypt 259 years when he said this to Abraham?
Yes, he did.
And therefore, he still said 400 years.
Like I said, I don't know what God was referring to, but I can't say that
I mean,
God
it's
was
right here.
deceiving
What
them.
do you mean? What else would he be referring to here? Read this and you tell me what else he could be referring to.
I mean, if he said it, then it happened. It was there. They was there for 400 years. There's no way
But
that
they were not.
he's a
But they were
deceiver.
not. But they were not. So the regardless of the facts, right? Like I don't even have to go to archaeological data to show that the prophecy, the knowledge that your God gave Abraham doesn't match what this book reports pertaining to that specific property. Like I don't have to go to archaeology, I don't have to go to anything, right? Regardless of that, your response is God can't lie, fuck the facts.
If God told him this is for certain, then it was for certain. God knows. God is all knowing.
So like did you I hear that. Like you're just repeating to me the same thing, right? I get
Cause
it.
that's what it
So
is.
hold on. So your response to that is forget facts, just trust what God says, trust what the book say. That's your response to that?
I mean, you don't know if those facts are actually facts. They're just.
I know math. Do you know math?
Yes, I know math.
Okay,
You're
take out a
trying to be
calculator.
Josh.
Take out a calculator, Zoe.
Okay.
All right, and we're gonna go to Exodus 6
You hear
right
me?
quick. Take out a calculator. We're gonna go to Exodus 6.
Hold on, my phone finna die. I'm finna join back.
Well, if I take up another guess, you're gonna have to wait. You don't know how to put your phone on the charger while you're on stage? Somebody in the comments said she's done if she's going off men. Like, what the fuck? The shit that y'all be saying, man. Like, I don't fucking get it. Don't fucking tell me to mind my language. I'm a grown ass woman. I speak the fuck I want, the way I want to speak. You are not my father. You're not my husband. And even if you was my husband, I still tell you to shut the fuck up. I don't give a fuck about no damn Israelite either. And stop begging to come on my stage. And if you're wasting your time, then you can scroll. Like, I'm not begging you to stay here. You're doing that to yourself. And I don't give a fuck if you think I sound hurt. You don't matter to me. I think it's weird that you are here. Like, you're here listening to me, right? Like, you're sitting here with your phone tuned in to me, not the other way around. And I think you're more so hurt that you are an Israelite and I don't fucking want to talk to you. That's why you're here. Ain't it? Does it hurt your feelings that I don't want to talk to an Israelite? Yep, that's what it is, Joshua. B Shawnee. Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Are
I
you a
think I
Christian?
hit the
Are you
request
deconstructing, or
button.
are you an atheist? You requested on accident?
I did. I'm sorry.
Okay. No worries. I'll take you down. Have a good night, okay?
Thank you. You too.
Mm-hmm. Um, I'm gonna show you what I desperately need your salvation mattering to only fucking you. Is your ass blocked. How about that? That's desperation. I don't know why y'all think that I just need y'all in the comments. Like I swear I will block in a fucking second. Bam. Blocking like a trigger happy gangster. I'm not Christian, Madison. I don't know, like if you cannot tell by the post, I am not Christian. I don't believe in your God. I think it's odd that you guys come in here and you can't tell that I'm not Christian. That I think that's really weird, and that to me speaks volumes. Like it basically says and shows exactly what I be saying. There is no difference, right, between you all who believe in this God and people like me who do not, because even you can't tell that I'm not a Christian, and I think that's weird. I know you thought so. That's why you asked that question, but you should be able to tell whether I'm a Christian or not, especially by the topics, right? If there's supposed to be a difference between
I just
a
saw you
believer and a
change the
non-believer,
topic. I didn't
huh?
see you. I
So
didn't.
why did you ask me if I why did you assume that I was Christian?
Just like your beliefs or something.
You don't know my beliefs. You didn't hear me state any beliefs.
So, if you don't mind me asking,
No,
what
I'm
God do you
asking you
believe
a
in?
question. Why did you think I was a Christian?
The topic before this.
You said you didn't read the topics. What
No,
topics before
not
this? The
this.
penis topic? We were talking about penises before this.
Oh, okay. If you don't mind me asking, what
I do.
religion are you in?
I do mind you asking. I just told you I don't believe in your God. I do mind you asking. When you come on stage, right? You either have to pick a topic of discussion, or if you are a member of the community, you can talk about what you want to talk about. But I could tell that you're not a member of the community. So either pick one of these topics, or I'm gonna move you back to the comments. Okay.
Okay. Which one? The Christian God's nature is like. Wait. Can I pick a different one?
Yep. You haven't picked one yet.
Okay. Why should we ignore facts and believe the God? My main question is God is one person. So why are we calling him the God?
What is the question that you picked?
Why should we ignore facts and believe the God?
Okay, that's the topic.
Well, there's only one God. You know?
Are you going to answer the question or not?
Well, yeah, there is a lot of facts when it comes to history. He wrote the Bible for a reason. I mean,
I'm Catholic, and Christianity is a fucking lie. Sorry to cuss, but I don't like Catholics. I think, you know what? I don't know. It's a hard question. I'm a Catholic, but I don't like other Catholics. So, and I don't like Christians. I think they're annoying. But I like Catholics more than Christians because I'm Catholic, obviously. But I hate Christians. They're annoying.
It's a troll that you said is cute as fuck, the freak.
Well, I mean, I don't like when people want to be Christian because that's just a
Okay, I'm
lie.
done. I'm done with this sermon. Okay. Have a good day, okay?
Okay, bye.
I hope there are existing Christians who are thinking about deconstructing that are just sitting back watching how their fellow Christians have behaved tonight and are just like, damn, this is what I'm a part of. This is the magic. This is the thing that sets us apart. Like, I really hope they're just sitting back watching and just thinking to themselves, like, is this really what we are? Are you asleep? Yep, Fee. That's what it's supposed to be. Shaka Zulu. Hello, Shaka Zulu, are you there? I think people ask obnoxious questions because the people that read them feel like they're obnoxious to them. And those people don't know how to mind their own business. Like, if the question, right, isn't for you, if the question rubs you the wrong way, and the question isn't dedicated to you specifically, then the easier thing to do, right? If you feel like it's obnoxious, if you feel like it's offensive, the easy thing to do, right, would be to get out of the way of that question and go on about your day. I think the good thing is that you're not in prison, right? You're not being made to sit here, to read the questions, to listen to the conversations. You're not being made to sit in the comments. You are a adult with full body agency, full autonomy, and you can scroll and you can go on about your day. You can roll over and you can go back to sleep. I think that's the beautiful thing about it. But for some odd reason, many of you, you don't take um, that privilege. Like, you don't exercise that. You don't take advantage of it at all. You rather complain about some shit you cannot change, because none of you are going to stop me from asking the questions I want to ask. None of you are going to stop me from going live when I want to go live. You're not going to stop me from having the conversations that I want to have. But you know what? You do have control over you. You have control over you and how you spend your day and what you allow yourself to be pissed off about. Hey, Lala, what are you doing up? Where did she go? Did y'all just see Lala in here? Selena, like, where did she go? I accepted her and added her to the live, and then she just disappeared. Miss Sky. Hello, Miss Sky. All right, y'all. So this is what I'm going to do because I'm getting tired of these accidental requests. I'm going to switch over and I'm going to start reading the How to Read the Bible book. And that'll get some of these hate watchers away. They'll either stick around and learn some shit about their Bible that they don't want to learn, or they'll just scroll away. Okay. And then we can get back to the conversations. So I'm just going to switch the mode for a second and start reading a book and bore them out. Okay. All right. So, okay. So now we're on the Tower of Babel. All right. After the flood, Noah's descendants continued to multiply. Some reached the land of Shinar, which is also Babylon. There, they set out to build a great city with a huge tower, but God stopped them in the middle and scattered them all across the land. The story of the Tower of Babel occupies only a few verses in Genesis, but it seems to cover a great deal of territory. Everyone on earth used to speak the same language and the same words. As people migrated from the east, they came upon a plain and the land of Shinar and settled there. Then they said to one another, "Let us make bricks and harden them with fire." Since they used brick for stones and bitumen for mortar, and they said, "Let us build a city for ourselves with a tower that reaches to heaven, so that we can make a name for ourselves and will not be scattered all over the earth." But the Lord God came down to inspect the city and tower that the people had built. Then the Lord said, "It is because they are one people and all speak the same language, and that they have been able to undertake this. In fact, nothing that they set out to do will be impossible for them. Let us go down and confuse their speech, so that they will not understand what they are saying to each other." Thus the Lord scattered them from there all over the earth, and the building of the city was stopped. That is why it is called Babel, because there the Lord confused, Hebrew Balal, the speech of the whole land. And from there the Lord scattered them all over the earth. That is Genesis 11:1-9. At the story's beginning, all of humanity descended from Noah and his family after the flood. It's still a unified group. 8 verses later, people are scattered all over the earth. With this scattering, all comes the confusion and profusion of tongues. The one universal human language is lost, ultimately to be replaced by thousands of different languages and dialects. Along with this, the human capacity for accomplishment undergoes a radical change. People go from unlimited potential, nothing that they set out to do will be impossible for them, to a state of disorder that prevents them from even finishing the city they had started to build. What went wrong? The more that ancient readers of the Bible contemplated this question, the more troubling it became. After all, what was so bad about a bunch of people seeking to build a city? Surely the reason the Bible gave for this project, the people's desire not to be scattered all over the earth, did not sound blameworthy in one of itself. Why then had God frustrated their plans and sent them off in every different direction? In seeking an answer, ancient readers eventually focused on the tower mentioned by the builders themselves. Let us build a city for ourselves, with a tower that reaches to heaven. Stipulating such a great height for the tower certainly sounded fishy. Perhaps, as so often, Scripture here was hinting in a word or two that some major point, the tower was the whole reason for God's displeasure. After all, God is in heaven and the people are on earth. It just did not seem right that humans should try to reach the realm of divine, perhaps even challenging God's heavenly rule in the process. The arrogance of this very idea must have been what caused God to frustrate their plans. Such a suspicion only seemed to be reinforced by the precise wording of the continuation of this text. The Bible said that God went down to earth to inspect the city and the tower. The latter specification seemed once again intended to indicate to readers that the tower itself had been the real sticking point. As a consequence, ancient interpreters came to refer to this story as the city of Babel, but as the Tower of Babel. Ancient interpreters came to refer to the story not as the city of Babel, but as the Tower of Babel. In fact, interpreters came to believe that behind this building project stood still more nefarious, if unstated, aims. The builders actually wished to enter heaven itself, or to challenge God's control of the supernatural realm. For they, the descendants of Noah, had immigrated from the land of Ararat toward the east to Shinar, and they built a city and the tower, saying, "Let us send on it into heaven." That idea comes from Jubilee 10:19. They were all of one language, and they wanted to go up to starry heaven. That's Sibylline Oracles 3:99-100. An angel said to Baruch, "These are the ones who built the tower of the war against God, and the Lord removed them." That's 3 Baruch 2:7. They said, "Let us build a tower and climb up to the firmament and strike it with hatchets until its waters flow forth." That's from the Sanhedrin 109a. Read in such a light, the story seemed no less than a parable of human arrogance in general. Human beings ought to know their place, it seemed to say. Ingenuity and teamwork are fine so long as they do not lead humans to think too much of themselves and too little of God. The great half-built structure of Genesis 11 loomed even afterward in people's minds as a model of what godless arrogance can lead to. Ain't that crazy? God says, don't think too much of yourself. As a human, don't make bricks. Don't build a city. To modern scholars, the identity and significance of the tower are not all that mysterious. Almost as soon as archaeologists began to explore ancient Mesopotamia, which is modern Iraq, they came upon the ruins of various ancient structures called ziggurats, more properly zikrats, a kind of stepped pyramid that the Sumerians, Babylonians, and Assyrians built to honor their gods. Zikrats had become an essential feature of temple complexes in Mesopotamia as early as the end of the 3rd millennium BCE. And all archaeologists have uncovered the remains of some 28 of them in Iraq and another 4 in Iran. Since the area of the Tigris and Euphrates valleys did not feature large stone formations for people to quarry, the massive ziggurats had to be built, just as the Bible reports, out of mud bricks. At first, only sun-dried, but later fired in specially constructed kilns. The bricks were often stuck together with bitumen, a kind of asphalt-like substance. Because these materials are far less durable than actual stone, most of these ancient structures long ago collapsed in heaps of rubble. In fact, scholars believed that such collapses, especially of the zikrat facades, were probably not uncommon in ancient times. Thus, a biblical story about a great tower constructed in Mesopotamia, built out of baked mud bricks and bitumen, and perhaps one that was partially collapsed and subsequently abandoned, would certainly have rung true to any ancient Israelite who have traveled eastward to that great center of civilization. At the same time, however, some modern scholars are skeptical about the emphasis placed on the tower by ancient interpreters. The tower is certainly there in the story, but no doubt about it. But it is hardly the whole point. If it were, there would have been no need to mention the building of a city at all. Let the project be limited to the offending zikrat. In fact, it is remarkable that after God's invention, the text says, and the building of the city was stopped. Not a word is said about the tower's fate. If it were so crucial, should not the text have mentioned its collapse or abandonment? For such reasons, some scholars find the real point of this story to be neither the tower nor the universal human overreaching theme beloved by ancient interpreters. Rather, they say the whole point is Babylon, Babel in Hebrew. The thing that must have most characterized Babylon and the minds of ancient Israelites was its big cities, with, for those days, their massive populations, so that we will not be scattered all over the earth, was, it will be recalled, the builder's justification for the project. From the standpoint of ancient Israelites who were sparsely settled in the Semitic hinterland, such teeming conglomerates and the complex urban culture that they made possible, including Babylon's highly sophisticated religious practices, of which the ziggurat was a fitting emblem. These things, the story seems to say, do not find favor with our God. In fact, long ago, he intervened and threw down one of those ancient towers of theirs just to show that all the pomp and filigree counts for nothing with him. Precisely for that reason, the story adds their country is known as Babel. This name does not derive, as one might suppose, from Bab Elu, gate of the god, an Akkadian, but from the Hebrew Balal, since that is where God confused their speech to stop their urban building mania. Scholars differ about a possible dating of the story. Some say that an Israelite familiarity with Babylonian ziggurats and an Israelite interest in Babylon in general is most appropriate to the period of the Babylonian exile in the 6th century. Consistent with this date would be the depiction of Israel's God as being active far to the east of his usual sphere of influence in earlier times. Others hold that neither of these arguments is decisive. An ancient Israelite is almost any period would certainly have known about the massive cities of Mesopotamia in their ziggurats. As for the depiction of the deity in the story, they point out that his urging, let us go down and confuse their speech, seems to bespeak the highly anthropomorphic God of earlier times, a God who moves from place to place and who is often surrounded by lesser members of his divine council. Let us. Such a depiction appears inappropriate to the time of the Babylonian exile, when biblical texts tended to stress God's immensity and his sole control of reality. Beyond such considerations, it has been noted that ancient Israel ultimately developed its own sophisticated urban culture. If this story is indeed a polemic against the Babylonian metropolis, perhaps its origins are to be sought in a very early time, when Israel might still remember itself as primarily a people of the sparsely inhabited Canaanite highlands. This was also a time when scholars say Israel religion actually forbade the use of even a simple metal tool to quarry or to shape the stones of an altar. Exodus 20:25. A law that seems virtually to thumb its nose at the architectural sophistication of the Babylonian temple and ziggurat. All that Babylonian stuff, this story seems to say, is bunk. We're going down. We've lost about 50 of them. Did you want to say something, Lala? Like they're leaving slowly but surely. We've gone down about 50. Were you going to say something, Selena?
I didn't even know I was up here.
Yeah,
Oh, I
you've
thought you
been up here
accepted
for a
on
while.
purpose. Yeah.
Oh shit! I didn't know I was up here.
I
Um,
thought you accepted on purpose. My bad.
I was listening.
My
I
bad.
woke up and I was listening again. I tried to come up before, but I canceled it because I was trying to tell you that that was a mistake. So yeah. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Damn, the numbers went back up. Let me get back to reading.
Oh shit.
I'm trying to get the
Say,
hate
yeah.
watchers gone. What were you getting ready to say, Selena?
No, I said yeah, because they keep coming in and out.
Yeah, they're trying to wait until I finish reading. Yeah. As with the
So
story of
this.
Cain, it's just like kids. As with the story of Cain and Abel, the Tower of Babel narrative has, for modern scholars, certain clearly etiological elements. Not only its explanation for the name Babel, but also its accounting for the dispersion of people across the ancient Near East and the replacement of an originally single common language by an array of different, mutually incomprehensible idioms. Behind this latter element, too, modern scholars see a message not about the world as a whole, but something rather more local and specific. Semitic languages all appear to be related. Any native speaker could tell that Babylon and Assyrian and Aramaic and Hebrew all had common roots and expressions, but a speaker of one tongue would not necessarily understand much of what was being said in the others. It is this reality, rather than the existence of different languages per se, that the story seems to point out to explain. All the people of the ancient Near East did, it says, originally speak the same language, but that unity was destroyed quite intentionally by God. Some scholars think that such an etiological tale may have at one time existed quite separate from its current Babylonian setting, but that it was eventually combined with an independent story of arrogant Babylonians in their tower. Others say the two elements were probably from the beginning part of the same story. What, according to the Bible, was the original language spoken by all of humanity? The story itself does not say, but ancient interpreters, Jewish and Christian, were almost unanimous in the belief that it was Hebrew. After all, the Bible quotes God speaking in Hebrew when he says, "Let there be light, and let us make man." If he had been speaking Aramaic, the Bible surely would not have hesitated to quote his original words. There is plenty of Aramaic in other parts of the Bible. To whom was he speaking when he said these words? Certainly not the Israelites or any other people. No people have been created yet. Hebrew must thus be the primordial language, the language of God and the angels, and God must have taught this language to the first humans. By the same logic, when the Bible says of Eve, "This one shall be called woman," Isha, since from a man Ish was she taken, this too seemed clear proof that the original language was Hebrew, since the words for man and woman were quite different in Aramaic, Akkadian, and other ancient languages. For such reasons, Hebrew came to be known as the Holy Tongue, and well into modern times, most people believed that all other languages, Greek, Latin, German, and so forth, were corruptions of that original universal speech, just as the Bible recounted. This hypothesis has been largely rejected by modern scholars, and the ramifications of its rejection go well beyond the Tower of Babel narrative itself. Scholars still do not have an absolutely clear picture of the actual origins and complex interrelationship of the various Semitic languages, but most hypothesize that all Semitic languages do indeed go back to an original ancestor. It was not Hebrew, however. Linguists call this grandfather tongue Proto-Semitic. Proto-Semitic is still a theoretical entity. No actual text has ever been found to be written in it, but scholars do have a pretty good idea of what it must have looked like, and Biblical Hebrew is quite a few developmental and chronological jumps away from it. Consider, for example, Hebrew's repertoire of significant sounds, its phonemes, which are the basic building blocks of any language. Technically, a phoneme is defined as the smallest unit of sound capable of distinguishing between two words in a given language. A phoneme is quite different from a letter, which is merely a conventional sign used in writing. As time goes on, languages sometimes lose phonemes, gain new ones. English used to have a phoneme k, like the final sound of lock in Scotland, and it was indeed pronounced k in words like laugh or night. Now that sound has in some cases merged with F, while in others it has disappeared entirely. Hebrew, too, seems to have lost some of the phonemes that existed in Proto-Semitic. Thus, Proto-Semitic used to have two separate phonemes corresponding to English sh and th, as in thing, which merged into sh in Hebrew. Proto-Semitic had separate z and I don't know what that is, sounds. The latter corresponding to the and this, which merged into z in Hebrew. Another three originally distinct phonemes of Proto-Semitic, represented by linguists as those letters, Z, D, and S, all merged into S in Biblical Hebrew. The same phoneme is realized as ts in modern Hebrew and so forth. Vowels also changed. The Canaanite shift turned the formerly long A sound into the long O in Hebrew. Hence, Arabic Arabic Salom versus Hebrew Shalom. Something similar happened in English when, for example, the long A of Old English stone became O as in stone. In addition to such phonological shifts were many other changes in morphology and grammar and syntax, and these too can be charted across the range of existing Semitic languages to situate Hebrew's place among them, and hence its path from Proto-Semitic. Quite apart from Biblical Hebrew's relationship to Proto-Semitic and other languages, linguists have also studied how Hebrew itself changed over time. All spoken languages change, and rather more quickly than most people imagine. Therefore, by carefully studying the linguistic features of different biblical texts, and sometimes comparing these to Hebrew inscriptions found by archaeologists, as well as using data from other Semitic languages, scholars have been able to piece together a detailed piece of how biblical Hebrew evolved over a period of some centuries. At a very early stage, for example, Hebrew seems to have had grammatical case endings like Latin, German, Russian, and other languages, but these for the most part died out, as they did in English too. Words themselves change. Old words drop out of a language and new words appear, and often a particular word will change its meaning, slightly or radically as the case may be. Linguists can track such changes and sometimes use them to situate a particular biblical text chronologically, vice versa, other texts. Finally, linguists have also distinguished different dialects of Hebrew in the Bible. The Northern or Israeli dialect is usually markedly different from the idiom of Jerusalem. All this has had great ramifications for the study of the Bible as a whole. Tradition may assign the Pentateuch to Moses, the whole book of Isaiah to the 8th century prophet by that name, and so forth. But the linguistic evidence is simply not consistent with those traditions. Moses, linguists say, cannot have written the Pentateuch, at least not in the form in which we know it. Virtually all of his Hebrew is later than that which putatively existed in the time of Moses. Nor, if they are right, can the Pentateuch of the book of Isaiah or Psalms or almost any other biblical book be the work of a single author. The language of all these books apparently represent the Hebrew of at least two different periods or geographic areas. Damn, it's going up. And so, in several ways, the Tower of Babel narrative confronts us with a now familiar disordance. For centuries and centuries, this tale was read as a parable of human hubris and divine retribution. Long ago, people had sought to overstep their bounds, and God quickly put them back in their place. This was quite simply what the story meant, and if its lesson was an obvious one, it was nonetheless worth taking to heart, as it is even especially today. Such is not, however, the story's message for the modern scholar. Instead, this tale appears to be a deliberate jab at sophisticated Babylonian society, and along with that, an etiological explanation of the similarity yet distinctness of Semitic languages. If behind this etiology of lies the belief that all Semitic languages were originally one, this belief could actually be historically accurate, but Proto-Semitic, not Hebrew, was the region's first language. Is there anybody in the box that want to have a real conversation? Are y'all still in here playing games? Like, goddamn. Is there anybody in the guest box? There's 8 people in the guest box. Who's in there on purpose? You're welcome. I am culture. No one's in there on purpose. This got to be the weirdest live on TikTok to have like damn near 1,000 people in there, and like people just come to hate watch. What's her name?
I'm sorry, pretty surreal. I've been coming here to watch you, Thinker, for, I don't know, maybe 2-3 months. I think you're cool. I like
Thank
your
you.
ideology.
Thank you. I appreciate that. How do you say your name? Is it
I'm indigenous to this land, so Turtle
okay?
Islands, Chicano.
Chicano. It's Chicano
Yeah,
strange.
it's Chicano, yeah. So when you say with a CH, it's Spanish.
Okay.
Um,
Chicano. Chicano
yeah,
strange.
so it's
Okay.
Mexica. What the Aztecs are, that's
Oh,
what.
okay.
So our original name is Mexica, and then we called each other Chicanos, and yeah. So
Oh, that's interesting. So you said so is Meech? Oh my God! Say it again.
Mexico, like how you say Mexico,
Mexico, but you called it. What did you call it just a minute ago?
Mexica. So it's
Mexica.
yes, ma'am.
So
It's
that was that was how the
the
right way to say Mexico.
well, Mexico. If you say not Spanish,
Oh, okay.
yes. So the Spanish changed the X to a CH.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
get it now.
Yes.
Awesome. What did you want to come up and say?
Um. Oh man, let me see. I wrote down a little bit. Um. I know you spoke about Babylon, and from what you were reading, I just took that it's Israel. I hope I say the right word. Israel is evil, and it's Cain. I wrote Cain and Abel. Easter. So basically, what I read was that what I heard was that evil. I'm sorry.
Yeah. He said what I heard was evil. Yeah.
Right.
So were you here yesterday when I read the Cain and Abel part two?
No, because it's just late. I was just writing words, and I was just late. But what I heard was just a lot of manipulation and just abuse, and that's what I
Yeah.
heard.
Yeah, I agree. And there's a lot of manipulation, and the odd thing is that most of the manipulation is coming from the ancient interpreters, and like a lot of the stories that we hear believers recite on this stage, like the beliefs that they hold, it stems from these ancient interpreters trying to make these stories mean something that they don't mean.
Maybe
So yeah.
means something to benefit themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting when I come in here because I was raised a Catholic, but I grew up in the 80s and 90s, I guess, and so God, I didn't pay attention, but I got my first communion and shit, but I don't remember like being into it, and then I started decolonizing, and I went back to my indigenous roots, and I don't know.
Congratulations.
I just see it. Oh, thank you. I just see a lot of. I see like their objective, and it's just filled with a lot of abuse and a lot of everything wrong. All the bad feelings, man. But yeah,
Yeah, I agree, and I'm glad that you're able to see through all of the weeds now. That's because that's what it sounds like. What you're explaining, um, you're able to see what those that are indoctrinated can't necessarily see when they're reading the text, and so it sounds like you're working your way through the weeds.
man. But I like to remember, like, not to always hold yourself accountable, because like you more or less know when it's wrong, and I believe that comes from when you're born. Um, like I remember my son, and he was barely born, and just by his look, I remember him knowing that something was wrong, and so I think that comes from birth, when you know the difference between right and wrong.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. If that were not the case, then they wouldn't start at a young age indoctrinating the children. And I talk about that video all the time with the kid that's like, I want to talk to God. I want to talk to God. And the mom is trying to convince the kid that God is on the phone with him. And so she's training him to uh, be okay with that type of um, psychological manipulation, and telling him that type of psychological manipulation is okay, and they start at a young age. And but they be like the kids today though, they fight back. They be like, no, it's not true. They're not easily allowing themselves to be indoctrinated.
Dope. That's dope. Yeah, it's it's exciting, but it's also I feel pressure, like an obligation now for me to try to show people what's wrong. But it's hard. It's hard, and I like coming here because when I listen to you and your subjects and stuff, I try to implement Mother Nature now, like um yeah. And I don't want to ask you if you believe in God or anything like that. Um, but I do believe that all these bad religions and stuff are gonna get fixed by this generation. So what I've learned from indigenous, from tying back to my earth, and that there's prophecies and stuff that I believe in, that I think that the evil is gonna have to relinquish power, I guess. But that's just me.
Yeah, and I love that, and I love you know watching the indigenous of this land reconnect with your roots and your culture. I love that there are, several of you who have never actually, let go of your culture, and that you know exactly where to go back to reconnect. And I think that's a beautiful thing.
Thank you. I it's inside your blood, I believe, and I was colonized, but I was colonized. I was a but having like boarding schools and that had all that shit happened to my family. I don't mean to cuss, but all that happened to my family, and I could identify now how they did it, like through all the like the 80s and the 90s, and how those presidents just implicated these laws and stuff, and yeah, I believe that the Bible is well, first of all, I believe the Bible wasn't meant to be written down. I think that stories like that were passed down from like ceremonies and stuff, and they're made to change to fit the child's growth in an innocent way, like not in a evil way to change the story. And I believe like I was colonized and I was doing bad things to my own people and to anybody really, but like I didn't understand, and it was all by design, and I get it. Like I get what they did, like how to erase or attempt to erase a people. And I appreciate, because I come in here and I learn, like, and I kind of connect more and more. And yeah, I'm sorry for rambling. Yeah.
No, thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. And it made me, reminded me of a book that Heretic told me to buy, of African folktales called Ndaba, My Childhood. And the keeper of stories, the keeper of history in African culture, those stories were to be told orally and passed down and to never be written down. And so the person that wrote this book, he starts his introduction off by saying, I'm going to get in a lot of shit. Like, he doesn't say shit, but he's like, I'm doing something that I'm not supposed to do as the keeper of histories. I'm writing down the stories. Like, this is the first time that they've ever been put in the book. And the book is so big and thick, but it's oral stories that were told from our people, right? From West Africans for centuries. And so when you said that you believe like the Bible wasn't supposed to be written down, and the truth is that like it wasn't supposed to be a Bible at all. Like, these are oral stories that were told in many different cultures for their cultures, to teach their cultures lessons or specific historical things that happen, within their land of people. And the reality is that, the Israelites lived amongst these people in several different points in history, and they use some of the same oral traditions that they learned while living amongst these other nations, and wrote their own versions of the stories. And somebody in history decided that this needed to become everybody's belief system. But yeah, so I for the first time get to connect with things that people of my culture and my ancestor passed down for centuries, because the keeper of history finally wrote a book and put them all in a tail. So I don't have to think that the Israelites are, are my ancestors. I actually get to connect, uh, with my culture and learn more about my culture too for the first time. So thank you for sharing that with us. I appreciate you.
That was beautiful. Yeah, that's another thing that would be amazing if we could fix that. The unity that's supposed to be together because of colonization. But yeah, that's a uphill battle that I guess I'm a part of. Yeah.
Yeah. And like if we continue, right, and then we pass these stories on as we learn about our culture, we pass them on to our children. And so they pass them on to their children, right? And even our immediate stories that we create now and our immediate ancestors that, have recently left, we teach our children about us. And it is an uphill battle, but just a little bit at a time. That's all we have the power to do. And as long as we focus on that, it'll eventually get done.
You're cool. That's cool. Um, yeah, thank you. I'm gonna end it at that. Thank you for this. This is kind of, I don't know why I pushed that button. I was like, fuck yeah. Mm,
I'm glad you did. Thank you so much.
cool. Um, these are your friends, huh? They're
Yeah.
always.
Yeah, these are my homies.
Yeah, I got some homies on here too. Thank you though.
You're welcome. You have a beautiful day, okay?
Alito Nali.
What does that mean? Oh, all right. If you're waiting to come up on stage, please let me know. Good morning, Christina. Anti-Civ Outlaw, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I would say I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing good. Are you Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm like an agnostic. Do you remember me from before when I was on your live?
Unfortunately, I don't.
Oh, okay. You must talk to a lot of people. I don't blame you.
Yeah. And then when I shut the live down, I try to like just go back to my life, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you gotta take a break from that. You do this a lot. I understand.
Yeah. So then the rule, like if you're agnostic atheist, when you come
Mhm.
on stage, the goal of the conversation is for you to be adding some type of value to the conversation, and pick one of the topics on the board to discuss.
Mhm. This is the format we did the last time, so I remember this.
Okay. Which topic did you want to discuss?
The last time I did the Christian God is the great. Wait, no. Did I do that one? Yeah, I think it was the Christian God is the great deceiver, or the Bible was deceptive, something to that nature. So, let's see. Let's talk about the Old Testament condones slavery. It also condemns a lot of other horrible things that are tied into that, like genocide and shit like that. But let's talk about the first one.
Okay, go ahead.
Mm. Well, I don't have a Bible handy, so it's going to be hard for me to look up specific verses unless I go teacup to look shit up. Can you look up stuff?
Yeah, like we're pretty familiar with the scriptures.
Like I've done a lot of studying of the Bible, but that was in the past, and like I don't have notes handy or anything. I lost the last study Bible I had when I was moving like halfway across the country, but like I'm familiar with this shit, but I can't like quote like specific chapter and verse a lot of times, or just generally say like this chapter, but I don't, or this book, but I don't know what chapter type stuff, unless I were
What
to
what
like
what do
go
you
and,
want to specifically say about the Old Testament condoning slavery?
well, I know that it does for a fact, and like, there's certain verses where like they instruct them to like release slaves, but it's only done like on really like rare occasions. And I know that they justify, like when they raided the cities in the Old Testament, like I'm going to talk about general principles, and if you can look up specific stuff, that would be helpful. But like I can, I know that like there were certain occasions where they were just told to like wipe out complete population centers and not even take any slaves. And there were other occasions where they would go and raid and like kill people, and then like take the women and little children as slaves, but like kill all like the males capable of breeding. So like that would be anybody that was like in puberty, and an adult male, and then they would just like ransack everything and share all the booty that they stole from the cities, stuff like that. So
Yeah,
they would take like women and children slaves on certain occasions and like kill everybody else. And then other occasions where they just like killed everything,
yeah, and I think the scripture
including
that you
animals. Like it was sick, dude. And it's like that. Okay, well, this is a different topic, but I remember now, like that was one of the topics of your last format that was very similar to this. It was like the Christian God is evil. So like I'm kind of proving that, even though we're talking about specifically slavery.
yeah,
But
I think the scripture that you were just referring to is Deuteronomy chapter 20, where he tells them that they could go into foreign lands and like offer them terms of peace, to surrender to them and become their vassal state, right? And they would
and
serve them
if
a free
not,
slave
kill
rate.
everybody. Yeah.
Yeah, and so apologists will say, "Oh, that was the most humane way to do it, right? Was to
Well,
give them an opportunity to like surrender first and become their slaves first."
I guess if
Um,
it compares to torturing them, yeah. But what a bar to what, oh my god.
yeah,
How does somebody that's a believer actually deconstruct that? Like what I I because supposedly, the New Testament is like hippie Jesus, peace and love, like, and then, they say they throw out the doctrine, that um the law was abolished, but then Jesus says in the New Testament that can't come to abolish the law, but to uphold it. So, or no, but not to uphold it, but to prove it or something to that nature. So it was like,
to
whoa,
fulfill it. Yeah, to
yeah, that's it, fulfill it.
mhm.
So like he's not abolishing it, so that sounds like Reform Judaism.
You said it sounds like reform.
Like
What?
like his mission was to reform Judaism because of all the things that he talked about.
Oh, I thought you said Buddhism.
No,
Yeah, Judaism. Oh,
Judaism, yeah.
yeah, yeah. He was a stickler um for the Torah, for the Mosaic Law. Um, he definitely wanted to uphold the law.
Yeah, I think he wanted to uphold it, but I think from the based on what they say, okay, assuming it's true because we have no evidence, right? But for sake of conversation, right? From the way the stories depict it, it seemed like he was saying that yes, we have a law, But there's certain occasions where you can have mercy. You don't have to be 100% the law when you don't have understanding of the spirit of the law. So it was like kind of a way of saying, no, we're not getting rid of this. But what I'm trying to prophesize here is that we need to reform this. You understand what I'm saying? But like, again, you have to assume that everything that they say is true, which we know it can't be.
Right.
But
But
yeah,
I think more so what he was trying to say is that, like, I agree with you. Let me say that I agree.
yeah,
But I also think that he was trying to say that, like, um, humans were more important than rituals, right? And then
yeah.
yeah, and then following the God, like
Like,
obeying the God, was more
like,
important than, like, don't do it ritualistically, like follow the
yeah,
law to the T.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. But you don't have to be like, weird about it
yeah,
or something. By the way, I wanted to say that I really liked that last guest. I enjoyed his story about how he's trying to connect with the nature and struggle against colonialism and shit like that. That was awesome, man.
yeah. That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
Going back to your roots and learning your history and learning who you are.
And then
Right.
because it's really important for me because like I was born here, and I'm of a certain age, but like my people aren't from here, so originally, so it's like, I have to develop my own connection to the land since I understand that I wasn't born here already having a connection to the land. So that was like really interesting for me to hear about.
Yeah.
But yeah, did you have any input about like just purely the slavery aspect that you could teach me something about or remind me of verses that I might forgot of, like or anything?
No, I think you did a pretty good job. We typically, like, so I don't necessarily teach, if that makes
Oh,
sense.
okay,
Hmm.
yeah. Well, do you have any recommendations of specific parts that I could research once I get another one of those study Bibles so I can brush
So
up on it?
So there is a list of books in my bio. One of them is by Dr. Bowen that comes on. He's a co-host here.
Hmm.
Um, his book, um, "Did the God of the Bible Condone Slavery?"
Hmm.
It's a link. The link is in my
Oh, there's a
bio.
whole book about it. Okay, interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. And I know it does. It's just like it's been a long time since I got to do a chance to in-depth study. But like I obviously like remember like what I'm doing is I'm like giving the short version of what happened, without reciting specific chapters and verses. Like I'm really good at describing exactly what happened, but I can't like cite the passages specifically to people anymore.
yeah. Dr. Bowen's book goes a little bit more in depth into, like, the legal codes in the ancient Near East. But like his first book breaks it down and shows you the passages in the Bible, what the historical context of those passages are, how it connects, how the slavery in the New Testament is discussed and how it's perceived, and then how that goes into the early church. And then
Mm.
he touches a little bit on the antebellum South
Hmm.
in his book. But I think that's a great place to start.
That sounds really interesting. I'm gonna check your Bible, or excuse me, check your bio as soon as I'm gonna listen to the rest of it. Or well, no, maybe not the rest of it, but I'm gonna listen to this for a while, and then when I'm done, before I log off, I'm gonna go look and see where I can find that, because that sounds like a very interesting book, and it sounds like something that I would have read, back in the day when I was really in depth about this stuff.
Well, that sounds good. I thank you so much for coming up.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for having this place, because you know I'm not religious, but I was forced to go to church a lot, so I was raised around the church by coercion. So like I already knew the game because I saw what they were doing, when I was a teenager. But it's like you can only ask so many questions and they just shut you down or don't answer. So it's like,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
they
To
if
make
they
you
can't
feel
answer,
bad.
they don't. If they can't answer, they don't. It's like, and it's like, okay, yeah, I know something's fishy here. So the way
And
you're
then they get
acting,
verbally abusive or mentally abusive because they can't answer or they feel uncomfortable with those questions.
hmm
And they make you feel bad for even, your brain working the way it's supposed to work. Right.
hmm
So
Thank
yeah.
God I never got abused to that degree. They would just shut down if they couldn't answer. But I've heard all kinds of horror stories about that, and it's like you guys are defeating the purpose of religion in the first place. It's supposed to be for self understanding and self enlightenment and self improvement, and you guys are using it, like weaponizing it against people to
Yeah.
control them and manipulate them, and it's not supposed to be about that. Like, you turn people off from it just by the way you act. Anybody that's like not even like hyper intelligent, just like of average intelligence and like is good at observing stuff. It's like, it's just crazy to me, man. It still creeps me out when I think about it. So that's why it's like kind of hard to talk about it. But I appreciate this because I like feel safe doing that. And thank you.
You're so welcome. Thank you for coming up. I hope you have a beautiful night. Well, beautiful morning. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. All right, good night. But I'm gonna
All
listen
right.
for a while.
Okay.
Or good morning,
Good
actually. Yeah,
morning. Yeah.
yeah.
All right.
All right.
He's sweet. Who's next? If you're in the guest box waiting to come up, can you please comment? Also, y'all, please remember, there's 972 people in here. We are helping Lala get home for the first time in a long time for the holidays to see her mom and her brother. We've raised $950 of a $1,500 goal. She is planning on buying the tickets. Wait, what's today? Tuesday? What's today? Monday? Oh, shit. What's today, y'all? Is it Tuesday? Today's Tuesday. She plans on buying the tickets today. So however close we can help her get to that goal of $1,500. I appreciate y'all so much. $1, $5, $10 will help. Her Cash App is in her bio as well as in mine. Is today Giving Tuesday? Today is Giving Tuesday. So if you're gonna give, Lala is a beautiful soul, beautiful person to give to, help her get home for the holidays. I'm not you. Hello, I'm not you. Oh, Giving Tuesday was last week.
Not.
Oh, it's not every Tuesday? Giving Tuesday isn't every Tuesday? My bad. PayPal is in Lala's bio too. Sorry. Thank you, Scott. It should be every Tuesday. I thought it was every Tuesday.
Since when it's not? Okay.
Huh? What do you
I
say,
said
Selena?
it's not. I'm shocked too.
Yeah.
I was with you.
I
I didn't know. I thought it was every Tuesday.
yeah. Zag. Hello, Zag. Zaz. So you asked to come up and then you do that. I don't know why Pedro's back. Why are you back, Pedro? Like, do you think that I'm going to bring you up on my stage again? I think it's very weird. It's very weird that you are in my guest request, that you actually hit request again, and that you think that I'm going to hit accept. That's some weird shit, Pedro. Weird. And I am a Kamala supporter, Nicholas. Did you think I was going to deny that?
That was. Oh
Like,
man.
the way y'all cross boundaries is just freaking ridiculous. Pedro, like, doing that, he seems like he would be the type that would be like standing outside of a dollar store and you walk out and he's like, "Hey ma, what's your number?" And you're like, "No, I'm good, I got a man." And he's like, "I don't give a fuck about your man. Let me walk you to your
Yep.
car." And you're like, "Leave me alone, sir. Like, let me, I just want to get in my car and go home." "Oh, why you want to act
Yep.
like that? Come on, man. I just want to be a friend." Like, he seems like that type.
He probably is.
Posted up at gas stations, yeah. And he like, "Hey ma, come here, ma." Tim K. Do y'all see Tim on the stage? Or is he still connected?
Yes. No, he's up here.
Tim K. Okay.
Mhm.
I don't Jesus' children are not okay. He needs to come see about them. Like, seriously.
Right.
Like the kids in the neighborhood whose parents never come home. That's what they act like.
Mhm. Yep.
That's how they've been acting all night.
Good
They
Lord.
they like they are unsupervised children. They're unsupervised kids right now. Playing door ditch.
Yeah, ding dong ditch.
Ding dong ditch. That's what they're doing. That's what I couldn't remember what we called it growing up. Doris. Doris is knocked out.
Yeah, that's, um, 5:38.
I don't know why, but I have a feeling that one's going to go south.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Unfortunately, you have to be 21, okay?
I have to be 21 to be on the panel.
Yep. Have a good night. Well, good morning.
Oh.
I think I'm just sick of you, Pedro. I'm just, bye. Control freak. How dare you control your life? How dare you
Exactly.
set rules for your life? You freaking control freak. How dare you set boundaries so that I can't do what I want to do to you? That's what you sound like. You gotta go. Like, that's just fucking, y'all come in here being racist and anti-Semitic and sexist, all for Jesus. Like, it's just freaking ridiculous. Nobody cares if you love Jesus Christ. Nobody cares. Just stop trying to give your daddy away. Save him for yourself.
Right.
Bigots for blessings? Oh my gosh.
Okay. That's new.
What's up, Corpsman? If you're ready to come on stage, can you please comment? There's 11 people in the guest request. Help us out and let us know that you are there on purpose, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
Bread?
How's it going?
It's going good. How are you?
Doing amazing, actually. Thanks for asking.
It's good. Can I get an age check, please?
Yeah, I'm 21.
Okay. And are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
Yeah, I would lean more on the Christian side for sure.
All right. And which one of these 5 lovely topics did you want to discuss?
Yeah, I think the Christian God's nature is contradictory would be, I guess, cool to talk about.
Okay. Did you want to say something about that?
No, if you could kind of just explain how it's contradictory. I mean, just sort of state your
Yeah.
position a bit.
Yeah. I mean, so the nature of this God is that he doesn't lie, right? According to Christianity.
Yeah.
That's a part of his nature, right? That he doesn't lie.
Yeah.
Except in the book, he says that he will deceive and he will speak a false prophecy in the mouth of a prophet.
Yeah.
If an Israelite goes and worships another god and comes to him afterward to seek guidance,
Yeah.
right? He also works with lying spirits and sends lying spirits into the prophets of Ahab to convince Ahab to go up and fight against Ramoth Gilead because he wanted to kill Ahab, right?
Yeah.
He condones or looks past Abraham and Isaac's lies and blesses them through those lies, as well as Jacob, right?
Yeah.
So, like, it literally goes against his nature, right, to be this honest God who despises deception and lies.
Yeah, that's
And then
actually.
a lot of Christians will say, well, you got to ask yourself why, right? The why matters more to a Christian than the fact that he did the thing that they say he cannot do.
Yeah, I think those are all pretty good points, to be honest. I think my stance would be a little bit different than, I guess, the average Christian, you could say. My kind of point would be that the Bible, especially the New Testament, teaches virtue ethics. It elaborates on it as you read the Old or the New Testament. I think it's John 7 or John 8.
Give me just 1 second. Hold that thought. 1 moment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I had to fix my thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, again, I think we have to look at it as a perspective, just in general, as, like, again, I don't think lying is necessarily wrong. I forgot what exact verse it is in the New Testament, but Jesus did actually tell a lie in the New Testament. Again, I think the New Testament teaches virtue ethics, and my stance would probably be a bit unorthodox to the average Christian you probably speak to, but basically, I could explain it to you super quickly.
But
Lying
give me
is...
just a second. Is there a reason why you're explaining the why of it? Like, do you
Yeah.
think that by you, but what do you think going into the virtue ethics of why this God does it instead of focusing on the fact of the topic, right? That his nature is contradictory.
Yeah, because God's nature, he operates, essentially God, the Christian God is essentially all good. And I think when you talk about things like lying and things like these, they
But
kind of
it's the nature. It
like
says
the
that he
definition.
does. It says he cannot lie, right? Or that he does not lie. That's a statement about his nature. His nature is that he cannot lie or does not lie, right? And so when I say it's contradictory, that means he actually does the thing that his nature says he cannot do. or will not do. So explaining to me why he does the thing does not deal with the fact that he actually did the thing he says he can't do, or Christians say he cannot do. It
Yeah,
still
I mean,
doesn't, it still does not, um, resolve that. Like, I'm not interested in discussing the why, especially when we haven't dealt with the what. And that's why I said to you in my original um, statement to you, is that when Christians come up here, they rather deal with the why instead of the what. And then for some reason, you did the same thing that I tried to warn you that most Christians do.
yeah, but I mean, again, you have to give an explanation for things. You can't really just, you know what I mean, not give
You
a
not
why.
not not before you deal with the actual thing, right? Like his nature, according to Christians, is that he's a God that cannot lie, except he does.
Yeah, in the Old Testament specifically.
It doesn't matter in the Old Testament and the New Testament, doesn't matter
It
when.
does because
He
context
It
matters.
doesn't matter. Is he the God? Is Jesus the God of the Old Testament? Is he that God?
Yeah, Jesus is the Son of God.
Okay, so is he was he God in the flesh?
Yes, he was.
Okay. So regardless of his Old Testament, New Testament, that's his nature. His nature is that he cannot lie, according to Christians, except he does. Let's deal with that. Your why, you jumping to the why, is more for you, because I don't give a damn why. Like, he's not my God. I don't need it to feel good to me, right? That he lied. That's for you to do in your own free time, right? Let's deal with the fact that it in fact contradicts.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to sort of look at the context of the Old Testament and the New Testament and sort of gauge where he's necessarily saying that and who he's saying it to. Again, in the New Testament, like I told you,
Can you start off by saying that letting me know, like, are you saying that his nature is not that he doesn't lie? Like, start off by letting me know what it is that you're defending, because I don't know where your stance is on that. Like, do you agree it's contradictory? Or are you saying it's not contradictory because that's not really his nature? Like, can you let us know that part?
yeah, I mean, I would just say God's nature is ultimately good. Um,
We're
again,
not talking about whether he's good or not. We're
yeah, and I'll
talking
just
about the
elaborate.
lie. Does it contradict his nature that he
No,
lies? Okay, thank you. And why not?
because God is all good, and if he's all good, could I just give you a quick example? Is that okay?
Please, yeah. What I need you to do is tie lying
Yeah,
to
that's what I'm doing.
goodness or bad, because
That's
I didn't
exactly
say whether
that's
lying
exactly
is
what I'm
good.
doing.
Hold on. But I didn't say that lying was good or bad.
Yeah.
So you defending his goodness still is not defending the lying.
Yeah, God never says that lying is necessarily bad.
I never said it. I'm not arguing that lying is good or bad.
Yeah,
His
but
nature is that he cannot lie, right? According to Christians, except in the book he does, and says he does. He okays it, like he condones it, right? So that goes against his nature. Like, if I say bread, your nature as a human is that you cannot fly, and then as there is a human flying, right? Then that goes against your nature. That contradicts the nature of a human. Now, you telling me whether that human flying is good or bad, does it negate the fact that a human is flying?
no.
No. So there's no point in talking about whether it's a good thing or a bad thing
I think
that
it
a
ties in a
human is
little
flying.
bit.
It does for you because you are a believer, right? It's only benefiting you. Like, you're doing the work in your head, right? That I don't need to be a part of. That's something for you to do in your private, secret prayer closet. The justification of the contradiction of his nature, that's something for you to wrestle with. Right now,
Yeah,
what
totally.
what we're identifying is, did he contradict his nature? Yes or no?
Yeah, and I said no.
Okay, so now talk to me about why
Yeah, and I would
he
just
did
like to
not. Hold
explain
on.
that to people.
Him being good does not negate the fact that he lied.
Yeah, I'm
So
not
you
saying
would
that.
have to you would have to show that he did not lie, and therefore he is and cannot be a liar. That's where this conversation needs to go. Not whether it's good or bad. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but
Okay.
I don't think it's as linear as you're pointing it out to be.
It really is like you justifying whether the line is good or bad. It does not change the fact that he says that he cannot do it.
Yeah, but also you have to bring in. Could I just address one comment on here as well? If that's totally
No, I
okay.
don't allow guests to address comments from the
Okay,
stage. If
no
you
worries.
can,
Yeah, but could you just pull up the verse where he says he won't lie, just in context, and read the
well,
transcript?
I've already said that it says that he is not a man that he should lie, and
Well,
then I said according to Christian. Hold on, and then I said according to Christian beliefs,
yeah.
God cannot lie.
Well, that's
Again,
not
I
true.
am. Hold
I won't
on,
do
hold
that.
on, hold on, Brett.
Yeah.
Again, I am aware that the Hebrew text belongs to the Hebrews, and the Hebrews believe that their God can lie and will lie. They do not have this this perfect God image that Christians have. They
Well,
don't
that's
think
not
their
true.
God is stop interrupting me, and then you can
My apologies.
go.
Go ahead.
Okay. They don't have this belief that their God is perfect, and their belief, they are to wrestle with the God. And the God makes mistakes. The God is not all knowing in the sense, the way that the Christians see their God. So they don't have some of the same challenges that Christians have when it comes to um, the way that Christians see God versus the way Jewish people and who practice Judaism, different sects of Judaism,
Yeah.
see the God.
Can I
And
respond to
so what I am talking about is the nature of the Christian God, in the belief that the God cannot lie.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, just to correct you a little bit, Judaism and Hebrews don't believe that God's not perfect.
I
That's not
you
true.
you can are you a Jew? Are you Jewish?
I don't have to be to understand
Okay.
Hebrews Judaism beliefs.
So first off, I have two friends who are Jewish rabbis that often frequent this stage, and both of them, actually three friends who are Jewish. One of them is atheistic now, but that also does deconstruction lives. And out of the three, all three of them have said to me and said to thousands of people on this stage that they do not see their God as perfect. That
Yeah, and
they
that's
are to
wrong.
wrestle. That they are to wrestle with their God. That their God makes mistakes. Their God doesn't know everything.
Then they're probably not
Their God
Jews.
does good and bad. Well, you don't have any right to speak on their belief,
I
as
do,
you
because
are
that's not a
not.
Jewish belief.
You're not Jewish.
Can we look
They
up some of the
are.
Jewish beliefs?
You're not Jewish and they are. You're not Jewish and they are. And you
Okay.
came up here
Is
to
that an appeal
talk
to authority?
about the Christian God. And out of the thousands of conversations that I've had on this stage, Christians believe that their God cannot lie. That is the topic of the conversation right now.
Okay,
Is
and
your God
yeah,
does lie in this book.
yeah, I would say that's just if you're wanting me to address it from like a purely, I guess, majority Christian sense. I mean, I would agree with you. I'd think that's fundamentally wrong, but that also doesn't mean that God is contradicting his nature or that he's evil or imperfect.
Why are you adding these other words, evil and imperfect? Like,
Because it matters to the
stop.
context of the
Listen,
thing.
stop. No, it doesn't, because don't put words in my mouth.
I'm
What
not.
what I said was your God contradicted his nature. If his nature is that he cannot lie, and in fact in this book he does lie, he contradicts his nature.
Yeah, and can we pull up
That's
the
the
context where he's
topic.
saying he doesn't lie?
Just say that you can't stick with that topic.
I
You
mean,
don't
you're
know
not
how
even letting
to.
me address
You
your
don't, because
claim.
you want to justify it, and that's something that you need to do in your own time. I never once
You're
said
not letting me
because
respond.
he lied he's evil. I never once said
And
because
I'm
he
not saying
lied
you said
he's
that
not
either.
perfect.
I'm not
That
saying
is
that
what
either.
you just said.
No.
That is exactly what you just said.
Can I respond?
As long as you respond on topic.
Sure. Can I respond?
On topic.
Thanks, Thinker. Just let me know when I'm getting off topic here.
I will trust that.
Yeah, so your claim is that God lied in the Old Testament, correct?
Yes.
So can we pull up the context of when he's saying that and who he's saying that to?
Yes, I sure will.
Okay, can we do that? And also, what do you mean by should we ignore facts and believe the God?
You're already on one topic. You only get to
Okay.
do one topic when you come on stage.
Okay, I
Like
didn't know that. Okay.
the last Christian that came on stage and I kept trying to switch topics. Like
Okay,
that.
my
Like
apologies.
I'm yeah. So we're gonna read this from the beginning, right?
Let's
So
go
that
Bible
we
study.
don't have
Woo!
to. I'm sorry. So we don't. Please don't do that. Like you are 21. Okay.
That's fine.
And I can already. I can tell when this type of behavior comes out. Right. It's right before a crash out.
Oh, I'm not crashing
And
out.
and honestly, like if you don't know, just say, hey, I don't know. Like we've had several people come up here and say, you know what, I don't know. I need to go study that a little bit more. There's nothing wrong with that. But you
Yeah, I
don't
agree
have
with
to
you.
you don't have to turn into like a 17-year-old on the stage. You're 5 years past that.
Yeah, totally. I'm just happy we're doing Bible study, guys. Let's go. Woo!
Certain elders of Israel came to me and sat down before me, and the word of the Lord came to me, mortal, these men have taken their idols in their hearts and placed their iniquity as a stumbling block before them. Hold on, do you know who's talking right now?
So you have to tell me. I'm a newbie.
This is Ezekiel. Ezekiel 14.
Yeah.
It's Ezekiel talking.
Okay,
Give me
go
just a
ahead.
second. I have to let somebody up on stage.
Yeah, go ahead.
One moment.
Who is it? Go ahead. I got it.
I got there, Dr. B.
Oh, okay.
I had
Yeah, I
already had
see
the
it over
box
there.
open.
Oh, gotcha.
Good morning, Dr. B.
Good morning. Sorry,
My
didn't want to interrupt.
comments. No, my comments are
No.
scrolling for some reason.
I don't think anybody's typing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. So this is Ezekiel 14. Certain elders of Israel came to me and sat down before me. And the word of the Lord came to me, mortal, these men have taken their idols into their hearts and placed their iniquity as a stumbling block before them. Shall I let myself be consulted by them? Therefore speak to them and say to them, thus says the Lord God, any of those of the house of Israel who take their idols in their hearts and place their iniquity as a stumbling block before them, and yet come to the prophet, I, the Lord, will answer those who come with the multitude of their idols, in order that I may take hold of the hearts of the house of Israel, all of whom are estranged from me through their idols. Therefore, say to the house of Israel, thus says the Lord God, repent and turn away from your idols, and turn away your faces from all your abominations. For any of those of the house of Israel or of the aliens who reside in Israel who separate themselves from me, taking their idols into their hearts and placing their iniquity as a stumbling block before them, and yet come to a prophet to inquire of me by him, I, the Lord, will answer them myself. I will set my face against them. I will make them a sign and a byword, and cut them off from the midst of my people, and you shall know that I am the Lord. If a prophet is deceived and speaks a word, I, the Lord, have deceived that prophet, and I will stretch out my hand against him, and will destroy him from the midst of my people Israel. And they shall bear their punishment, the punishment of the inquirer, and the punishment of the prophet shall be the same, so that the house of Israel may no longer go astray from me, nor defile themselves any more with all their transgressions. Then they shall be my people, and I will be their God, says the Lord.
Yeah, and that's to point out that God's not lying or that he's intentionally lying.
It's
What's your
your
counter?
God said that he would lie. He
Okay.
would
And
speak a false prophecy
yeah.
in the
How is that a
mouth of the
contradiction?
prophet
How is that a contradiction? Could you just clarify?
to your God not being able to lie.
Yeah, but you're implying that. That's your presupposition. I never said he can't.
I don't do no damn presuppositions. Like if
Well,
you
you
are
just
a
did
field
one.
bro, no, listen,
You.
listen, hold on, stop.
I mean, it's a presupposition. Is it?
No,
Or
you're
is it
getting
not?
ready. No, stop. Because you're about to do this stupid precept shit and you're about to get up here and speak word salad. Whatever
I'm really not
tactic
trying to.
that yes, you are.
My
You're
apologies.
about to do, yes, you are. And I'm not about to let you do it. I'm about to
Okay.
take you down and you have a good night.
Oh, you're not.
The fuck? Precept bullshit. Oh, shut up, Miss Debbie. Like the fact that y'all expect for people to just let people treat them any kind of way, and then you'll sit up here and you'll get mad at me defending myself or enforcing my boundaries, but you won't say shit to these disrespectful ass Christians that come up on my stage. Shut the entire fuck up. Now, argumentative that. And no, I don't want to hear your lies. I didn't ask a fucking moral question. That this is the problem with y'all engaging in these conversations, that y'all don't know how to stay on topic because y'all are so used to fucking people's minds up and talking about something that somebody didn't ask, confusing them. Y'all are so used to mind fucking, and then you get mad because somebody tells you I don't want that shit. They don't know the difference between asking a question uh about his nature being contradictory or morality. They think that they are the same thing. Me saying that your God not being able to lie and he lies in the story is not a question of morality. I didn't ask you if it was good or bad. And you over there asking, when did God lie, after I just fucking read Ezekiel 14? Y'all don't even listen to your own book. Like it's like a waste of time even reading the book to y'all, because y'all have in your own head like this idea of the God. You don't really like the God in the book. I just fucking answered it, Debbie. I just answered it and gave you the scripture, Debbie. There is a Discord call-in number pinned to the top of this chat. If you want to talk to me, Debbie, you can call in on Discord. Click the link. Click the link and I will show you all the times that your God has lied or has allowed lying or has used lying to bless his Israelites. Just click the link, Debbie. Asia? Wait, what? Wait, Asia, wait, wouldn't she just sleep? Hello, Asia? Asia? Why is it that when I take them down, they come right back in?
Yeah, it's like either they're accidentally hitting it or TikTok is just throwing them right back.
Yeah, that's what it kept doing. Z-Bay Salami like that all night. It's not Asia. What was it? Oh, Aisha. What was it? Aisha? E- Aisha? Oh. The reason why I have a niece named Asia spelled that way. Spelled Aisha. Nobody cares if you're Catholic, Madison. And stop typing in all caps. What the fuck is wrong with y'all tonight?
Oh my God.
Aisha is back in the box.
Mm.
This is how it's been all night, Dr. B.
The entire thing.
That
The whole night.
pre-silk guy was interesting.
I have tried to take Aisha out of the box. I've clicked decline and it just keeps adding her right back. Like if I click to take her out, it adds her right back. It's the weirdest thing. I don't think she's doing it. Like it shuffles her. It's crazy. Something's got to be wrong with TikTok because I can't take her out the box. Susie. Hello, Susie.
Okay.
Do y'all see the person named Ella on the stage? Alex or Ella asked for.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Ella. Hello, Ella. I'm gonna clear everybody out the box. It's been like this all night. Melanin sister, I can't take Melanin sister out.
Yeah, she's been. Every time I took her out, she popped right back in.
It's got to be a glitch. This is a TikTok glitch. Now I got. Look, you see that? As soon as I took her out, it put her right back.
Mm-hmm. Put her right back in the box.
It's a TikTok glitch. If you are a Christian or if you are deconstructing or thinking about deconstructing from Christianity, or if you are an atheist or non-believer and you have deconstructed from Christianity, the guest box is open to you. Debbie, I am waiting for you to call in. I did see that somebody dropped the link for you again. If you want to call into the Discord, just click the link. That's all you have. Well, make sure you download Discord first and then click the link. What Genesis 2:16? What is that, Debbie? You don't what? Linda, how are you? Hello, Linda. Dr. B, have you ever been on any live where there's like 1,000 people in the room and they just all here to watch? Like, have you ever been in a place like that?
I feel like that happens pretty frequently here. You know, you would expect people that have the truth to and that are so confident in it be able to come up and tell us about it. You know. But
It's the weirdest thing to me. And then they'll be in the comments like just talking shit. Freedom is free. Are you there? I'm just gonna leave you on stage until you decide to drop yourself. What's up, Lightbird? I think it's weird. Like you can hear them moving in the background and they don't say anything, like, or they don't drop themselves. They just sit there and they just move around. It's weird. I don't know if they're all religious accounts. It's been like this all night. I don't know. Freedom, are you there? Hey, Shiz. Don't do it, Chef Dog. It's been like this all night. Nope, I don't. I'm not gonna add more. And then when we did have Freeform Friday and we created an opportunity for Christians to be on stage with other Christians, y'all didn't show up. Now y'all want to complain because we're back to 101s. Like I think y'all just want to feel victimized. Y'all want to believe that people are out to get Christians. Like when literally nobody gives a damn. Like honestly, if y'all just had your belief and left everybody alone, nobody would give a damn about what you believe. But no, y'all got to be all under people's post trying to make people say that God raised their kids. And the crazy thing is, like, you can't even tell me a day in the life of my kid, but you want to tell everybody that God helped me raise my kids. Thiz King, how are you?
Fine, and you?
I'm good. Are you Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you atheist? Huh?
No,
Are you
I'm not Christian. No,
Do you
I
believe in the
think
God of the Bible,
Christianity.
or are you deconstructing?
No, um, I guess you would call it deconstructing because I don't believe anything that I feel Europeans put their hands on. So I feel like religion only empowers the white people or whatever, and I think that religion also is how they enslaved my ancestors for 400 years here in America. And I believe that they use that same practice all around the world, you know, and I think that because of, the whites controlling the media in America, a lot of us are
Hold on,
lost.
you saying
Oh.
a lot of like, yeah, like no, this isn't a I hate white people page, okay?
No, I'm not saying
Like
that.
yeah, like you're
I'm not.
saying a lot of stuff,
Yeah,
right?
I hate white
Like
people. I'm saying that
like the way you're talking right
this
now, you're
is
saying a lot of
if you
stop
All
talking,
right, hold on.
stop. Damn, you're saying a lot of hateful shit,
well, it's not
right?
hateful. I
It
mean,
is
well, it
very
was hateful
hateful.
that
Like
would happen.
stop. Like you are saying very hateful shit right now, right? And this is not
Okay.
that paid. Okay. Now, if you want to talk about the slavery in the Bible and how that was used here in America, you can do that.
But that's okay. So I just said that. I feel like that's, how it happened. I mean, I don't believe in pretty much Christianity and um, anything that has to do with a religion. So that's pretty much all I have to say. I mean, I don't mean to be hateful. I'm not
I
hateful.
didn't say you were hateful. I said you were saying hateful shit. Like
Yeah,
the way that you are framing the things that you are saying, right? There is a way to say that the media was used to discriminate, to demonize black people, right? But the way you said it,
well,
right?
I barely made it out of school, so I'm speaking how where I come.
It ain't got
I
it
listened
don't
to
have
this
nothing to do with
page
making it out of school.
yesterday.
It has nothing to do with
No, the
intellect.
lady
Stop
yesterday,
talking
the
while I'm
lady,
talking, biz.
the lady
Damn. We
yesterday
cannot
said it.
talk at the same fucking time. Gosh. I sat there, I listened to you talk. Okay? Every time I open my mouth, you talk while I'm talking. It has
As if what
nothing
he
to
has to
do.
say is the,
What'd you say, Selena?
I said, as if what he has to say is the most important thing, and it's just, ugh, it's a
What
bunch of
I'm
people.
saying to you, it has nothing to do with intellect, right? It's just you're like the whites did this, the whites on this, like the way the language that you're using, right, is very discriminatory and it's very hateful, right? There is a way to say things, right? And the truth is that the media, right, was used to demonize black people in America. The media is still used to demonize black people in America. Uh, White people in America, it historically have listened to the media when they wanted to learn about the nature or personality of black people instead of talking to black people themselves. Like there are ways to say things without being blanketed discriminatory. Does that make sense?
You have an invite to unmute.
And I listen. I mean, but I don't really think education means anything because a lot of us are lost. And shit, I don't even know how to talk on this platform because yesterday it was a little different. But um,
What do you mean yesterday was a little different? Do you like let me share you
I
a
mean,
little
I
bit
was
about who I
listening
am, okay?
yesterday.
And that way you'll know how to talk on here. I am the
Are
same
you the
lady.
same lady?
No,
The
no,
lawyer? The
no.
lawyer?
I'm not a lawyer. I don't know
I'm the
who you were
lawyer.
listening to. I don't know who you were listening to yesterday. I'm not a lawyer. Okay.
I'm the
So let
lawyer.
me let me. You're a lawyer, Selena?
No, somebody asked me if I was your lawyer, so I was like, "Yeah, I'm her lawyer. Do you need representation?"
Oh, you told him you was my lawyer yesterday.
I told somebody. I don't know who asked me, but I did tell them I was.
Oh, no, I'm not a lawyer. Um, but let me tell you a little bit about who I am. Okay, I don't do any type of discrimination. Period. Okay, no sexism in my space. No homophobia in my space. No ableism in my space. What's all the isms? None of the isms. We don't
Mm.
discriminate at all in this space. Do I speak truth when it comes to history? Hell, motherfucking yes. Right? History is history. Facts are facts. I have no problem discussing those things, but discussing them in a way where it's what word am I looking for? Uh, Bigotry and hatred towards another group of people. I that ain't me, and I don't support that. Derogatory, yeah. I don't support that. Does that make sense? So you can speak truth here, right? Just don't do it in a derogatory way. Does that make sense? Diz, are you there?
There's I sent you an invitation to unmute.
Hello.
Yeah. Did you hear what I said about
No,
this
you get
space?
out. Yeah, I heard what you said.
Okay.
So this wasn't the one with it was like a group of African people yesterday, and like they were talking to a lot of Americans and stuff like that about
Oh,
a
okay.
lot of things. So this not the same people. That's what I thought I saved it.
No.
See, damn. Excuse me. So I apologize. I didn't mean to blow your spot up. So dang. All right. How do I disconnect myself?
I'll disconnect you. You have a good day, okay?
Too. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. He's like, oh, I can't be a bigot. Let me go. Like, what?
Exactly.
And then African atheist, it can't be African atheist rule because African atheist ain't,
No.
she don't discriminate either. Like, I don't know. I don't know where he was at. James.
Yes,
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well.
That's good. Are you Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
Christian.
All right. And which one of the 5 topics that are on the post uh, next to you on the screen do you want to discuss?
Number 1 and
All
number
right.
3.
You can only discuss one, okay?
Okay, what about 3? What about God's nature is a contradictory?
Sure. So, in the Christian belief, the God cannot lie, correct? Or does not lie, correct?
Before I've already stated my belief system. Are you
I'm not a
Christian, atheist, or
Christian. No,
destructive?
I'm not a Christian. I do not believe in this God. And that's all you need to know
You're an
about me.
atheist?
I'm not a Christian. I do not believe in this God. That's all you need to know. Okay.
Okay. Okay. I
So
had to get my identity. Go ahead.
yeah. So, according to the Christian belief, the God cannot lie or does not lie, correct?
Incorrect.
So the Christians believe their God lies.
The God has the ability to lie.
That's not what I asked you. Do the Christians believe their God lies?
God has the ability to lie, so if God wishes to lie, he will lie.
That's not what I asked you.
Yes, he does. But you
So
have to
your
put the
God lies.
correct
Okay,
context into
give
it.
me a second. No. Can you go on mute for a second? To the Christians in the comments, can you put a 1 in the comments if your God lies? If your God is a liar, put a 2 in the comments if he is not, according to your belief.
God is not a liar, just be
Can you
sure.
just go on mute for a second, please? For the Christians, please. No, if you're not a Christian, please do not comment. If you're not a Christian, please don't comment. Yo, nerds, please,
Y'all cut it out.
please stop.
Y'all know that. Y'all know the
What
Bible
did
Hold
says
numbers
on,
God's
mean
not a
hold
again?
on,
man that he
hold on.
should
We got to
lie.
start back over. Nerds, I need y'all to chill for a second. Chill for a second for me, please. Okay, hold on. We're going to clear the space. We got to do different numbers. Okay, if you are a Christian, and if you are a Christian based
Does
on
God have the
your,
ability to
hold on,
lie?
stop talking. This is my line. Please stop. If you are a Christian based on your Christian beliefs, does your God lie?
Has the ability
But
to lie.
stop. I didn't ask you that. So stop trying to change my question. Like you're deceptive. You are deceptive at best by trying to change my damn question. Does your God lie?
Put the right
Like stop.
parameters,
Like you know what? I'm just like, do you want me to take you down? Like,
premises.
are you trying to get dropped, James? No language. Why'd you take
He
him
was
down? Oh,
sorry because he. I'm sorry. I thought you were ready to drop. My
no,
bad. Hold
not
on, I'll
yet.
bring
I
him
was
back.
trying to see if that's what he was trying to. I was trying to see if he was trying to get dropped, but never mind.
That
I
laugh
didn't drop
irritated
him.
my soul,
Language
and that's
did
what he
that.
was
That
trying to
wasn't
do.
me.
I did that. That was me, and I'm a separate entity from Thinker, although I'm her lawyer.
He
Hold
was.
on.
I think he was trying to get dropped anyway.
Yeah, and the way his laugh that irritated my soul, and I knew he was what he was trying to do at that point.
That laugh, like when I said you're being deceptive, like he knew. That's why he kept coming off mute saying, does he have the ability? He wanted to focus on the ability
Mm-hmm.
because their belief is that the God can do anything. But he won't, like what he want to say is he can do anything, but he won't lie.
But
He
he
didn't
won't.
like,
Yeah.
yeah, he didn't like the fact that I was focused on does he do the thing. So even him, he was being deceptive. What I wanted to see was how many Christians were going to back him up and lie with him. And the nerds messed that test up.
Yeah, y'all need to behave.
And I know they were trying to like get in there. I was trying to see if they were going to back him up and lie with him. I'm going to tell you the weird shit is that motherfucker is right back in the request box. That's some weird shit. If you get
Right back.
dropped, that means we don't want you here, right? It's you. Something's got to be off in your head for you to hit request again. And I'm gonna tell you the toxic trait of me. The toxic trait of me is that I want to know what the fuck is it in your head that makes you hit request again once somebody says, I don't want you here. What is it? Like, what's the conversation that happens in your head that says, let me request again? Because somehow, some way, I'm going to make them accept this request. I don't get it. Qatar, how are you? Well, then get the fuck out then, James. Just go be powerfully knowledgeable by yourself. Kudos.
Start your own live, baby.
Qatar, how are you? It's give me just a second. James, it's ban me. Banned me is past tense. Okay. Like with all that powerful knowledge, you would use ed when you're talking about something that happened in the past, right? Like 2,500 years ago, your Jesus was supposed to have came back already, right? That's past tense. That is when you use the ed. Okay. If you are wanting something to happen in the present, you just simply say, ban me then. And no, James, your Jesus did not live during the BC times. The fuck?
What? That's
God,
that knowledge
yeah,
that we are too ignorant for.
banned. And you just gonna reject knowledge and keep fucking saying banned. Okay, Qatar, are you a Christian? Qatar. Okay, we're gonna move on.
It was
All right, Qatar, are you Christian? Are you a Christian?
you are for
Okay, I'm gonna move on. I don't know
you
what
are
you're
for
saying. I don't know what the fuck he was saying.
Yeah, I'm lost.
Y'all are weird. Something's up with this Holy Ghost. Something's up. Something's off. God, what is wrong with y'all? Like, I mean, what happened? What do you think happened? Like, I I don't get it.
I don't, and I can quite honestly say that I've never been this jaded as a Christian. I've always had friends who are atheists. I've always had friends who are other religions. And even though we didn't talk religion, I've never been this, I can't even, what is the word? I've never been this delusional. Delusional for a deity, like never.
It's almost
Like
as
I would,
if I don't know. It's almost as if the bunch that has come in here tonight said "fuck school."
right?
You know, that's schools for fools. Like it feels like that they wore the shirts instead of "school is cool." They wore shirts "schools
Hmm.
are for fools," and that they listened to that podcast that said books are for fools and books are a waste of time. Um, because the shit that they have done and said in here tonight, it's not even it's on a different level than the believers that we typically deal with. This was some foolishness tonight. Like that's all this was. It was like straight foolishness. And then like there's a guy in the comments right now, which I don't remember talking to his ass tonight, but he's in the comments saying, "Did I win the debate?"
I don't remember him either, thinker. So I'm like, what? What is his name?
And then he's like, "I don't hear no more word of God." Like, was y'all's plan tonight to come in here and just like hop up on stage over and over and not say shit, and that's how you win the debate? Like, was that y'all's plan to like try to force us to shut down or something?
I guess. And someone wants to know how we worship God. Like how we battle God? Worships? Okay.
And it still did, and that's the crazy thing. Like they wanted to waste time, but they didn't because like everything provides an opportunity to learn and an opportunity
Mm-hmm.
to grow, right? Like you can only waste my time if I allow you to, right? But like the things that y'all did tonight in this live, all you did is just prove to me even more why I am not a believer of this God, and why I am so thankful that I came out of that delusion. Because if I behaved like y'all, if I processed information the way that y'all did, if I felt so loyal to a God, to a deity that I've never seen, that I would betray my own logic, my own capabilities of mind and thought, I would hate myself. I wouldn't be able to be me. And so I'm glad that y'all did what y'all did tonight, because it just reminds me of how peaceful I am without this God. You all just keep showing me what I don't want to be. And that I'm thankful for. James, how are you? James? Yep, even a fool can teach you something. Every day. My God is a black woman said her credit score went up after leaving this God.
That's wow.
But the crazy thing is that they come in here just to sit and watch, and it's like
Hmm.
it's almost as if there's like they've never seen a real demon. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like they've never seen uh I don't know, a witch. I don't know what they're calling me in their head, right? Like they've never seen a demon or a devil or a witch. They've never seen somebody just like let me say somebody black say, confidently that they don't believe in this God, right? Then at the same time, know the Bible. And they've been told even the devil knows the word of God. And so they come here to see the devil. That's what I think they do. They come here to see the devil, and they're amazed because this is just weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then they think that I'm mad that they call me devil or demon.
It's like, oh
Uh,
no, someone who doesn't know me.
I don't care. Like their words don't mean nothing to me. I don't care. Emir, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I'm an atheist.
Okay. Will you come on stage as an atheist? So this is a room where we research and we have critical thought conversations. So as an atheist, you still have to pick one of the topics on the board and be adding to our knowledge, if that makes sense, and not just come on stage to like talk about how bad Christians are. Okay.
I understand.
Okay. Which topic did you want to discuss?
The first one about slavery.
Okay. Go ahead.
Well, really, I just wanted your opinion. When people bring up how or compare it to indentured servitude, one thing that's always in the back of my mind, and I know that there's better arguments than that, but it really grinds my gears when people bring it up as if, that's okay and that's cool, as if there wouldn't be serious abuses of that. And I'm just thinking of like just predatory loans these days. So I just wondered if you thought that might be an argument to bring up in some of those cases.
I definitely think predatory loans is could be one, but I think a stronger place to go is one. I recommend studying the history of indentured servitude in the ancient Near East and how it was actually practiced. And I'll share some of that. You also do you know Dr. Bowen?
Yes.
Okay,
Well, from the
so
show, yes.
oh, okay. Dr. Bowen can give you some pointers as well. He'll probably give you way more information than I can. Um, so I do recommend studying how that was practiced in the ancient Near East, as well as in the antebellum South, because so for in the ancient Near East, the creditors could come and take the person who owed the money. They could take a child, a wife, or a slave in the place of the person who owed the money. they could sell the in foreign lands, they could sell the indentured servant to other nations, right? And so what's so interesting about the slavery in ancient Israel is that when they went and bought slaves from other nations, they were typically buying indentured servants, right, from other nations.
Huh.
So let's say they went to Babylon and bought a person who sold themselves into indentured servitude for a period of 3 years to pay off a debt, and they bought that person. They would then bring that person back to the land of Israel and make them a permanent slave. So essentially taking them away from their family forever. And so that person who had the expectations of returning back to their family in 3 years would lose that privilege once they became an Israelite slave. And so that happened with indentured servants of foreign nations. And then here in another instance in the Bible where the Israelites abused indentured servitude is that they were not allowing their fellow brothers and sisters out of their contracts, and during the year of Jubilee, they were extending their contracts and keeping them longer as slaves in the book of Jeremiah. So that same thing would happen in the antebellum South when slave masters would purchase indentured servants, put them on the 7-year contract. They would do sneaky things to extend those contracts so that they wouldn't have to let the indentured servant go. They would also impregnate the indentured women, and then pin the baby on an indentured male that was about to be set free. And if that male wanted to take care of that child, he would have to pay the child support to the slave master, whatever the slave master had spent on taking care of that indentured child. He would have like 30 days to come up with like 6 pounds of tobacco or something like that. And after being in indentured service for 6 years, he didn't have a way of actually doing that, right? So the only way he could do that and stay a father would be to extend his contract. So they would do little sneaky things like that to keep indentured servants as slaves for longer. So it's definitely ways that system of slavery was abused as well. So it wasn't all peaches and cream.
Thank you.
Does that make
Thank you.
sense?
Yeah, that's, I guess, all I wanted to ask about. And thank you. I've learned quite a bit, and I love your live, and I'll just hop off and listen in. Thanks so much.
You're very welcome. Did you want some feedback from Dr. B before you drop?
I would love that. Yes, please.
Okay, Dr. B.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was, very well said. Some examples that you can give, I think, from the text itself as well. If you look at 2 Kings 4, you can see Elisha coming to the rescue for a widow woman whose children are getting ready to be taken by a creditor because they've defaulted on a loan. And I think the way that apologists frame indentured servitude, sort of as you've alluded to here, is like, well, it's like slavery light, right? It's like it's actually something that was really good. and I think that we've said this before. I think, or like we said this quite a bit, but I mean, like, that widow woman wasn't going, you know, thank God the creditor's coming to take my children away, because, like, how am I going to feed them? Or, I'm sure glad I have this way to pay off my debt. That's not how anybody thought about this. And this is why I think when you get to Leviticus 25, you know, as a later law collection, at this point they're saying you can't take Israelites even as debt slaves any longer. You could do that in Exodus 21. You could do that in Deuteronomy 15. But Leviticus 25 says, no, you can't keep them as even debt slaves. And that's the other thing that I think was really important the thinker pointed out, was that a debt slave in theory, be they a pledge or somebody who actually somebody's defaulted on the loan and they're actually in servitude. That status, it was very, very easy for a master to create a circumstance where they could never get out of that debt. And this is why in these law collections, in the Hebrew Bible, in the ancient Near East, you will see limits on how long they can keep a debt slave, right? Laws of Hammurabi, you can only keep them for 3 years. Got to release them in the fourth. Hebrew Bible, keep them for 6 years. You release them in the seventh. And then in the ancient Near East, more broadly, you have what's called andoraru, which is uh, declaring freedom, essentially, for anybody who's in that type of debt service. Debts are remitted, and it was a way, from an economic standpoint, to keep things, more balanced and for the king to look really good. But this is what we see with the year of Jubilee. This sort of, and in fact, uh, declaring it comes from the same word, declaring, not Jubilee, but this word dorar comes from the Akkadian Anduraru, and they're cognates. And so, yeah, the point is that somebody who's in that status of debt slave or pledge, if they they could be converted to the status of alienable chattel, and that transition can happen any number of ways, and that's one of the things that makes this such a, I don't know, bizarre notion that it's only debt slavery. It's only indentured servitude. Because look at this, and I'll shut up, but look at the situation in Exodus 21:2-6. Right? Here is exactly what Thinker was talking about. You have a guy, he's an Israelite, comes into debt slavery, and his master gives him a wife. And the two of them have children together. The law is clear. The wife and the children are the property of the master. So when that guy, that male debt slave, exercises his right of release in the sixth or in the seventh year, he only gets that for himself. He's leaving his family behind, and so if he wants to remain with his wife and his children, he has to become a chattel slave. So yeah, I agree with you. I guess is the like it's just a bizarre argument. Well, it's not as bad. It's like, no, I swear I'll shut up. But it really is, to me. It sounds a lot like. Uh, if somebody were a defense attorney defending a mass unaliver, right? And they say, well, Your Honor, I mean, gracious, think about this other mass unaliver. Like he used a knife or something. My God, why can't I need to ask the attorney in the room? No, my client,
Client, my
yeah,
client.
thank you. My client used poison, right? And they drifted off into, so, I mean, it's not as bad, right? I mean, it's like, what? Okay. So anyway, yeah.
Is
Thank
it
you.
Jeremiah 31 where they kept the slaves, or is it Jeremiah 33 where they refused to let them go? Which is it?
34.
34. Yeah, so Jeremiah
Yeah.
34, Emir, is where they refused to let the Hebrew Israelite slaves go, and they were extending the contracts. I think an interesting thing here is the God says you're doing the same thing your ancestors did, and you promised that you wouldn't do it. So like this, it to me that says that was a habit of them, right, to keep their own brothers and sisters enslaved for longer periods than they were supposed to. So even in this book, that practice was being abused even by the Israelites.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's because I mean, I've literally heard people on this live and others where they'll argue like, well, they were happy to have this way. Uh, and I'm like, and I'm there's of course, the whole other arguments, but that really kind of bugs me. And thank you so much. I've learned quite a bit. I'm going to hop off because I got to go to work. And again, I love your live, and you all are doing a great work. Appreciate
Thank you,
you.
Amir. I hope you have a great day at work.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I love conversations like that.
Exactly.
Yes, where we can learn and we can grow. All the other shit, take it to church. Susie? Yep, my God is a black woman. Absolutely. You're welcome. And you can use your judgment. You don't have to ask permission as a mod. Like that's what you been entrusted with. I trust that like the mods know not to like mute people for their beliefs, but like when they're doing harmful shit, yeah, like just do your thing. Yeah, give me just a second, Maven. Hold on.
Oh, they were in the box.
Who?
The person that asked what's wrong with human ownership.
Wow. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Debbie's getting ready to get on Discord.
Okay.
Maven, I'm finna email you. I'm finna send you the link through Discord through the mod room, okay?
Okay.
All right. Okay. Maven, I just sent it to you on Discord. You said you did get on obvious what to do next. I don't see you in the voice room, Debbie. You're not in the voice room. Can you try to hit the link again? Hold on. I see Dr. B. I don't see you in there. Um, okay. It's okay. I just posted it again, Maven. There's the link, Debbie. Can you hit that link that I just posted in the chat? Debbie. Let's see. I'll take one guess while she figures out how to work Discord. Are you in there? No, she's not. Okay. Chuckles 576. Are you? Is this Debbie? Chuckles 576. You're on mute if you're trying to talk. Discord caller. I'm going to remove you from the Discord chat if you are not able to speak. I don't allow people to hang out in the Discord. That's spiritual rants. Okay, you're not allowed to hang out in here, okay? Debbie, are you going to click the link before we all go back to TikTok? Let me know. All right, so we're going to go back to TikTok. Why is that the thing that y'all always got to ask? Like, do you think that if you went into a live, a Buddhist live, that they would ask if you are an atheist? I can't get the box to open. The link works. I don't know why she's saying that it don't. Yeah, I don't know why she's saying it doesn't work. I hope she would not lie like Yahweh. The Discord link is for those who are trying to call in through YouTube. I don't allow people to hang out in the Discord call in room. I can't get the box to open. Is there a super mod in here that can bring up Dr. B and Selena? Never mind, it's open now.
Alrighty.
I might have to just leave the box open the whole damn time.
Somebody in here still
Paige.
crying about Shand.
Crying about what?
Shand getting kicked yesterday.
Who is Shand?
I don't remember who Shand was, but it was Shand with some name at the end of it.
Paige, are you there? Okay, can we remove Paige? I got the box open. I'm trying to make sure. TBM. Okay, can we remove TBM? Wait, TBM?
Yes, hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, and how are you all on here?
I'm doing good. Are you a
That's good too.
Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
Actually, I'm non-believer. I don't believe in anything. I just be me. That's all.
Okay. And so, as a non-believer, when you join the stage, you still have to speak about one of the topics on the screen, um, and be adding some type of value to the conversation. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Which topic did you want to discuss?
The the topics here are all linked. Slavery, God, they are all the same thing. So
They're not.
slavery and
Why did you choose to come up? Why did you want to come up?
what?
Why did you request up?
I requested because earlier I was on. I read the topics that you're talking about. The reason why I joined actually was I was the link. I mean, the live was shared with me by a friend, and also the name of the host makes me want to join
Yeah,
to
but
discuss.
we're discussing specific things, and so I'm just asking, like, there was a reason why you came on stage, right?
Yes,
What was the reason you came on stage? Like, what was the reason you hit request, and the thing that we all need to hear you say?
about slavery, about
No,
God.
no, about what you hit request, correct? And it was like, oh, these people need to hear me talk. What's the thing that that we need to hear you talk about?
Okay, so you want me to talk why I joined the platform?
Yeah, like what made you hit request? Why are you on stage? What's the purpose of you being
Because
here?
of the conversation going on here about how to like be ourselves, not to be mentally enslaved or not to be taken away from ourselves. That is why I joined.
Okay. And so, which one of the topics on the board do you want to discuss pertaining to that?
About belief.
No, like, so which one of the topics align with the reason you joined the stage?
Why should we ignore facts
Okay.
and believe the God?
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
You're welcome.
All right, go ahead.
We are not supposed to believe. The word believe itself is a lie. To me, that is my view. So the word God also don't have a definition. That is why I feel it is a must for us to realize we are not supposed to believe, because when we are believing, then we are living a lie. Rather, we are supposed to understand. And understanding what we are supposed to understand is ourselves, I mean, our tongue, what we say, being it English, Russia, any tongue that you speak, being it Chinese, India, whatever you say in that tongue, need to be understood before you put it out there.
Okay. And so if a person comes to you and they say that they understand the words in this Bible, uh, do you then accept their words as fact because they
No,
say they understand them?
the Bible is actually a book written by another. So when someone come to tell me what somebody else, that is a third party. If you and I are talking right now and you mention the Bible, you put in a third party.
Yeah, but the question says,
I hope.
why should I ignore facts and believe the God? So we're talking about facts of the Bible, right? Why should I ignore those facts um, that the historical facts that refute any stories in the Bible and just believe God? Like, that question is for a believer.
There
And
is okay for me. The Bible is not a historical fact. It's actually an
Agree.
illusion
I
to
agree.
to
So,
okay.
hey, right. And so that question, right, would be for a believer, right? That to you, you would say to a believer, that book is not historical. Those stories in that book are not factual. But the believer would then say to you, you have to just believe, right?
That is where I'll let you know the word believe itself, it's a lie. That is why
The
you
believer
don't
doesn't care
need.
about that. Telling a believer that belief itself is a lie, like that. What would a believer say back to you when you say that to them?
Well, the believer, I don't know what the believer is going to say. They have what they have to say by themselves. What I know is the word believe is a lie. So I'll ask you to define or explain what the word believe means to me, because believers don't actually understand what believe is. That is why they believe. If you understand, you don't believe. If you
And
believe,
their response is going to be right that it's faith, right? It's having faith, and then you're going to say what?
I'll tell you, you can only be yourself if you deprogrammed yourself from how and what you have been programmed to be. And the
And then the
Bible
believer's going to
program
say,
us to be believers.
I've experienced God. I've
That
experienced
is
God.
that is not actually true. They don't know what they are saying. No believer actually know what they say for a fact.
Well,
The word
the
believe
believer said they
defines what.
experienced the God. They've had experiences, right?
And I'm
The God
saying
has done miracles for them.
they don't even know what miracle means. Like they don't
A
believers.
miracle
What
is
I'm trying to
something
say is
outside of the natural that is
there is
unexpected.
no. What is natural? You see, they don't know what they say. They don't understand. So they live a lie. So everything they say is actually illusion. They don't know. Believers don't know. That is why they believe. So everything that they say is actually not what they know. It is what they believe, and that is the
Right.
problem.
It's faith. It's faith. It's faith. It's something that I choose to have faith in, right? It's faith.
Okay, I am not arguing it is faith or it is not faith. It is something that you choose. The word is, it is something that you choose. How are you before choosing? That is where we are supposed to.
This doesn't have anything to do with like how I am me. I'm choosing, right, to follow the God. I'm choosing to have faith in the God, right? That's what a believer would say to you.
Did you say choosing, like choosing by somebody or something, or you choose? Which one?
Hey, can you send it to me on Discord, Lord? I can't check the DM on TikTok while I'm on live. Can you send it to me on Discord? What you say?
I was asking, are you talking about choosing by somebody or something, or you are talking about you choose? The word choosing, it means like by somebody or something, and when you choose, that is you. So are you saying you choose to believe?
Through free will, everybody has free will, right? Everybody has free will, and everybody can choose to believe in God or not. And so I choose to have faith in the God. Facts don't matter.
Well, I would say anybody, just as I'm saying that believers don't actually think. That is not an insult. That is a fact and the truth.
Yeah,
So
but is
if
that
you
what
are
you're
a
gonna
believer,
say back to a believer, right? It's just that you don't actually think. Like, do you see what I'm
no, no,
saying? Like
no, no,
the purpose
no,
of
no,
this
no.
conversation, right? The purpose of that conversation, like as a non-believer, if you choose that topic, what I expect from you, right, is for you to come up here and share with us, right? Why, right? Why belief over faith isn't something that you facts isn't something that you would do. right? But like just coming up here and saying belief is a lie, right? Like we know that, like as non-believers, right? That's not. It isn't anything that's. You see what I'm saying? Like
Well,
like my whole point of
I get what
playing a
you're saying,
Christian.
but I heard you. I get
But do
what
you
you're
see
saying. I
how
heard
like
you
with me
say
playing a
you
Christian,
were
right?
expecting me. Do you
No,
know
but
expectations actually comes
do,
with disappointment?
well, that's why when I told you, because if you are a non-believer, if you are on the stage, you have to add value to the conversation, right? And not just come up here, right, to just rag on Christians. I'm not interested in just dogging Christians out, right? Like we are a group of people who
I am not
learn.
actually doing that.
Hold
It
on, hold
it
on,
is
hold on.
okay.
Listen to me. The reason why I took the role of a Christian against what you were saying was to see how you would evolve that conversation, and you didn't. You just kept saying the same thing. Belief is a lie. Belief is a lie. Belief is a lie. Like that conversation went nowhere. Do you see what I'm saying? Like I get. You know, I'm a non-believer. You're a non-believer, right? But the conversations that we have in here are to increase knowledge, right? Um, and so it's not just to just talk bad about believers.
I'm
That's what
not
I was
talking
trying
bad.
to.
You see, let me come in, please. I am not talking bad. The word bad itself was as like the way we view things. What you see to be bad might not be what I see to be bad. That is how we view it. We name things according to the way we feel about it. So the truth is always bitter to the ignorance. So when I say believe is
Mm-hmm.
a lie, anybody that feel offensive or feel bitter of
I
that
didn't
person
say it
is
was offensive.
no, no, no,
You like
no,
you're
no.
not
I'm not
understanding what I'm saying. That's the thing.
you.
Like
I'm not
you're
talking
not.
about
It's
you.
not.
I know you are hosting me, trying to let people hear what we are saying. And I am saying by what you say that I keep saying believe is a lie, believe is a lie. If you are a believer and I don't tell you that belief that you are having is a
I'm saying
lie,
you're not adding value to the conversation by saying that. And again, I tried to see, right, when I took the position of a Christian, right, and responded to you the way a Christian would respond to you by you saying that. You just repeated it over and over
I
again.
am not
It didn't
referring to,
go
you see,
anywhere.
maybe the problem right here or what we are not getting here is I keep saying believers and you keep saying Christians. Christians are not only believers. I mean, only the believers. Muslims are believers. Hindu, Shinto, or
But I
anything that comes
responded to
out of
you like a
religion.
Christian would respond to
What?
you. I responded to you the way a Christian would respond to you, who is a believer of a God, and you still didn't change. Like you didn't advance the conversation, is what I'm saying. Like you just kept saying the same thing.
Is that what I said true or not?
It is, and I told you already. I
Okay,
agree
if
with
it
you
is
on that, but
true,
it's not
is if
adding
it is true,
value. What happened?
You gotta stop talking over the host, TPM. Let her finish her thought and then you can come back out. Now you can unmute.
What I'm saying is it's not adding value to the conversation. I appreciate you. I agree. Belief is and not belief isn't necessarily always a lie, but yes, 9 times out of 10, belief is something that you don't know, right? And so that you don't know to be factually true. Um, is there anything else you want to add to that?
Tap your screen and then hit the mic so you can unmute.
TBM, are you there?
I think I've been muted without knowing, so I was talking without knowing the microphone wasn't on. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay.
All right, what I was saying before the microphone was off was what I will add to what you are saying or what you are asking me here is my kind. My kind is only supposed to listen to our tongue. And if you listen to your tongue, being it wherever you are, and you understand every word that you utter, you will not be a believer. You will be yourself because you listen to yourself and you know exactly what you are saying. That is what I will add.
Okay, thank you. I hope you have a good day, okay?
Thank you.
All right. I understood I understood exactly what he was saying. It's it's just that I I don't know. It just wasn't adding anything. The Old Testament died with Christ? That's new. It If it died when Jesus died, then why the fuck is it on my screen right now?
It resurrected.
Oh, it came back to life when he did?
Mm-hmm. Yep,
Oh.
it resurrected him too.
Oh, okay. Not done yet. How are you? Debbie ran away. All that work Debbie made us do for her to run. Not done yet. Are you there? Did he go on teacup?
Immediately.
Was this I feel like this was a Christian like did the Holy Spirit send like a telegram? Or do they have a Discord? Like, I don't know. Claudine.
They could have a Discord.
Good,
Yes,
because
can you
think
hear
about
me?
it. Yeah, all of the just 1 second, Claudine. All of the conversations that we've had tonight that have connected, the majority of the conversations that out of the people that requested tonight that have actually connected have been agnostics or atheists.
Mm-hmm.
And just like one or two believers, but the other ones that have all done this have all, yeah, I think so. I think there's like a Discord or a live where they all agreed to come and do this bullshit. I don't know how long they're going to try to do it or when they're going to get tired, because they're going to get tired. They're going to get tired before I do. Because I have a lot of tricks up my sleeves. Yeah. Because what I will do, I will make them sit here and learn shit they don't want to learn. And I'll shut the stage down and I'll just state fact after fact after fact and bring up archaeology. Glody, how are you? A believer, Ray. Glody? I remember that time they tried to raid us, and I started teaching about the Davidic covenant and how this God reneged on that covenant. Boy, they were super pissed. They kept trying to get in the box, and I just kept teaching them.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you have an echo, Glody. Are you able to fix
Yeah,
that?
you have an echo, Cody. Are you able to fix that? Can you hear me better now?
Let's see. Yeah, that's better. Well, there's still an echo. Am I on your
Okay.
Bluetooth?
Yes.
You're gonna have to take me off of Bluetooth.
Because I'm driving to work.
Oh,
Ooh, don't
okay.
say that.
Uh, yeah. So I am going to have to take you down. TikTok will give you a strike for driving while you're on live. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Try back when you're parked. Yeah, they were mad. Or when I discuss like Paul and Peter
Mm.
not getting along. Oh, they be so mad.
Yep.
But you come in here fucking with me like that, I'm gonna make you mad. Like, Unlike the Christians. Let me hold on. Let me correct what I'm saying. Unlike a lot of Christians that we talk to, I enjoy reading and studying the Bible. I enjoy the scavenger hunt. I enjoy reading the archaeology. I enjoy reading about the other nations. I enjoy reading their stories. You're not going to tire me out. That's the crazy thing because I'll just switch to that mode. That's the crazy thing.
And then they'll
Koba
get mad.
Brown.
She doesn't let
Huh?
us up. She doesn't let us up. And
Yep.
she's talking about our God.
Yep. How you're lying on my God. Let me up now. They get to typing in all caps. But when I was being civil and I was like, you wanted to play. Koba Brown, how are you? I mean, it's crazy though, for you to say that's probably why you don't get a lot of ops. Like, first of all, we're not really looking for ops in that way because it's not a debate. But it's not that we don't get them. They're actually in here. They're sitting in here, hate watching. They're here. They just don't come up until I piss them off. And I'm not trying to piss them off. They want me to piss them off. And sometimes I think they like if I cuss them out.
It's like that one that came up here and you had reset and gotten to the place where it's like, all right, we have a new guest. My energy is now even. And you asked him if that's what he wanted. The one that said that declaration meant independence. And he was like, no, I want the smoke. Like, for real? You want the smoke? Okay.
Yep. Yep. Top, how are you?
Oh no, can you drive me? I'm driving. You working?
Yeah. Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Virgil Gus, are you in the request box on purpose? Virgil is the last one in the guest request. I doubt that he's in there on purpose. He never actually comes up. But yeah, if you are a believer or if you're deconstructing, if you are an atheist or if you are a nerd and you want to come up and share part of your deconstruction story, or if you have a research question, now would be the time to do it. No, Ronnie Ray, there's a lot of people who comes up on accident. No request. Arnold. Paul is taking Jesus's place. They're gonna have a holiday for Paul not too soon. Not soon from now. No, I've never done audiobooks. I heard that you can make some pretty good money doing that though. The Old Testament is a collection of testimonies. That's interesting.
That's new to me.
Yeah. Diane's Creations.
Hello?
Hello, Diane.
Can you hear me? Hear
Yes.
me?
Yes. How are
She
you?
got you got bars. She got red bars. It
Yeah,
might be.
I don't have good service. Sorry, I'm in the gym. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Diane.
You can hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay. I said I'm deconstructing.
Okay. Which topic did you want to discuss?
Well, you had just said that if someone ever was deconstructing, they could come in and tell a little bit about that process. Is that
Normally that's for a nerd, but since it's been a weird night, I will go ahead
okay?
and let you do it. No, go ahead.
Well, um, no, I just wanted to say that my deconstruction started a couple of years ago, about 3 years ago, and I recently have kind of gotten to a comfortable place with it. And sorry, I'm out of breath. Like I said, I'm at the gym, but I've kind of gotten to a comfortable place with it, and I just recently started a podcast. And actually, Dr. B had agreed to allow me to interview him tomorrow um, for my podcast. So I'm really excited about that.
Oh,
But
that's so cool. What's the name of your podcast?
so I'm on YouTube, and it's Reclaiming My Life is the name of the podcast. And to find me on there, you got to put an 8 on the end. So it's Reclaiming My Life 8 is
Okay.
my YouTube page, my YouTube channel. And I've done 4 interviews so far that have been uploaded. And I did my 5th interview yesterday, and that's a local person. And I'm kind of nervous about uploading it because of the backlash that I'm probably going to receive from it in this small community that I live in. But I've been deconstructing, like I said, for a while. I'm kind of in my household, I'm kind of alone on that. And I think that's why I wanted to start the podcast because I needed an outlet because I feel very judged in my home because of what I'm going through. And I just needed an outlet and to be able to talk to other people that are going through what I'm going through or that have something to offer. Like you saying, like, can't come on here unless you offer value. I mean, so I've had Dr. B be the third author that I've had on there, and then I've interviewed a couple of, like people, regular people, not regular people, but, just people that I know. Um, but like I said, my whole goal, I think, is just to be able to share and also to let people know that they're not by themselves in this deconstruction and offer some type of support and know that let people know they're being heard. And today's the first time I jumped on here, and I've enjoyed, most of what I've heard today because I still have a lot to learn, but I'm still studying and learning every day. Good
Well,
morning.
I'm happy for you that you've decided to start the podcast and give yourself an outlet because it can be very stressful holding it all in by yourself and not having someone else who's on the same journey discuss things with you and kind of like talk things out
Yeah.
as you're learning. Even though you've been deconstructed for a long time, from what I've heard. From people who's been deconstructing a lot longer than me. I've only been deconstructing for 5 years now. Um,
Mhm.
but even when you find out new things, it sometimes is still disturbing because you're like, I
Yeah.
can't believe that I once believed this, or I dedicated my life to this, or I taught my children this, right? And then
Right. Right.
as you learn stuff, you want to share it with the people in your family who still believe it, right?
Mhm.
Um, Sometimes people have learned not to do that, and sometimes people
Yeah.
still do, so it can cause strife there too. So I'm happy
Mhm.
for you. um, it is kind of scary, right, when you put it out there for where anybody can find it, because it's no longer a secret. It's like coming out of the closet. um,
Mhm.
and it's on the internet. And
Yeah.
things on the internet lives forever because you don't know who screen recorded it, who's downloaded it, who's passed it to this person, to that person,
Yeah.
whose Twitter it's sitting on. um and so it is kind of scary. um
Yeah.
Almost every day I just wonder when my mom is going to come across this TikTok or across my YouTube channel. And I can
Right.
only imagine, the disappointment, because she knows already, that I don't believe. She knows that I'm searching or have been searching, but she doesn't know the
Mhm.
information that I found, right? And
Right.
so I can only imagine the heartbreak that she would feel. Even like for me, I feel like for her it would be a double heartbreak because she would be learning things about her God that she didn't want to know, and then
Right.
it would be coming from me.
Yeah.
And so I think about that every day, and I ask myself, right, am I doing the right thing? Um,
Mhm.
because like she matters to me a lot. Um,
Yeah.
and at the end of the
Yeah.
day, I feel that for me, I am doing the right thing for
Mhm.
me, and for so many other people have shared with me how it's helped them, right?
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
we have the right to know, right? We have the
That's right.
right to not just have to believe what we're told, or to
Mhm.
be threatened with losing family or losing love.
Yep.
Um, we have that right
That's right.
to know for
That's right.
ourselves.
I'm grateful that my mother, who is actually our pastor, at one time is on the same journey that I'm on now. So I have my mother. I have
That's
one of my,
good.
out of six children, I have one, my son, who's on this journey. And then my brother. So I do have some people that are close to me, but yeah, but my husband's not having it, not at all. But he and I had a Christian music ministry together. We used to minister together, and we used to do jail ministry together, and there's a lot of things that we did together. I'm actually the one that got him into church, so he so he's not having an easy time with this at all, and I don't know what the outcome is going to be.
But does he know? Does he know?
Yeah, he knows.
Oh,
And he
okay.
knows about the podcast too. I doubt very sure that he's watched it, but he knows. But
That's
it's
that's good.
yeah, it's not you know, it's not what he would like, but he's kind of trying to let me be who I want to be. But it's been a struggle.
I think like if the both of you, set boundaries when it comes to your belief systems, right?
Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
that it's a personal thing, and you don't tread on his, and he doesn't tread
mhm,
on yours. I think
mhm,
y'all will be okay, or should be able to be okay. My
yeah,
mom had two best friends who were married to atheists. Um, and they were missionaries. Like I'm talking about missionaries, like evangelists, like my mom, like straight
mhm,
God, everything. But their
yeah.
husbands were not, and they had long marriages, and until one of them died. And so,
Wow.
yeah, and so I've seen it done. Dr. B is an atheist married to a he called his wife is not a Christian. She's something else. Like
Mhm,
she believes in Christ, but not like a Christian. I forgot what he said she was, but she's has a belief system, but they're able to work it out, so it's
yeah.
doable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that gives me a little bit of hope.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Good. I'm
it
glad to
does.
hear it. I'm
Yeah.
glad to hear it. I did put the name of your podcast in the comments, and I
Thank
wish
you.
you the best of luck on growing that.
Thank
Somebody
you.
did just gift you a uh, subscription to be a part of the community here. So it's a 30-day free trial. If you
Okay.
find that you like the community, I hope that you extend that. It's only $5.99 a month. And the only reason
Okay.
why we do it is to make sure that people are in the community because they want to be here.
Right.
Right.
Mhm.
And,
Yeah.
we support each other.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Awesome. All right. Well, I appreciate you. Thank you for letting me come on, and I've enjoyed talking with you this morning. I'm gonna get back to my workout now.
you're very welcome. Have a good day. Okay.
Thank you too.
Mo get Mo. Let me see if I have any subs that I can give away. Give me just a second. I think I have one more Mo get. Give me just a moment. Oh, Gargar, thank you. Mogit Gargar said he's gonna gift you one. I think I do have one more though. That I can give. TikTok only allows me so many to give away for free, like 5 every 6 months or something like that. Dragon, I thought you couldn't have a nerd badge. I thought you were in an area where I thought you had to be an honorary nerd. I do have one sub that I can give away. So I have one more left. Dragon is a nerd now? Dragon, I thought you were in an area where you couldn't sub.
I think it was gifted to them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I thought he couldn't. So they can only be gifted a sub. They can't. I thought he couldn't
Mm-hmm.
participate in it anyway because of where he lived. I thought they didn't
Mm-hmm.
have it there. Glody, hi, welcome back.
Yes. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Yes. I'm just gonna say my 2 cents on this. I was like, you got a mom, right?
2 cents on what?
Consensus on belief.
We're not talking about the consensus of belief unless you want to talk about question number 2. Are you a
Yeah.
Christian?
'Cause no, I know I don't believe. That's why I asked you that. You got a mom, but you don't believe.
Wait,
There's a
wait,
di-
wait,
for
wait,
me.
wait, wait. Hold on, Glody. I don't allow people to just come up here and just talk about whatever they want to talk about, though. Even though you're
Okay.
not a believer, you have to pick one of the topics on the side, on the
Okay.
post. So, do you want to
Okay.
choose number 2 and then expand on what you're gonna say?
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
I'll choose number 2.
okay. You're
Uh,
welcome.
when I say I know it's a guy, or I don't believe, because to me, believe is like it's like it's believe to me. It's like it's you believing something that you don't know. You just going about it because they tell you something, like they pass down to you, like, oh, this is God and this is this and this. Because if there's a God, the world's not going to be as evil or as much killing or hate the way it is now.
I think that's I don't think that's necessarily the case, right? Because a God isn't necessarily a loving, benevolent God just because it's a God, right?
Yeah,
Like I
yeah,
think you
that's a
have the idea that a God cares about mortals. Like there are so many gods that don't give a damn about what mortals do. In antiquity, right?
yes, and I'm saying it's really about your mindset too when you look at it, because a lot of people that say they believe, they trying to force people. There's no respect to it. There's no understanding. Like, we all go to our own journey and we believe, what we've been through, our experience, our parents, our workplace, the people that we surround ourselves with, or the stuff that we do, and we towards to land more on, our environment. So I was like, you're not going to be, for a quick example, you're not going to be a Muslim. I mean, you're not going to be a Christian if you're raised around all Muslim people. So it's more about your environment that show you which way you're going to be, or which way you going to believe at.
That's true. Your environment and how you where you are born, how you are raised definitely has influence on what you believe. But there are people that are raised around predominantly Muslim people who have chosen to convert to Christianity or to Judaism or to Hinduism or to atheism. But I agree with you 100%, that where the family that you're born into, and where you grow up has a large influence on what God or religion, or if any at all, you take on.
Yeah, and I'll just say this, and I'll go into work because, I know everybody want to bring up this point. It's like God killed people in the Bible, and to me, I'll say that's not true because when Moses got the Ten Commandment, one of the commandments was like you should not kill, right?
Hmm.
And
Yeah. What
yes,
does that have to do with the God doing the
no, no, that's what
killing?
I'm saying. I'm saying if the God on the Bible say you should not kill, right, and you kill, that means the God that we're following, he's a liar, right? The God that
Yeah.
we follow in the Bible, the Christian God that we follow in the Bible is alive because you can't
Yeah.
tell one point to kill, another point to to kill is okay. And my point on this, and the Bible is about not about killing, it's about killing yourself, your your desire, your
Well, I think
selfish desire.
what you're choosing to do is to find meaning in the stories and say, well, the story isn't really about people killing people. It's about the people in the Bible that are being killed represents desires. Like you're choosing to reinterpret the story to make it mean something that's more tolerable for you, right? To believe in the God. But the story is about people being killed. It's not about desires.
Yeah, because I was like, it's more, it's like a history book to me.
It's
Where
not
I
a
look
it's
at,
it's not a
I
history
mean,
book.
okay, it's like it's an event what happened, right? Because there's
Not
no date.
really. It's
I
not.
mean, there's no date on it, right?
I mean, there are dates in there.
In the
And
Bible,
yeah, like there are months, there are years of kings. It says in the year of such and such when king such and such was this old.
but can we
Um,
really? I mean, can we really prove that?
there are ways to prove it through archaeology. Yes, there are ways to disprove things. That's how a lot of the claims in the Bible have been proven or disproven. Yeah. For
Yeah,
example, King Josiah. King Josiah is one, right? It tells you when King Josiah became a king when he was 8 years old, right? And what year that was. And so, based off of King Josiah and the things that he did during his time, we can look at history, right, through archaeological data, and we can say, okay, this happened in history during this time. And so, if we see something else in the Bible that aligns with the time that King Josiah was king of Israel, then we know when a text was actually written. Does that make sense?
yes, correct. Yeah, yes. My main point on it is more about you know, really our environment, the stuff that we really been through, really make us choose if we want to believe or if we not want to believe. It's more about our environment than feeling like, oh, this is bad and this is bad, because a lot of people trying to force. Like with me, I respect what you say because I was like, that's what you believe in.
I
That's
don't
what
believe in anything. I don't believe in anything. And like what you're saying right now, right? Like I was raised a pastor's daughter. My father was a pastor. My mother is an evangelist, right? My younger brother took over my father's church when my father died. All of my brothers and sisters are religious except one. Um, one, well, two now, have basically denounced this God, but they still believe in a God. And so like everybody that I was raised around believes in this God. Like I'm the only one in my family that does not believe in a God. And when I say my family, I'm talking about even extended family, right? And so it's not that this is a choice that I'm just choosing to be some rebel, right? Um, with the facts that I've learned in studying what I've been told to believe, basically just contradict everything that I've been told to believe. And my brain is not wired to ignore those facts for the sake of believing in a God. And I have no desire whatsoever to try to make clean the image of a God whose morals or ethics I don't agree with. So I'm not uh, going the extra mile to reinterpret or rewrite this story to make it meaningful to me. So I don't choose to say that the story is about the Amalekites being genocided. It's literally about your desires being genocided. That's not me. I don't have any desire to do that. But if you or someone else um, feel the need to do that, that's a choice that you're making.
Oh yeah, of course. And the thing about me, even I wanted to come up and say this is like, it's just about there's no respect. Even like what you don't believe in something, right? As a person, I should be able to respect that, even though I don't agree with it, even though you don't understand with my principle, I should respect that. And there's not enough of that going on, and that's why I feel that's why the world is messed up the way it is because we don't respect people's choices, what how they want to, if they want to believe or not. Just respect that, and you can still love them. You don't gotta agree on everything somebody do or choose the path that they want to go.
I agree that there's not enough respect going around. I think for a long time, non-believers have chosen to respect. And when I say respect, I'm not saying like accept. Right?
Hmm.
Respect doesn't mean accept a belief.
Hmm.
Non-believers have taken the backseat to believers, and
Yes.
non-believers have not been as loud as the believers have been. And because of that, believers feel entitled to the space, the mind space, the physical space of non-believers, because they feel like they're the ones that have the truth. Therefore, they have to save people's lives, and so they don't have to respect boundaries. Like they just uh, invade, right? And I think it's gotten to a point to where non-believers are just sick and tired of that lack of respect. And so a lot of non-believers have chosen
Be gonna be
to speak out.
yes, yeah, because they're afraid of their parents not loving them no more or not being there for them more, and that's the wrong mindset about it. Even though we believe or not, that's the only 2 cents I wanted to say. For a person that believe, I was like, I respect you as a person. Whatever choice you want to go, whatever path you want to go, I respect that as a person. I don't gotta force you, and I feel like that's the main problem that we have in this world. Everybody trying to force people to choose like, oh, this is that's the right way for you, but it can't be the right way for me.
And the thing is that if it's true, you shouldn't have to force anybody, right?
Of course,
Like
yes,
if
yes,
it's
yes,
true and there's actually some validity to the belief system, then I mean a person shouldn't have to. It should not have to be forced at all. There shouldn't have to be any threat attached to it. Um, except, but it is, that's literally how this belief system was spread across the world through indoctrination,
yes,
through coercion, violence, um, ultimatums, right? Literally forcing people to accept this God and this belief system. The
excuse me,
real is I
yes,
think it's odd that the religion that's supposed to be about love, that preaches love and peace and joy, wasn't spread that way.
yes, and and that's and I know that's why I'm saying this on the live. This is my first time on the live, but I'm saying this because I always hear this talk, and I was like, the problem is not enough respect for my family, respect from people like, you know, we all have our own mind, our own way in the way we look at life. And you shouldn't feel ashamed how you You know, you choose the way to live your life. And,
I agree.
you know, if it's a free will, people choose how they want to live instead of forcing people to do something they're not comfortable doing.
I agree.
And, you know, and that's me as speaking to somebody as a believer, because I'm tired of people trying to force people to believe in something that, you know, they don't want to, they're not comfortable with it. It's not a force, it's a choice.
Now that piece I actually disagree with. I don't think
Yeah.
belief is a choice. I belief is ultimately a subset of knowledge. No, knowledge is a subset of belief, right?
Yes.
We believe the things that we are convinced of. I can't choose to believe that the sky is not blue. The sky is blue. Like I'm convinced that it's blue because I know what blue means, I know what blue looks like, and I see it when I look up. I don't choose my beliefs. If I choose my beliefs, then ultimately I'm picking something that I feel comfortable with. And I think it's the choosing of beliefs that ultimately leads to people trying to force someone else to comply with what they have chosen to believe. But if we kind of moonwalk this back a little bit, and as opposed to looking at it from the perspective of, it's not enough acceptance of other people's beliefs. I'd like Thinker said, I don't care if you need to pray to a head of lettuce named Chauncey. If it makes you happy, do it. But you don't need to tell me I should do it. But before you do it, ask yourself why. Why do you believe the things that you do? I think a lot of it has to do with where you grow up. Like you said, the vast majority of Americans are Christian because that's the excuse me, that's the most prominent religion in this country. So it absolutely does have a lot to do with how you're raised and the culture that you're raised around. But I also think a big part of it is that we don't, as a society, we don't think about why we accept the things that we accept to be true. I never thought about as a Christian, why is it that I believe that a snake can talk? Why is it that I believe that God needed to knock down or confuse the language at the Tower of Babel? Like, why couldn't he just let them build it? And we know oxygen saturation up high is problematic. Let them pass the fuck out. Like, why would God not know oxygen is not prevalent at higher elevations and let them learn the lesson that way? Like, the questions that we don't ask of the stories that we are indoctrinated with as children are the things that we hold on to the most, for the most part. And those are the things that we see people trying to force others to believe. And I don't know that a claim that is justifiable, that is provable, that's repeatable, that's testable, that actually comports with reality would need to be forced upon anybody with any, like, a modicum of reasoning skills.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
I also think we're on the believers end, where the choice comes in is where they choose to ignore facts and reinterpret it. Like when he said that the story about genocide, about the God killing people in the Bible, he says, "Oh no, that's a lie because God didn't really kill people. That story is about killing your desires." I think that's where the choice comes in, right? They're choosing
Right.
ignorance there. Yeah. They're like they are ignoring, and I actually think they do ask themselves the questions about morality, right? About whether they agree with the actions of the God, and then they choose to ignore it, and then they choose to reinterpret it to make it, palatable for them so that they can continue in
Yeah.
their path of belief.
Yeah. To me, like I was saying, like, that's it's like a person that go out here that want to kill, right? That's their choice. Nobody got to tell you to do. That's a choice that you make, that you want to go out and kill. You know, and I feel like a lot of people want to do killing, and they want to hide behind a religion or something, trying to make it like a okay, trying to find a reason to make it okay instead of just accepting it. Like, I want to kill somebody, I want to do wrong, but they're trying to make it seem like, oh, it's because of my religion. I got to do this. That's what I'm just saying.
I don't know. I don't think that is what we were talking about. I think that's a completely different point. Right? Because you were saying that. I'm gonna mute you right quick because your background's kind of getting loud. But you were saying
Yes.
that the God of the Bible doesn't kill, right? You were saying that that's a lie, because the Ten Commandments says, "Thou shalt not kill," and because the Ten Commandments says, "Thou shalt not kill," then God can't be telling them to go and kill people, and that the story is about killing the desires. I think you're choosing to reinterpret that, so that you can keep your belief in the God. And I think in order for you to come with that type of interpretation, or have the desire to reinterpret that story, you have to have gone through, whether it's consciously or unconsciously, you have to have asked yourself the questions about whether you agree with the actions of the God in that story, for you to want to reinterpret it to something more palatable. That's what I'm saying.
And I agree with you 100% on that, thinker. I think the words are there. Like you can't deny that it literally says that God directed complete and total annihilation of whole people groups. Now, the perspective you choose to view that through is absolutely a choice. But when you come with the presupposition that this God can't lie, when you come with the presupposition that this God can only do good, then that's when you're forced to find an apologetic that fits you, because the words say what the words say. You've added a meaning, you've added some narrative or lesson or moral, but that's not in the book. That's something you brought to the text with you. And I agree 100%. That is 100% a choice.
Does that make sense, Glody? Glody?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah, yes. I was going to make this point too. I was like, when I say you know, is about choice and transformation. What I mean, every every story that we read is a message to it, right?
Not every story.
Not every story, but most of the stuff is a message. Is a message to the story, right?
I mean, not. I mean that would be for you to decide, right? Like if you're reading the stories to find a message in it, you probably could find anything. Make this book say anything that you needed to say, like with reinterpreting things. Like there's a story about
Right. Well, because what
a
I'm making this
concubine.
point.
There's a story about a concubine getting chopped up into 12 pieces after being raped all night, and the Levite not being sodomized because he threw his concubine out to take his place. Like what motivational, inspirational story are you like? Would you get from that?
But I was like, even when you said with a talking snake, I'm a person. I'm a human. How
Oh,
can I
so not
talk?
that story, huh?
No, I'm saying I'm a person. How can I talk to a snake? That mean there was a meaning to the message, right?
But you're adding that meaning because the story itself or the words don't comport with reality. You're bringing an additional meaning that the
No,
text simply doesn't state.
to me, it's more like an allegory than To me, it's more like an allegory than because it's pretty much like a puzzle you got to solve when you're reading it.
Well,
Because
that right, but we talk to Christians on a regular basis that do not feel that it's allegorical. They think it's literal. They think that an actual snake talked to an actual woman and convinced her to eat some actual magical fruit.
and
So if there's
to me that's wrong. And if everybody if they don't look at it as an allegory, then a lot of Christians are here walking as a blind person because a lot of that stuff it don't make sense.
But see, Glody, I think you're kind of face planting right into our point. Is that in that if the text is what it is and the words say what they say, and ultimately the understanding of what the words mean is up to the reader, how much benefit does this book carry to begin with? Because if you can read it and find a meaning and some sort of message in it, and another believer can read it and say, no, this is actually what happened. I believe that this snake spoke. I don't know because snakes don't have lips, but nobody's
Yeah.
ever explained that to me. And I can read it and say, this doesn't make sense to my brain because animals
Yes.
don't talk and fruit isn't magical. Then how much power does this book truly have? And can you look to it for direction? Because ultimately, if there is a right answer, and the vast majority of Christians believe that there is one right way to do things, and that's the way God has decreed that things need to be done, and people are able to read this and interpret it to their own preference, then what is the one right way? That just doesn't logically follow.
Yes. No, you're right. And I was like, if a lot of Christian people out here, they're not looking at it as a allegory, then it's really hard to trying to get the message when you're reading the Bible.
But you're doing the same thing that you're saying Christians shouldn't do, right? Like
No,
you're saying that if they don't see it the way you see it, then they're
no,
wrong.
no. I'm not saying they're wrong because I was like,
You
as a
did say
person,
that. You did
no, I'm
say
not
they
saying
are
no,
wrong.
no. I'm not saying like they're wrong, but I'm saying as a person, as me and you can agree, it's no way a person can talk to a snake. That should be common sense, right? Even though you're a believer or not.
Not if you believe that a God created humans from the ground and created a woman from the rib. Like if you can believe that women were created from the rib of a man and that a man was created from mud and from water and dust, then yeah, you would believe that a snake talked.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because a lot of it is like people just don't question the stuff; they just go about it because they say it's like that. Because I was like, to me, it don't make sense to think like an actual person can speak to a snake. That don't make sense. And I'm not judging nobody for that, but I'm saying we should look more into it when we're reading the text. That
But Glody, don't you think that there should be some consistency?
yes, and
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 there
it,
and there
it's
isn't.
it's not. It's not. You're right, and it's not.
And ultimately what I have to do is detach from all the things I know to be tangible, to be real, things that again comport with reality. If I have to detach from that in order to find a narrative or moral in this story, that's a whole lot of heavy lifting for me to do in order to understand the words of an all-powerful, all-loving, all-knowing God. That just doesn't make sense to me. I would be able to leave better instructions for my child, and I'm a human. It just doesn't make sense. Like we talk about all the time, looking at it like a bird's eye view of this whole scenario, it absolutely seems like man created God as opposed to God creating man, because everything this God does is human like. Everything this God it encourages, all of these things are to me vestiges of the nature of humans. Humans do good things, sometimes humans do bad things. Usually those in power are the ones that don't do good things. And this is what we've seen carry out through this book. You read this book and you say God didn't direct genocide or murder, but he did. It literally says it in the book. But you got to pull some sort of additional meaning or understanding or allegorical lens through which you see it. But the book says what the book says.
Does that make sense, Glody?
Uh, Even though as believer or non-believer, we are questioning stuff too. Because I was like, even though you're reading something, you gotta, what did it mean? Even though when we was in school too, even the teacher said it was like, it gotta be a meaning to it. It gotta make sense to us because a lot of stuff that we do, it don't make sense. People just follow blindly. Whatever you want to follow, you gotta make sense to you.
Disagree with you on that. And I mean, and that's
Yes.
why I don't follow this book, because it doesn't make sense to me. Like
Yes.
there's so many things that don't make sense. And I agree with you that to the extent that a belief system does not harm others, sure,
Hmm.
respect other people's belief systems. But there are so many tentacles that this belief system has, and we see it touching so many parts of our society. We see that there are pockets where of society that are pushing to marry young girls at younger and younger age. They're pushing for that to become legal. They're pushing for women not to have rights. They're pushing for all these things that are endorsed in this book by this God. The things that this book has been used to justify in history, including the enslavement of people in this country, the things that's going on in the Middle East right now, those are things that are justified in this book by this God. I say it all the time. Anything worthy of worship will never require it. And anything that requires worship will never be worthy of it. And the bottom line is that if you are forcing people or trying to force people to see things in a certain way or to control other people, those are not actions of anything that's loving. You wouldn't expect that in a loving human relationship. Why would you expect it in a loving relationship with something that's supposed to be better than humans? That doesn't make any sense.
And like, why does it make believers angry when people don't believe? Like, that's also a mystery to me.
You,
Like,
you,
if there is this God, right? Like, for believers to be like angry because somebody don't like the God, like, to me, it's just weird.
yeah,
Like, it's
because
really
that's
weird.
that just that's not like to me that's not right because I was like they say you have free will, right? As in the Bible, you have free will to choose. So if you choose not to believe, as a person that you believe, you should be able to respect that. There's no questioning or trying to argue that. If you're going about the book that you're reading, and if you agree with the Bible, when they say a person have a free will, just agree with their decision. Well, you
The
got to
Bible
force them.
doesn't say that a person has free will, though. There's
No,
nowhere
I'm
in the
saying
Bible does it say
okay.
that.
I was like, even though as human that we know we got free will, right? And we have the right to.
That's a belief. That's a Christian belief,
Yes, but
right?
I'm saying as
Yeah.
human, you have you.
No, you don't. You don't have free will as a human, though.
So we don't
Like,
choose.
even
I
you
mean,
said that.
so
Even you said that your beliefs are literally chosen for you when you're born, right? Like,
yeah,
your beliefs are influenced by the environment that you're
but,
born in. Like, that is not free will.
but I'm saying when we get to an age, even like we.
Still not free will, because then you've been influenced by your parents, you've been influenced by your teachers, you've been influenced by your friends, you've been influenced by your community. Like, you've been influenced heavily even as you grow into an adult. Like, you don't
But,
have free will.
but I'm saying even like right now, the path that you choosing, right? As
What path? Like, who's choosing the path? Like,
no, I'm saying I'm talking about
fee
as you as yes, you as yourself.
fee even just explained to you, right? Like, belief is not a choice, right? Like, um honestly, I believe that because I read books growing up, right? Instead of going outside playing with my siblings, like, I would sit in the corner, talk to myself, teach myself, play school, and read books, right? So that, like, made me an inquisitive person, like a curious person. And so I deal with a lot of information, a lot of facts. And so I'm not able to just ignore, right, information or facts that I learn. And so I'm not choosing to not be a believer, right? I physically cannot believe in this God, right? The facts just don't line up for me. And even if this God existed, because of the facts in this book, the stories in this book, it contradicts everything that I stand for as a human, right? I wouldn't bow down to this God at all, out of choice.
Yes, and yeah, and I agree with that. But I say, but you got a choice for.
No, you
I'm saying,
don't.
no, I'm saying outside the book, right? Outside the
It
book, you have
choice
a
like
choice.
choice and free will are not the same thing. Like, even the God in the Bible says, do this or die, do this or go to heaven, do this or be cursed, do this or live, right? Like, when he says choose life or choose death, right? He's telling you, like, if you want to live, you're going to follow me. If you don't want to live, you're not going to follow me. Right there, that's not free will. That's literally coercion.
It's quite literally an ultimatum.
And that's why even I said I look at it more as an allegory than as a you know, and I'm saying that's why I don't take it literally. I take it as an allegory. That's why I said
Even
it's
if you take it as an allegory, it's allegorically telling you that you don't have a choice, right? And you can't say that you take that part of the Bible as an allegory and then you say that you believe in the God and or that you believe in heaven or hell. You either don't believe, right, that there
no
is a reward
to
or
me
a punishment.
that
Like whether
to me
you
to
believe hell
me
is fire, hold on,
no.
Glody. It doesn't
Okay.
matter what you believe hell to be. What if you believe that there is a reward or a punishment or some type of consequence for either choosing the God or not choosing the God? It doesn't matter if you take it allegorically or not. The message that you believe that it's giving is that you have a choice, right? And that choice comes with some form of coercion. Get this reward or not.
You're right.
I think people think like just using the word allegorical um takes the stench right off of the stories in this book, but it doesn't, because you still choose, right? You're choosing to say, oh, this is not what it's really trying to teach. It's trying to teach this broader message. Like you're choosing to ignore the what the story is saying itself and find some way to make it palatable for you so that you can continue believing in the God or worshiping the God.
And I will say, like, I don't disagree with you, Glody, that there definitely needs to be a lot more acceptance in society, acceptance of differences, acceptance of
Yes.
different perspectives, and respect for different cultures, all of that. I don't think we could ever have too much of that. I don't disagree with you there. But I think how we get to where we stand in terms of the things that we believe to be true, that's the part that I think is most problematic in this world, because the standard that I think a standard is should be expected. I think there should be parity of a system that we use to determine what is true. In the same way we talk about, like we've said this before, like people constantly say that they have a personal relationship with this God. What other personal relationship in your life looks like that? What other personal relationship in your life was forged like that? Was it two-way communication or was it one-way communication? Was it you determining what words meant even though they didn't say what you landed on? Like, what does that look like? And I'm just not willing to abandon what I use in every other area of my life for this God, specifically the one that's described in this book. It's just simply not worthy of it.
Yes. Yeah, I agree with that. My main point was like even the other person said it was just more about just accepting people's choice and how they want to live their life. And I feel like a world will be a better place if we accept people's choice and how they want to live their life.
I think a bigger issue with Christianity, though, like it's your belief system calls for you to be these very invasive, judgmental people. There's so many problematic things within the book, within the doctrine itself, that I think it's quite literally hard for a Christian to be a Christian and respect a non-believer. I don't know that a Christian could, in fact, be a true Christian and respect the rights of a person that does not
Yes.
believe like them.
Especially when the book tells them directly to like unalive them.
Yep. Or their savior came to cause a divide,
Right.
and that's their
Not to
savior.
bring people, yeah, like that just it doesn't logically follow. And I think that, Christianity 2.0, Christ consciousness, hippie Jesus, all of the different versions that we see people create in their own minds that allow this religion to be palatable
Oh,
to
they're
them.
still in. They're still in there. I hope. Oh, the keys. I didn't see my keys. Oh, right here.
Glory, you're not on. Okay, yeah. I think all of these versions, okay, maybe, but that's not in this book, and that's not supported by the understanding of Christianity that comes from this actual text. So if you want to divorce yourself from that and come up with your own religion, which ultimately everybody's doing anyway, then say that. But you put a whole lot of extra baggage and carry that along with you when you're trying to tether your belief system to this book while simultaneously say that it's rooted in love, because it's not.
Did you have anything else you wanted to add, Gordy?
Yes. No, I was like, I would agree with what y'all say because that's not the way to show love, because love shouldn't look that way. So I agree with that part. Love is not something you're supposed to force on people to throw or force them to follow something. You know, that's not love.
I'll say this too, Glody. I don't know if this is your first time in the room, but I've said this to other guests before. I personally believe that this book kind of uncovers the character of a person. So if you read this book and you come away with love and you come away with kindness and you come away with acceptance, that to me that means that's just who you are. That's a reflection of an inherent part of you as a person. But you have so many people that read this book that come away with judgment and condemnation and all sorts of vile things that just denigrate other human beings, cast them down to levels lower than the one that they feel that they stand on. And I think that that is reflective of their character. So while this book is oftentimes purported to
Yeah,
be a guide of some sort,
yeah,
to
you're
me
right. And
it
because
doesn't seem that way.
even even me as a kid, I always used to question it. I was like, you know, that's why with me is like I don't really see the book. Like I don't really like. I read it, but it's like a lot of stuff don't make sense. Even as a kid, I used to question a lot of stuff that I was hearing. I was like, this don't make sense to me, and this not the way love supposed to look like. And it's too much killing. If you're telling me it's true, and they go against all the religion, like Muslim, Christian. I was like, it's too much killing. Are we really showing love, or are we just really showing hate? So what's the point in us going to church every day and showing hate instead of showing love?
I mean, that would be something that you have to talk to the believers about. But I honestly, like when their God, it shows when their God is showing. Why is my Apple account locked? Yeah, can you put it on the bed for me? Give me just a second, y'all. I got to take care of something. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure where Thinker was going with that, but I think you were talking about showing love, and there's not much of that being shown by this God in the book if you read the stories. You mentioned being able to read these stories and pull away a message. Oftentimes, again, that message has to be crafted through the lens of this God is love, this God is right, this God can never be wrong, this God never lies. All the things that you then have to jump through hoops later to justify. Like, I remember with the story of Job, like I was always taught this story is a story of, standing firm through difficult seasons in your life and having faith even though it may seem like God has abandoned you. That's the lesson of Job. But you completely ignore all the other people that were impacted by the story. You completely ignore his wife. You completely ignore the 10 children that lost their lives, the slaves, the animals, all these people that were unalived for what? So that God could prove to the devil that Job was faithful? Like, that is mean as shit. That would be like, to me, a guy dating a girl and was like telling his boys, oh, I can do anything to her. She ain't going nowhere. Like, that is just cruel. And when you're forced to look at this through the lens of God is love, the only thing you can say is, oh, Job was faithful. But what sort of torture did the rest of the people in the story have to endure? And if you're telling me that in order to pull out this story to make this God look good, I have to ignore the reality of other human beings, I'm not willing to do that.
Yeah, and what I was gonna say was, like, when you're saying that, as a Christian, your love shouldn't look like hate, right? Like, that's honestly, like, that's a conversation that I think that more Christians need to have with more Christians, and ask, like, why does the love that y'all are trying to spread often is often perceived as hateful actions, you know, from other people. And I think that it's hard to do, as I said, because the God itself does and is, uh, he does very hateful things, that things that would be perceived as hateful from a mortal perspective. And when you as a believer say, but that's God can do whatever he wants to do, and then you take on that same personality, right? And carry and do the things that the God does, right? While you're justifying the God's actions, that's what's literally making Christians, become these hateful individuals, or be perceived as these hateful individuals. So I think that's a conversation that more Christians need to have with each other. I actually think that believers want to be the God, or have somehow, in some sense, in their mind, have taken on the role of the God, like the responsibilities of the God, and feel like they have to enact it because the God actually isn't present, and so they become the enforcer for the God, if that makes sense.
Sent you an invite to unmute. All right, y'all get these likes up. Remember to gift the panelists of your choice and help Thinker reach her new gift goal that she's about to set.
Are you there, Glody? Glody?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you have anything else that you wanted to add before we move on?
No, I said it been a good talk, and I appreciate giving me the time to come in your life and you know to understand your point of view, and thank you for letting me up and really talk to you. So I appreciate that. You know, we all can learn something from different people. You don't even though you're not a believer, I can still learn from you.
I
You know,
agree. I thank you for coming up as well,
yeah,
and likewise. It's a great
yes.
conversation.
All right, thank you.
Mhm. I have no idea why my developer account is locked. And it won't send me an OTP.
That was a pleasant conversation.
Yeah, it was.
It was.
Let's see who's in here. There was a guy in here named Saint something who was asking to come on stage, and I guess because we didn't bring him up when he asked, after asking several times, he's like, "Forget it. I was trying to save lives in here,
Yeah.
but forget it." It's like that type of like behavior. Like they be acting like their truth, like they have so much truth to tell, and it's life or death, and they're the only person that can give this truth. And like, let me up right now. I have something to say. And then when they don't get their way, right, it's just like, like they throw temper tantrums like kids. Like, I don't get it.
Yeah.
Like, at what point in life did they just decide to not mature mentally? I don't know. I just feel like that part is a choice.
I think it
Like
is. And it's not
yeah,
even
something
rare.
happened.
Like it happens too frequently for it to be like an anomaly. This seems to be a pattern, and it's honestly disturbing.
Yeah. Please don't use caps in the comments. Caps are for mods and people with a vision impairment. Like, that's just ridiculous to be typing in all caps like that.
He wants you to see that you are called to a greater calling.
To make a video game. Felicia, hi, how are you? Felicia?
Okay.
For some reason, my developer account is locked, and I can't, like, it's not even sending me an OTP, and my team can't. Damn, there you go. It just came. Shit. I was finna be mad. Hold on, y'all. Who is, I?
Hi. Yes.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing good. Fee, can you do this one while I take care of this?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Hey, good morning. Are you a Christian, deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I am a Christian.
All right. What topic would you like to choose?
Um, I guess any topic's fine. With me. Or I could pick one. I guess maybe Christian God is the great deceiver.
All right. What are your thoughts on that?
So I don't agree with it. But I think a lot of the basis for my beliefs center around the fact that first I believe that God created the heavens and the earth. I believe that He created us in His image through a choice that He made, and that is why we have, we have a choice in life whether to follow Him or to not follow Him. So I think if one, so I guess my question, not to not directly, I guess, answer uh, the prompt or the topic is, are we saying that there is no God, or are we just saying that the Christian God is deceptive, and why?
Well, this conversation centers around Christianity because that's the religion most of us were indoctrinated into. And the
Understood.
statement that the Christian God is a great deceiver is predicated on a lot of the things that it does in the book. Um, One of the things, even from the start at Genesis, when it told Adam and Eve, and it told Adam that the day that they eat from the tree, they will die. The serpent came back and was like, "No, that's not true. You're going to be alive. Your eyes will be open, and you'll be like God, knowing good and bad." And that's literally what happened. So in this story, the God did not tell the truth. It even, and I think it was Ezekiel, where it admits to being the source of deceiving spirits for the purpose of accomplishing the goal that it wants to accomplish. You mentioned that God gave us a choice to follow or not. And as we were talking with the previous guest, I don't know that an ultimatum is the same as a choice, because the options that are put before a Christian is choose me and live, or don't choose me and suffer eternally forever. To
Mm,
me, that is the definition of an ultimatum.
Fair.
So from the perspective of being truthful about its intent, there are several scriptures where the nature of the God is described very differently. In one scripture, it will say that it won't, or its prophets will say that it'll punish the person that committed the sin, and then in another scripture, it will say that it'll punish the generations after the person that committed the sin. So it's a lot of inconsistencies if
Fair.
you actually read the book outside of the dogma that and the doctrines that come with Christianity.
Okay. No, that actually helps me answer the prompt. So I really appreciate that baseline. And please cut me off at any time. So I I don't view that statement by God as deceptive, and here's why. Um, so again, maybe I'm paraphrasing. You can eat from right any tree in the garden, but you must not eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. For when you eat from it, you will certainly unalive. So here's the thing. So I think I've heard this argument before where people are saying, well, the serpent was honest, right? And now you know that you are, indeed, you know, naked, for example. But I think what God was referring to is this. I think human nature is one where we have a physical side and a spiritual side, our soul being the culmination of the two. The physical side is like one side of the coin, the spiritual side is, in this example, reflected by God. So when he says that you will certainly unalive, um, that's explained by the view that whether you're a 5-year-old toddler versus an 85-year-old man, you're still old. You're considered old, an old man, regardless. And people are like, why? Why is that the case? Because your physical life is finite. So if we're entrenched of things in this world, things that are physical and tangible in nature, then we're not rooted in God, which is supernatural.
Well,
So that
let
spiritual side.
let me pop in real quick. We've heard this like several times
Sure.
before from pretty much every believer that's come up here, and the problem is that there's nothing in the text that indicates that it's talking about a spiritual death. It literally talks about the Greek, the Hebrew word is talking about the actual day. Like, and you can do the research on what yom means and how it's been used throughout the rest of the scriptures. And if we're talking about, if what you're saying is that it's referring to a spiritual death, then what was the serpent refuting? To me, the serpent's refutation is that's not true. God knows that in the day that you eat from it, your eyes are bound to be open and you're bound to be like God, knowing good from bad. So if that was the serpent's refutation, you can't remove the temporal reference of the day. And that's what it was talking about.
Yeah. So I've always viewed that in the lens of when he speaks about it, he speaks about a spiritual death because is more God is more concerned with the spirit because that's who we are, right? We're spirit with a physical body. Um, so that's always been my interpretation of it and my understanding of it.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty standard Christian interpretation of it. It's just not what the book says, right? And
That,
and I think that's part of where we kind of come to forks in the road in these conversations, at least the ones that are civil. So I appreciate you actually engaging in dialogue here.
no, no, of course.
Yeah, that it's an understanding or an interpretation or, as Bash likes to say, a negotiation with the text in order to maintain a narrative that you believe this book carries. But the book just simply doesn't say that. And if you look into the linguistics and the actual word that was used, it means the day. And even the structure of the way the serpent said, he said that God knows that the words that the serpent used, there was a temporal contingency there. God knows that in the day that you eat from it, you won't die. Your eyes are bound to be open and you will be like God. So how is the serpent talking about a physical death, but God talking about a spiritual one? That just doesn't logically follow.
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? So we agree that in that regards, right, a physical alignment is separation of soul from body, right? And then a spiritual alignment is a separation of soul from God. Is that fair to say?
Say that again.
So a physical death is a separation of the soul from the body, right, in that time. Um, and a spiritual death is a separation of the soul from God. So let's just assume that um, the physical death is what was intended, right? Instead of, so they didn't say spiritual death, so let's just assume that the alternative, the physical death. The physical death is a separation of the soul from the body, and that's been, the definition and the understanding in the context. So
Wait a minute, what
what
context?
that's
And what, wait, let's not
what
breeze past that. The definition and the understanding in the context of
sure
what? Because I
the
don't understand a
physical
physical death to be the separation of a soul from the body. I understand a physical death to be the stopping of bodily functions. When I die, my brain is no longer functioning, my heart is no longer pumping, my organs are no longer doing what they normally do when I'm alive. That is what a physical death is to me. I believe that the Christian view adds some additional pieces to it. That's just, I don't know where you get that from. You'd have to show that to me in this text.
okay. So I think to understand that it's to define who we are as humans. I get what you're saying, and it's completely fair. So I believe, right? So if one believes with God and one believes that we are atoned, usually one believes in God because they believe in an afterlife, right? They believe that we will live on. Um, we will have another life to come. Now, in order for a person to believe that there's another life to come, then we all acknowledge the fact that our bodies are gonna, we could dig up our bodies, right? Well, once we pass away, or once we, unalive on this earth, when our time comes, our body is gonna be where all bodies are, on the ground, or cremated or dust. So we understand that to be true. So with those who believe in everlasting life, they only believe in everlasting life because they feel that, all right, well, now our spirit has left our body, the spirit, the essence of who we are. And that's always been the understanding, not just for Christians and Muslims, but also people who believe, also the Hindus as well, right? The spirit, in their case, you believe in reincarnation, spirit, moves on to a different entity. So going back to the physical death, so the physical death is a separation of the soul from the body. Then what do we mean? What do we mean like with
But
that? So if
hang on real quick. I think the problem that I have with that is that the number of presuppositions that you have to bring with you in order to take the next step is problematic for me, because you have to first accept that there is a part of me that I would have to first accept that there is a part of me that lives on after I'm dead. And I don't see any evidence of that. I don't see absolutely any evidence of that whatsoever. I know that people believe it to be true. I know that, as a human, as a sentient being, like that, we want to continue living. I think that that's baked into just being alive. I mean, we see that in the vast majority of all living creatures. They try to preserve their lives. So that I understand. But the understanding that the soul continues to live after the body is dead, that's a belief system. That's nothing that's been demonstrated. So to have that as a jumping off point is a little problematic for me because I don't share that belief.
that's fair. So if you don't share in the belief, I can understand why then that text is, you know, why we're, going back and forth in its interpretation, because you don't understand the belief, which is the basis for the understanding of that.
Well,
And it's
I
not
think I'm also
to,
not interpreting it, right? Like I'm not interpreting it. I know what
yeah,
in the day means. I know what die means. I know what eat means, and I know what fruit means. So I just feel like that the believer carries a very heavy burden of proof when you're talking about how you read this text. I'm not
that's
interested
fair.
in what it means to, because one person can, like we were talking with the previous guest, he felt like it's allegorical. He feels like that story is just to teach a lesson. Okay, cool. You've taken that from it. The words still say what the words say, and those words mean what they mean. I can understand how the utility of them, how they could be utilized in a different way, sure. But to just make this broad claim that we all understand that the soul continues to live after the body is no longer alive, we all don't understand that, because that literally makes no sense to me. Because
Yeah.
ultimately, that would my first question would be, where was my soul before I was born? I don't
Yeah.
remember that. I wasn't aware of that. So why would I expect to be aware of where my soul is after I'm dead? That just doesn't make sense.
And that's completely fair, right? I'm not attacking that understanding or that interpretation in any way, shape, or form. I know, for example, in biblical times, they believe people live pretty long. Like Noah lived like 900 plus years, right? So Adam, that regard, would probably lived longer. Now, it was kind of portrayed that, hey, if you're truly one with God and God walks beside you, then you basically can live on forever in that physical state, in that physical essence. So this passage also seems to suggest that maybe their their lives, their years on earth was cut, was shaved off. It's to your point. Do we know for sure? No, we don't know for sure. A lot of it is, we're supporting based off of our faith. I think that the crux, though, of Christianity is being able to come into it and say, okay, well, in life there's order and design. I may believe in a Big Bang. I think that's probable. I think science supports it. Um, but with the order and design we see, could there be an order and designer? And then to ask the question, can we disprove that there's an
Order and
order
des-
and designer
order and designer of what?
of the universe?
So you think Earth was designed for us?
Yes, I do,
So,
definitely.
so if I told you I'm going to build you a house and you are incapable of accessing 70% of that house, do you think it was designed for you? Like Earth, literally 70% of this Earth is covered with water. Humans can't live in water. There are mushrooms out there that will fucking kill us. Like I don't I find it fascinating when believers say that this earth was designed for us when so much of what happens on this earth naturally, earthquakes, volcanoes, bacteria, insects that can take us out, snakes with venom that would, completely, annihilate I don't know how many men with half an ounce of their venom. How was that designed for us?
Sure.
Exactly.
So I would say that we're really we're considered on Earth to be the apex predators, right? Because we can reason. So everything that happens on this Earth, it's done through human reason. Yeah, of course, animals have instincts and etc. They can unalive people. They can do all sorts of things, but who controls the functions, of Earth? Humans do, not an animal.
Well, I don't disagree with that, but just because we are the apex predator does not mean that this earth was designed for us. I would think that if something were designed for us, it would be designed with our needs in mind. Even me mentioning the water that covers the earth that we can't live in or drink, how is that helpful to us? What was the purpose of that design? Like there are so many questions that I think when you dig deep into the claim, earth was designed for us, this universe was designed for us, for what? What's the purpose of Jupiter? Like if it's for us, why is Jupiter there? There's just so many questions that I think believers don't, and I'm saying
Of
believers, but I
course.
did not ask those questions when I was a believer
Yeah.
either, just because it was what I was told it was what I was taught from birth, right? It was indoctrination, and that's just what it is. And usually the things that you are indoctrinated with, you don't question. But
Uh,
at a certain point, some of us choose to kind of dig deep and do what we're doing, deconstructing. Why do I hold this belief? Does this make sense? Does this comport with reality? Is this
yeah.
testable? Is this data predictable? And how can I use it? And I think that's the biggest piece. Even if what you're saying is true, even if there is a Christian God, even if, he did sacrifice himself to himself by impregnating a girl with like spiritual sperm. I don't know how all of that went, but even if that is true, how does that help us today?
Yeah. So um, I'll answer that directly, just with the planets. I like to think that maybe there was life on other planets, and you know, maybe it wasn't human life, maybe it was other life, and we're still discovering. I think we're now up to 98 billion light years of universe that we've discovered, and even the discoverers believe that yes, we cannot rule out life in other planets and other universes. There's multiple universes that have now been identified. So this definitely is probable, and it's not. To me, it doesn't appear to be random by any stretch of the imagination. In regards to, I guess, Jesus Christ, we're talking about. So I think I often equate it like this. So people oftentimes ask, why do bad things happen to good people? Why do we have a choice? So why did God, as a programmer, um, give us the capacity to do X and Y, good or bad? And I think if he by design would have just said, hey, you all do good, then I guess that just one, that eliminates the design. Two, um, you know, it makes me question. Um, and I guess this is a weak argument I'm about to say, but the value of life, like the fact that we get to make a decision to follow him or not. I think it's part of the design. There's a lot of questions I have. There's a lot of things I don't understand. Um, but the way I see it, if I believe it's something that's in a supernatural force that created natural forces, then whether the supernatural force is irrational or not, I'm still going to adhere to that because that's creation. That's what governs. Um,
Well, maybe I think that's just the difference between you and I, because even if this Christian God was proven to be real, to be true, I still wouldn't worship it. I just wouldn't, just because the actions of this God, in my opinion, are deplorable.
like,
There's no end that could justify sanctioning and giving people permission to own another human being as a
sure,
slave.
I
Like,
can speak to that if you like.
well, let me
Hold on.
just
Before
get.
you go into slavery, I want to ask a question about like the whole concept of spiritual death when y'all are done. Go ahead.
No, go ahead and ask that question, Thinker, before we get into the next one.
And I have a business call in 2 minutes. I can come back up with your
I mean, it's just gonna be
generosity,
really,
but
it's gonna be
but but
really
yes,
quick.
I'll
Yeah,
answer it.
really,
Yes.
yeah, really quick. So, does the context of the original uh, uh, text matter to Christians? So, like the story of Adam and Eve was written in biblical Hebrew, right? And the word "mut" means a physical death, right? The physical body dies. The Hebrew has a word that means to cut off from the God, like when a covenant is broken, right? And that word
Yeah.
is nikrad, right? And so, if the God wanted to actually convey that it was a spiritual death or like a relationship being severed or a tie being broken, wouldn't he have used the proper word to convey that message? Like, because we can see here, right? In Genesis 17:14, where he conveys that, right? That a cutting off has happened, a deliberate sin has happened, right? And the guilty person was utterly cut off from the people and from the God. Why would he not use that word to convey that type of message if that's what he meant?
Sure. And what I had indicated too is that the lifespans believed at that time, right? Like for example, I think like Adam was like 900 like plus years or so. It could have been that instead of them living, eternally, um, that maybe their lifespans were cut off. I mean, it's hard to tell. But I
Not
also,
really. It's
yeah,
not really hard to tell. Like
well,
I
because I
think
think
like
either physical or
no, what
spiritual makes sense.
I'm asking linguistically, right? It's
Yeah,
not hard to tell, especially like when you understand that the Hebrew language, right, is a very intentional language. And the words that it uses words so that it intentionally conveys a specific message, right? It's not trying to convey a message of a spiritual relationship being severed. The word used there was that the physical body would die, right? And I'm not asking why didn't the physical body die, and the answer that you just gave, that would be sufficient for explaining why they didn't die physically. But what I'm asking for is where this concept of spiritual death comes in, because
sure.
again, there is a word, and we see it used several times throughout the Hebrew text where the God does cut them off, or somebody off for deliberately breaking a covenant with him, and that word is nikarat or karat.
Yes.
So like that word is not used here in this text.
Yes. So I guess I'll answer it two ways. One, we know Adam is most likely dead, correct?
No, I'm talking about the spiritual death
Yeah.
concept. I'm
No, no.
not talking about whether
I'm
they
just
lived or died.
yeah. No, no. I'm tackling both. So it's I mean, he's dead, right? So you surely die. So he died a physical death. And then in terms of a spiritual death, usually when you come through the Bible, with the Old and New Testament, there's parallels between the Old and the New. So if you believe to have a soul, that means that your um, both your physical elements are tied with the spiritual elements, um, are one. So if one is cut off from the other, then then there's death because there's separation, and the
Wait, so
spirit
you're saying that
is
his spirit, that Adam's spirit died, like his spirit was cut off from Adam, or was the spirit cut off from the God? I'm confused. What's the spiritual death? That Adam's spirit was separated from Adam?
yeah. So
Oh,
so what I'm saying is that his body, since his
no, no,
body
no. I'm
committed the
asking the
act,
concept of spiritual death. Is spiritual death being cut off from the God, or is it being cut off from yourself?
the spiritual death is in this case being cut off from the body, right? Being torn from the body because the body did what? The
And
body
who and where
sinned
and what
when it
spirit are you
gets
talking
cut.
about? Adam's spirit or the God spirit? Who was he separated from?
Uh,
Himself?
well, God had a spirit,
So
and that
it's
spirit
God's
was tapped in.
spirit. It's God's spirit being severed from Adam. That's the spiritual death.
God's spirit being severed from Adam. Yeah, well, he's not atoned, so yeah. So if you have a fall from grace in that particular regard, which he did, then what happens to your physical
I just
self?
need you to
It
define just the spiritual death part. Like, so I just need to understand. Are you
and
saying that it was God's spirit that was cut off from Adam, and that is the definition of spiritual death?
well, when you lose God's favor,
It's okay. I don't need you to explain how it happens. Is that the definition of spiritual death? The God spirit was in Adam. When Adam fell, then God took his spirit from Adam. Is
yes,
that the
spiritual
definition?
death is
That's
a
the
separation
definition.
of the
Okay.
soul from God. Yes,
Okay. All right. So you're saying that Adam was spiritually cut off from the God, yet in this text, right, when the Hebrews, when the Israelites were cut off, when he would cut off somebody for breaking a covenant, that word that signified that type of relationship being cut off, that spiritual, like they don't have a spiritual death concept because the Hebrews didn't believe in spirits and souls until they were Hellenized. But that type of relationship, covenant severance, is represented in this book several times. And the
yeah,
word for that is nikarat. It's not mut. So like there is no spiritual death or no relationship severance. There's nothing in this nothing in this text, right? Linguistically, that represents a relationship severance. And
sure.
until the Greco-Roman period, right? Until thousands of years later, someone in the Greco-Roman era goes, "Oh, God cannot lie. Adam and Eve did not die the same day. Therefore, it must have been that their relationship was severed."
Yeah, so let me explain because I got to get to a client call, but I'll come back up well, in about 25 minutes. So if we want to like follow up, and so I believe, right, reading through this and there's a lot of backing support for this interpretation, right? That so right? God created Adam and Eve. God created the animals, right? Even the animals, like Adam and Eve, had life. And right, so they had life and they had these physical bodies. Now, it's God gives life to all things. The life that God gave to man was different from was different, right? Because then the life he gave to the animals. God breathed into man's nostrils the breath of life, right? Man became a living being. So now animals have a what? A purely physical life. But
You
humans
don't
have
know
both a
that.
physical and
You
spiritual
you
element
don't know
of
that.
life.
Animals breathe. Animals have lungs. Animals have hearts. Like
I, I,
you don't know that. Like
I'm telling you the
you're
widely
implying
accepted
that.
interpretation of
That
the
but
text.
but again that's something that you are implying. You don't know that,
No,
right?
but you see, I guess here's the thing. If
Then
I'm J.K.
where do the
Rowling,
animals get the breath that they breathe?
I guess we're just going to go back and forth because J.K. Rowling can describe her
No,
Harry Potter books and what
where do
the
they
intent
get
was.
where do the animals get the breath that they breathe daily? If it's not from your God, where do they get their breath?
Well, they have a purely physical life, right?
But they breathe, right? So where does their breath come from?
What do you mean? They were created with a body that can breathe in the air.
Okay, humans got their breath from your God, correct?
Uh, yes, humans got,
Where do animals get their breath from?
well, their body facilitates the. Are you talking about the initial creation or the animals today?
Anybody, any animal. Like
Okay,
if
so any
animals breathe,
physical
hold on,
life.
listen. Animals breathe just like humans breathe. Humans got their breath from the God, according to this book. It. Are you saying that
Sure.
the animals are breathing a different type of air?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
So
the
animals
physical
breathe
life
too,
of animals and humans,
but they
it's the same
breathe,
concept, right?
right?
Same concept, right? Our body
Right.
facilitates the breathing back and forth.
So
But
we can
there's a
breathe
spiritual,
without the God's breath in us.
well, physically we can breathe, but not spiritually.
Okay.
There's a spiritual element of life.
Okay. So it says that man became a living soul when this God breathed in their nostrils. That means they became alive, right?
Yeah,
Okay. And so they needed your God to breathe in them in order for them to become alive. And so
yes,
because they were not a living soul, it was mud, it was a golem, right? A pile of mud until the God breathed in it. And so
yes.
after they fell, when they fell from grace or whatever, they still they kept on right on breathing, right? Like that breath
Yeah, that
that
physical breath.
made
Yep.
them a living soul, that breath that made them a living soul, it didn't stop happening. They continued to breathe. And that same air that they breathe, the same breathing takes place with animals.
Yes, the physical breathing takes place with both humans and animals.
Hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Not like
it's pretty
honestly,
consistent.
nothing really changed other
Uh,
than the mind.
no. That's not true because if you disobey God, then he's not. It's like going against a father or mother, and it's like, okay, I'm going to go against my father and mother. Yeah, well, they're going to take you out of their house.
I mean, I didn't say
That's a
they didn't get
choice.
kicked out the house. I said nothing of their nature changed
Nothing of
other
their.
than their mind.
I mean, they could physically breathe, so nothing of the nature in that regard, changed. But um, the what the story does not say was that whether their physical life was cut off or not, we would just be
It
interpreting
literally
that or
does say
extrapolating
when
that.
they died. It does say they did not die
And
that day.
well, I
It
know
does say
they weren't
that.
going to die that day,
It
but you
says
see,
that they're
if
supposed to
God,
die that day.
if no, if God is it did not say that you will surely die this day.
Yes, it
Um,
does.
this day,
And it does. It says that in the day that you eat it, you shall die. You shall surely die. And like
yeah.
even like other interpretations, there's multiple different translations of this Bible that knows that it's saying that it's got that if they eat it that day, that they will die. Like
Are we all
like
dying now? I mean,
it says, listen, you must not eat the fruit of that tree. If you do, you will die the same day.
look,
Like multiple, hold
aren't we all
on,
dying now?
but the same day, not 1,000 years later. Like
No.
this is the thing that I do not like when believers try to I don't know, I hate I hate to like say that you're trying to gaslight, but like
No. I'm being
literally there
consistent.
are multiple do you see that on that day, on that
Yes,
day you
but
wish
if he
on
was meant to
that
live
day, not a
immortal,
1,000 years later.
if he was
And
meant to
there
live
is
forever,
and
and
there was nothing
his
in
life
here that
ends,
says that he was meant to live forever. Nothing. Like
but it,
you all are implying that
but
they were meant to live
is there
forever.
anything on the contrary that says that he
that
wasn't
that
meant to
but
live
that they
forever?
were
Tree of
mortals and
life.
he told them that they would die the same day, right? And they did not die that day. right? There also is nothing linguistically in this text to imply a spiritual death or a relationship severance. That's something that you all are adding to this. That's a
No,
extra biblical. Yes, it is. That's an extra biblical interpretation that you're adding to it that the text just does not support.
no, it's we can go back and forth on this, but you're saying that, oh well, there's nothing in the text that says that they were supposed to live forever, and because of that, my interpretation of that, is correct. Now I'm saying that, hey, look, I if someone does something like, I don't know, maybe consume like gasoline, most likely they'll surely die that day. I mean,
Yeah,
they could
like if
probably
you
get the
say that they die, if you drink gasoline, you're gonna die that day, and they don't die that day, you lied.
no,
But if
no, no,
you
no.
if you drink gasoline, you're gonna die, and they die 3 days later, you told the truth. Your God put a time frame on it. Your God said the same day, and that did not happen.
Yeah, and we're dying each and every day.
No. He told them
Yes.
that, not y'all. He said
We're,
that to Adam and Eve.
I,
On the day that you eat it, you will die.
yeah,
He
we
was
get
talking to Adam and Eve. He wasn't talking to I in 2024. He was talking to Adam and Eve. There was no you then.
I think we have a respectful difference of opinion. I'm not trying to
I
gaslight
mean,
you,
that's
but
fine.
you're raising
Yeah, you
your
are.
tone at me. No, no,
You
you're raising
are
your tone because
gaslighting.
no, because you understand that this is a generally and widely accepted,
No,
view,
it's
and it's
not. No, it's not.
okay. Then why do billions of people believe in it?
Honest biblical scholars, right, who
No,
do not deal with dogma and Christian theology, know that the God lied here.
no.
They're
Now you're
honest with
defining
the
what honesty
text.
is,
Yes, I
and
am. Honestly,
okay.
and
Well, if
linguistically,
you're defining
in
them,
the
we can't
Hebrew,
have a conversation because you're
You don't have
incorrect.
anything to
You're
support
incorrect.
a spiritual death.
I do. I
Linguistically,
just told you.
like
You just
literally, the
disregarded
text,
90% of scholars.
the text, the word yom there means the same day, the 24
Yeah,
hour day.
that's no.
In the Hebrew word mut means a physical death.
You're defining honesty. I can't partake in this.
There is nothing here to support. Exactly. Fucking run with your lying ass.
What was the tree of life for?
And that's a great question.
Because if they were supposed to live forever anyway, and he said that he needed to kick them out the garden before they were able to eat from the tree of life, then that means they were going to die at some point.
I also feel like it's almost as if because we weren't willing to accept his presuppositions about what, oh, everybody knows that that's what that means. No, it's not. Like everybody doesn't know that. Like you've got people actually engaging in conversation with you right now that do not believe that. They don't see it because it's not in there. And because you wouldn't agree to, oh, that's what spiritual death means, then the conversation just went left. That was weird.
Like the fact that he couldn't handle the linguistics of it, right? And then the gaslighting starts. Like you can't if you can't deal with the text honestly, there is no spiritual death concept in the actual text, in the language of the text. You can't handle that. And so then you got to start with the gaslighting. And then the whole, when I was asking him to define spiritual death, the whole gaslighting of it all, how he tried to say in oh, Adam's spirit died. No, like, are you saying that Adam was cut off from Adam? Like, be honest with what you're trying to say. Like, all the extra words that you're trying to put in there to confuse, that's the shit that I don't like and I don't respect.
Right. And it's when you start to peel back those layers that they start to get defensive because the problem is like things that are logically will follow. Like A will lead to B, B will lead to C. But then when you start poking holes or you start identifying the holes that are already there in their belief system, then that's when they start getting like he did.
And then he says something like, do we die today? What the hell does that, like, what does you dying today have to do with the fact that the text says on that day? And then I pull up two different translations that say, one says the same day, and this one says on that day. Now, if these biblical translations translate the Bible to mean on that day or the same day, um, uh, then what the hell? Like, what? Why would I try to make this say 1,000 years later? Why would I try to force this to be something ambiguous? It's
Yeah.
very clear that he told them they would die the same day that they ate it, and they didn't, and he lied.
And it's even clearer to me when you see what the serpent said. Like, it wasn't even a part of the serpent's, like, claim of what would happen that indicates anything spiritual. It is absolutely temporal. And that's the piece that I don't know why they can't see that. Because what was the serpent saying if it wasn't refuting the fact that they wouldn't die the same day that they ate the fruit? And they can't answer that question. And it's just, again, those logical entailments is problems for them.
The fact that they have to like do all that word salad, like I can't stand the word salad. I cannot. Like, don't word salad me. Like that's going to like literally piss me off. And then like trying to go all around the world instead of answering a very direct question. Like it's their tactics that ugh,
Yeah,
like
it
yeah,
feels
it's
icky.
yeah.
I mean, even when you pulled up the word to show what Hebrew word indicated or meant, or that was often used to indicate a separation or a break in a covenant, or what they would consider a spiritual death. If that's what was meant, why wasn't that word used? Why was moot used, which is means a physical death? It just doesn't make sense. But I also don't think that they care on a certain level. I
Mm-mm.
think their prime directive is to be right, not to get it right or not to understand it properly. They just need to be right, and they're going to fight tooth and nail to do that.
Sheba says, I think it meant the day they disobeyed the curse of death brought by sin came on them that day. Like the fact that y'all cannot just accept that your God lied. Like y'all have to like do all of this gymnastics because you can't accept that your God lied. But then a Christian got up here tonight and said, "Yep, my God lies." Every
Yeah.
Christian knows that God lies, but here y'all are dancing around trying to come up with some logical explanation for why they didn't die that day because you cannot accept that your God lied.
And if what Sheba said was true, then what was the serpent saying? What,
Exactly.
yeah, what was the serpent? If Sheba's understanding of what God meant was true, then what was the serpent refuting? It just doesn't make sense.
And like if Hebrew, like there is a words mean words for a reason, right? And if you understand the Hebrew language, right, that they're very intentional with their words. That's one thing. They're if they want to convey that a relationship was cut off, they would use karat or nikarat. They would use that word. They've used it several times in the text. Second thing, if you understand Israelite history, you would also know that they didn't have a concept of a soul or a spirit until after the Babylonian exile. When they came back into the Levant area and they started being more open and receptive to the Hellenistic spirituality. So there would be no reason for that to even say anything about a spiritual death. There was no concept of a soul or a spirit in early ancient Israel history. If I'm wrong, prove that I'm wrong, Andy. Prove that there was a concept of a soul before the Hellenization period.
I'm still stuck in the tree of life. There would be no need for a tree of life if there wasn't going to be death even prior to them partaking in the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil. Why are they not here seeing that?
I think that's another one of those logical entailments that they want to cut. Like, I don't want to think about that because it does beg the question: what is the purpose of the tree of life if they already had immortality? There wouldn't be a need for it. And
Right.
if there is a need for it, then your God already knew that they were going to fall into sin. Therefore, all this shit is planned to begin with.
Exactly.
I,
Exactly.
I, I swear the interpreters of Christianity, like they did a fucking number. They did a number on people's minds and people's willingness to deceive other people. Like I feel like for a person to do what the last guest just did, that person had to negotiate with himself and be willing to deceive himself, and also negotiate with himself and say, am I willing to also, for the sake of validating my belief and saving my belief, am I also willing to deceive others and manipulate others to save my belief? Like, there's a lot of negotiating you have to do in order to make to hang on to the stories that you've been told about what's written in this book. There's a lot of negotiating that you have to do with yourself and with other people's lives or other people's minds. That doesn't even make sense. Not really when you do research. Like, do you accept the research that you find? Or do you then start trying to justify or reinterpret? Because like, that doesn't make sense. Not when you do research. It's the research that makes people do what we just saw the guy do.
Yeah, if you're starting with your conclusion before you research, you're not doing research. You're just looking for information to validate a belief you already hold.
The response I didn't believe before, but after our research now, I believe tells me that you are not even responding to what the fuck I even said.
Nope. Have you, Andy?
I'm waiting for Andy to come up and prove to me that the Israelites had a concept of spirituality before the Hellenization period. Yep, I am mad because I don't take kindly to being gaslit. So you fucking right, Jenya. If you were being gaslit, you'd be pissed too. No, it's not. It's with the people who's gaslighting, Key. It's with the people that come on this stage and gaslight and lie.
Andy says he's in the queue. Thanks for gifting, y'all. Let's get these likes up to 300K. Well, 350 because we're almost at 300K. Let's go.
Andy.
Hi.
Hi.
So I'm just a little bit offended that you call everyone but yourself a liar.
Well, you're just gonna have to
It
be
is
offended,
really
Andy.
condescending.
You're just gonna have to be offended, and I don't care.
Okay, I just want to
Okay.
point out.
Okay, you've done that.
Yeah. So I show you what I mean. I also don't think highly of the Old Testament God. The Old Testament God is a false God, obviously.
Andy.
But I want to show you something else. If you want
Mm-hmm.
to make my screen bigger, everyone can read it. You read
Hold on, give me just a second. What are you showing us before I give you the big screen?
John 3:3.
I asked about them before the Hellenization period. You showing me something in the New Testament it's not going to prove that the ancient Israelites had a concept of a soul or spirituality prior to the Hellenization period. So what you would
No, they
need to be
hadn't.
showing me
That's why
is
Jesus had
what
to
you would
explain it
need
to
to be
them.
showing me, Andy, what you would need to be showing me is some research, right? From a scholar,
No,
an
that's not. It's
archaeologist.
from the Bible
Andy,
directly.
Andy, Andy, I'm talking about actual history, okay? Not something in the Bible,
We are talking
okay?
about the
You
religion
went,
here, not.
Andy, the claim that I made is that prior to the Israelites being Hellenized, that they did not have a concept of spirituality. That's the claim that I made. Okay. So that means I'm making a historical claim. Okay. History.
Yeah, I
So
understand.
you showing me, Andy, you showing me something in the Bible does not address that historical claim. Okay. So what I need from you is something from a scholar, right, that has researched the history of the Israelites. Okay,
But that's
some
two different
scholarly
things.
article, hold on, some peer-reviewed scholarly article that says that the ancient Israelites always had a concept of spirituality.
Yeah, but you're talking about God here, and I listened to it for an hour. I
So
listened.
you're okay. So
You spoke about God. You spoke about the
you're not,
Bible. You
so
spoke to a
you're not
Christian
going,
about the
so
Bible.
you
You
didn't come
spoke
up to
about
address that
Genesis.
claim. You didn't come up to address that historical claim. You didn't come up to address that historical claim, Andy.
You claimed that there was no spiritual death in the Bible, and this is wrong.
I did not fucking say that, Andy.
You did
No,
say it.
I did not.
You say
No, I
how can they
didn't.
die if they're
I
already
did
in God?
not say that. I said Genesis 2. The text in Genesis 2 does not have a any spiritual death within the text.
Yeah, exactly.
Linguistically, Andy, that's what I said. Okay, so if you're going to come up here and you're going to call me a liar, or if you're going to come up here and refute some
But
information,
if you read
make
the
sure
entire
that you are
Bible, you
refuting
understand that
something that
this.
I actually fucking said. I did not say that.
If you read Genesis, then you are correct. But
Andy,
if you read the entire,
We are talking about Genesis 2. I don't give a fuck
yeah,
what's
but
in the New Andy,
you don't read. You
shh.
just
I don't care what's in the New Testament because we're not talking about the New
so insecure.
Testament.
So insecure
I
talking.
don't care. This is why I yell. This is why I curse. Okay?
Yeah,
And
you're
I
off
don't
balance.
fucking
You're
give a
off
damn about
balance.
your fucking whining.
But
Stop. Stop. I don't give a damn about what's in the book of John. We are talking about Genesis
yeah,
and we're talking about actual history. Okay? If you did not come up here to address that, I'm going
it's
to
not
move you
historical.
back down to the comments.
It's a spiritual book, not a historical
Okay,
one.
bye, Andy. God damn. Where did I say that the Bible never says anything about a fucking spiritual death? Y'all literally got that shit from the Greco-Roman period, from the New Testament. I literally say that every time we talk about this spiritual death. When the guy was on stage, I literally said that concept came during the Greco-Roman period in the New Testament. Thousands of years later, I literally said that while the guy was on stage.
They
Don't
don't
put
listen.
words in my mouth.
Yeah, they don't listen for actual understanding. They listen for keywords that they can respond to.
It's ridiculous. And then, like, we're talking about Genesis and you go to John. And then when I say, hey, that's not what we're talking about, you continue to press that. And then y'all expect me to just let y'all come up here and just say whatever the hell y'all want to say. Yeah, we're the ones that don't think or listen, Andy. I gave you ample opportunities to address what you said that you were going to address. I told you what I was looking for. Ample opportunities. Like people, it's hard to deal with y'all believers in a civilized way because y'all are so abusive. Y'all lie so much. And like I don't know why y'all can't believe that your God lies because y'all would do it at the drop of a fucking hat to defend the God. Then what the if you Andy, if you think the Old Testament God is false, why the fuck are you up here trying to defend the concept of a spiritual death from the Old Testament God? You just want to fight just to fucking fight, Andy. Why are you up here? Why did you come up here to defend the concept of a spiritual death from an Old Testament God? Like literally, even the spiritual death that you're talking about came from them saying that Adam and Eve fell in the garden. Like the whole reason that your Jesus needed to come was because Adam and Eve uh sinned in the garden. But yet you're saying that God is false. Like please explain to me how you rectify that. That doesn't make sense. But Andy, I don't care about that. That's not what I was talking about. Yeah, how are you? Yeah, are you there? I don't give a damn, Soggy. I don't care. Like all y'all's fucking whining. Like it just it's irritating. Come up here, act like you got some sense, talk like you have some respect, and you won't fucking get yelled over. You get treated the way you treat people. I don't even know. Like the days of y'all thinking that you're gonna get respect regardless of how you treat people, that shit is over. Especially with me.
Treat otters?
Hmm.
He said, so how did you treat otters?
They don't, the crazy thing is that they don't pay
So mean.
attention when I am respectful, right? They don't pay attention to that. They wait on me to go off when someone has disrespected me, and they just ignore what the Christian does. Like so many times Christians have come up here and just been straight disrespectful, lying, and they won't say shit to their brother or sister who's disrespectful. They wait on me to go off on them so that they can complain, so that they can victimize themselves, and so they can demonize me. They've been literally sitting in this live all fucking night waiting for me to go off on somebody.
And that's the part that bothers me because I feel like when you have a whole lot to say about my reaction to disrespect as opposed to what triggered my disrespect, then you're being real disingenuous. And that's what they do
Exactly. You the problem.
consistently.
And that's what bothers me, is the fact that they're okay with it. That's the thing that like gets under my skin, is that they are okay with that. It's their intention that bothers me. Do you see what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And you can tell that's the intention because they have to zero in on something. They know their claims are baseless. They know their book doesn't even support their claims. So the only thing they have left to do is attack us as people or anything that they can pick out that they can deem as problematic. Well, even if I am angry, your claim is still baseless. Even
It's
if I am upset, like you're still wrong.
look, it's your opinion. It's my opinion that y'all's intention bothers me. That's my opinion. How the fuck is it my opinion on what bothers me? How is that an opinion? I didn't call you a liar. As a matter of fact, Soggy Knee is in the comments calling me a liar. But y'all don't see that shit, do you?
And just to be
Misogyny is on
clear,
their side.
yeah, and just to be clear, the point that Andy came up here
And
to
look what
refute.
Soggy Knee just wrote. Who the fuck is talking about that?
What? See,
You
this is why
see what I'm
something's
talking
wrong with them.
about?
Something's wrong.
They're not okay.
No, they're not well at all. Cause what the actual fuck?
They're not okay. And then she goes, you said they come up there and lie. What the fuck? They do. And the fact that y'all are like a gang. Like y'all just back shit up without even thinking. Like yesterday, one of your own Christians came up here and made every Christian in this comments who had his back a fucking liar. They backed his bullshit so much, and then he admitted that he was doing the thing that he kept saying he wasn't doing, and he said he was doing it on purpose. Every Christian in the comments that had his back became a liar, and he did it and laughed about it. Y'all motherfuckers just be backing shit and don't even think.
If it's coming from somebody in their camp, they automatically sign on to it. It's like, where do I co-sign? And it doesn't have to make sense. It doesn't even have to be something that they've heard before. Like the times that also comes up, and paint somebody in the corner about reading the Red Sea Scrolls. Yeah, I read it. I know I read it. And I remember what it said. Good and hell well you didn't read that damn thing. They just
And
lie.
then he's like, you put the prompts up. We ain't even talking about the fucking prompts. I don't give a fuck if you think I'm not trying to be respectful to you. What the fuck?
Yeah, and I'm not sure who this person thinks I've disrespected, but yeah. I mean, ultimately, if me calling you on your dishonesty is disrespectful, I don't have anything to do with that. That's between you and your ability to connect with what's true. That doesn't have anything to do with me. But I'm under no obligation to condone or prop up your fantasy life or this belief system, this claim, this baseless claim that you have. If that's disrespectful, okay, give me the t-shirt.
They aren't lying. Words just don't mean words. What the fuck?
I'm a bit y'all a do with that. What?
Words don't mean words. They're not lying. Words just don't mean words. Words don't mean words. Like what do we do with that? What do we do with that?
I'm hoping that as a person that's being facetious.
I hope
Me
so.
too.
I'm sorry. Let me check
So
because that gets me sometimes. Were you being facetious? Please tell me that you were being facetious. Because I forgot. I do need to check sometimes that's not a. Oh, she's a friendly. Okay, my bad.
Okay.
My bad. So now with the threats of hell, do you think I give a flying fuck? Do you think that I've never read Matthew? Do you think I've never read Revelations? And do you think that I've never heard of hell? You think I've never heard of Judgment Day? Please tell me that, innocence one. Like, do you think that I am like green to that? And that you just told me something that's gonna make me like change my mind, and all of a sudden I'm gonna be like, God is good all the time. Please explain that to me. Like, what did you think dropping Matthew 24 was going to do? I know what Matthew 24 is. It's where your God talks about the signs of the day that him and his believers going to kill kids and grape women on earth. I know what Matthew 24 is. What do you think dropping Matthew 24 was going to do?
Show you how good her God is for killing kids once again.
Oh, of course I'm wrong because you haven't studied the Bible. You don't even know why you dropped Matthew 24. No, I don't give a damn about hell, James. The fact that you are still typing that shit, no. Like, y'all are weird.
Where's Rhea? We need a couple weirdos thrown around.
Were you in here, Fee, when James was up here?
No, I don't know. What was he talking about?
Nothing. He
She's like the huge.
he was just trying his best to say. God, I can't remember, but it was just stupid. As usual, it was stupid. And then he
I'm
did the
scared
stupid
that I'm gonna be
laugh.
cooked by somebody who said, "Well, just banned me then." I'm scared.
That's the one.
Band,
I'm
Banned.
scared.
B-A-N-D?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Banned. Yeah.
yeah, with the
BANNED.
yeah. He spoke in past tense for a present tense thing, like, and then said, "My intellect is more powerful than all of the ignorance." Like, I'm
Yeah.
scared that I'm gonna be cooked by his ass. I forgot he was on stage, and I already forgot what the fuck he said while he was on stage.
That's
I
why I
just
say he
know
said nothing.
what did he get? Why did he get taken down?
Because he was saying the same. He was, because you were asking the Christians in the comments if God lies. And he was
Oh,
trying
that,
to
yeah.
add and change the question
Oh, he's the
that you
one
were
who
asking
said
him.
that Christians know that their God can lie.
Yes,
That's
that's the
him.
one.
Yeah. See, Christians, there's a Christian that come up and lie for your God, but here we just had a whole entire knockdown, drag out fucking fight because a Christian could not accept that your God lied. But James was on stage earlier tonight saying that y'all don't believe that your God can't lie. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, and James, based on your comments, I don't think debating hell needs to be your focus. I'll mute everything time you want. What? What does that mean?
Let I speak for me, not all Christians.
Let
Let I
us.
speak. Like, why are you typing that shit over and over? What the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
That's what we had to put up with earlier.
David, how are you? It's not a language barrier. He's been on stage tonight. He speaks English. There is no language barrier there. David, how are you?
A comprehension barrier.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
David, are you there? I swear, some of these people I should be talking about their level of education or knowledge, and I don't even do that. But I think the shit that they say and the way that they behave speaks volumes. Speaks volumes for it. Like, I don't even have to poke holes at the fact that they obviously have decided that that is not something that they find valuable. Like, they find more value in running their mouth than they do actually learning something before they open it.
Yeah, I don't think that the finding the truth of a thing is ultimately the point for the vast majority of believers. I mean, and just the way that they try to frame certain points that they make, like Sagini said that prove history books condone the Holocaust, that's equivalent to your claim about slavery, except it's not. Because nobody claimed that a history book was written by an all-knowing, all-powerful, all-loving God.
What they say?
They said that prove history books condone the Holocaust necessarily. That's the equivalent of your claim about slavery. And I think that that's,
Oh my
see
gosh.
what I'm saying? Like that just doesn't logically follow. And even if this person were to come up to try to explain, like walk me through that. Talk me through step by step how you made that analogy or how you make that comparison. And then I'll talk to you about the symmetry breaker, but they can't do that. But then we're the ones that are problematic because we don't believe the shit in this book. It just makes no sense.
Or that we won't allow them to lie or gaslight. But the fact that like that get the fuck out of my box, James. You are fucking weird, guy. Like, can y'all block him, please? Like, you're fucking weird. The fuck is wrong with you?
What
Nobody
is
even knows
Sagni
what the fuck you
saying?
said. What the fuck did you say for somebody to
What are
prove you
you?
wrong? Like, y'all are weird. Like, I cannot. It's too many of y'all in here at one time. Y'all are fucking weird. I swear I can't be around too much foolishness. I can't. It drives me crazy. This is why I stay by myself too, because like, oof,
It's exhausting.
it is very exhausting. I cannot. Can you imagine all of them in one church?
Mm.
Get somebody else to do that.
Oh my god.
Mm-mm.
Oh my god. Like there's no fucking way.
They'll believe that Job drove the ark into the whale's mouth.
But it was a spiritual well, Selena, don't forget that.
Oh, that's right.
Mm-hmm. I keep bringing people up and they keep like bouncing out. These are the days when I think like I feel hopeless that logic will overcome this lack of knowledge. These are the days that I feel hopeless because they're willing to fight for this thing. You know what I'm saying? You know how they always come up here and say, if it were not true, then the disciples would not die for it.
Yep.
Yet we see them every day fight for these lies.
Mm-hmm. And if we're living in the age of information like we're living in right now, we have access to so much data. I mean, it would logically stand that folks back in antiquity would not require as much to be convinced about a thing, right? Because their world exposure was so much smaller than what we have right now. So them being willing to die for a claim that is the entirety of what they've been exposed to their whole life, okay, that still doesn't mean the claim is true. But in this day and age, where we know the things that we know and we can investigate the claims for validity or lack thereof, and folks to still stand 10 toes down on this BS is I get it. Like I sometimes I have these conversations and I do feel hopeless, but then sometimes it's those conversations where you spark a thought in an individual and they come up here, like the young lady that was up earlier about her podcast. My heart kind of broke for her because you could hear the sadness in her voice. You could hear that, she was going through this lonely journey, and I'm glad that she was able to find an outlet for it. So I think it's those people that this message in this conversation needs to reach. There will always be those for whom logic and reason will not work because they didn't use logic and reason to adopt the claims that they believe. So logic and reason are not going to be able to be effective in helping them to understand why those claims are baseless. So, I mean, it's frustrating.
It's very frustrating because I think for our community, right? And I'm going to talk about this very layered. For the Black community, we need more people to think logically, and we need more people to respect knowledge and seek knowledge. We need that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like we need more of that in our community, and then we need more of that in society as a whole. It's going to take that, and to see so many people fight it, to fight, and to fight to stay ignorant, to stay in a place of without knowledge.
Yeah, I mean,
It damn
that's
near makes me want to
Guzman
cry.
Ernest Guzman just said, the Job of the Ark is the bridge between man and God. The Job of the Ark is... Sorry.
Yeah, and it's that. Like,
You didn't
it
get the
is.
joke?
I don't. Something's wrong with him.
Like, sorry. Like the joke went over his head. The Job of the Ark. But y'all are spot on. They don't want the knowledge, but they need it. And maybe Jesus is the knowledge, because they said that the Bible does say that he would be rejected by his own. Knowledge is actually Jesus.
Like to Thinker's point, like about our community, I think that it's going to be really, really, really difficult, and it's going to take a longer time to uproot these deeply entrenched belief systems from our community because they are so baked in. I mean, even in the way like we raise our children, even in the way that there's this expectation of, children need to be seen and not heard, and you don't ask questions and you obey authority. Like, I think that's always been an expectation.
Look what Bears just wrote.
What? Knowledge
Oh
is
my
what
God.
you don't want to be. Knowledge is what colonizers use.
You see what I'm saying? That it's shit like that. Like, it damn near makes me want to cry.
Right.
And like, these are people that's raising our young people.
Right. Like I keep saying, these people out here fucking and voting. They reproducing and proliferating this ignorance. And it's sad.
The Bible did say one thing: the people perish for a lack of knowledge. And that's, yeah. And we're watching it real time.
The Sir Francis Bacon, which was, intricate in setting up the feudalistic society that our ancestors lived in, wrote a book, and in his book he one of his quotes is, knowledge itself is power. This is where the knowledge is power quote comes from. It comes from Sir Francis Bacon, and he was teaching his people the power of knowledge, and he said knowledge itself is power, but our people are saying that knowledge is bad, education is bad.
And I think that mindset is so like the TikTok that I think Lala you stitched it with the guy that was reading all those church billboards about the dangers of knowledge and how, education, don't educate yourself out of a relationship with God and things of that nature. Yet while they hold that viewpoint while living in a society that utilizes the very knowledge that they're denigrating. Like you talk about, you're on a TikTok live right now that utilizes knowledge of technology and the internet and connectivity and electromagnetism and all of these things, yet denying the existence of it or the validity of it, because there are certain pieces of it that conflict with your notion of this sky daddy and wanting to maintain a belief system in him. For what? Like it doesn't make any sense. I think one of my favorite quotes by Martin Luther King is, "Nothing in the world is more dangerous than sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity."
That's
And
what
Mine
that
too.
say that
Mine
again.
too.
Say it again,
Mine too.
please.
nothing in the
Yes,
world is
yes.
more dangerous than sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity. And I
And
think
I
that is
think
so
that
true.
because they will okay anything. They will
Everything.
justify anything. They will do anything. It's the
Hmm.
ignorance where the evil lies.
Yeah, it's spiritual improv. Like,
Mm-hmm.
yes, and yep, God condones slavery, and they continue with the same narrative. They have to, whatever the storyline is, yes, and it doesn't even have to make sense to them, and it's infuriating.
And they're willing to say, I'll be dumb for my God.
Yes.
I'll be ignorant for my God. Like they're willing to say that, and that's the thing
That's
that
heartbreaking.
is very heartbreaking, and just like the way that they just behaved, like how they've been acting all night, and the things that they've been saying. Like these are the days where I'm like, I don't fucking know if if we as a people, as society, will ever come out of it. I don't know that, like, because it is going to take knowledge. They're still waiting on a God to do some miraculous thing.
Hmm. While
And,
simultaneously admitting that without their actions, nothing will happen. Yet you're waiting on God. Like, it
yep.
just.
And the thing is, like, half of them are waiting on death,
Hmm.
to be honest. Half of them don't have an expectation for anything to change or anything to get better here on this earth. They're waiting on death. They're waiting on the life that they feel like they should have here. They're waiting to have that life after they die.
And I think that's the danger that's one of the many dangers, because ultimately when you kick the can of happiness or satisfaction or improvement down the road to, waiting for it until after you're done, you've in essence just sacrificed the only life you know you're going to get for the promise of one you've been told you're going to get. And then you don't even investigate where that promise came from. You don't even care if whether or not the claims in this book are true. You just accept the fact that, oh, everybody says that this is the word of God, so everything in it must be true. And when the information to determine or to assess whether the claim is true or not is readily available, they intentionally look away from it. To me, that is conscientious stupidity.
I need the conscientious stupidity of Mr. Snodgrass's ass gone, whatever the fuck his name is. Did y'all see what the fuck he just commented?
Snodgrass.
He said,
Salini, is
"What
that the one?
he? Yeah, him." He said, "Why is the host condoning slavery by admitting it was real?"
What? See, that's what I'm
I,
talking about.
Jesus Christ.
I don't give a fuck if there is a God. That's what y'all don't understand. Nobody is arguing whether there is a God or not. That's what y'all don't fucking understand. Like, go and worship your God. Get the fuck out of here. Go. Take your lack of ability to think, your lack of desire for knowledge, and get out. Right? If you believe in a God and you are okay with knowledge, you are okay with learning, you can stay. But if you are the dumb fucks of society, get the entire fuck out. This is not the space for you. And I don't even fucking like saying that word. Get the fuck out at this point. Don't get mad. Don't get mad because I'm telling you now that I don't want you here. Just accept it and scroll. I don't have to want you here. Just accept it and scroll. YouTube, go. Bye.
Is that the one that keeps asking you what you believe in?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say
Everybody's not for
earlier.
everybody. You don't have to like me. I know a lot of you don't. I'm not mad about that. I'm okay with that. Okay? I'm okay with the fact that you don't like me. I won't come in your lives. I won't come on your YouTubes. Okay? Just go.
I see my sisters in here. Hey, Keisha.
Hey, Keisha. But that's the one thing we were talking about earlier. They want to find something about you that they can now hold on to and come at you with to try to insult you or try to discredit what you believe. That's why they fight so hard to find out what you believe.
Their asses don't even believe what they believe. That's why they're still here. If they actually believed what they say that they believe, they would have left when I told them I didn't want them here.
And the reality is, my belief doesn't impact the validity of yours. A claim is, if a claim is true, it's going to be true, whether I believe it or not. So, why is understanding what I believe in or what I believe important for you to assess whether or not what you believe is true? We're not talking about what I believe in. That's not the claim on the table here. We're talking about the Christian God. And it's been made very clear that everybody on this panel does not believe in that God. So what difference does it make if I believe in another God or no God? That doesn't impact the validity of this God. That doesn't make any sense.
I'm just going to start calling y'all motherfuckers out, the ones that don't take it for a hint. Rabbi Yah, since you couldn't leave when I told you I didn't want you here, goodbye. Okay? I'm going to do the work for y'all today. Persona, goodbye. Who else is still here? Go ahead on and comment. Like, who else is still here?
You see Oso raise his hand.
And also,
Persona has been calling me a liar for the last 3 days. He wasn't being sarcastic.
he sure wasn't.
Yeah, he's been calling me a
He
liar
couldn't
for the
get on the
last 3
stage.
days. Where is the key person at? Somebody, y'all are commenting key. Where are they at? The
Key
comments are
stopped
going by too
commenting.
fast.
Key stopped commenting a while back.
Where's the Ernest in the YouTube guy? There's Ernest. Hold on. Y'all stop commenting for a second. Okay. Damn, I had Ernest. Okay, Ernest, go. Bye. Where's the YouTube guy? I'm gonna do y'all a favor, so y'all can go on with your life. Go on with your life and worship Yahweh. And whatever God it is that you worship. You'll never have to see us again. Unless your ass go and create another account and you come back in here, then you are the problem.
That's weird behavior too.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Lords. Lords got key. Are we done? Are the I want to stay ignorant. I don't like to think people out of here. Because goodness gracious. And this is not because they believe in a God. It's because they fucking hate education. They hate reading books. All right. Now, hopefully we can get back and have some decent conversations. Shit. No, D-Darn, that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about that. Also, I'm going to let you up for just a quick second, okay? I don't want to fill the stage up. What's up, Oso?
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Um,
Hey, also.
I had a question based on the second topic, I believe. No, I'm sorry, the third one. Because I have been asking about why God condemned humanity to the flood, but then later in the book it says, that before the law, there, like you couldn't be held to like the tenets of the law or whatever. So like you can't be held guilty for something that hadn't existed yet. But then also later in the book, it says that Jesus preached to those souls and only saved 8 of them. So like, is were they saved? Were they not saved? Should they have been condemned at all? Like, it doesn't quite make sense. I don't understand how you would even like tie that together. It's obvious to me that these are people that don't um, see eye to eye on how this thing works. But that mean, whatever they were the lucky chosen that got to be a staple of the religion. But it's hard to put that together when you think about it. And it's hard to say anything, or if, even in any justification that you might give for it all to make sense. I mean, at the end of the day, you know what I mean? Like you're justifying the, murder of everybody on the planet, because the guy did a really bad job of like showing them how to live. You know what I mean? Like, why after the fact that you start giving laws and stuff, did you not know how bad it was gonna get without telling them what the like standard is, quote unquote? Like, I don't know. It all seems really weird. And like I said, if you could justify it, then it still boils down to this is a pretty shitty person. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, dude. I couldn't sit there and just watch a bunch of people constantly over and over get fucked up and just be like, oh, I'm so angry, I'm going to kill them all. Like, what? If you have the capacity to be loving and caring, then you probably show them a better way to live instead of having, to wipe out almost all of your existence. That just seems crazy to me.
Okay, so can you like say it again? What's the question about it though?
Yeah. So how could you put that together where they shouldn't be held to like the like how do you not have them be held to the standard, because that would be like their judgment call for like heaven and hell, right? Like how do you say that they can't be held to like the standard and then also only 8 people be able to make it out of that flood, like they'll be able to be saved from the flood technically, like the death part. I'm sorry, because it says like there's Jesus preached like the souls that were in prison.
Are you talking about in First Peter?
Yeah.
Where are you getting that he was able to save 8?
That's in. Hold on, give me a second. It's like an accountant. Let me get to my computer.
I think so. Like First Peter is talking about where Noah and them were the 8 that was saved from the flood, right? First Peter 3:18.
Is that saying Noah or
Yeah.
saying hold on. First Peter 3. For Christ died for sins once for all, righteous, unrighteous, bring to God. In which he went and preached to the spirits in prison who formerly did not obey when God's patience waited in the days of Noah during the building of the ark, in which a few, that is, 8 persons, were saved through the water.
Yeah, so that's talking about Noah. Like it's just saying like those who were the spirits who refused to obey God long ago in the time of Noah. God was waiting patiently for people while Noah was building the big boat, and only a few, 8 in all, were saved in the boat throughout the flood through the flood water.
Wouldn't that mean the people that were in prison though? Because those are the only ones that went through the floodwater, right?
No, he's saying like so. This person is basically like he's flashing back to history here. Like he talks about Christ, going down to heaven. I mean, going down to hell, right? It says, in the spirit, he went and preached to the spirits in prison, period, right? Those were the spirits who refused to obey God long ago in the time of Noah, period, right? Then it switched to God, not Jesus. God was waiting patiently for people. Then it says, while Noah was building the big boat. So he's saying that God was basically waiting patiently for the humans at that time while Noah was building the boat. Like God was giving the people that were alive during the time Noah was alive time to get it right while Noah was building the boat. And then he says, and only a few, then he says 8 in all, which was Noah's family, were saved in the boat through the flood water. So that, you see what I'm saying?
Wow. Okay. Well, this might be the version I have has like none of these have periods. They're all commas. So I
Are you
wasn't
reading the
reading it
King
like that.
James?
No, I'm reading the RSV.
The RSV?
Mm-hmm.
The NRSV or just the
I'm on Blue Letter
RSV?
Bible, and I just been
Huh?
using the. I said I'm on Blue Letter Bible, and it's just the RSV.
For Christ also died for sins once for all, the righteous for the unrighteous, that he might bring us to God, being put to death in the flesh, but made alive in the spirit. Hold on. But in the heart, being made alive in the spirit, in which he went and preached to the spirits in prison, who formerly did not obey, when God's patience waited in the days of Noah. So like in the days of Noah should tell you that this part here is referring to in the days of Noah. Like God's patience waited in the days of Noah during the building of the ark. Like it gives you a timeline here, right? In which a few, that is 8 persons, were saved through water. So in the days of Noah and during the building of the ark tells you when God's patience waited. Does that make sense? Like the way the King James, like the older translations prior to quotation marks and commas and periods, everything did just run together, and so you have to like pay attention to the subjects and the nouns in the topic because it switches back and forth, right? And you kind of got to follow the subject. But yeah, that's kind of like a flashback to the days of Noah there.
Mm-hmm. So it was only referring to interesting. Okay. I don't like how they put that last sentence or the last part of that is what fucks me up because they were on top of the water. They didn't go through, but I guess sure.
No, he's saying that they were saved. Like they were saved by, like
Yeah,
through water means like by water.
I know.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to be like they went through the water.
But like in the book of Jubilee, it literally talks about how Jesus went down to hell to like preach. He had a conversation with Adam, but
Mm.
I don't know that Adam decided to leave and go with him. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Adam rejected him. Adam didn't even leave with him.
How bad was God that Adam chose hell? I'm sorry.
I mean, I
Like it
suppose you got a
doesn't
long
say
point.
that Adam came out. Let me pull it up. Hold on, let me find it. Let me see if I can find it. It might be Jasher, not Jubilee. Give me just a second.
You good? Wow.
All right, y'all get the likes up to 400,000. Remember to gift the panelists of your choice. And Lala's Cash App is in Thinker's
My
bio,
bad. It's
also
the
in Lala's
Gospel of
bio.
Nicodemus. I'm sorry.
So,
Go ahead.
oh no, you're fine. Remember, we are gifting her so that she and her son can get to her mom for the holidays. Thank you.
Sorry, it's the Gospel of Nicodemus. Give me just a second.
You're fine. I was just sitting here thinking about how I held a whole live about this, and all I had to do was just ask you. That's crazy. Because that does make more sense.
All right, let's see if I can pull it up. It says, let's see. So it's the Gospel of Nicodemus, chapter 24 and 25. And our father Adam fell at the feet of the Lord, and striking his breast, he cried out with a loud voice, saying, I will extol you, O Lord, for you have lifted me up and have not made my foes to rejoice over me. O Lord my God, I cried unto you, and you have healed me. O Lord, you have brought up my soul from Hades. No, he did leave with him. You have kept me alive, that I should not go down to the pit. Jesus responds to Adam and says, and the Lord, holding Adam by the hand, delivered him to Michael the archangel, and all the saints followed Michael the archangel, and he led them into the glory and beauty of paradise. So that's the Gospel of Nicodemus, that Jesus went down to Hades, not hell. Nicodemus says Jesus descended to Hades and
Hmm.
preached, and then he walked Adam to Archangel Michael.
I could tell why this book wasn't kept in the Bible. It sounds way too fanficky.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Even just like all the like mentioning of the names of the angels and stuff. It's like, come on, guy. Although I guess they do that a lot more in the New Testament.
Huh?
So I was saying, just even off of the fact that he was sitting there like naming like, oh, the Lord delivered him to the archangel, like Michael. Like, come on, dude. Angels
Yeah,
rarely
they
get a
just
name in the Old Testament, but I guess they pop up a lot more in the New Testament, or maybe not even a lot more. New Testament's kind of smaller.
See, it says me see if I can find the gospel, the whole gospel.
Okay. Don't forget to reset your gift goal.
Okay. This is crazy. It says Satan announces to Hades, the personified ruler of the underworld, that Jesus is coming. It says he, Satan, is coming here, powerful in battle, and will seize all the spoils of the cross and bring them to the light of his divinity. O Prince of Destruction, you are about to be vanquished. I perceive that he is God himself, clothed in humanity. Lift up your gates, O rulers, and be lifted up, you everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is the King of glory? The Lord strong and mighty, the Lord almighty in battle. The Lord is coming to deliver us. He is the one foretold to crush the serpent's head. I am the one who was crucified and now brings salvation. I am the life of the dead. Come, all who have died through the tree planted by Adam's hand, and behold the tree of the cross. But certain ones said, who is this that we should worship him? He has not delivered us before this time. And the Lord handed Adam to Michael the archangel, and all the saints followed him into paradise.
Bro, what?
Yeah. Those are just quotes from it. Like the whole story of Jesus in Hades is in chapter 17 all the way to chapter 27. It's in the book of so it's named the Gospel of Nicodemus, but they also call it the book of the Acts of Pilate.
So if he went down, why didn't he just kill the devil while he was okay?
But also, like, you got somebody coming down there. Like, this is what confuses me. It says, he, Satan, is coming here, powerful in battle, and will seize all the spoils of the cross and bring them to the light of his divinity. Like that.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Why did I just get flagged for bullying and harassment?
Who you bully? What?
Some
Ow.
fucking
Christians you
whiny
kicked
ass
out.
Christian.
We don't even have a Christian up here.
Some whiny ass
The
Christian
ones
that
that got
don't
kicked
like
out.
they don't like research.
Wow.
Some whiny ass Christian that's in here that shouldn't be in here. They're mad that we're
Why are
not
we
on
doing
stage.
it now? We
Like
wouldn't be saying anything if you. It was probably your ass. I'm about to block you.
it's crazy. Like they can't take it that we're actually in here studying and asking questions, and that the live ain't about them. Like this live ain't up as bait to fucking pull them in here. Like they cannot handle that. I'm
Hello?
gonna pull up the whole thing. I'm gonna read the whole thing. Hold on.
Cool beans. I just wanted to say that, I enjoy the TikTok shop. Unlike Jesus, the TikTok shop did die for my sins.
Oh God. Okay, let's see. Let me see if this is it. Okay. Here it is right here. All right. I got to make it big. Okay. All right. It says, Joseph of Arimathea said, "Why then do you marvel that Jesus has been raised? This in itself is not marvelous, but what is marvelous is that he was not raised alone, but raised up many other dead who appeared to many in Jerusalem. And if you do not know the others, Simeon, who received Jesus, and his two sons, whom he raised up, you do at least know, for we buried them a little while ago, and now their sepulchres are to be seen opened and empty, but they themselves are alive and dwelling in Arimathea. They therefore sent men, and they found their tombs opened and empty. Joseph said, 'Let us go to Arimathea and find them.' Then arose the chief priests Ananias and Caiaphas, and Joseph and Nicodemus and Gamaliel and others with them, and went to Arimathea and found the men of whom Joseph spoke. So they offered prayer and greeted one another. Then they went with them to Jerusalem, and they brought them into the synagogue and secured the doors. And the chief priests placed the Old Testament of the Jews in the midst and said to them, 'We wish you to swear by the God of Israel and by Adonai, and so to speak the truth, how you arose and who raised you all from the dead.' When the men who had risen heard that, they signed their faces with the sign of the cross. What? And said to the chief priests, 'Give us paper and ink and pen.' So they brought these things, and they sat down and wrote as follows: O Lord Jesus Christ, the resurrection and the life of the world, give us grace that we may tell of your resurrection and of your miracles which you performed in Hades. We then were in Hades with all who have died since the beginning of the world. And at the hour of midnight there arose upon the darkness there is something like the light of the sun, and it shone, and it lit us all, and we saw one another. And immediately our father Abraham, together with the patriarchs and the prophets, was filled with joy, and they said to one another, 'This light comes from a great illumination.' The prophet Isaiah, who was present there, said," wait, so Abraham, Isaiah, all of them were in Hades, according to this. They were all in complete darkness in Hades. Abraham, the father of the Israelites, was in Hades with Satan.
So not even just like the like purgatory.
Not even purgatory.
Abraham
So they
didn't
were
even
all
have
the
his
way.
own bosom. That's crazy.
Wow.
This light comes from a great illumination. The prophet Isaiah, who was present there, said, This light comes from the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. Then I prophesied when I was still living. This I prophesied when I was still living. The land of Zebulun and the land of Nephthalim, the people that sit in darkness saw a great light. Then there came into the midst another, an anchorite from the wilderness, and the patriarchs asked him, 'Who are you?' He replied, 'I am John, the last of the prophets, who made straight the ways of the Son of God, and preached repentance to the people for the forgiveness of sins. And the Son of God came to me, and when I saw him afar off, I said to the people, Behold, the Lamb of God, who takes away the sins of the world. And with my hand I baptized him in the river Jordan. And I saw the Holy Spirit like a dove coming upon him, and heard also the voice of the God the Father speaking thus, This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. And for this reason he sent me to you, to preach that the only begotten Son of God comes here, in order that whoever believes in him should be saved, and whoever does not believe in him should be condemned." So John the Baptist had to go to hell, to Hades, to verify that Jesus is the Son of God to them. Although Jesus walked in with a illuminating light after they had been in darkness all that time, they still need John the Baptist to
Hold
cap
on.
for him.
Hold on.
Wait, John.
So one new guy shows up, and you're like, "Oh, we're confused." And then another new guy shows up, and you're like, "Oh, okay, we get it now. It's cool."
Yeah.
It almost feels like they're trying to like make Jesus usurp Yahweh in a way. Like, oh man, these guys have just been waiting for Jesus this whole time. Like Jesus was the reason, you know what I mean? For that seems, I don't know. They were
That's
good
crazy.
from the source. So you know what I mean? Like I can see why they didn't add that in either.
But the fact it also says that they signed their face with the cross before they would answer. That
Yeah.
be like they did a cross on their face.
Yeah. First of all, have you ever seen 21 Savage?
Yeah.
That's all
Yes.
I could think about. The little knife tattoo he got in the middle of his eyebrows.
Oh, in the middle of his forehead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all
But
I could think of.
also like at this time, the cross was not the Christian emblem. Like that didn't come until later. So like the lie that's told here is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, yeah.
You know
And
what
then
I'm saying?
yeah, and then on top of that, even even today is weird, but like why would that be the symbol, like the holy symbol, right? Like why would the thing that killed him be the thing that's like worshipped in a sense?
And exactly, and like there were like crosses, people hanging on crosses, being crucified was a normal thing in Rome. Like that's the way that they executed people. So why would those people in those days see the cross as something to glorify?
It's like this mythic thing. Yeah.
It just does not make sense.
Yeah.
And see, he says, and for this reason he sent me to you to preach that the only begotten Son of God comes here in order that whoever believes in him should be saved, and whoever does not believe in him should be condemned. Therefore I say to you all that when you see him, all of you worship him. For now only have you opportunity for repentance, because you worshipped idols in the vain world above and sinned. At any other time this is impossible. Now, when John was thus teaching those who were in Hades, the first father Adam heard and said to his son Seth, "My son, I wish you to tell to the forefathers of the race of men and to the prophets where I sent you and when I was about to die." And Seth said, "Prophets and patriarchs, listen. My father my father Adam, the first created, when he fell into mortal sickness, sent me close to the gate of paradise to pray to God that he might lead me by an angel to the tree of mercy, that I might take oil and anoint my father, so that he might arise from his sickness. This I did, and after my prayer, an angel of the Lord came and asked me, 'What do you desire, Seth? Because of the sickness of your father, do you desire the oil that raises up the sick, or the tree from which flows such oil?' This cannot be found now. Therefore go and tell your father that after the completion of 5,500 years from the creation of the world, the only begotten Son of God shall then become man and shall descend upon the earth, and he shall anoint him with that oil, and he shall arise and wash him and his descendants with water and the Holy Spirit, and then he shall be healed of every disease. But this is impossible now." When the patriarchs and prophets heard this, they rejoiced greatly. And while they were also joyful, Satan, the heir of darkness, came and said to Hades, "All devouring and insatiable one, listen to my words. There is one of so Satan said this to Hades.
Like the god of
All
the underworld.
yeah. So Satan is the heir of darkness. And so I guess Hades is Satan's daddy.
Satan
I
can't
guess.
never not have a boss.
Right. I feel so bad.
So he says, "All
Oh my
devouring and
God.
insatiable one, listen to my words. There is one of the race of the Jews, Jesus by name, who calls himself the Son of God, but he is a man. And at our instigation, the Jews crucified him. And now that he is dead, be prepared that we may secure him here. For I know that he is a man." And I heard him saying, "My soul is very sorrowful, even to death. He caused me much trouble in the world above while he lived among mortals. For wherever he found my servants, he cast them out, and all those whom I had made to be crippled or blind or lame, leprous, and the like, he healed with only one word. And many whom I had made ready for burial, he also made alive again with only a word." Hades said, "Is he so powerful that he does such things with only a word? And if he is of such power, are you able to withstand him?" It seems to me that no one would be able to withstand such as he is. But if you say that you heard how he feared death, he said this to mock and laugh at you, wishing to seize you with a strong hand. And woe to you for your and woe to you for all eternity. Satan answered, O all devouring and insatiable Hades, did you fear so greatly when you heard about our common foe? I did not fear him, but worked upon the Jews, and they crucified him and gave him gall and vinegar to drink. Therefore prepare yourself to get him firmly into your power when he comes. Hades answered, O heir of darkness, son of perdition, devil, you have just told me that many whom you made ready for burial, he made alive again with only a word. If then he freed others from the grave, how and with what power will they be held by us? A short time ago, I devoured a certain dead man called Lazarus, and soon afterwards one of the living drew him up forcibly from my entrails with only a word. And I think it is the one of whom you speak. If therefore we receive him here, I fear lest we run the risk of losing the others also. So Lazarus was brought out of Hades before Abraham and Adam was. For behold, I see that all those whom I have devoured from the beginning of the world are disquieted. My belly is in pain. Lazarus, who was snatched from me before, seems to me no good sign. For not like a dead man, but like an eagle he flew away from me. So quickly did the earth cast him out. Therefore, I adjure you by your gifts and mine, do not bring him here. For I believe that he comes here to raise all the dead. And I tell you this by the darkness which surrounds us. If you bring him here, none of the dead will be left for me. While Satan and Hades were speaking thus one to another, a loud voice like thunder sounded. Lift up your gates, O rulers, and be lifted up, O everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. When Hades heard this, he said to Satan, Go out if you can, and withstand him. So Satan went out. Then Hades said to his demons, Secure strongly and firmly the gates of brass and the bars of iron, and hold on my bolts, and stand upright and keep watch on everything. For if he comes in, woe will seize us. When the forefathers heard that, they all began to mock him, saying, O all devouring and insatiable one, open, that the King of glory may come in. The prophet David said, Do you not know, blind one, that when I lived in the world, I prophesied that word, Lift up your gates, O rulers? Isaiah said, I foresaw this by the Holy Spirit and wrote, The dead shall arise, and those who are in the tomb shall be raised up, and those who are under the earth shall rejoice. O death, where is your sting? O Hades, where is your victory? Again the voice sounded, Lift up the gates. When Hades heard the voice the second time, he answered as if he did not know it, and said, Who is the King of glory? The angels of the Lord said, The Lord strong and mighty, the Lord mighty in battle. And immediately at the now I'm understanding why they said that some dead people got up when Jesus died. The ground shook and dead people rose. They had to be witnesses to what happened when Jesus was in Hades. They needed witnesses because these are the dead people are the ones writing this. Like they wrote the cross on their forehead, right? And they're writing what happened in Hades.
This feels
They
like a
needed
way,
witnesses.
like the Christians read, Joe, like that conversation between Satan and Hades, him just constantly trying to incite, like, you know what I mean? Like that feels like how they read Job.
Yeah.
Thinker, what book is this again?
The Book of Nicodemus.
Okay,
or they also call it the Acts of Pilate, Pontius Pilate.
I would like to say whoever did the marketing for Christianity did a great job because they pulled out this stuff and did not allow us to see.
It's kind of like somebody decided to combine a whole lot of Reddit posts about some shit that was going on back in the day. You get what I'm saying? And that's how they came up with the Bible. So like, we're gonna take this one out. We're gonna keep this one because it matches. This is fascinating.
Bro, it is. I would read this.
Right?
can't
It's
believe
because it
this.
kind of remind me of like a Marvel show, and it's like, get the gates, get my bars, hold the boats.
Game of Thrones. Definitely Game
Yeah,
of Thrones.
yeah.
When they're trying to close the gates.
Or
Oh my
like,
God.
what's the witch Sabrina when she went down to Hades and she was in Hades and like
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? Like it
I
makes
know
me think
exactly
of
what you're
that.
talking about.
Or Lucifer when Lucifer went to Hades in the show. Like,
Yep.
yeah,
Yep. And he was stuck in the chambers. Yep.
yeah.
That's what
It
I was
makes me
seeing
think
while
of
you were
that.
reading it. The
Yeah,
chambers.
it's crazy.
You also wouldn't be
Again,
able to reconcile Hades in this either. Like now there's another entity that's like on a god tier, and like where was Hades ever mentioned in this book? Other than what I mean, like obviously it was a transplant, but like that doesn't make sense.
it's mentioned in Revelations. It says death and Hades will be thrown in the lake of fire, and those are two gods. Like death
Yeah,
is a Canaanite god, and Hades is a Greek god.
but it's the same guy. Doesn't count.
Death and Hades aren't the same god.
No, I'm talking about
What?
John.
Huh?
John.
You said John?
Yeah, weren't they both written by the Revelator?
What do
Oh
you
yeah.
mean?
Like wasn't Revelation and this book written by John the Revelator?
They don't know who Revelations was written by.
Oh, yeah, fair
Yeah,
enough.
it's written by somebody named John who was exiled on the island of Patmos, but they don't like most scholars don't think it was John the Apostle or John the Baptist. Some people say it was John the Elder, or John Zelophehad or something like that, but they don't know what John wrote this.
Yeah, I assumed there was a different John than the apostle.
Yeah. But what do you mean it's the same God? Death and Hades are the same God, though.
No, I was saying it was the same person that wrote the book. I wasn't saying it's the
Oh, I
same.
thought you said same God.
Mm-mm.
Oh, um, yeah. But it says again, the voice sounded, "Lift up the gates." When Hades heard the voice the second time, he answered as if he did not know it and said, "Who is the King of glory?" The angel of the Lord said, "The Lord strong and mighty, the Lord mighty in battle." And immediately at this answer, the gates of brass were broken in pieces, and the bars of iron were crushed, and all the dead who were bound were loosed from their chains, and we with them. And the King of glory entered as a man, and all the dark places of Hades were illuminated. Hades at once cried out, "We are defeated. Woe to us! But who are you who have such authority and power? And who are you who without sin have come here? You who appear small and can do great things, who are humble and exalted, slave and master, soldier and king, and have authority over both and the dead and the living. You were nailed to the cross and laid in the sepulchre, and now you have become free and have destroyed all our power." Like they're like, "Who are you?" But all these things happened to you. Like you're
Right.
literally saying you were nailed on the cross and you were laid in the tomb. But who are you? Like what the fuck? Are you
He,
Jesus?
he was washing those
Huh?
feet. He was washing those feet.
Are you Jesus, of whom the chief ruler Satan said to us that through the cross and death you would inherit the whole world? Then the King of glory seized the chief ruler Satan by the head and handed him over to the angels. What? The King of glory seized the chief ruler Satan by the head and handed him over to the angels, saying, "Bind with irons and his hands and his feet and his neck and his mouth." Then he gave him to Hades and said, "Take him and hold him fast until my second coming." And Hades took Satan and said to him, "O Beelzebub, heir of fire and torment, enemy of the saints, through what necessity did you contrive that the King of glory should be crucified, so that he should come here and strip us naked? Turn and see that not one dead man is left in me, but all that you gained through the tree of knowledge you have lost through the tree of the cross. All your joy is changed into sorrow. You wish to kill the King of glory, but have killed yourself. For since I have received you to hold you fast, you shall learn by experience what evils I shall do to you. O art devil, the beginning of death, the root of sin, the end of all evil. What evil did you find in Jesus to procure his destruction? How did you dare to commit such great wickedness? How did you study to bring down such a man into darkness, through whom you have deprived of all who have died since the beginning? While Hades was thus speaking with Satan, the King of glory stretched out his right hand and took hold of our forefather Adam and raised him up. Then he turned to the rest and said, Come with me, all you who have died through the tree which this man touched. For behold, I raise you all up again through the tree of the cross. With that he sent them all out. And our forefather Adam was sent to be full of joy and said, I give thanks to you, to your majesty, O Lord, because you have brought me up from the lowest Hades. Likewise, all the prophets and the saints said, We give you thanks, O Christ, Savior of the world, because you have brought up our life from destruction. When they had said this, the Savior blessed Adam with the sign of the cross on his forehead. And he did this also to the patriarchs and prophets and martyrs and forefathers, and he took them and sprang up out of Hades. So the sign on the forehead is the cross. Don't Revelation say something about the saints getting a mark on their forehead?
It does. I would. It's still going to be the cross.
The cross.
I
And he
also want
went.
to say it's easy. I said I also want to say it's easy to see somebody by their hair when they're washing your feet. And just
Oh my God.
Goodness gracious.
I'm just saying.
And as he went, the Holy Father sang praises, following him and saying, Blessed be he who comes in the name of the Lord. Alleluia. To him be the glory of all the saints. They just automatically knew a song. God just dropped a song in their spirit and they just all start singing. Thus he went into paradise, holding our forefather Adam by the hand, and he handed him all the righteous to Michael the archangel. And as they were entering the gate of paradise, two old men met them. The holy fathers asked them, Who are you? And who have not seen death nor gone into Hades, but dwell in the paradise with your bodies and souls? Well, damn. There were two old men in paradise with their flesh and their soul. One of them answered, I am Enoch, okay, who pleased God and who was removed here by him. And this is Elijah the Tishbite. We are to live unto the end of the world, but then we are to be sent by God to withstand the Antichrist and to be killed by him. See, I told y'all Jesus was waiting on Enoch, and the Jews were waiting on Enoch and Elijah to be reincarnated. And after 3 days, we will rise again and be caught up into clouds to meet the Lord. While they were saying this, there came another, a humble man, carrying a cross on his shoulder. The holy fathers asked him, Who are you, who have the appearance of a robber? And what is the cross you carry on your shoulder? So the cross that the robber died on was also in heaven, y'all. The cross
Cross went
that
where?
the thief, the cross that the thief died
What?
on went to heaven with him. And he's
So he
carrying
got.
this cross in heaven. He's carrying the cross.
Wow.
He's carrying his murder
Wow.
weapon in heaven. I cannot.
This PR team is, they got their money's worth.
But you gotta imagine him being like jacked as shit though, right? Like he can't be like a little like hunched over, like just trudging through, right? Like he's gotta be buff as hell, right? Like otherwise that's a really sad picture of your God in hell.
It says he was a humble man carrying a cross on his shoulder. So I don't know. Yeah, he's got to be buff. He's got to look like the Korean Jesus
South Korean cheese.
And
at
Jesus
this
is
point, because like it's been like what 5,000 like. Well, no, he just went to heaven, so it ain't been that long. Like this just happened.
That's crazy work.
He says, let's see. He answered, I was, as you say, a robber and a thief in the world, and therefore the Jews took me. Look, do y'all notice how they blaming everything on the Jews? And it's like, this is very anti-Semitic.
it
Mm-hmm.
is.
I think we could tell that this was written by either a Greek or a Roman.
Yeah, it does have a ring of very like it others them so deeply, and it's like this is their religion, dude. Like,
Yeah, like it's crazy. Little Lebowski, can you? I'm not taking calls. Can you? I'm gonna take you out of the Discord. Okay. We're not taking calls right now. Okay. That's weird. I'm not gonna respond. Okay. Um. Get out of my Discord. Get out of my Discord. Can you hear me? All right. Thank you. Um. He says. Let's see. Uh. I was, as you say, a robber and a thief in the world, and therefore the Jews took me and delivered me to the death of the cross together with our Lord Jesus Christ. When he hung on the cross, I saw the wonders which happened and believed in him. What wonders? What wonders did they see on the cross? What wonders did the thief see?
Nothing.
Didn't they die before him?
Yeah.
They wouldn't
Yeah.
have seen like the ground splitting and all that stuff. I don't
Uh-uh.
know. I guess when
No, because I think weren't they dead before that happened?
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they
I
were,
didn't even see
they were
that.
gone.
That's yeah, they didn't see
Like,
shit.
did they see the earthquake and the solar eclipse?
That all happened after Jesus died, and Jesus
Right.
they did, right?
Let's see. I don't know. Let's see.
The most they could have seen was that man getting the Mario coins beaten out of him.
Yeah, well, Jesus didn't even get beat while he was at the cross. Like Pontius Pilate, before Jesus was given to the people, Pontius Pilate gave him 39 lashes or 40 lashes. That was before he was even given over to the people. So he didn't get beat, even while he was like carrying his cross or anything. It
So
doesn't say he did. That's why I'd be like asking the believers, like, how did he die?
they
Like, what
stabbed him
killed
after
him?
he died.
They
So that
stabbed him
was
after he died, and then he got
Yeah.
Pontius Pilate gave him 40 licks before he even handed him over. So I'd be like, well, what killed him? You know what I'm saying?
So
Like, how did he
maybe he was
die?
just in a coma, and that's why he rose.
What killed him? You know what I'm saying?
Can you imagine waking up in a tomb like what the Mary?
Right?
John? Lord.
Like, so Matthew says that the two thieves taunted Jesus the same. Mark says, Mark says the same thing. Luke says two others also who were criminals were led away to be put to death with him. When they came to the place that is called the skull, they crucified Jesus there with the criminals, one on his right and one on his left. One of the criminals who were hanged there kept deriding him and saying, "Are you the Messiah? Save yourself." But the other rebuked him, saying, "Do you not fear God, since you are under the same sentence of condemnation? And we indeed have been condemned justly, for we are getting what we deserve for our deeds. But this man has done nothing wrong." Then he said, "Jesus, remember me when you come into your kingdom." He replied, "Truly I tell you, today you will be with me in paradise." Uh, it doesn't say what they saw.
I think somebody in the comments said deconstructions are trying to make the Christian God literal, and I thought that was probably the funniest comment I've ever seen in my life.
It's very funny. It's very funny.
Like, is
It's
it literally
like, what? Like, and then are they like so mad that we're just reading? Like, do you see how they just pick and pick and pick? Like, they want shit to be about them, and they like have main character syndrome really bad.
badly? Yes, that very badly. They're not saying the words. They said the God. We're making the God literal. I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
They said the God.
Right, they're trying to make the Christian God literal.
Oh,
So, do some of them believe it's not literal?
I, I would assume. I guess.
Then what the fuck are they worshiping? Maybe they have a concept of a god.
They worship.
I think it's interesting that it's only Luke who is not an eyewitness that claims that that this thief asked Jesus to like remember him in paradise. Do y'all find that suspicious?
You said, say that again, Tinker.
It's only the account of Luke that has this dialogue of the thief and Jesus on the cross. No other gospel, not even John, Mark, or Matthew, has this conversation between
Yep.
the thief and Jesus. And
Luke is
Luke is not a eyewitness account. Luke,
but see,
like,
Luke is very arrogant though, because he's at the beginning of his gospel. He was like, I may as well throw my hat in the ring, being that I was there and all.
no, Luke wasn't there. Luke tells you that his is not an eyewitness.
What the heck?
Yeah, he starts off to let you know that his is not an eyewitness account, that he's recounting things that he's heard.
Yeah, and then if that piece wasn't in any of the other gospels, then who told him that?
Right.
Exactly.
Couldn't have been the thief.
And like considering that Luke also is the one that tells the story of Paul's conversion on the road to Damascus, right? Where Paul doesn't mention any of the shit Luke says.
Well, that's, you know what? I never noticed that. You would think that he would mention that, right?
Yep.
Especially if that's, I mean, who wouldn't if you actually really felt like you saw Jesus? You
That's
you
why I
would
think
want
there's
to write that down.
exactly. That's why I think there's multiple writers of the Pauline letters. Because in Paul's earlier letters, or the person named Paul, when he talks about his revelation of Jesus, it's more so like Jesus is talking through him, like a mental type thing, right? He doesn't mention any spiritual encounter on the road to Damascus or anything like that. He doesn't mention uh, going directly to Jesus's brother James and Peter. He says that he went into Arabia and stayed in Arabia for 3 years. Like his account is completely different than what Luke uh, writes about in Acts. And then the writer who is supposed to be Luke, um, he tells the story of Paul's conversion differently four times. There's four different ways that this story is told. So I think it's interesting that only Luke has this conversation between Jesus and the thief. And then it's even more interesting to me that the writer of Nicodemus imparts this concept of Jesus and the thief. This is how you date shit. You see what I'm saying? So the story of Jesus going into Hades had to have been written after this Luke story was in rotation, because Luke is the only gospel that has this narrative. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that timeline is a bit skewed.
Yeah. But if you say something like that to a Christian, they'll say that that doesn't make sense, or that it doesn't logically track.
I've been reading the beginning of Luke
Well, it's
all
definitely
along.
fan fiction. This is definitely pseudepigraphal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I gotta read that again. That like kind of throws like when they come up and they mention that kind of throws everything to the left, because if Paul didn't come out and say it himself and y'all are quoting it and you're believing his account of what happened, no. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Now I have to start thinking. My brain is doing some weird stuff right now.
Yeah, because the belief is that Paul is reciting Luke is reciting what Paul told him. That's the teaching. It's like,
His
oh, he's reciting what Paul told him from a
in Luke,
historical stance.
in his book in Luke.
In Acts, because like the belief is
Oh,
that Luke is the writer of Acts.
Okay, because
And
So
so
they
the
trying to
teaching it's
say
at,
Paul had Alzheimer's and he couldn't remember to write something that big down.
I don't know why Paul, I don't know what they say why Paul didn't write it, but they're saying Paul told it to Luke and Luke wrote it later in history in the book of Acts. Because
I'm not
like
buying
Paul
it.
is believed to have died around 62, 67 CE. Acts was written around 80 to a 90, 80 to 90 CE. Some scholars push it all the way out to like 100 CE. So they're saying Luke
Call
wrote it
bullshit.
later on, and Paul told him he's writing what he learned from Paul about his conversion.
He waited all that time to write that. I call
Hmm.
bullshit.
Yep, and
Big Chris.
all the three of the conversion stories are all in Acts, and then Paul tells his in Galatians.
This is wild. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Big Chris said we gotta believe to see, not see to believe.
Which one of y'all are near the ocean? Because I keep hearing something that sounds like waves.
I think that's Selena.
That's my water machine. Sorry.
Oh, I was like,
I'll turn it
well,
off.
dang,
No,
it
you're
must
fine.
be nice.
I wish. That's Wednesday.
It's so crazy that a Christian is in here arguing about evolution and nobody in this fucking room has said shit about evolution.
And I can guarantee you they have no idea what the theory of evolution states.
Mm-mm.
These
And like they
people
just
back then
they're
were
here to
smarter.
argue. They want to debate. Like they fucking cannot stand that we're here talking and rationalizing, right? Like reasoning. You know what I'm saying? They can't stand it. They cannot stand it.
Even if they had like a base knowledge of evolution, I feel like they'd still be smarter, but you could tell that they don't have any knowledge whatsoever. Because if you like did anything in school about evolution, like it's quite pure, like it's quite easy to see that it's not what you guys think it is, because it's just the findings that we have based on like looking at like the life cycle of animals. Like they thought that flies just spawned out of meat, right? Like, you know what I mean? But the guy
Yeah.
was like, wait, that doesn't make sense. Why would a fly spawn out of rotting meat? That doesn't make sense. And then he observed that they laid eggs and those for like, but if you had a like, if you even knew where it started, and then you know what I mean, I could tell that you like could engage with something smart. But never mind, I guess.
To the person asking, why am I, how am I still going? Everybody does not sleep at the same time. Just because you sleep from 8 o'clock to 8 o'clock in the morning doesn't mean that I do. I sleep at different times than you. The same way you are awake for 15 hours a day, right? During the daytime, right? 12, 15 hours during the day. I am awake 12 hours at night. It's not, yeah, there's no miracle needed for that. It's called different schedules. That's it.
It's the simple concepts that I think are difficult for them to grasp. Like everybody doesn't sleep the same. And, like the basic things. I wouldn't think that that would be difficult. But to Oso's point, like the fact that Big Chris is in here saying Darwin said people evolved from apes must be true. That's not what Darwin said. And again, like I said earlier, most people who mention and try to refute evolution, specifically using any religious claim, have no idea what it actually states, and it's so frustrating. I've decided I just don't even engage in those conversations anymore because it's just a waste of time. But it's almost like the same way that they don't read their book and actually know and study and figure out what it truly says, they do the same thing with other claims. They either refute or accept them based on no investigation whatsoever. And this is not to say just, oh, accept that evolution is true. No, don't do that in the same way that I'm not going to accept that your book is true. I would invite you to investigate it. I would invite you to research it and find out what it actually states, and probably do the same thing with your Jesus book too.
Not Jesus book.
I think they're scared to actually investigate their book.
I think it's lazy more so than scared.
Really?
I think it's an element of fear, sure, but the intellectual laziness that the vast majority of people have these days is astounding, because just think of the number of folks that come up here arguing tooth and nail about what's not in this book, knowing damn well they haven't read it. It's the amount of trust that they have in the people that taught them about this book, and the fact that they are too lazy to actually do any research of their own. That's what I think it is. I mean, of course, the fear is there too for some that are genuinely curious but don't allow themselves to investigate. But it's easier. Like, ignorance is bliss. It's easier to walk the path that everybody else has forged before you.
I've never heard somebody say those were the last two explains on evolution I've ever heard. Like, couldn't even type out the whole word explanation.
That's funny.
Who
Yeah, the last
explained
two.
it?
They
Who
Neither one of us.
explained it?
Neither one of us.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Right, just
I
stop.
intentionally did not talk about it, actually.
Because the next thing they're going to say is, oh, well, it's just a theory. Well, you know what? So is the germ theory of disease. Let me see you go lick a toilet, okay? And then come back to me and talk to me about what a scientific theory is. These people get on my nerves.
oh my gosh. It's just ridiculous. One thing I did notice, we went from 800 to 570 once we started reading.
Because they don't
Again,
study. That's what
they
I'm
don't want to
telling
read.
you. Like, when you engage in actual study, that's when the numbers start dropping. And that's why I say it's about laziness. I think there's a element of fear, but I think by and large they're too lazy. And it's frustrating because they constantly come up here with their whole chest and both nipples out trying to cap for a book they haven't read.
Don't you know the Holy Spirit gives them knowledge? They don't need to read.
Yeah, you don't understand the Bible. You just make stuff up. No, we read the words that are in the book, unlike y'all.
It's just
Thank you, Yala. They come in for the crash outs and leave right before the knowledge.
Oh, wow. Perfect.
Yeah, that's fair.
Hmm.
that's exactly
Can
what we
somebody block the TikTok jail number account? I don't know why they're typing numbers in the chat.
I just got it.
Thank you.
I was gonna say it's actually pretty funny because it seems as though they're a victim of an evolutionary thing, where what's good for the goose is good for the gander. You're just going with the flow. You don't intend to question why. You just know if it works for most people, then, or if I see a lot of other people doing it, then I might as well do it. If they think that hell is real, then I might as well think hell is real. Like you're following the group, and
And
that's
I
what
mean,
we evolved to do.
yeah, and just MJJ83 use some of the worst exegesis, period. Let's not use words we can't spell, because none of that was English. But yet you're coming in here talking to us about how we read things. Like, don't do that. Let's not do that.
what do we exegete? I'm trying to
That's what I'm saying.
They say exegete.
Jeep. No, I'm like, what did we exegete? Like, what
We
did
didn't
we?
we didn't exegete anything. That's what I'm saying. They use words they don't understand about a book
Exegesis.
they haven't read.
Like, they be tripping me out when they come in here, but like, this is a echo chamber where all the time it'd be a Christian on the stage.
But have you ever thought that you use poor exegesis is improper language?
I never thought of that.
There you go.
It's too early to be day drinking, sir.
I just want to know, like, why are y'all still here? Like, you clearly see that we're not taking guests. Like, you clearly see that we were reading. Like, why are y'all still here? What the fuck made you stay? Why? I just want to know. I be wondering what the fuck be on y'all's mind. What made you stay? Right. I think they got to. I think they like they don't. I don't know. They can't control themselves.
I think they come here to feel validated. I think they
Don't what?
come.
And if I don't watch my language, what the fuck are you gonna do?
Who told
Who
you to
told
watch
you
your
to watch your
language?
language?
Somebody in the comments named Arch something. I don't know his name, but like
Uh-huh.
y'all be trying to like assert shit, assert a power or authority that you don't fucking have. What are you gonna do if I don't watch my language? Like y'all are weird. Thank you, Ronnie Ray. That's what I love to do. Learn. Thank you, K Empire. I appreciate you. Oh, you call me Kamala? That is amazing. Thank you for the compliment.
So, Disciple John, I was capping when I was saying you be weird to black women. This was me. This was me lying.
Yeah, Starry Miss. We have started like at the end of the live. I've started reading a book called How to Read the Bible. Right now, we're reading the Gospel of Nicodemus. I'm at the end of it. We just read that, and it actually led us to uh, realize that Luke is the only one that tells the narrative of Jesus and the thief on the cross. A non eyewitness. You know, like when they be coming in here, but like the eyewitness accounts. But one of the very pertinent uh parts of the whole narrative that you see at every Easter play did not come from an eyewitness.
Disciple John, I guess the Holy Spirit tells us words aren't words.
I don't know that an insult from a person who believes that snakes talk and fruit have magical powers lands the same. So I don't know if Disciple John is actually understanding that he can come in here to, hurl insults and tell us that we're unintelligent and all of these things, but you believe in some fanciful claims, my friend, with
Is that the one
absolutely.
that threatened to find out where I live? Or
Yeah,
is that
Was
a
that
different one?
him?
that's him.
That's you?
Yeah, can we block him?
Okay, then he got
He
to
should have
go.
been
I'm
blocked.
about to get his ass.
I called him out on that live that Rock went on to, that Christian live, and I was telling the guy, because the guy was sitting there getting kudos and all kind of good shit from him. I was like, bro, that guy is weird. Like, the fact that you want him up here and you're getting all these attaboys from him, and I told him what he did, and he was just like, well, is there any proof of that? I said, you know what, that actually was recorded, and I'll find the recording for you. And he blocked me.
Mm.
Whose live was this? Oh, sorry.
It's that just average John or whoever it was.
Okay.
He's a Christian guy, but Rock was on there talking with him and everything, and I was just like, bro, like the fact that you're defending slavery with this guy who was threatening black women on TikTok and is weird to black women on TikTok. And you're sitting here with all the kudos. Him and there was another YT guy that was up there doing all that shit. And I was just like, you don't even care about the company you keep into like on your side. So why in the world do you think you're moral trying to raise your three daughters and this guy actively hates those daughters, but you're on his side?
That's
How does that make
crazy.
sense? Y'all from the same God? How does that make sense?
Yeah, that's crazy. You said he was condoning slavery?
Well, you know how. Well, actually, that to say that he said anything would be an overstatement. He is one of those that just kind of lets people argue on the panel and kicks you off if you're not pulling in any more money from the audience.
Oh, I thought you were saying disciple John was condoning slavery and Greg was like, oh, okay, I misunderstood.
No. John was like up there like condoning it when Rock was talking to him, and like they got paid, and just doing all the weird stuff about it, and like it wasn't that bad, and yeah, I mean if you broke their tooth, then I mean you did get to go free, and just so that's so different, and you know how they do, but for you to be getting attaboys from this guy who doesn't like at least the black women, I assume the black men as well, because I mean come on. But like if if he's giving you attaboys and patting you on the back for what you're saying, and this is the person that you on the same team as, y'all got the same God, and like you know what I mean, like that feels weird. You should think about that. But he didn't want to hear that, so he blocked me.
Yeah, I agree. But yeah, he came in here and he was like, I'm gonna find out. He said, we're trying to find out where you live. We're gonna find out where you live. For fucking what? Like, you that mad that I don't believe in your God. You're that mad that I actually research and learn the history that you need to find out where I live? To do what?
But they sat here and called us violent the other day.
Listen, when I was at the range, I was singing this. I was, how you just be like chilling and rapping. I was like, this gonna sound corny as fuck, but let's see if I can remember. I said, I might be 44, but I got that 43. You keep on talking shit, and I'm gonna grab my Jesus piece. What else did I say? Damn, I can't even remember. But I was in there rapping.
What?
I was in there rapping when I was at the range. It's like so I was like, that's what my daughter was calling me, Kodak.
Figure you have straight A energy. Has anyone ever told you that?
Have what?
You have straight A energy.
What is that?
Smart kid energy.
Like goofy and cringy. Yeah. I
My
told you I'm
baby
very
sister has that
cringy.
energy.
I
I
am
just laugh
very
at
cringe. at the range rapping. Like my daughter was like, I ain't Kodak Black.
her.
But yeah. It's they just weird. Like, and it's like I said, it's crazy that it took for them to make, to get me back to that. Like, that's what's crazy. All these damn threats and shit. And then like I also have to like teach my daughters how to shoot and hold a piece, protect, how to carry a piece. Like I've never had to do that before, but now like they just weird. So just for protection.
I applaud that. I think everybody should. If they want us to be able to have it, then go ahead and have it. Because it's not going to stop them from not having it.
Getting it there.
I didn't want one for a long time. Like my son and my ex-husband kept telling me that I need to get one, and I'm like, no, I'm good. Yeah, I got pepper spray. I'm like, I'm good. But
I was the same way thinker. Like I mean I have one. I'm just, I'm not it's a necessity. I'll put it to you like that. It's a necessity because
Yes,
people
like
are
said,
insane.
peace be still.
Exactly.
yeah, that was the rest of it. I was over here trying to remember the rest of it. Look, okay. What I say? I might be 44, but I got that 43. You keep on talking shit, and I'm gonna grab my Jesus piece. If I see you on my street, they gonna say rest in peace. What? Love it.
Bars.
Love it.
Oh my god! But that was a fun day, though. We had a lot of fun.
So I'm going to put on a Kodak Black instrumental. You go ahead and go crazy, okay?
No, no. I get real silly too, like when I'm tired, when I'm sleepy. But yeah, that was the end of the Nicodemus thing, and then I did read one part of the thing, the book during the middle of the live, because they kept like coming on stage trying to waste our time, And so I was trying to get them to leave the live like they did just now when we started reading. So I pulled out How to Read the Bible and read about the Tower of Babel and how it's not about what they think it's about. And that just like pissed them off even more.
50 of them dropped during that, didn't it?
Yeah, 50 dropped, but then we gained it went up to like 900, so it went to 1,000.
Yep, we gained another 150.
Yeah, they didn't like hearing that it had to do with like the
They
history
went and
of.
got their friends.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
went
they did not like that. They did not like that.
I think it's very telling that as soon as we kind of step into the research and the reading and the actual text, that's when they check out. And that's why I say it's about being lazy, because like we're not telling them to do something we haven't already done. And when we start to do it, they're averse to it, and none of them seem to ask themselves why. Like, why is it problematic to study this book? Why is it problematic to read the text and to research how it was compiled? Why is any of that problematic? They don't want to sit with that. They just want to kind of stick their heads in the sand and continue to believe.
I think because they know that it's. I think they know what they believe is illogical. I think they have a sense because, when we had the conversation earlier with Glody, um, he he said that the killing in the Bible is about killing your desires, right?
Yeah.
To get to that type of reinterpretation of a text about genocide, you had to like question, like you had to deal with the truth first. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You had
And
to
then,
recognize the fact that you needed a deviation from what it said.
yes,
Yeah.
even with the whole lie in the garden,
Yep.
even with that, like once I brought up the other interpretations in English, and two interpretations say same day and on that day, and then they started coming out with, well, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. Like, they had, at some point, they, in order to get to these, they deal with the reality, they deal with the truth first, and then they choose to lie to themselves.
Yeah. And I think, like, when I think back to when I was a believer, like, I don't recall intentionally stepping over the truth. I don't. I really and truly don't. I don't ever recall intentionally questioning whether or not, like, well, did the God really tell the truth? I just accepted the narrative that I was given. So, I mean, being as generous as I can, maybe some of them are doing that. But I don't understand how they can listen to these conversations that we have with believers and these questions that come up and still stay in that place. At some point, you've got to see that what you're holding on to as a belief system is shaky at best. And I don't know that they're willing to do that.
And it's those, and I think, like, there are different types of believers out there. It's those are the ones that make my ass itch.
Yeah.
The ones that truly believe this because of like indoctrination and what they've been taught, right? And they may be experiencing cognitive dissonance, as they, like, I think sometimes we do engage believers at the point to where they're just engaging with the reality for the first time, you know what I'm saying, of the text.
Right.
And then they're trying to make it make sense to themselves while they're on stage. But then you can tell the ones that have already met the truth and have decided to lie to themselves. Those are the ones that make my ass itch.
Yeah. Like the guy, excuse me, that went, that crashed out on you before. I think you were dealing with something else, and he was talking to me, and he said that a person 5 or 85 is basically the same thing. Both of them are old. Like, what? What
What?
does that? That's literally what he said. I wrote it down when he said it, and I'm like, because his point was about the spiritual death and the age of humans back in biblical times. They lived to be like 900. So if you were 5 or 85, you were still old in the in the frame through which he was looking at it, and that just doesn't make sense. You can look at an 85-year-old and look at a 5-year-old and tell that they are not the same age. Like, there's a detachment from reality that has to be conscientious. And that gets back to that conscientious stupidity. It has to be conscientious at a certain point. But I agree with you. Those are the ones that are the most frustrating for me because it's giving, he's a good man, Savannah. It's giving, I see exactly what's happening, but I'm going to choose to see something that I don't see because I need to hold on to this narrative. And that is extremely frustrating.
And then thinking that a 5-year-old is just as old as an 85-year-old, does that mean that when you see a 5-year-old little child, that you see an adult?
Right. And those are the logical entailments that they don't want to deal with. The questions that come with the positions that they hold, that's what they get mad at us for asking. And I don't understand why, because they are logical questions.
I don't. They don't need the Old Testament to make their religion make sense. D. Darson, aren't you? I thought you were a believer. Didn't you come from YouTube? I thought you were a believer.
And then they come up with all of these new things like
Oh, okay.
divine concession. God allowed things that were bad because of the hardness of their heart. What? What?
What did they say?
Somebody's responding to somebody else in the comments, but I just read it and they referred to divine concession. God allowed things that were bad because of the hardness of their heart. That doesn't make sense. Why would an all powerful God need to concede to anyone? That just doesn't make sense.
And then it's saying, "Oh, you don't love me? All right, bet. Then I'm gonna let uh anything happen to you until you love me." It's narcissistic. It's an abusive spouse. It's an abusive parent because their hearts were hard. Like literally, and y'all think a lot about yourselves for you to think that if a deity did exist, this all powerful deity who can have whatever the fuck he like, right? Like he can have whatever he like, that he is like just going to like fuck up an entire um planet until you love it. Like what the fuck?
He chose y'all non-reading asses to wait on.
Exactly.
To wait on. Right, really?
That's part of the confusion because they'll say if you're doing what God wants you to do, then he'll give you what he'll give you what you need and what you desire or whatever. But if you step away from God, you need to check your walk because if Satan isn't bothering you, that means Satan has you. And it's like, what?
And that doesn't make any sense. Like there's so many positions that don't make sense. Like the guy who just commented, God will never violate your free will. He did in the Bible. He absolutely did in the Bible.
Pharaoh got into the
It's
swamp.
almost like they're talking through the story as if the story says something completely different than what it does. And these properties they keep trying to give this God make their story even less plausible.
I know you've read Job. What do you think that was? Like, what do you think Job was about?
Job wanted his 10
Oh,
kids.
I'm sorry, not Job. I meant Jonah.
Oh, same.
My fault. There's too many J's in the Bible, and truthfully, I should have said Yehona. My fault.
Now you own. Well, that's the guy who just asked about violating free will. There's one example. He made Jonah do what Jonah didn't want to do. He made Pharaoh's heart hard. Like, did Judas have a choice? Like, all of these things that were put in play. Like, that is the violation of free will, which he never told you you had to begin with.
Not even.
I think too, like Paul says, for the message about the cross is foolishness to those who are perishing, but to us who are being saved, it is the power of God. For it is written, I will destroy the wisdom of the wise, and the discernment of the discerning I will thwart. Where is the one who is wise? Where is the scribe? Where is the debater of this age? Has not God made foolish the wisdom of the world?
Yeah. That's why, to your point earlier, I think for so many, specifically in this generation, it's a lost cause.
It's a lost cause. It's when foolishness is the thing that the God prefers over wisdom. It's a fucking lost cause. I want to see if that was because I know parts of Corinthians was added in later. I want to see if that was one of those that was added in later. No, that was in the original text. Let's see the word for of the cross of the ones on one hand perishing foolishness. It is to the ones on the other hand being saved. To us, the power of God. It is. No, it was there. I was trying to see if that was something that the early church fathers had added. I will be destroy the wisdom of the wise and the intelligence of the intelligent. I will be rejecting. That's what it says. Like, that's crazy. He said, I'm going to destroy your knowledge.
And still in the comments, people are capping specifically for Job, saying that, telling the story the way the pastors tell the story and not reading the story from the actual book. And they continue to do that at a constant. Y'all know I love quotes. And another one that I love is the greatest enemy of knowledge is an ignorance. It's the illusion of knowledge. And I think that's the problem that we see is that people have the illusion of being informed about something. And the something that they are informed about is not something that they've researched or learned themselves or even verified. They've just accepted it as being true based on maybe a personal experience, based on culture, based on upbringing, based on all of those things. So it's not about not knowing. That's it. It's not all of us don't know a lot of things. Like there's so many things I don't know and I don't even know that I don't know them. But when I'm holding on to something and I'm calling it knowledge and I have done no investigation of it, I think that's the true danger right there, because we have so many people in society that do that these days.
Yep. That's what damn near made me want to cry earlier, because I think that's what I realized by the swarm of foolishness and ignorant comments, and the fact that like they were willing to just bag some shit without knowing what was going on, right? Like just for the sake of the cross on their forehead. It's like that was a realization that I don't like they have literally chosen to be willfully ignorant while at the same time thinking that they are that they're wise, because they believe that their wisdom comes from the God or the Holy Spirit. And it really made me want to cry, because I'm like this is definitely something hard to fight.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Because it has so many ripple effects. Generational ripple effects as well. And I think people don't necessarily realize it. I think our generation, pockets of our generation, starting to kind of wake up and break curse cycles and, generational traumas that, that have been passed on for so long, and generational belief systems, and questioning like, why do I do this? And I think you see it in the different, stories that people come up and tell about what their catalyst was for starting to really question this way of living and this belief system as a whole. But I think it does start with, like, all of us were saying, we didn't read this book when we were Christians. We had it read to us. We had it read for us. It's almost like being a child put to sleep, being read this book every night. It's comforting. You're used to it. You know the story as it's been told to you, but you don't know what's in that book until you learn how to read and you take a look at those words yourself. And they don't want to do that.
Which is probably most likely why they only popes were allowed to read to the people for a long time. Mm-hmm. And then only popes were allowed to interpret. Like you couldn't even like, if you were able to read it, you were not allowed to interpret it yourself. If you did, you got executed or excommunicated.
And I'm
looking for that the Jewish people can't they can't memorize scripture.
I think they were supposed to memorize. Girl, why did you make me say memorize? I'm sitting up here like I felt like a Christian just like reciting stuff. They were supposed to memorize the Tanakh, I think, or the Talmud.
I know
Something they
somebody
were supposed to
they
memorize.
can't memorize. They can't have the scripture memorized.
I don't know. I know that there was a Jewish person up here a couple of days ago that was saying that it, like, I think they had to memorize um, the Talmud, maybe the oral traditions.
Yeah.
Yeah, those they had to memorize and write down. But I've never heard that they couldn't memorize the Torah.
Let me I gotta go look. But that person that's still coming. Well, I guess he stopped. Fee about Job. Obviously, is only going by what was said to them, because the first thing God says to Satan is, "Where have you been?" Satan said, "Roaming to and fro." God says, "Have you considered my servant Job?" And it's like, whoa, where the heck did that come from? I wasn't talking about Job.
Right? Like the first lines of the story tell you, it sets the setting for you. They don't care.
Jonah had free will. The well was sent to save after he accepted to go to Nineveh.
What?
Hold on. So the well was sent to save Jonah after he accepted to do what your God wanted him to do, but he had free will. Listen to you. Look at what you wrote.
Exactly.
That's not even how the events unfold.
Not at all.
But even so, listen, like Jonah had free will. But a whale was sent to save Jonah only after Jonah agreed to do what the God wanted him to do.
Like
But he had
even
free will.
That's
even
an
in their
ultimatum.
yeah, even in their misrepresentation of the stories that they haven't read, they refute their own positions. It makes sense.
I mean, even like you're not making any sense. Like it doesn't make sense. And then D. Darson, I know that you're not Christian, but it was something that you said. You said deconstructionists, people who are deconstructing, need to make the Bible malevolent and evil. We don't. Like we don't have to do any work to do that. All we have to do is read and comprehend what the book is saying. We don't need to do that. We're not choosing for these stories to be malevolent. We're not reinterpreting them to be malevolent or evil. Like for you to say that, it's like you're saying like people who are deconstructing are doing the same thing that people who believe are doing. Like we're reinterpreting the scriptures to make it say what we need it to say to not believe. But that's not the case. That's not what's happening. Well, that sounds like what you're saying when you say people need to make the Bible malevolent or evil to deconstruct. When you say make the stories in the Bibles be that, it's as if you're saying they're not already that, or they don't already present that way. I don't know what people you're talking about. Like Christians don't know what free will is, or are you talking about us? Yeah, they do. They do confuse that. And really that's really all they really mean. All right? They just mean that they have the freedom to make a choice. But for some reason they need it to be called free will. Although they don't mean that, like, that's the weird part about it, right? They don't necessarily mean that they can do whatever they want. They don't necessarily mean that. They just mean that they can make a choice. But they need it to be called free will, which is weird as fuck. And they won't let it go. I don't get the obsession with the words free will.
I think it puts the responsibility on the individual. I mean, so does choice, but I think it absolves the God of any responsibility. Because if it's a choice, then that means the God laid it out for us. He gave us options. So he's implicated in some sort of way. If they label it free will, it's completely detached from the God. So it's completely on the human.
And I get that. I get that logic that they think it is, but it's still not saying that, like, to me, because regardless if they're calling choice free will, they're still not dissolving their God of it, because they're still saying that they mean choice. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I agree with you 100%. Like it's six in one hand, half a dozen in the other. It's the same thing. But I think just because it's been repeated so much in this belief system, they have to hold on to it. And even when we pull up the definition and we show them that free will there's a part of it, because there are entailments, because there are consequences, it can't be free will. Like it just doesn't definitionally fit. They don't care about that.
Well, even if it did fit, how many of them tell a testimony about how they were so bad and so wicked and they were addicted to this, that, and the third, and then God changed them, and now they're this and that. So like, didn't your whole thing change because of God, right? Like, does He not take away your desires to be a bad person? And you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't even follow from their own testimonies that they be giving.
It don't, like, it just, I don't know. It doesn't make sense. But I'm still tripping off of the comment. I dedicated my child to God and he in jail. And then
What?
the Christian saying, don't blame God for that, blame your son. If the child was dedicated to the God, right? Shouldn't the God have watched over that child? Shouldn't that child have been had a better outcome in life?
Hmm.
Yeah, what's the purpose of the dedication if the end result of the child was he paid for whatever choices he made? Like, I don't see the benefit. It's kind of like the same question that I think Rhea asks, and sometimes we ask in here. Like, what is it that you can do with this God that I can't do without it? And what benefit does serving this God give you? Because ultimately, if you've dedicated something to this God, that means it's set apart for this God. How is that dedication showing up in the child's life if ultimately he ended up in jail? It doesn't make any sense.
Exactly. And then they're like, don't blame God, blame the son. It But if the son had turned out to be a doctor, then they would say that it's because of the dedication to the God.
Yeah. Or if the son was
They care.
yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry, Selena.
you're fine. If he wasn't dedicated and wound up in jail, it would be because she didn't dedicate him. It's cyclical, and you, you can't prove it either way.
Somebody said free will is about a test. You wait.
What? Thinker, when you
Free
can, just look at the message I just sent you.
Okay. Somebody said free will is about a test. You go off what you think and worldly desires, or you go with what you know.
Mm,
How, how is free will about a test?
That was deep as fuck. Though. I ain't gonna hold you, man. That's kiddie pool level at least.
Shot glass level, oh
that was
sis.
on the out
Shot
level.
glass. And nobody has been able to explain to me how an all-knowing God would need to administer a test at all. What's the purpose of a test if you already know what's going to happen?
Or better yet, why not just make untested like treat like beings that you don't need to test at all?
Right. And then like he's an all knowing God. Like what's the purpose?
He turns that part off so that he can administer the tests. So he'll be as shocked as we are when we don't pass.
It just doesn't make sense. I don't know. I don't know. Who's talking? Did anybody say that the God fears? Did you say something about the God fearing also?
I did not.
Uh, did somebody say something about the God fearing?
The
No.
voices in that person's head.
But why are you talking about your God fearing? Like who said that? Probation is a period. Probation is a period part of life. Probation is
God knows why. Oh my God.
like, is this in response to the lady dedicating her child to the God and he in jail? Like, is that why you said that? Like, y'all be having conversations with us that we're not having with you. I don't know. Do y'all feel like talking to somebody?
Who?
The human being with sheep in their name.
I'm so-
With a sheep in their
No, 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 no. Absolutely not.
I think it just
What?
depends. Is it going to be a person that actually can
They
carry
have
a?
sheep, like Oso said, they have sheep in their name.
Who
That
got
might be
sheep?
our
Who?
answer right there.
Black sheep.
Black.
Oh, black
He got the little
sheep.
sheep person. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
See, that doesn't see. Now, I would have said yes. I would have a conversation with Black Sheep, but he just said God does these tests because of free will and the fact that He doesn't fear anything. That doesn't make sense.
Having a left up church might just go
I
backwards.
knew it was gonna go left. I knew it was gonna go left.
Right. It's like y'all get frustrated with us for getting annoyed, but y'all have conversations that we aren't having.
You can type, sweetie. We're not stopping you from explaining.
Thinker, if you want to bring Black Sheep up, I'll try to have a conversation with them. Oh, why am I doing this to myself?
I don't know.
I'm
I don't
testing my
know, but
patience.
This is a bad idea.
Why are you like
So
that?
why are you like this?
we ask every day why we
Oh
keep
my
platforming
god.
Oso. Every day.
And every day we stray further and further away from whatever light we had.
We can't learn, man. Can't learn.
Oh my god.
Black Sheep, how are you?
I'm good, and you?
I'm doing well. Can you explain what you were saying in the comments about free will and tests from an all-knowing God?
You were debating that you don't believe in God's way because if He knows all, then why doesn't He stop bad things from happening, right?
I didn't. I mean, that's true, but that's not what we're talking about. We were talking about God, who is all-knowing, administering a test to see what would happen or see what people would do. Ultimately, the purpose of a test is to ascertain what someone knows or what someone will do in this case. But if God is all knowing, He would already know that. So what is the purpose of the test?
Oh, no, that wasn't what I was explaining.
Well, that's what you typed.
Look at, I was saying that the reason God lets these things happen is because if he didn't, then he would basically be fearing what is going to happen. And God is not a person of fear. That's what I was saying.
What?
That okay, you got to walk me through that again. If he did not allow bad things to happen, that means that he's fearful of what would happen and he doesn't.
Exactly.
Why would that
Can
be indication of fear?
Because okay, in Genesis, right? Obviously, God is all knowing, meaning He definitely knew that Eve was gonna betray Him and eat the forbidden fruit or whatever. So, in respect to Eve and Himself, He let it happen. Because if He didn't let it happen, it means He fears what Eve was gonna do. He fears what was gonna happen if Eve ate that apple, and
But
that's
that's
not who God is.
but that doesn't make sense. Why would he fear what he already knows would happen?
Because if you're not listening properly, if God knew that Eve was gonna eat an apple, if he stopped it, that means he fears. The fact that he didn't stop it means he didn't fear.
So when he stopped, let me ask a quick question, Phoebe, just 1 second.
Yeah.
When he stopped the Abimelech from having sex with Sarah, from touching Sarah, does that mean he feared what would happen if Abimelech had sex with Sarah because he stopped it?
Can you repeat that question?
Maybe you're not listening properly. It's time.
When this God stopped Abimelech from having sex with Sarah, Abraham's wife, does that
hmm
mean he stopped it because he feared what would happen if Abimelech had sex with Sarah?
God had plans for Abraham, and he made sure that those plans
But
would be
I
sought
don't
out.
listen, you're explaining why he stopped. Does that mean he feared what would happen because he stopped it?
That is what it means.
So then it contradicts what you're saying then, right?
And that
Alright,
sign that
alright,
you
my
just
bad.
gave, Black Sheep, is exactly what we feel on a daily basis. Because you came up here and talked about God testing people because if he didn't, then he would have fear. And then now Thinker showed you an instance where he did interject, but you've contradicted exactly what you came up here to say.
Okay, my answer to that is that God interjected when it is necessary because he had plans. In terms of Eve in the Genesis book, he didn't have plans for anything. He just wanted the world to continue as it was. That's why he didn't intervene. But the fact that he did intervene at that moment means he did have plans and he didn't want them.
So now it
That's
doesn't have anything to do with him fearing.
not
Now
particularly.
that concept is gone. It's something else now. It's
Not
because he had
particularly.
plans now.
Mm.
And how can you make humans and have a purpose for them without having a plan?
No, 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 no. Humans. Humans. He did not make humans so that humans could have a purpose. He made us so that we could have a purpose to serve him. You understand? He made us so we
That
can serve him.
that's not what we're talking about, Black Sheep. Like this is exactly what we were saying before you came up here. You said that God did not have a plan when it came to Eve, but he had a plan when it came to Abimelech, which is why he intervened.
Yeah.
But first you said that the Eve situation was because he doesn't have fear. But
Mm-hmm.
then in the Abimelech situation, he had to intervene because he was afraid of what would have happened. It can't be both. He can't have fear and not have fear. It can't be P and not P. That is illogical. Hello?
Yeah, I asked for a scripture.
I didn't hear anything that you said. A scripture for
Yeah.
what?
When you leave the app, we can't hear you.
Oh, my bad. I asked if you can give me the scripture so I can look it up for myself.
What scripture?
The one about Abimelech.
Genesis 20.
Hold on, hold on. You know how to respond to the question about it, but you don't know the story.
That's typically what they do.
And what would have happened if I asked for the scripture about the fear of God being the reason, or the lack of fear of God being the reason for why he did what he did, or why he tests people? Because where did that come from?
Can you answer her question, Black? Because that's a damn good question. Also,
Test, I'm gonna use a simple.
Yala asked a really good question earlier. Yala said, "How can faith be taught?"
Mm.
Can I answer the one about the test?
Yeah, what scripture?
Let's.
Did you test your Wi-Fi signal before you joined? Because we can't hear you.
No, I didn't hear what she said.
What scripture backs up your concept that the reason why he tests is because he doesn't have fear?
No, it's not backed up by scripture. I'm just using logic. As God is all knowing, all powerful. That's what I'm saying.
Now, logic is the last thing that you're using right now, because it doesn't logically follow. Like fear, you're just inserting an emotion there that you believe this God doesn't have, to use it as justification for it needing to test someone when it's all knowing. When logic tells you that an all knowing person would not have to administer a test because it already knows the answers. That's what logic does. Like if it's all knowing, it knows everything, inclusive of what a person would do. And your book tells you
Okay.
God knows the end from the beginning. That's logic.
Okay. And just because God saw something happening in the future doesn't mean it hasn't happened yet. He needs proof, concrete proof, or this person is gonna betray me. This person is gonna be faithful. That's why he sets out tests.
So humans could make God wrong.
What you mean, prove God wrong?
No, so if ultimately what you're saying is that he knows what's going to happen, but he has to give humans the opportunity to do whatever it
Yes.
is he knows. So could I make God wrong?
In a sense of, can you surprise God?
Could I make him wrong? Could I do something that he thinks I'm not going to do?
There's no such thing. That doesn't make sense.
It does make sense. You're saying that God knows the end from the beginning, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sitting here right now. I have a cup of coffee. Does
Yeah.
God know that I'm about to take a drink of this coffee?
Yeah. He knows that.
Okay. Could I not take a drink of this coffee right now?
You could.
Okay. Then I can make God wrong.
Okay. Listen to this. If God didn't set out tests, right, and you were to go to him on Judgment Day, and he's going to say to you, I didn't test you or anything because I knew who you're already gonna sin and betray me. Do you think, as you, the believer, would feel fair? Do you think it would feel fair for you to say, God, you didn't test me already? You told me what you saw, but that's not what happened. Do you think that's fair?
Well, what I think is unfair is for an all knowing God to administer a test to humans who are fallible, knowing what the humans are going to do to begin with. So before
And
you
why
throw in a,
exactly?
I'm sorry?
Why exactly do you think that's unfair?
Because it's a setup. If you already know what I'm going to do and I have no way of making you wrong, I'm simply performing in your script. I'm an actor in your play.
How is it a setup if he's giving you the free will to do anything you want to do?
Does he
Just because
know
you saw
what
it
does he
doesn't
know
mean
what the
he's
does he know what the conclusion is going to be?
yes, if he knows, doesn't mean he's making you do it.
That's not
But
my question.
you're literally saying that the reason why he's testing, right, is because
Mm-hmm.
the human would feel like it's unfair because the human didn't get a chance to do something different than what the God is claiming he already knows the human is going to do, correct? And the purpose of the test, right, is to see if the human is going to do something different, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the purpose of the test, to see if the human is going to actually do what the God wants the human to do, right?
Yeah, something like that.
That that's the purpose of the test, because the God wants
Mm-hmm.
you to behave a specific way, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the God is testing your loyalty, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if the God is testing your loyalty, what do you think that the God is hoping the outcome of that test will be? That you are loyal or not
That you
loyal?
that you are
Huh?
loyal.
Okay, that you are
That you
loyal.
are loyal.
All right. Now, the God is all knowing, and the God knows whether you're loyal or not loyal already, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So let's say that when the God administers the test and the person fails
Mm-hmm.
the test, right?
Okay.
Then
Mm-hmm.
that would make the God wrong, right?
Wrong how?
You said that the human needs to be able to go through the test so that they can actually do the thing that the God already knows that the human's going to do, correct?
Yes, yes.
To make it fair for the human, right? That would mean that the human, you're saying that although your God knows that a person is going to fail a test, the human is saying, I deserve a chance to not fail the test, right? Huh? I can't hear you.
I said yes.
Right. So your God knows already that the human is going to fail the test. But the human is saying, I deserve a chance to not fail the test. Can the human not fail that test?
He will fail that test. But the thing is, God is letting him do that test so that the human knows he failed, so that the human can progressively get better. As if you fail the
So
math test,
so
you know you
so
failed.
so the
You get
God
better.
knows that if he tests the human's going to fail the test. And so the God is testing the human anyway. So the human knows that the human failed the test.
If God foresaw that the human is going to fail the test, he's going to let him do the test so that he does fail to
So
his
that
own
he
free
does
will.
fail. So then it's not free will. If your God
No,
already, it's not free will. If your God already knows that a human's going to fail the test, and then when your God gives
okay.
the human the test that the human can't pass the test, that the human has to fail that test because your God already knows it, it's not free will.
Okay, even if it's not, I'm saying that God lets these tests happen so that if you fail, if you do fail, you know you failed so you can get better, improving your faith, going
But
upwards.
but if we can't make God wrong, there is no if.
What do you
If
mean?
God knows that something's going to happen, and that
Mm-hmm.
something that God knows will happen, full stop. There is no
Yeah.
if. So there's no purpose of the test.
There is a purpose of the test.
For what would the test do? What could the test change?
The purpose of the test is to let you acknowledge if you failed it or passed it or not. It's really a test of self introvertness more than a test to him because he already knows what's gonna happen.
Did
It's
you
really
say
a test to
self
self.
introvertness?
So, please excuse my grammar, but I'm just saying.